Chapter 1. Qi Yuan, I long to return home. Jin'an, you must understand that escape is not an option. The elegantly attired man gazed at the woman standing on the city tower, letting out a resigned sigh. Whether you can escape is not for you to decide. Song Jin'an had awaited this day. For countless years her singular desire was to return home. The woman atop the tower, with her eyes sparkling like the stars in the frigid wind, appeared to be celebrating as her hair danced about her. In her grasp, she held a piece of unremarkable white jade. This jade, though seemingly ordinary, possessed the power to transport her home. On this night, when the stars and moon shared the sky, the jade could harness the starlight to warp time and space, allowing her to return to the 21st century. As the hour of Chun approached, the stars encircling the moon began to align, and the woman retrieved the jade. Silence enveloped the scene, an ominous stillness that left Song Jin'an in shock as she observed the jade, which remained utterly inert. It was only when the stars dispersed and ceased to form a circle that the man leisurely approached her, producing a piece of jade identical to hers. With a stiffened posture, Song Jin'an looked up at him, her face pale. "You knew all along?" He embraced her gently, whispering, "How could I ever allow you to leave me?" A chill coursed through her. She realized her fate was sealed. She would never return home, nor escape the palace. The man lifted her in his arms and instructed a nearby servant, return to the palace. Along the way, Song Jin'an, consumed by despair, lamented, "Qi Yuan, I long for home." The man who held her paused momentarily before continuing with a tender smile. "Foolish girl, you are already home. Which other home do you wish for?" Song Jin'an understood that from this moment forth, she would be met with an even more confining prison. Indeed, Qi Yuan carried her back to Tianya Palace. That night, he showed no mercy, employing every means to compel her to declare, "I will not leave again." Initially, Song Jin'an, stubbornly silent, resisted his advances. Qi Yuan, expressionless, chuckled softly, and still has not learned her lesson. The ensuing night was filled with his emotionless punishments, and despite her pleas for mercy, they fell on deaf ears. By dawn, Song Jin'an felt as though she might perish upon the bed. When she awoke, Qi Yuan was no longer present. Her throat was hoarse beyond recognition, and as a maid entered to find her sprawled on the bed, her body bore the marks of bruises, a sight that evoked both concern and trepidation. When the emperor's wrath was unleashed, countless lives were extinguished, and all servants of Tianya Palace remained imprisoned. Upon glancing sideways, Song Jin'an discovered that neither Feng Ling nor Jin Ling was present. She inquired, "Where are Feng Ling and Jin Ling?" The maid, Yun Ran, knelt and replied, "This servant does not know." With a steely gaze, Song Jin'an, suppressing her pain, rose, donned her garments, and made her way toward the door. When Yun Ran attempted to halt her, a mere glance from Song Jin'an sent her retreating in fear. Upon opening the door, she was met with a palace brimming with soldiers clad in armor, all unfamiliar faces. Turning back, she stood before Yun Ran, who had been transferred from the Chengqian Palace. Observing the stoic beauty before her, one could not help but notice the striking resemblance to the current sovereign. With an air of authority, Song Jin'an coldly inquired, "Where are they?" Yun Ran knelt, her forehead touching the ground. "This servant does not know it was the emperor's decree." Realizing she could extract nothing further, Song Jin'an settled back onto the soft couch, her gaze drifting to the garden in the rear courtyard. When had these flowers been planted? They seemed to encapsulate time, drawing her back to the past. Had she not ventured into the Fengxian Palace 3 years ago, would the outcome have been different? Yet, had she not schemed at that time, she would have perished from hunger long before. She ought not to have provoked those individuals merely for sustenance. What harm would it have done to survive on grass for 3 years? 3 years ago. Why is there still no meat today? Song Jin'an was exasperated it had been far too long, and the imperial harem should not be so brazen in their culinary choices. She longed for meat. After half a year, it had already been 3 months since she had eaten her fill. She had no desire to compete given her own intellect. How could she possibly contend with those who had been raised within the confines of the palace? They had long since adapted to the rules of this world, while she had only gleaned knowledge through various texts and materials. Yet, the consequence of remaining a transparent person was that she was nearly starving. Presently, Song Jin'an found herself nostalgic for modern life, yearning even for the fast food she had once scorned. Yes, as a modern individual, she had traversed time. Her transition was surreal, having crossed over while clutching a piece of jade recently acquired at a Sotheby's auction. She recalled being in a vehicle, and the last memory before losing consciousness was the impact of a collision. Thus, it remained unclear whether her journey through time was due to the accident or the jade itself. If it were the former, had she perished in the 21st century? Could she ever return? If it were the jade, would finding it enable her to go back? For the past 6 months, Song Jin'an had been pondering solutions. However, resources were scarce within the harem, and information was limited. Hence, she resolved to remain inconspicuous, striving to avoid provoking others. Returning to the present, her thoughts had narrowed. All she desired was to eat meat. Her brain felt nearly depleted. Song Jin'an rested her head on the table, despondent. Fengling, how can I get some meat? Fengling regarded her mistress. Since her secret escape from the palace 6 months ago, the young lady had become even more subdued. She suppressed her vibrant nature and avoided interactions with the other concubines, preferring to stay out of sight. Mistress, the harem operates this way. If one is not favored by the emperor, they will be neglected. There is no one more self-serving than they are. Song Jin'an nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. Fengling's eyes brightened. Could it be that her mistress intended to vie for favor? Though the motivation was merely to eat meat, the outcome was what mattered. It was no exaggeration her mistress was undeniably one of the most beautiful women. Even without adornment, she could captivate attention, and with proper embellishments, she would be irresistible. However, by the following day, Fengling observed her mistress' audacious maneuvers and felt she had overestimated her ambitions. As long as she could enjoy meat, Song Jin'an was indifferent about whose favor she sought. After paying her respects, Song Jin'an lingered in the Fengxian palace under the pretense of missing the empress. Fengling still recalled the knowing glances exchanged among the other concubines, wondering if they believed that Song Jin'an was aligning herself with the empress. Initially, she too had thought so. Yet, they were all mistaken. Fengling watched, speechless, as her mistress dined on meat at the same table as the empress. Equally speechless was the empress, encountering someone who had come to mooch a meal for the first time. Observing Song Jin'an devouring the meat, the empress offered her a cup of tea, gently advising, eat slowly. Song Jin'an nodded vigorously. After finishing her meal, her eyes sparkled with delight. Her very hair seemed to perk up with happiness. She smiled at the empress, exclaiming, Your Majesty, the food in your palace is truly delectable. The queen was perplexed, as if she had glimpsed a tail swaying behind her. She chuckled, As long as it is delicious, feel free to come to the Fengxian palace whenever you wish to indulge. Certainly, Song Jin'an replied, sauntering leisurely back to the palace, relishing her meal, while Fengling trailed behind, unable to bear the sight. However, Song Jin'an was indifferent to the gaze. Her satisfaction was paramount. The queen, intrigued by this turn of events, instructed Guamama, Go investigate and discern what intentions the lovely and is harboring. The following day during the audience, Xianfei regarded Song Jin'an, seated at the end, and spoke languidly. Did our lovely and have a heart-o-heart with her majesty yesterday, alleviating her yearning? Upon hearing this, Song Jin'an smiled, for her meal had arrived. In response to Sister Xianfei, conversing with her majesty truly brings clarity, she replied. Indeed, dear sister, it is quite beneficial to learn from her majesty, especially when one has not seen the emperor for half a year, Xianfei commented. Song Jin'an understood the veiled sarcasm aimed at her lack of favor, while also implying that the emperor had not graced Fengxian Palace with his presence. Having shared a meal with the queen, she felt reluctant to tarnish the queen's reputation. Indeed, you speak truth, sister. The queen oversees the myriad affairs of the 6 palaces. I dare not impose upon her often. May I, however, share some insights with you? Xianfei appeared taken aback. She had intended to converse with the queen, yet here was Song Jin'an seeking her counsel. Narrowing her eyes, Xianfei pondered whether there was a hidden scheme at play, but before she could formulate a strategy, Song Jin'an declared, It is settled. May I accompany you to the Shuxiu Palace today? What purpose do you have in my palace? Xianfei inquired out of course, to learn from you how to serve the emperor well. Song Jin'an responded, a hint of shyness dancing in her demeanor. If sister wishes to visit, that is acceptable, but do bear in mind that my palace is modest. Should there be any shortcomings in hospitality, please be understanding, Xianfei remarked with a frown. Who would venture to your palace? It is illumined, she retorted, Xianfei, do not speak so disrespectfully, the queen cautioned. Indeed, Tinya Palace, where Song Jin'an resided, was deemed inauspicious. The previous occupant, the esteemed Gui Fei, had been the favored consort of the emperor's grandfather, yet she met a tragic end due to her transgressions in the harem. From that point onward, Tinya Palace was shunned despite its exquisite decor. The implications deterred the concubines from approaching. When Qi Yuan assumed office, he reopened Tinya Palace, dismissing the superstition as folly, asserting that death had befallen many palaces. Song Jin'an was the first assigned to the side chamber, as she possessed no powerful connections, making her placement uncomplicated. She, however, remained unconcerned by such matters, though she was uncertain how she had arrived in this world. She firmly believed in the absence of supernatural beings. Were there ghosts, she might implore them to guide her back home. With a cheerful demeanor, Song Jin'an remarked, "Then it is settled. I shall intrude upon you at noon." The queen felt an urge to ruffle her hair. Gamama had informed her the previous night that the lovely and had not received any meat in her palace for 3 months. This was her oversight, and upon realizing it, she had promptly warned the kitchen to adhere to the regulations. Watching the expression on Song Jin'an's face as she vexed Xianfei brought her a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Yet simultaneously, she felt a headache coming on the lovely inn. Was indeed a spirited individual, and there were few compliant souls in the harem. Chapter 2. Why is the disparity among concubines so vast? At noon, Song Jin'an indeed accompanied noble consort Xian for a meal, and the cuisine at Shushio Palace was nothing short of exquisite. Why is it, she pondered, that despite sharing the emperor's bed, her meals were so meager in comparison? Song Jin'an lamented the injustices of fate. Meanwhile, her companion, witnessing Song Jin'an voraciously indulging in her meal without a care for her figure, was left in utter disbelief. "Are you reborn from starving ghost?" the companion remarked with disdain. Song Jin'an retorted, "If you had been as famished as I for 3 months, you might resemble a starving ghost even more." Yet, she maintained a respectful demeanor, replying, "Sister Xian, I merely find the food in your palace to be exceptionally delicious." Waving her fan with an air of satisfaction, noble consort Xian replied, "Indeed, my palace's chef is quite renowned." By the time Song Jin'an returned to the palace, it was already afternoon. Mango, her attendant, was in a state of panic, sweating profusely as he watched his mistress stroll leisurely. Spotting Mango from afar, she greeted him with a smile. "Hey, it's not even hot outside. Why are you sweating?" Before Mango could respond, a shrill voice, reminiscent of a chicken's neck being throttled, interrupted, "Noble consort, and the emperor has been waiting for you for quite some time." Song Jin'an's smile froze on her face. A sense of dread washed over her. Just as she managed to extricate herself from one predicament, another loomed. She turned slowly to face the grinning eunuch before her. Wei Kongyan, the chief eunuch of the current Emperor Chongqing. "Ah, Master Wei, what a coincidence," she remarked. "Not at all, Miss Song. The emperor is indeed awaiting your presence," he replied. Startled, Song Jin'an quickly adjusted her attire and made her way inside. Upon entering, she found Emperor Chongqing seated on the soft couch where she often reclined, engrossed in reading books. "Oh no, those tomes pertain to jade ornaments. Please rise," Qi Yuan said, a smirk dancing on his lips. "I assumed your interests were solely culinary. I did not realize you had delved into the study of jade as well." Song Jin'an recognized his sarcasm, but chose to endure it. After all, he was the emperor, and a single word from him could spell her doom. Qi Yuan scrutinized the young woman before him, more accurately a girl. Her hair was neatly arranged, her face devoid of makeup, yet as smooth as jade. And a small red mole beneath her eye lent a touch of allure to her otherwise innocent visage. Standing before him with lowered eyes, she appeared compliant. Yet there was an undeniable cleverness about her. Who would have imagined that this girl could single-handedly navigate the palace just half a year ago, and that he could uncover nothing amiss? Despite having discreetly dispatched individuals to monitor her for 6 months, nothing unusual had come to light. Qi Yuan was typically patient. Any schemes under the watchful gaze of the emperor would eventually reveal their true nature. Just yesterday, his shadow guard, number 17, reported movements from Tinya Palace. Qi Yuan mused. At last, he was genuinely curious about what could warrant such a lengthy timeline. Did you say noble consort and dined at Fengxian Palace? Qi Yuan's expression darkened. Must a meal be reported? 17 felt wronged. This was the most significant action from their esteemed ancestor in half a year. As Qi Yuan perused the memorials, he commanded Wei Kongyan, investigate this matter. After conducting his inquiries, Wei Kongyan discovered that the provisions in Tianya Palace had been subpar for over 6 months. Trembling, Wei Kongyan gazed at the impassive Qi Yuan. A moment later, after finishing the memorials, Qi Yuan turned to those present and remarked, "So, my concubine has gone without adequate meals for half a year, and you were oblivious to it?" 17 was taken aback. His primary task was to observe whether noble consort Song harbored any schemes. How did it come to be that I was also observing the mundane aspects of life? This was never mentioned initially. Wei Kongyan and Shiqi immediately knelt down to offer their apologies. Qi Yuan understood that they were not to blame. He had refrained from summoning Song Jin'an for half a year to covertly observe her. He had only remembered not to alert the enemy, forgetting that in the haughty environment of the imperial harem, neglect could lead to bullying. Qi Yuan rose, contemplating the grandeur of the Tianya Palace. To his surprise, he found that someone had come to partake in the royal feast again. This was not merely a casual visit. It was a blatant affront to both him and the Empress. With a smirk, he decided to wait without prompting further. As Qi Yuan surveyed the opulent decorations of the Tianya Palace, he recalled his last visit a year prior. Now, the side hall was adorned with numerous embellishments, the gentle breeze creating a delightful melody with the chimes. The cushions on the soft couch were fashioned like rabbits, and a small table held colorful origami cranes. Quite amusing. Indeed, he reclined on the soft couch, perusing Song Jin'an's book. If Song Jin'an were aware that her 6 months of discretion had not only been futile, but had also drawn attention to her, she would surely lament the torment of such a wretched existence. She endeavored to maintain a compliant expression, though unsure of how to manage her facial demeanor. Typically, she would occupy herself with reading. Qi Yuan nodded and stood. Song Jin'an's eyes brightened. He was finally departing. However, the next moment he commanded Wei Kongyan, "Bring over the memorial. Tonight, I shall stay in Tianya Palace." Before she could recover from the shock of the emperor wishing to reside in the palace, he added, "Prepare the study." Wait, Song Jin'an exclaimed, drawing the attention of everyone present. She gazed at Qi Yuan, whose expression was inscrutable, stirring a sense of dread within her. Summoning her courage, she spoke, "Your servant recalls the study is somewhat disorganized. I shall tidy it up immediately. Your Majesty, please wait a moment." With that, she hurriedly made her way to the study without a backward glance. In haste, Song Jin'an shoved the scattered papers on her desk into the drawer, desperate to conceal the star charts and sketches of jade. When Qi Yuan entered, he was met with the sight of her frantically stuffing papers into the drawer. His brow twitched. How could she be so untidy? He felt a twinge of disdain for the state of the study as he approached and picked up a sheet of paper from the desk, frowning as he turned to the panting Song Jin'an standing beside him. "Is this your writing?" "Huh?" Song Jin'an looked at the paper in Qi Yuan's hand, her previously anxious heart now at ease, realizing it was merely her practice sheets. However, the thought of her struggles with the brush and her inability to comprehend traditional characters resurfaced her frustrations. To learn the traditional script, she had indeed put in considerable effort, only to discover that she also needed to practice her calligraphy. Thankfully, Fengling had advised her to practice more, leading her to understand that the original owner's handwriting was rather subpar, allowing her the luxury of time without fear of suspicion. Thus, Qi Yuan held the uneven script, watching as Song Jin'an blinked at him with her clear, innocent eyes, and he felt a headache coming on. "I recall your father is from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, and your brother is a scholar at the Hamlin Academy. How is it that you—" He hesitated, realizing there was no need to elaborate. Song Jin'an could feel the disdain emanating from him. What could Song Jin'an say? "Your servant is foolish." With that, Qi Yuan set the paper down. "Do not fear embarrassment. Such matters can be entrusted to the maidservants." At that moment, Wei Kongyan entered, accompanied by a eunuch bearing official documents, which he placed upon the writing desk. Song Jin'an's eyes widened at the sight. So many. It seemed he truly intended to stay the night. What to do? How could she possibly reconcile sleeping with another's husband? Just as she was about to excuse herself, Qi Yuan intervened, stating, "You are practicing your calligraphy. We shall dine when your writing is presentable." Upon hearing this, Song Jin'an could not restrain herself and blurted out, "Why?" Qi Yuan gazed at her in silence, prompting her to realize her indiscretion. Bowing her head, she pressed her lips together and replied, "As you command." Observing the sudden despondency in Song Jin'an, who hung her head, he was reminded of the grotesque rabbit on the soft couch outside. One might say that Song Jin'an, seated at the small table practicing her calligraphy, was utterly speechless. Was he so self-absorbed that he could not allow others a moment's respite? Was he unwell? She was accustomed to afternoon naps, and the fatigue weighed heavily upon her. As Qi Yuan reviewed the documents, he glanced up and saw Song Jin'an slumped over the desk. Her back to him, he exchanged a knowing look with Wei Qinggan, who approached and called out, "My lady." Song Jin'an did not stir. Wei Qinggan at a loss. Called again, but she remained unresponsive. He was astonished, having never seen anyone sleep so soundly. You could call her timid, yet she sleeps like the dead. You could say she is bold, but just moments ago, she shrank back like a quail in front of the emperor. As a mere servant, he dared not raise his voice nor touch her. However, Qi Yuan had no such reservations. With a voice that resonated, he exclaimed, "Song Jin'an, wake up!" Startled, she jolted upright, her eyes darting around the antiquated study, momentarily disoriented. Oh, she had forgotten. She was merely surviving in this stifling ancient realm. Just moments prior, she had believed herself in a classroom. Qi Yuan, observing her dazed expression, scolded, "How can one fall asleep while writing? What a sight!" Convention dictated that Song Jin'an should kneel and plead for forgiveness. Yet the desire to return home, mingled with the stark contrast of her recent dream about her friend, left her feeling quite forlorn. Perhaps it was Qi Yuan's authoritative demeanor, reminiscent of her father's reprimands, that caused her to momentarily forget her decorum. Overwhelmed by emotions, Song Jin'an whispered, "I am so tired." Wei Qinggan was taken aback. Was she truly so audacious? Qi Yuan regarded the aggrieved Song Jin'an, her face flushed from sleep, with strands of hair cascading down, rendering him incapable of being stern. "Bring me the calligraphy book," he commanded. Song Jin'an handed it over without a second glance. Wei Qinggan hesitated, having witnessed the beauty of her writing, unable to bear the sight. Qi Yuan, equally unable to endure it, remarked, "I could write better with my feet." Song Jin'an was no academic prodigy. Such comments no longer fazed her. Qi Yuan set down the paper, his expression impassive as he resumed his practice. Taking a deep breath, Song Jin'an quietly retorted, "Your Majesty, mastery is not achieved overnight." Qi Yuan found amusement in her response. "You possess quite the talent for self-comfort." "Thank you for the compliment," she replied, "and I shall not sleep tonight." To her surprise, he was indeed serious about not allowing her to rest. In the dead of night, Song Jin'an was abruptly awakened from her slumber. Gazing at the dog Emperor sprawled upon her bed, she quietly raised her middle finger. Chapter 3. Far from court intrigues and men in the study of Longxian Palace, Qi Yuan wore a stoic expression as he addressed the man in black. "Have you uncovered anything?" The man knelt on one knee, reporting, "Your Majesty, the papers are astrological charts. I inquired with the deputy of the Astronomical Bureau, who merely stated that these celestial phenomena have not appeared for hundreds of years and will not re-emerge for a considerable time." Qi Yuan observed the crumpled papers before him, realizing that if Song Jin'an were present, she would undoubtedly recognize them as the disheveled remnants she had hidden away the previous night. With his bony fingers, Qi Yuan tapped a jade ornament depicted on the chart. "Find it," he commanded, adding, "Wei Qinggan, summon the head of the Astronomical Bureau, Song Yuan." He was not surprised that Song Jin'an had an interest in astrology. After all, her father, Song Yuan, was the head of the Astronomical Bureau, and it was natural for her to be influenced by such knowledge from a young age. Yet, what exactly was she studying? After 6 months of observation, he harbored the unsettling feeling that Song Jin'an was far from ordinary. Unbeknownst to the extraordinary Song Jin'an, her troubles were just beginning. She remained blissfully asleep, despite having endured an entire night without rest. When she finally rose in the afternoon, Her head throbbed painfully. Hoarsely, she called for Fengling. Fengling entered, gently inquiring, "Your Highness, are you hungry? Shall I prepare some food?" Last night, Song Jin'an had not eaten. It was her first encounter with such a tyrannical emperor. How could he be so unyielding, forbidding her from eating and sleeping, suppressing her headache? Song Jin'an got out of bed and beheld the spread of food laid out on the table in the outer hall, alongside the obsequious face of Eunuch Luo from the Compassionate Bureau. The table was arranged with the customary 4 dishes and a soup, accompanied by desserts and fruits. Eunuch Luo smiled, saying, "Forgive me, my lady. Recently, a few young eunuchs, lacking in decorum, served improper meals. The emperor and empress have already dealt with them. From today onward, everything will adhere to the proper standards." Song Jin'an, maintaining her composure, replied, "Very well. I understand that you are busy, eunuch." After speaking, she exchanged a knowing glance with Fengling, who discreetly passed him a red envelope. Watching Eunuch Luo scurry away, Fengling smirked, recalling how he had previously been so authoritative. Now, with the emperor's presence, he was all deference. Song Jin'an found it unremarkable, or rather, she mused, I'm finally experiencing the drama of court intrigues. However, she needed to distance herself. The memory of the man's gaze from the previous night made her uneasy. She felt that her modest schemes could not remain hidden for long. No matter how handsome he was, she dared not pursue him. The pursuit of power and wealth was fraught with peril, and she sought to avoid danger. As long as Qi Yuan continued to overlook her, she could remain an invisible presence, only reasserting herself when meals were unsatisfactory. Song Jin'an's thoughts were pleasant enough, yet she overlooked one crucial detail. Trouble often sought her out. The beginning was not dictated by her, nor would the conclusion be. In the Longxian Hall, the head of the Astronomical Bureau knelt in a cold sweat. Eunuch Wei's mere mention of Song Jin'an sent shivers down his spine. A commanding voice echoed from above. "Song Yuheng, does this seem familiar to you?" As Wei Kang'an handed him a stack of papers, he noted, "These are astrological charts." "Your Majesty," the man replied, "these are the astrological symbols of the 3 enclosures and 28 mansions, meticulously copied from the annals of the stars." Flipping through a few pages, he guided, "This is the verified depiction of the Big Dipper. Do you know who created this? If I am not mistaken, it was crafted by the beauty in—" "Oh, you are aware?" And Mei, since her childhood, has harbored a profound interest in such matters. Recently, Lord Wei mentioned that the Emperor's summons pertains to Mei, provoking a sense of trepidation within me, as I surmise this relates to her artwork. Qi Yuan scoffed derisively, mocking the poor quality of her calligraphy. Yet I was astonished that her intellect was devoted to this endeavor. Song Yuheng remained silent, acknowledging that Song Jin'an's handwriting was indeed dreadful, resembling that of a cursive scrawl. Upon returning to the estate, Song Yuheng proceeded toward the inner hall, where Madame Song and Song Jin he awaited him. Upon his arrival, they inquired about the matters at hand. Song Yuheng merely dismissed them, stating that there was nothing of great significance. After sending Madame Song away, he furrowed his brow, contemplating how to retrieve the jade pendant his son had lost 6 months prior. "Your sister has become quite obsessed," he remarked, observing the handsome young man frowning as he dipped his brush, inscribing a line, "The pendant may be with Prince Yuan." While sipping tea, Song Yuheng inadvertently sprayed it, exclaiming, "What did you just say?" The hidden guards above were perplexed, questioning if he had misheard. They leaned in closer, straining to listen. Song Jin, he calmly wrote, "I found Song Song at the Prince Yong's residence 6 months ago. She could only have gone there for the pendant." As for Prince Yong, erasing Song Jin'an's whereabouts, it spared them a significant dilemma, while simultaneously presenting a lingering concern, for they remained uncertain whether Prince Yong had uncovered Song Song's secret. After completing his thoughts, he gestured for his father to ponder before speaking. Song Yuheng, wearing a troubled expression, wiped his face, realizing they could only proceed cautiously, hoping that Song Song would not succumb to her delusions again. That evening, Qi Yuan in the palace observed the exchange between the Song father and son relayed by the hidden guards, chuckling softly at the absurdity of Song Song's antics. He mused that he had never realized the Song family could be so entertaining. After incinerating the note in the candle flame, He coldly declared that there was no longer a need to monitor the Song family. His only concern was in May. Outside, Wei Kong'an whispered, "Your Majesty, Lady Wen has arrived." Qi Yuan leisurely wiped his hands and replied, "Please let her in." Lady Wen entered gracefully, greeting the emperor. "This humble servant pays her respects to your Majesty." Qi Yuan replied nonchalantly. He regarded the young woman before him, adorned in a gown of aquamarine, her delicate waist cinched with a gossamer belt, accentuating her slender figure. Her fair complexion radiated with an ethereal glow, undeniably captivating. Yet, there was an air of monotony about her. For reasons unknown, he recalled the beauty from Tianya Palace, who was far more enchanting, leaving an impression of vibrancy and allure at first glance. After observing for half a year, he deemed Song Jin'an the most peculiar individual he had encountered. She fancied herself discreet, yet her eyes were the clearest of all. The Song Jin'an from Tianya Palace, having slept excessively during the day, found herself restless at night. Tossing and turning in her bed, she resolved to remain awake rather than succumb to slumber. Rising, Song Jin'an made her way to the study, retrieving papers from a drawer. Suddenly, a thought struck her as she inhaled the aroma of the paper. What is this fragrance? Dragon-S saliva. Qi Yuan had touched it. Gazing at the disordered papers on the table, she pondered their meaning before returning them, realizing he must have discerned something. No, it was precisely because he was unaware that he returned them, wishing not to stir the hornet's nest. With a scoff, Song Jin'an chuckled coldly, thinking to herself, "You have already been alerted." Exasperated, she furrowed her brow in the study, contemplating the need for caution. What if he uncovered her secret and subjected her to severe interrogation, leading to her being branded a monster and burned at the stake? The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. Due to her contemplation of the next steps, Song Jin'an spent yet another sleepless night. However, she could not afford to take another day off from her duties today. Jin Ling observed her master, noticing the pronounced dark circles under her large eyes, which appeared even more pronounced against her fair complexion. No amount of powder could conceal it. She could only do her best. Upon arriving at Fengxian Palace, Song Jin'an found it impossible to maintain a low profile due to the attention drawn by her service in the emperor's bedchamber. Fortunately, the presence of Lady Wen last night had diverted some of the scrutiny. Xian Zhao remarked on the evident fatigue of Song Jin'an, noting that the dark circles had yet to dissipate after 2 days. Her comment drew the attention of those present. Gentle and caring, Ming Fei asked, "Did you have trouble sleeping last night?" Who could resist the charm of a tender-hearted girl? Song Jin'an nodded, admitting that she had indeed slept rather late. Xian Fei, with a hint of sarcasm, chimed in, "Isn't it natural to be excited when the emperor visits?" Song Jin'an responded with a serious nod, acknowledging the excitement. "To speak the truth, it nearly frightened me. I spent the entire night writing for my dear man, and now the sight of ink makes me feel nauseous." Xian Fei was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Song Jin'an's unexpected boldness. The empress chuckled softly from the side, recognizing that Song Jin'an was not shameless. She merely wished for Xian Fei to cease her prattle. "All right, it's time to disperse," she declared, and the assembly took their leave. On the way back, Ming Fei called out to Song Jin'an, and they found a secluded pavilion to converse. "I thought you would remain inconspicuous forever," she said, leaving Song Jin'an puzzled by her remark. Their interactions had been limited over the past 6 months, and she was unaware of the rapport between the original owner and Ming Fei. All she could utter was, "Everything is beyond our control." Ming Fei paused, her hand holding the fan momentarily frozen, before she nodded in agreement. "Indeed, everything is beyond our control. I wish you success." As Ming Fei walked away, Song Jin'an remained rooted in place, contemplating her words. If she were an observer, she would have smirked and remarked, "How intriguing the situation becomes." Alas, she was the one entangled in it. Chapter 4. Who said the ancients were conservative? The state of being utterly oblivious is truly wretched. On her way back, Song Jin'an leisurely engaged in conversation, while Feng Ling clumsily followed suit, her responses hitting the mark. It turned out that she had been closer to Ming Fei in the past, but what exactly had transpired between the original owner and Ming Fei? Wishing her success? Oh, indeed, She had been brought here from outside the palace 6 months ago. It appeared that the original owner harbored secrets as well. To be candid, Song Jin'an was not particularly concerned with these secrets. She merely hoped to swiftly find her way back home and relinquish this body. She wished for the original owner to return as well. Song Jin'an, despite her shortcomings, had one redeeming quality: her carefree spirit. This was a consensus among those around her, a heart so expansive that she remained single for 28 years. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this span, Song Jin'an had not encountered Qi Yuan. His visits to the inner palace had been infrequent, primarily due to the frequent skirmishes at the borders, which had kept the court bustling with activity. Once the conflict subsided, it coincided perfectly with the Mid-Autumn Festival. In the 4th year of Chongshun, the borders stabilized. With the army returning home, Qi Yuan decided to host a grand mid-autumn banquet to honor the soldiers. This morning, the empress had also mentioned it, proclaiming that this year's celebration would be extravagant in commemoration of their victorious campaigns. On August 14th, Qi Yuan turned over Song Jin'an's. Song Jin'an was taken aback. In the inner chamber, she paced anxiously during the meeting, muttering, "What should I do?" She did not wish to share a bed with Qi Yuan. The mere thought was agonizing. Everyone in the Tianyao Palace, except for Song Jin'an, was brimming with joy. The emperor's first choice upon entering the harem was his own master. Since finishing dinner, Jin Ling had been preparing Song Jin'an. With her inherent beauty, no matter how she was adorned, she would appear lovely. "My lady, are you feeling hot? Why are you sweating?" Jin Ling inquired, noticing her wearing a delicate white gauze skirt, which was not overly thick. Song Jin'an herself was at a loss. She was sweating coldly, paralyzed by fear. What should she do about having to share a bed with a man who had many concubines? Grasping Jin Ling's arm tightly, she attempted to swallow her anxiety and said, "Linger, I truly do not want to." Before she could finish her plea, Wei Kong'an's sharp voice called out, "The emperor has arrived." Without waiting for her to voice her feigned illness, Jin Ling hurriedly pulled the hesitant Song Jin'an outside. As Qi Yuan entered, he spotted Song Jin'an in a moon-white long-sleeved gauze dress. Ignoring her expression, she resembled a celestial being under the moonlight. Song Jin'an seemed to be in a daze, her large eyes appearing somewhat vacant. It was evident that her mind was wandering. Before Qi Yuan could call out, Song Jin'an instinctively rose, as it was customary for her master to summon her. Overwhelmed by fear, she was unable to observe her surroundings. Upon rising, she suddenly noticed Qi Yuan gazing at her. Wei Kong'an quietly reminded her, "Your Majesty has yet to call for you." Immediately, Song Jin'an knelt in apology, her sudden movement startling Qi Yuan. Bending down, Qi Yuan studied the young woman before him. Her willow-like brows framed her face, her collarbones subtly visible, and the mole at the corner of her eye appeared even more vivid due to her blush. Song Jin'an was utterly terrified. Everyone knew that when one was anxious, their thoughts often spiraled uncontrollably. While she appeared shy on the outside, her mind had been racing with thoughts of Qi Yuan for several minutes. She knew she ought not to think such things, yet she found herself unable to resist. At that moment, Qi Yuan casually inquired, "What are you thinking about?" Caught in a mental battle, Song Jin'an blurted out, "I was wondering how old you are." Stunned by her own words, her face turned crimson, and she hastily lowered her head to the floor. "Your Majesty, forgive me. I meant to say I was thinking about how old your Majesty is." Qi Yuan chuckled. "Do you think I would believe that?" He leaned closer, whispering, "You'll find out by nightfall." On the verge of tears, Song Jin'an couldn't fathom how things had turned out this way. Observing her distress, Qi Yuan smiled and encouraged her to speak. Sitting on the soft couch, he glanced out at the moon, intending to engage in conversation with Song Jin'an. "What have you been up to these past few months?" Snap back to reality. Song Jin'an pondered for a moment before replying, "Paying my respects, eating, and sleeping." Was that all? Noticing Qi Yuan frown, her heart skipped a beat. Politically aware, "I have been praying for the soldiers and worrying about your Majesty's health." Qi Yuan, seeing through her obvious falsehoods and the glitch as she recited, regarded her as rather unimpressive. "Haven't you practiced your calligraphy? Dear brother, why do you not commend my enlightened perspective?" Song Jin'an choked, lowering her head in silence. She truly had no desire to wield the brush, Thus she earnestly stated, "I believe my handwriting possesses its own unique charm, and it is quite pleasing to behold. Therefore, please refrain from compelling me to practice calligraphy." Qi Yuan nodded, following her lead. "What shall we call this style? The Jin'an style? It appears that I am the sole practitioner of this school." Qi Yuan chuckled in exasperation. Song Jin'an was as mischievous as a child, showing little interest in learning. He mused that he was indeed raising a daughter. "Such a style cannot disgrace my dynasty. Continue your practice." Song Jin'an understood his unwavering determination, questioning why he was so insistent on her mastering calligraphy when her writing was seldom required, especially with the presence of scribe. Despite her internal grumbling, she dare not retort, merely acquiescing. As Qi Yuan gazed out at the moon, he inquired of Song Jin'an, "I have heard you harbor an interest in astrology. Do you know why the stars and moon cannot coexist in the same sky? The moon is merely another celestial body, albeit brighter and larger. Both are composed of stone. The moon is not exceptional in that regard," she replied. Qi Yuan was taken aback by her response. "And what does the moon's appearance signify? How should I know?" Song Jin'an's romantic inclinations took flight, and she playfully suggested, "It signifies that I am thinking of you." Qi Yuan, captivated by her earnestness, found her declaration intriguing. Why do other stars not convey such meaning? "Oh dear brother, you are filled with endless questions. Because the moon is substantial enough that the person you are thinking of might simultaneously gaze upon the same brightest orb. Thank you, romantic souls of the 21st century, for saving my life," Song Jin'an remarked, lifting her gaze to the full moon. "We all gaze upon the same moon. It symbolizes longing. Mother, I wish to return home." Qi Yuan observed the inexplicable sadness in Song Jin'an's expression as she yearned for home. "Are you missing home?" he asked gently. She softly replied, "Yes." At a loss for words, Qi Yuan turned his attention to the empty courtyard. "The courtyard appears desolate. What would you like to plant?" Song Jin'an was momentarily taken aback by his change of topic. "Peonies," she declared, for she favored vibrant and passionate blooms. However, roses were not particularly esteemed in ancient times. The ancients valued restraint and often preferred the understated elegance of plum blossoms, chrysanthemums, and orchids, taking pride in their admiration for such flora. Yet, what harm lies in the beauty of flamboyant flowers? The meanings differ, after all. "The night grows late. Let us retire," he suggested. Song Jin'an noted that the emperor's thought processes were rather disjointed, difficult to decipher. "I'm not tired," she protested. Qi Yuan rose, taking her hand to guide her inside. "Did you not wish to see how grand I am? Who could have known that the stoic Emperor Qi played so openly in private? Who claimed the ancients were conservative?" Chapter 5. The Mid-Autumn Banquet. Early in the morning, Qi Yuan beheld Song Jin'an, who lay sleeping soundly, unresponsive to the maidservant's attempts to rouse her. With the Mid-Autumn festival upon them, there was no need for court duties today, only the evening banquet to entertain the ministers. Thus he took his time, finding amusement in this peculiar sight. He approached the bed and instructed everyone to withdraw. Observing the slumbering Song Jin'an brought him inexplicable joy, even dispelling the irritation caused by her nocturnal nudging into his embrace. Qi Yuan leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Am I grand?" Startled, Song Jin'an abruptly opened her eyes. She had recently developed a keen awareness of those 4 words. Who among her family understood? Who asked incessantly at home, "Am I grand?" while preparing dinner? Last night had nearly exhausted her, and she had to respond. Saying grand only led that dog emperor to deliberately challenge her, questioning whether she had seen others. Otherwise, how would she know? For heaven's sake, this was a capital offense. Song Jin'an felt a tightness in her chest. It was a restless night. In a hoarse voice, she implored, "I beg you, your majesty, I was wrong. Please, do not inquire further." Qi Yuan stood up, remarking that it was quite easy to wake her. He then instructed the attendants to serve breakfast. As breakfast was laid on the table, Song Jin'an had just finished dressing, opting not to comb her hair to avoid keeping the emperor waiting. Her hair, thick and silky, resembled satin. At that moment, her smooth, long tresses were gathered into a low ponytail, held in place with a hairpin. Observing the sumptuous breakfast, she marveled at the emperor's lavishness. Qi Yuan, watching the natural and unpretentious Song Jin'an, felt somewhat at ease. She adhered to no rigid protocols that would make her seem presumptuous. The dining table was free of the cloying sense of cosmetics, and no one was overly solicitous, urging him to eat more. They simply enjoyed their meals in quietude. If Song Jin'an had known Qi Yuan's thoughts, she would have scolded him for being ungrateful, complaining even with a beautiful woman attending to him. Truly, men should not be indulged. The more they are, the more faults they exhibit. However, she was unaware, believing the emperor to be exalted, yet not foolish. He could choose what to eat himself, or had already instructed the imperial kitchen, so there was no need for her assistance. After the meal, Qi Yuan prepared to depart. Before leaving, he reminded her to maintain decorum during the evening banquet. On the way back to the palace, he instructed Wei Kangong to issue an imperial decree, promoting Song Jin'an to the rank of Shunganpin. Wei Kangong understood that this young lady had caught the emperor's eye. As she anticipated her promotion that night, Song Jin'an was still absorbed in the admonition to uphold propriety. Had she ever failed to do so? Throughout the day, the harem buzzed with activity, all striving to outshine one another in beauty that evening. Song Jin'an had no grand aspirations. She merely wished to remain low-key. Thus, when Jin Ling assisted her with her attire, she emphasized not to be too ostentatious. Jin Ling remained silent, for her mistress's face alone was already captivating enough. Song Jin'an also realized that this was all due to the original owner's innate charm, a genetic gift from her parents, perhaps? Or was it that the Song family was inherently beautiful, capable of producing such a stunning figure? With a simple adornment, Song Jin'an chose a sky-blue wide-sleeve gown, complemented by a cloud-like hairdo adorned with pink and white pearls. Unexpectedly, most of the other concubines donned luxurious and opulent attire or fresh, elegant moon-white dresses, rendering her the most conspicuous. The blue, caught between a vivid orange-red and a pale white, appeared particularly cool and striking. Our Song Jin'an expressed profound regret, feeling as if fate conspired against her. When Qi Yuan and the empress arrived, he immediately spotted Song Jin'an. Meanwhile, what was she engaged in? She was focused on the food on the table. After the formal greetings were exchanged, Qi Yuan frowned at the sight of Song Jin'an eating quietly by herself. While the other concubines chatted and watched the entertainment, she was simply eating. How could she consume so much? Qi Yuan averted his gaze as the program concluded. As the celebration continued, the atmosphere was filled with joy during the vibrant festivities of spring and autumn. The esteemed courtiers and generals were encouraged to partake freely. It was then that Prince Qi Xingshan rose to his feet, offering a toast to the emperor, expressing his hopes for the prosperity and peace of the Hua dynasty, wishing for the populace to enjoy tranquility and contentment. In response, Qi Yuan raised his cup, reciprocating the sentiment to his royal uncle, urging him to take care of his health. Song Jin'an observed Prince Qi Xingshan, the most influential prince in the court, and felt a sense of familiarity. But she could not quite place it. She was certain she had never encountered him before. Perhaps the original owner of her body had known him. At 28 years of age, he was merely 3 years her senior, yet he already held the status of a royal uncle. Suddenly, Qi Xingshan cast a glance in her direction, prompting Song Jin'an to quickly avert her gaze, lowering her head. Well done, Song Jin'an, she thought. Her quick reflexes had spared her from being caught. In truth, their brief exchange of glances did not go unnoticed. The empress, the emperor, and Prince Yuan were all aware of it. Only Song Jin'an remained blissfully unaware, believing her reaction to be swift. As the banquet unfolded, the elegant Xian Zhaoyi stood and graciously offered to perform a piece for entertainment. Her skill on the zither was remarkable, and her rendition of Breaking the Formation was grand and majestic, evoking a palpable sense of military might and authority. Upon concluding her performance, the emperor was greatly pleased, acknowledging her noble lineage as the daughter of a general, remarking on the martial spirit embodied in her music. He then turned his attention to General Qiu Jianghe, Xian Zhaoyi's father. General Qiu, during this recent conflict at the borders, you and your son Qiu Xian fought valiantly, driving back the enemy and capturing 2 cities. This is a source of pride for our great Hua dynasty. Both father and son rose, expressing their gratitude for the emperor's favor. their countenances reflecting the integrity typical of martial leaders. Song Jin'an observed the young general, who was of similar age to herself, and quietly remarked to Jinling, who was pouring her tea, "He's quite handsome." Jinling paled at her words, causing Song Jin'an to inquire, "Are you feeling unwell, Jinling? Perhaps you should rest." Unbeknownst to her, her comment was merely a gesture of kindness, but Jinling interpreted it as an indication that her mistress wished to engage with the young general. Jinling felt a headache coming on. Being in the palace, her mistress's thoughts seemed to linger on matters of the heart. "My lady, please don't gaze at him. The inner court is filled with watchful eyes," she whispered urgently. Song Jin'an, not fully grasping the gravity of the situation, simply assumed Jinling was offering a light-hearted warning, nodding in acknowledgement and muttering about how she could not even look. At that moment, Wei Kanggan's voice drew her attention back to the proceedings. As he prepared to announce the imperial decrees, "By the grace of heaven and the emperor's command, it is decreed that General Qiu Jianghe, with his remarkable prowess in wielding arms as if they were flowing clouds, is to be honored for his illustrious achievements. His son, Qiu Xian, is hereby appointed as the Grand General of Jinyuan, and Qiu Xian is named as the Deputy Leader of the Imperial Guard." The Qiu family thus emerged as the year's most notable figures. Song Jin'an remained largely indifferent to the unfolding drama. She harbored no ambitions, nor did she have intentions of bearing children. Her father had risen through dubious means, while her brother relied on intellect. She had no need for a noble lineage. With her thoughts returning to the present, she began to enjoy her fish dish, finding the empty flattery of the other concubines tedious compared to the delectable sweet and sour fish before her. Qi Yuan watched Song Jin'an, who was engrossed in her meal, perplexed. This girl seemed to eat continuously, while other concubines engaged in conversation and laughter to establish their presence. Unbeknownst to him, Song Jin'an was not the only silent consort. There were others as well, but his attention was solely captured by her. The queen followed the emperor's gaze, noting that he had cast his eyes upon the enchanting and made numerous times this evening. Aside from the queen, other concubines also perceived the emperor's scrutinizing stare, and those with intellect understood that it was undoubtedly directed towards the one who dared to gaze upon the dragon's countenance. However, the favored Xianzhao Yi, having received excessive flattery, began to float in her own arrogance. She then spoke, remarking that May had been indulging in fish, despite her fondness for fish meat. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan frowned, while the queen internally cursed the foolishness of the speaker. Meanwhile, Song Jin'an appeared somewhat bewildered. Before she could respond, Qiu Ruoxian derisively interjected, suggesting that the fishy odor was too strong and that May should consume less. "Not at all, elder sister. Have you lost your mind? I have done you no wrong," Song Jin'an retorted, placing her chopsticks down. "Thank you for your concern, sister," she added before picking up her chopsticks again, savoring nearby stuffed tofu. "Truly absurd. Why should my fish consumption concern you?" Yet, to avoid further trouble, she chose to endure. The queen observed Song Jin'an, who seemed to be silently cursing with every strand of her hair. This was indeed the girl with whom Yin often played in their youth, truly an amusing character. As the queen continued to relish the unfolding drama, a sudden commotion erupted beside her. And then, the exclamation echoed through the hall, causing a stir among all present. Upon hearing those two syllables, Qi Xingchun shot a meaningful glance at Qiu Shuren, who appeared momentarily dazed. Turning her gaze to the center of attention, May was visibly stiffened. Of course, she felt rigid. The most explosive reaction came from Song Jin'an, who sensed the emperor's malice directed towards her. Indeed, Qi Yuan harbored ill intentions. Observing her indifference seemed to irritate him. If she sought to avoid trouble, he was determined to create it for her. Song Jin'an felt utterly exasperated. Was her misfortune about to begin? Gradually rising, she addressed, "Your Majesty." Qi Yuan then offered the fish before Wei Kong, stating, "Anan loves fish. Indulge in it more. It is a reward for you." Upon hearing this, Xianzhao Yi's complexion paled momentarily, realizing that the emperor was striking her face with this gesture. It was now Qiu Jianghe's turn to silently scold the foolishness of the situation. Engaging in jealousy and rivalry before court officials, Leveraging her father's achievements to challenge the emperor's authority was surely a path to incite his disdain. After years of service, he failed to understand this emperor, who appeared gentle yet possessed a sinister malevolence. Had Song Jin'an been aware of Qiu General's insights, she would have wholeheartedly agreed. Only after so many years did you realize? She would have mused, for she had discerned Qi Yuan's wickedness after just one night spent under his roof. Grateful, Song Jin'an accepted the fish presented by Wei Kong, whispering, "Thank you, Your Majesty." With matters settling, Song Jin'an found herself engaged in a battle against the fish for the remainder of the evening. Jin Ling had mentioned that imperial dishes must not be wasted. To hell with that. This wretched emperor was truly insufferable. After feeling nauseous at the sight of ink and experiencing leg pains, she had now reached a new milestone of disdain. Merely seeing fish made her feel full. The Ming Fei observed Song Jin'an with a contemplative gaze, while Xian Fei began to take a more serious interest in the enchanting beauty. Song Jin'an was not oblivious to the myriad of eyes upon her. She understood that the emperor's utterance of it had irrevocably drawn her into the palace's intrigue. As the banquet drew to a close, Wei Kong once again produced a decree. All eyes were fixed upon the imperial decree as Qi Yuan scanned the expressions of those present, noting the glimmers of greed and anticipation. How dull. It was the same every year. However, when his gaze fell upon Song Jin'an, he found himself intrigued. Oh, but he could not see her eyes, for she was still engrossed in her fish. Qi Yuan pondered her actions at the spring festival banquet. It was then that he recognized her ability to evade the guards and leave the palace unaccompanied, prompting him to observe her discreetly, casting furtive glances from time to time. Everyone assumed he was focused on the favor when Mei ran beside her, regarding the invisible figure with indifference. In truth, he was captivated by Song Jin'an, who had fallen from grace upon entering the palace. He vividly remembered her playing with her fingers, a rare sight at such a banquet where boredom often reigned. Today, she remained an outsider, detached from the festivities, perhaps adept at concealing her true thoughts from him. As he returned to the present, Wei Kong began to read the edict. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees, Xinjiao Yi Qiu Ruoxuan is to be honored for her intelligence and grace, and shall be conferred the title of Xinjiao Fei. Song Jin'an, with her elegant demeanor and serene charm, shall be bestowed the title of Enpin. Wenru, gentle and harmonious, shall be granted the title of Wenguiren. Upon hearing her name, Song Jin'an lifted her head and made eye contact with the figure above, a moment of surprise as she leaped 2 ranks. Though she had only served the emperor thrice, with the second time scarcely counting. Narrowing her eyes, she wondered at his intentions. That evening, Qi Yuan successfully locked eyes with Song Jin'an in a manner that was undeniably formal. His intent was clear, to bring her forward and discern who she truly was, Mayan Pin. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his assumptions about her motives were fundamentally flawed. Her desires were entirely distinct from those of others, marking her as an outsider of her era. It was only in the subsequent years, as he fell deeply in love with her, that he realized her uniqueness, and the theories he crafted around her were merely excuses to justify his attraction. Once Wei Kong concluded the proclamation, the assembly rose to express their gratitude for the edict. This occasion marked a significant elevation within the imperial harem, and the queen was unperturbed. The elevation of Song Jin'an was unsurprising. The emperor had sensed something secretive about her, leading to a delicate balance of power. When she questioned the implications of such elevation, she vividly recalled the emperor's impassive, indifferent face as he uttered the phrase "death by staff." If elevation was not feasible, then a swift eradication would ensue, for the palace would not tolerate ambiguity or unresolved schemes. However, the queen, Yin Ruoyan, harbored a premonition that this girl would not meet such a fate. As the banquet concluded, the emperor and the queen retreated to Fengxian Palace, while the others returned to their respective quarters. As they walked, Qi Xingqian called out, and Pin Yang. Did Song Jin'an hear him? Indeed, she did. And she was taken aback that the first to address her, as in Pin, was Qi Xingqian. He recognized her. In that moment, Song Jin'an recalled the troublesome romantic entanglements she had encountered before entering the palace. Ugh, stay away from me. Qi Xingqian, observing her act as though she hadn't heard him, chuckled softly and quickened his pace to intercept her. Empress and observed the Prince of Yong standing before her, adorned in a deep blue robe that exuded an air of elegance. His profound gaze and high nose complemented a pair of phoenix eyes that sparkled with a captivating allure, as if he could delve into one's very soul. Unlike Qi Yuan, whose eyes bore a cold indifference masked by an apparent warmth, the prince's features were bright and unblemished, presenting a gentler countenance. Regaining her composure, Song Jin'an offered her respects. "Your Highness, Qi Yuan extends his congratulations to the Empress," he said, performing a respectful bow. Song Jin'an nodded in acknowledgement, expressing her gratitude, "Thank you, and Happy New Year," before gracefully moving past him. "You need not worry, my lady. I have ensured that the others are kept at bay," Qi Yuan remarked with a semblance of a smile. "No, Your Highness. Please do not imply that I am intimately acquainted with you. I am not familiar with you at all. Please keep your distance." With narrowed eyes, Qi Yuan nodded, "Indeed. Not familiar, merely wishing to congratulate the Empress on her recent elevation." Song Jin'an regarded him with suspicion, then acquiesced with a nod and said, "I take my leave." As she departed, Qi Yuan contemplated the vanishing figure of the young woman. From a distance, Shi returned, having just evaded a possible assassin, unaware that he had been led away. In the stillness of midnight, Song Jin'an lay in bed, reflecting on the remarkable life of the original owner of her body, who had connections with powerful ministers like Qi Yuan. Perhaps their souls had exchanged due to the jade pendant. She hoped that the original owner could adapt to her new life of relentless work, as she was not yet ready to relinquish the comforts of a lucrative salary. After all, survival was paramount. Gazing out at the full moon, she gradually drifted into slumber. Yet, many others were restless that night. Yin Ruoyan looked out at the luminous moon, 2 lines of tears tracing her cheeks, a testament to her longing. "Where are you? Are you well?" "Next door." Qi Yuan perused a letter delivered by Shadow Guard. The flickering light cast shadows on his cold features. As the letter turned to ash atop the candle, a sinister plot began to take shape. Chapter 7. Empress and Song Jin'an arose early, determined to pay her respects once more. It felt akin to the daily grind of a job, her heart heavy with the desire to bring down everyone around her. Jinling, beaming with joy that morning, caught Song Jin'an's eye as she glanced outside, noticing the collective happiness of those around her. Even the usually stern and unyielding Chang'eng wore a slight smile. It seemed her promotion had brought joy to all. Life in the palace was never a matter of personal choice. She had been thrust into the spotlight, vulnerable and exposed. Qi Yuan was indeed keen to discern her intentions, yet he would find himself sorely disappointed. What schemes could she possibly harbor? She merely wished to return home in peace. Holding fast to the belief that she had nothing to fear if she had a clear conscience, she dismissed the notion of the Emperor's scrutiny. It was trivial. Why should she fret over such matters? Jinling, with a penchant for adornment, treated her like a cherished doll, meticulously enhancing her beauty. The atmosphere was so festive that she felt it unwise to dampen it. As Song Jin'an beheld her reflection, she marveled at her ethereal beauty, not an exaggeration, but a truth. Her features rivaled those of the stars of the 21st century. With delicate brows, large, expressive eyes, porcelain skin, and perfectly shaped lips, she was strikingly beautiful. The red mole at the corner of her eye added an alluring charm, making her captivating at first glance. With a graceful figure, Song Jin'an realized that although her height was only around 165 centimeters, her long legs were striking. In modern times, she would undoubtedly debut as a star. Alas, in this imperial harem, such beauty would only lead to trouble. Once she had finished her preparations, the group set off towards the Fengxian Palace. To reach Fengxian Palace from Tianya Palace, they had to traverse the Koi Garden. As the name suggests, the Koi Garden features a large pond filled with remarkably precious koi fish. Her familiarity with this place stemmed not only from its royal origins, but also from her previous experience feeding and purchasing fish for the chairman before her time travel. As she gazed at the fish before her, a profound sense of disconnection washed over her, severing the ties of time and space. "Your Highness, it is time to go," Jin'an was reminded by Jinling from behind. Returning to her senses, she proceeded forward. Upon arriving at Fengxian Palace, the noble lady Wen was already present, along with others. Although Jin'an had yet to memorize all their names, Lady Wen stood and greeted her with a bow. Jin'an acknowledged her briefly before taking a seat. Lady Wen smiled at her, saying, "Sister, you truly shine today." Before Jin'an could respond, a sharp voice interjected, "Isn't that so? And Pin has endured much to arrive here." Entering the room was the elegant Xianfei, who appeared to have had a restless night. With the rise of the Qiu family becoming favored in the Emperor's eyes posed a significant threat to Xianfei, who hailed from a similar noble lineage. Despite Jin'an's demure demeanor, Xianfei regarded her with a provocative gaze. After taking her seat, Xianfei looked at the two of them with a smirk, remarking, "Youth is indeed a blessing. Just look at this smooth complexion." Before they could speak, she added, "Though older, who could tell?" Hearing this, Xianfei's expression darkened. Just last night, she had been elevated to the status of Xuanfei, and now she was already showing arrogance. Dressed in an orange gown adorned with white pearls, Xuanfei, with her rosy complexion and high-arched brows, gracefully entered, fanning herself with a shimmering silk fan. Everyone offered their greetings, and Xuanfei first paid her respects to Xufei, glancing around the room. Meanwhile, Xianfei maintained her sullen silence. Xuanfei continued to taunt her sister, "Do not belittle yourself. We are still far apart." Such insincere flattery was intolerable for Xianfei, who was about to retort when Xufei interjected, all right, Xuanfei, let us not jest any further." At that moment, the Empress made her entrance. For this coronation ceremony, the Emperor and I have decided to handle it together to avoid complications. What do you think? Xuanfei was the first to respond. "Your Majesty, the Empress is wise. I have no objections. Being frugal is always commendable." Jin'an and the others echoed their agreement, stating they had no objections and that even Song Jin'an had no concerns about the cancellation. The Empress nodded in satisfaction, casting a glance at the inconspicuous Jin'an. Remembering the Emperor's instructions, she steeled her resolve and spoke. "And Pin, the rewards bestowed by the Emperor may have already arrived at Tianyao Palace. Should you require anything, feel free to approach me." Jin'an looked up, bewildered. The Empress, recalling the Emperor's words, felt a headache coming on. She was merely trying to keep things low-key. It seemed the Empress had made up her mind, saying, "The Emperor also insisted you dress more splendidly. A young lady should be presentable, not plain." Jin'an nodded, obediently acknowledging the Emperor's teachings. She realized he was intentionally making her stand out, not allowing her to remain discreet. Watch closely. She cannot possibly outlive his harem. Of course, she is merely boasting. Upon returning to Tianyao Palace, Song Jin'an gazed in astonishment at the lavish rewards laid out before her. Such an abundance. Silks, satins, and fragrant cloud gauze, both renowned and obscure, filled half the room. Various hair ornaments, pearl hairpins, and jade clasps were displayed in profusion. Song Jin'an pondered. Has Qi Yuan lost his mind? At that moment, Qi Yuan, deemed mad by many, was in the Shufang Hall of the Changxian Palace reviewing documents. Wei Qinggan, having replaced a cup of hot tea, was about to discreetly withdraw when he was called. "Have the rewards been distributed?" "Your Majesty, they have all been sent to the respective palaces," Wei Qinggan replied. Qi Yuan, with a nonchalant tone, noted, "Tonight at Tianyao Palace." Wei Qinggan complied, internally astonished. This Pin has truly emerged as a rising star. Whether Tianyao Palace is a land of fortune or misfortune remains uncertain. Song Jin'an, weary and despondent, slumped in her chair, her gaze vacant as she murmured, "He truly wishes for my demise." Logically, Qi Yuan ought to visit Su Fei tonight to avoid showing favoritism. Yet he not only elevated her status, but also prioritized her over others. Is this not glaringly evident? He intends to pursue her. When Chang Gung returned and observed his master's troubled demeanor, he too sensed something amiss. His master was favored. Yet such circumstances could easily lead to arrogance if not handled with care. Alas, may his master withstand this overwhelming fortune. Jinling bent before Song Jin'an. "My lady, shall we tidy up?" Song Jin'an shook her head, simply stating it was unnecessary. Within the Emerald Palace, shattered teacups and vases lay strewn across the floor. Su Fei seethed with rage, gritting her teeth. Song Jin'an. At the banquet, the emperor sacrificed his own dignity for her, disregarding even his father's face. And now she dares to usurp the emperor's attention. What merit does that face hold? A mere ploy of feigned humility. Su Fei was infuriated. She would remember this. Seated, Su Fei no longer concealed the malice on her face. You had better pray you do not fall into my hands. That evening, as Song Jin'an prepared to dine, she noticed the meal was far more sumptuous than usual. Supporting herself on the table, she inhaled the delightful aroma and exclaimed, "So fragrant." Upon entering, Qi Yuan heard her exclamation, halting Wei Kanggan's announcement. There were always new delights to discover. Qi Yuan waved his hand, and only then did Wei Kanggan announce, "His Majesty has arrived." Upon entering, he found Song Jin'an crouched at the entrance, greeting him. "Rise." He proceeded directly to the dining table, noting he had yet to eat, and sat down to join her. Once seated, Song Jin'an felt considerably more restrained, yet her chopsticks moved eagerly to select food. Qi Yuan observed as she devoured piece after piece of meat and finally believed her claim of being a hearty eater. Using public chopsticks, he added some greens to her bowl, saying, "You must not solely consume meat. Eat more vegetables." Song Jin'an stared at the spinach in her bowl. She detested it. Qi Yuan, watching her scrunch her face as she slowly picked up the spinach, chuckled. Subsequently, for every few bites of meat she consumed, she begrudgingly accepted a few pieces of greens. Is he truly unwell? While internally lamenting, she forced herself to swallow the offensive spinach. Eventually, she put down her chopsticks and addressed Qi Yuan beside her. "Your Majesty, I am full." "Full?" Qi Yuan replied, a hint of regret in his tone, finding it quite amusing to watch her struggle with the loathsome spinach. He then rose and extended his hand toward her, suggesting, "Let us take a stroll to ease your digestion." Song Jin'an gazed at his hand, adorned with prayer beads and a jade ring, and fell silent before finally placing her own hand in his. Qi Yuan led her toward the garden. As they walked, he casually inquired, "Do you still admire the gifts I bestowed upon you?" Song Jin'an replied, "I truly cherish them, Your Majesty." Qi Yuan nodded, "Do not let them gather dust." When they reached the pond, they noticed a solitary figure feeding the fish. Qi Yuan chuckled. Those fish you have been feeding have become quite rotund. As Song Jin'an observed the individual, she attempted to withdraw her hand from his grasp, but he sensed her movement and tightened his hold, rendering her unable to escape. Chapter 8. The favorite concubine. Upon turning, the figure saw the intertwined hands of the couple, with the woman slightly trailing behind, being firmly held by the emperor. Song Jin'an wished to perform her salutation, but found herself unable to break free, so she settled for a half-crouched gesture of respect. Lin Qinglan, the favored concubine, smiled and returned the greeting, saying, "Only the plump are truly fortunate." Qi Yuan, pulling Song Jin'an onto the bridge, observed the fish clustered below, nodding in agreement. "You speak the truth. Being able to eat is indeed a blessing." He then playfully squeezed her hand. Song Jin'an remarked, "I suspect you are implying something about me." The favored concubine chuckled. "I have been out for a while. It is time for me to return. Your Majesty, please continue your stroll with the princess." With that, she took her leave. As Song Jin'an watched Lin Qinglan fade into the distance, she tugged at Qi Yuan, urging, "Let us return. I fear we may wander too long." Qi Yuan looked down at her, who was gazing up with innocent eyes, devoid of any ulterior motives, merely eager to return to the palace. An inexplicable desire to pat her head arose within him. Upon their return to Tinya Palace, Qi Yuan observed the empty courtyard and remarked, "Did you not express a desire to cultivate flowers? Why not plant any?" Song Jin'an responded with a slight gasp, following his gaze toward the yard. "I was just considering it, mainly because she was uncertain if planting red flowers would offend the Empress, which could lead to trouble she wished to avoid. Since you believe it is permissible, then let us proceed with the planting. After all, it is not as if you will be doing it personally. Wei Kanggan, send someone to clear the land tomorrow. I shall accompany you in the planting," Qi Yuan declared. At that moment, Song Jin'an, who was sipping tea, suddenly choked, causing a splutter as the liquid erupted from her nose and mouth. Her throat burned fiercely, leaving her momentarily speechless. The commotion startled those present. prompting Jinling to step forward to pat her back, while Qi Yuan approached with concern, asking, "What ails you so recklessly?" With her eyes reddened from coughing, Song Jin'an looked up, teary-eyed, prompting Qi Yuan's heart to soften as he retrieved a handkerchief from a maid and offered it to her. "Be cautious next time. There's no need to rush." Song Jin'an wished to respond. "Were you talking about planning together? Who would plant with you under such a scorching sun?" Yet, Qi Yuan interpreted her reaction as excitement. After all, as his favored concubine, she was expected to feign a semblance of ease to maintain his favor. Once they had composed themselves, Song Jin'an felt a headache coming on. Today was not a safe period for her. Where could she find means of contraception? Qi Yuan, noticing that Song Jin'an was still awake, gently caressed her face, inquiring, "Aren't you tired?" Song Jin'an promptly closed her eyes, feigning sleep. In truth, she felt quite at ease with Qi Yuan. Of course, she could not quite ascertain how such a comparison had arisen. So she resolved to indulge herself more once they returned, embracing the philosophy of seizing joy in life. In the early morning, Song Jin'an was roused from her slumber by the sound of someone calling her to rise. Disoriented, she sat up, her hair a chaotic mess from sleep. As she groggily turned her head, Qi Yuan immediately discerned that she had yet to regain her senses. He uttered, "Come here and help me with my attire." And Song Jin'an, hearing him, sighed inwardly. She carelessly tidied her hair and descended from the bed to stand before him, taking over the maid's task of fastening his belt. Qi Yuan observed Song Jin'an standing barefoot before him, gripping the belt on either side. Her height barely reaching his chest, she could easily see the top of her head by merely glancing down. "What troubles you?" he asked gently, slowly. Song Jin'an lifted her gaze and replied, "I do not know how. I can only tie a bow." Qi Yuan inhaled deeply. "Did not the matron instruct you upon entering the palace?" She acknowledged that she should have been taught, but the matron likely had her mind occupied with more pressing matters. Realizing this might be seen as a breach of etiquette, Song Jin'an swiftly knelt to apologize. "I am foolish." Qi Yuan, having dressed himself, gave his final command. "Learn it by this morning. I shall inspect your progress this afternoon," and without a backward glance, he departed for court. Song Jin'an stood speechless at the doorway, her nerves fraying. He was more demanding than her Mediterranean employer. When she visited the Fengxian Palace to pay her respects, she encountered the noble Lady Lan. "Sister Ai, no need for excessive courtesy. Rise." Lady Lan smiled, and together they proceeded toward the palace. On the way, Lin Qinglan inquired, "Are you adjusting well?" Song Jin'an, puzzled, received a reassuring smile from Lin Qinglan, who continued, "Sudden favor can attract envy. One must tread carefully." Gratefully, Song Jin'an responded, "Thank you for your reminder. I shall be cautious." Regardless of the intentions behind the words spoken, they were ultimately for her benefit, and she had no reason to dismiss them. As long as she remained unpregnant, her lineage would shield her from the power struggles of the harem. Yet, her lack of threat rendered her vulnerable to peril. Having gained the emperor's favor, Song Jin'an faced the scorn of various concubines today. Among the most vehement was Xian Fei, who nearly accused her of being a seductive vixen luring the emperor. Unperturbed, Song Jin'an thought, "Say what you will, it does not affect me." Ming Fei observed Song Jin'an sitting isolated and remarked coolly, "The emperor may go wherever he pleases." Is Xian Fei reproaching him? Xian Fei fell silent, casting a fierce glare at Song Jin'an. In response, Song Jin'an merely smiled, inflaming Xian Fei further, who perceived it as provocation. The empress, having watched the unfolding drama, interjected, "That will suffice for today. Everyone may withdraw." As the crowd dispersed, Xian Fei blocked Song Jin'an's path, gazing at her with disdain. "Do you not know the consequences of your insolence?" Song Jin'an, exasperated, thought this endless confrontation was tiresome. Did the emperor summon her against her will? She felt equally displeased. "He is but a man. Do not become too enamored, Qiu. With a frown, she added, "If you wish to contest this, shall I accompany you to seek the empress's judgment?" However, Xian Fei's personal maid whispered in her ear, "Your Highness, we are at the gates of Fengxian Palace." The implication was clear. Causing a scene here would yield more trouble than it was worth. Xian Fei glanced at the imposing gates of the palace. her expression betraying a hint of caution. With a glare, she turned away. Ming Fei approached and walked alongside her, sighing, "Jin'an, you must be more assertive. You seem indifferent, but they will always perceive you as easy to bully and will only intensify their behavior." Song Jin'an could discern the genuine concern in her words and smiled, assuring her that her sister would be attentive. Yet, knowing Ming Fei well, she realized that her words had not truly registered. Upon returning to Tianyao Palace, Song Jin'an pulled Feng Ling into the restroom and whispered, "You need to help me acquire some contraceptives." Feng Ling replied, "Wait a moment, Your Highness," before hastening to her room and returning with a pill. "This is the medicine you forgot, entrusted to me when you enter the palace." The physician could not detect it. Song Jin'an was astonished. She had brought this with her to the palace? Swallowing it hastily, she finally felt at ease. As they exited the restroom, they heard commotion from the courtyard. Day and night had passed, and it was reported that Qi Yuan, a disciple of eunuch Wei, had come to cultivate the land for planting flowers. Gritting her teeth, Song Jin'an wondered if he was serious. Approaching, she saw Qi Yuan directing people in tilling the soil. She smiled and greeted eunuch Qi. Hearing her, he turned and bowed. "Your Highness, the Emperor instructed us to clear a piece of land today. What do you think of this area?" He gestured towards a large expanse designated for flowers. Song Jin'an proposed, "How about this? I will sketch a section for you, and you can cultivate that area." Qi Yuan, realizing it was a favor from the Emperor to her, agreed. However, he fell silent, observing the peculiar shapes in the courtyard. The servants stood mute, questioning, "What is this?" Song Jin'an seemed to understand their confusion. "This is a rabbit, how adorable." With their prompt, they noticed a rabbit nestled in the courtyard. "Plant white roses along the lines and other flowers around. Understand? As long as you're happy." With a skip in her step, Song Jin'an bounded into the house, only to find she had jumped the gun. A matron stood in the hall, bowing as she saw her enter. "Greetings, consort. The Emperor has sent me to instruct you on dressing etiquette." "Qi Yuan, you mustn't be so unreasonable." Chapter 9. Laziness. Song Jin'an and Matron Chung exchanged awkward glances. She smiled at the matron, saying, "Could you please only teach me how to tie the sash? I already know the rest." Matron Gui shook her head. "The Emperor insists that I teach you everything." Song Jin'an approached and playfully tugged at her sleeve. "Matron, the Emperor is merely upset with me. Let's not make this so burdensome." Seeing her master devoid of any airs, and noting that she did not refer to herself as this palace, Matron Chung was reminded of her gentle daughter. Her heart softened, yet she knew she could not defy fate. "Your Highness, please do not make things difficult for me." Song Jin'an recalled the plight of working individuals, realizing she had once been in Matron Cheng's position. Understanding their shared struggles, she nodded and replied, "Fine, let us proceed." Throughout the morning, Song Jin'an practiced diligently. Fortunately, she was a quick learner and soon memorized the lessons. Matron Chung sighed in relief. The lady was not merely a novice, but a true mistress, and if she had refused to learn, it would have been a headache for her. Thankfully, the lady was very cooperative. After dismissing Matron Chung, Song Jin'an collapsed onto the soft couch. "Why are there so many matters to attend to each day? I can't even lie down in peace." After finishing her lunch, she succumbed to an afternoon nap, completely forgetting about Qi Yuan's intention to plant flowers with her. When Qi Yuan arrived, the Tianyao Palace was enveloped in silence. He surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Where is your master? Off to scrounge for a meal again?" Jin Ling responded, "Your Majesty, the Empress is still napping." Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow. "It is already the third watch. How can you allow her to maintain such a disordered schedule?" One of the palace servants knelt in apology, but Qi Yuan ignored them and stepped inside. It did not take long for him to comprehend the predicament of the palace servants. It was impossible to rouse her from slumber. He beheld Song Jin'an sprawled on the bed in a most peculiar position, clutching a large rabbit that appeared to be crafted from the silk he had previously gifted her. Gazing at her expressionless face for a moment, he gave her a gentle push. Song Jin'an merely rolled deeper into the bedding. "Song Jin'an, rise and shine," he called. Receiving no reply, he persisted, "Song Jin'an, it is time to get up." Awoken by the noise, Song Jin'an groggily mumbled, "No, I'm tired. If you want tea, get up now. Then you may forego sleep tonight. I shall have you right through the night. Qi Yuan declared. At the mention of tonight, Song Jin'an felt a pang in her heart, yet the more she had napped, the harder it was to arise. Reluctantly, she cracked open her eyes to behold Qi Yuan towering over her. The bed has ensnared me. I cannot rise, she protested. Qi Yuan was amused by this absurd excuse. In the next moment, he lifted her and jostled her awake. Enough with the shaking. I'm awake, Song Jin'an protested, her head throbbing from the sudden movement. Qi Yuan instructed her to hurry and prepare herself. After he left, Jin Ling and Feng Ling entered to assist her with her grooming. Upon exiting, Qi Yuan was found standing in the courtyard, silently observing the large rabbit. Song Jin'an approached him with a bright smile. Isn't it beautiful? I painted this rabbit. Qi Yuan's silence was deafening. Do you not hear me? He finally remarked, casting a glance at her before inspecting her head, curious about the thoughts swirling within her mind. After a moment, he seemed unable to endure its sheer ugliness any longer. Song Jin'an retorted, it's not ugly. It will look lovely once the flowers bloom. Qi Yuan, resigned to the situation, understood that it was her courtyard and she could do as she pleased. He would simply avoid looking at it to spare his eyes from pain. Very well, plant it, he acquiesced, accepting seeds from a eunuch and passing them to her. Song Jin'an looked down at his hand before lifting her gaze to meet his, her expression innocent. Qi Yuan smiled slightly. Did I not say? I shall accompany my beloved consort in planting flowers. Song Jin'an wanted to question his motives, wondering why, with flower eunuchs at his disposal, he insisted on doing it himself. Had she known that Qi Yuan's intention was to display his fondness for her through this act, she would have been incredulous. Ultimately, Song Jin'an found herself crouched in the dirt, burying the seeds at a painfully slow pace, as if she were taking root herself. Qi Yuan, having already sown 2 rows, turned to glance at her, who was lazily lingering near the starting point. It was evident she was avoiding work. As she painstakingly dug into the soil, she grumbled internally about her family. Who understands? Who among them has traversed time to become a master, yet still must toil in the fields? Suddenly, a pair of shoes caked in dirt appeared before her. She looked up to find Qi Yuan, his face obscured by the setting sun. But he could clearly see Song Jin'an bathed in the warm, golden light. Her youthful visage, softened by the dusky glow, left an indelible impression on him. In hindsight, Qi Yuan would come to realize that it was a moment of timeless beauty. However, at that moment, he merely paused in astonishment before promptly adopting a cold demeanor. You do not wish to plant? It was a needless question. Who relishes labor? Driven by an instinct for survival, Song Jin'an dazedly nodded. Qi Yuan regarded her vacant expression and coldly replied, Then make haste. If the planting is not completed by tonight, you shall not sleep. You truly are a dog. Qi Yuan, how is it that I encounter such an emperor in this world? Helpless, Song Jin'an gradually quickened her pace. After some time, she plopped down onto the ground. Shaking her head, Your Majesty, I can no longer continue. The emperor, who had been sewing in front of her, stiffened at her words. Isn't that something said in bed? When he recalled that he was, at this very moment, engaged in planting, he internally apologized, wondering if his thought process had been influenced by Song Jin'an. Qi Yuan surveyed the nearly finished rabbit flower garden and deemed it sufficient. He handed the seeds in his possession to a servant with instructions to complete the task, then approached and pulled the exhausted Song Jin'an to her feet. Observing Qi Yuan's silence, Song Jin'an found it curious that he had ceased his lecturing. Nevertheless, it mattered little to her. As long as she was not required to work, she was content. The heavenly elegance palace exuded harmony, yet the rear palace was in turmoil. Upon hearing the report from a maid, the queen of Fengxian Palace was astonished. The emperor was indeed serious. Was he truly intent on showcasing his authority? But was it truly necessary? Leisurely sipping her porridge, she anticipated the intriguing spectacles that were to unfold. In contrast, Consort Xian and Consort Xian were not so placid. They felt that the emperor was utterly captivated by Song Jin'an. The notion of planting flowers together was unprecedented. The key was that Song Jin'an possessed a beauty that could indeed be deemed a national calamity. In the Chuxiu Palace, Consort Xian was taken aback, pondering whether and Pin would become the second Yigui Fei. Yet, after some contemplation, she shook her head. The current emperor was not the Taizu. He would not go mad over a woman to such an extent. Otherwise, the court would not permit Pin to continue living. Hearing the words of the orange-haired maid, Consort Ming of Luan Palace paused in her tea pouring, chuckling softly as she submerged herself in the intrigue. As she had observed, the inner palace was indeed beyond one's control. She believed that Song Jin'an would not actively vie for favor. Rather, circumstances had spiraled beyond her command. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Elegance Palace, the object of suspicion, jealousy, and sympathy, Song Jin'an, came perilously close to collapsing from exhaustion that very night. Simply because she was utterly fatigued, she had carelessly muttered a refusal. The following day, Song Jin'an resolutely did not rise when called. She was genuinely exhausted. Qi Yuan recognized that he had been excessive the night prior and allowed her to rest, even sending Wei Kang'an to request a leave of absence. Once Qi Yuan departed, Song Jin'an called out for Feng Ling, who handed her a cup of water while discreetly providing her with a pill. With no one beckoning her, Song Jin'an slumbered until the late afternoon. In August and September, the weather was turning cool. Seated pensively at the doorstep, Song Jin'an lamented her boredom to Jin Ling. "Have you found the book I asked you to locate?" Recalling the matter, she felt a renewed sense of purpose. Chang Gung, remembering the Buddhist text that his master had requested correct conduct in Zen practice, began to feel anxious. He replied, "I inquired with eunuch Lin, who previously served the late consort, and he said he had not seen the late consort with such a book." Waving her hand dismissively, Song Jin'an said, "Forget it." She had someone readily available and needed only to contemplate how to broach the subject. A day later, when Qi Yuan arrived at the Heavenly Elegance Palace, Song Jin'an was waiting for him at the entrance. Resting her chin on her hand, her eyes brightened upon seeing him. She dashed over to perform her greetings. Qi Yuan squinted, sensing that matters were far from simple. Indeed, they were anything but straightforward. Qi Yuan gazed at the incense in front of him, then turned his attention to the smiling Song Jin'an. "Where are you up to?" he inquired. Song Jin'an replied, "The emperor has been exceptionally weary lately, and it pains me greatly. I thought perhaps a little incense might help you find tranquility and rest." Qi Yuan glanced at the incense on the table and remarked, "My dear consort, your intentions are noted. Yet merely lighting a stick of incense to placate me is quite insufficient." Without a hint of modesty, Song Jin'an eagerly agreed. Then, feigning sorrow, she continued, "I am not well versed in Buddhism. Though sincerity may invoke the divine, the Buddha surely favors a more scholarly approach. I wish to borrow a few scriptures to soothe my spirit." Qi Yuan smirked, fully aware that she would not offer her affections without ulterior motives. He turned to her and said, "The library is open for your leisure, my dear." Song Jin'an was astonished. "Really?" she asked. Qi Yuan nodded. "Do you doubt my word?" Seizing the opportunity, she inquired, "May I also peruse other books?" Qi Yuan was not surprised. Song Jin'an, as expected, was intent on uncovering something. "Certainly," he chuckled. To her delight, she realized that the library, being the grandest collection of tomes, surely held records of time and space. She tiptoed and planted a gentle kiss on Qi Yuan's cheek, thanking him. For a fleeting moment, he was taken aback, the lingering scent of her youth still on his skin. Just as he contemplated reprimanding her for such boldness in daylight, he turned to see the unmistakable smile dancing on her lips. Song Jin'an paid no heed to Qi Yuan's contemplative expression, relishing the benefits of her favor. With such ease, she achieved goals that would have otherwise taken her months of effort. As evening approached, she complied somewhat more willingly. Qi Yuan brushed his fingers across her forehead, dampened by fatigue, and kissed her cheek. Unbeknownst to her, this was the very spot where she had kissed him earlier. With a low chuckle, he mused, "So this is the reward you bestow upon me." And in Chapter 10 revealed that the books Song Jin'an selected were rather eclectic. The following day, she ventured to the library. Over the past month, the emperor had spent more than half his time at the Tianyao Palace, truly deserving of the title of favored consort. Despite her favored status, she remained notably modest and adhered to protocol, allowing the other consorts, including Xian Fei, to refrain from undermining her during this period. Thus, aside from her occasional discomfort of feeling as if she were at work, it had been a rather pleasant month. Song Jin'an could not credit this ease to her personal charm. Rather, it was evident that Qi Yuan was strategically showering her with affection. Yet, what was his true motive? Perhaps he believed she harbored secrets that could pose a threat to his sovereignty. Eliminating her might risk leaving behind hidden troubles. Thus, it was wiser to keep her close at hand. While perusing the library, Song Jin'an pondered these thoughts. Soon, she discovered records of extraordinary celestial phenomena through the ages, along with biographies and tales of the bizarre. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan, in the Chengxian Palace, remained unfazed when he received reports from his attendants. Just a diversion, he mused. If only Song Jin'an knew the convoluted thoughts in his mind, she would surely find them amusing. You overestimate me. I am not that complicated. Did you locate the piece of white jade? He inquired as someone emerged from the shadows. Yes, Your Majesty, we found quite a number of them. What? Qi Yuan feigned ignorance, straining to catch their words. The market is replete with numerous pieces of white jade that closely resemble one another, the sole distinction being the quality of materials and craftsmanship. Qi Yuan inquired whether anyone else, apart from her, was seeking white jade. The response was negative, which piqued his curiosity. Did the Song family not seek it? What about Emperor? 11 conveyed that, regardless of whether undercover or overtly, there was no one searching. Qi Lintang's pawnshop had not received any inquiries. Qi Yuan nodded, signaling his understanding, and instructed them to cease the search for white jade for the time being. If the Song family and Song Jin'an were both disinterested, could it be that she had already discerned his secret, prompting Emperor to halt her plans? If it were merely a pause, she should have left some traces behind. Qi Yuan commanded Wei Kong to keep a close watch on Tianya Palace, believing that as long as she remained within the palace, her true intentions would inevitably be revealed. Upon Qi Yuan's return to Tianya Palace 3 days later, he discovered that Song Jin'an had devoured several volumes of books. Despite her extensive reading, none pertained to matters of time travel, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Qi Yuan halted the servant's announcements and entered the study directly. He intended to startle Song Jin'an, but instead, she startled him. Engrossed in her drawings atop a pile of papers, she mistook the noise for her companions, not lifting her head as she casually stated her desire for sweet and sour pork. Why do you not refer to yourself as this palace? Song Jin'an froze, taken aback by his sudden presence. When did you arrive? She questioned. What did you say? This palace. Looking up, she found Qi Yuan squatting before her, observing her doodles. What are you doing? Song Jin'an straightened and knelt on the ground. I'm drawing a star chart. Why draw stars? To observe celestial phenomena and assess fortune. She replied. Qi Yuan chuckled, amused by her fanciful claims. Do you think I believe you? She shook her head. It is merely a matter of curiosity. I wish to collect some anomalies. Qi Yuan frowned, remarking, Isn't that the sort of thing your father should be doing? A moment of silence ensued as she retorted. He examines disasters, weather, and calendars. I am exploring. It is different. Qi Yuan nodded outwardly, yet inwardly disagreed, thinking that sometimes her father, too, was rather superstitious. He approached her desk, scrutinizing the array of books she had borrowed. Although the servants had already informed him of Emperor's selections, witnessing them firsthand was still quite shocking. The collection was utterly eclectic. From where had she unearthed such obscure texts? He looked up to see Song Jin'an, kneeling with her back to him, engrossed in her drawing. She seemed to disregard her own safety, unconcerned about exposing her secrets. Her delicate frame was adorned with disheveled hair cascading down her back. Sensing a gaze upon her, she turned to meet his eyes. Their gazes locked, and Qi Yuan found her clear, pure eyes reminiscent of a tranquil spring, drawing him in irresistibly. In retrospect, Lady Song Jin'an would offer a reasonable explanation for Emperor Chongqing's impression of her. It was simply because her eyes were large and her features pleasing. As for Song Jin'an, she beheld Qi Yuan clad in his dragon robe, her attention inexplicably drawn to the dragon's claws upon his chest, conjuring thoughts of chicken feet. Blinking, she spoke first, I am hungry. Let us go eat. She glanced at the sweet and sour pork on the table, surprised by Qi Yuan's presence, yet chose to remain silent. She consumed her meal, primarily consisting of meat, which caused Qi Yuan to furrow his brow. Adhering to the principle of silence during meals, he had repeatedly broken this rule in front of Song Jin'an, insisting that one ought not to eat only meat but should also include vegetables. After a moment's pause, Song Jin'an picked up a vegetable dish, raising her head to look at Qi Yuan as if to convey, "I have eaten greens." Observing the obedient look in her eyes, Qi Yuan reflected that had he known of the charm of the 21st century, he would undoubtedly assert that this perfectly encapsulated his current feelings. Yet, Qi Yuan remained unaware. He merely gazed at Song Jin'an's demure demeanor, unwilling to see her distressed. Thus, he offered a slight smile. Very good. In truth, it was anything but good. Upon hearing Qi Yuan instruct Jin Ling to ensure she consumed her greens, Song Jin'an felt her mood plummet. "Qi Yuan, you are meddling too much." Yet, she dared only to display an expression of disbelief. After they finished their lunch, Qi Yuan turned to Song Jin'an and inquired, "What shall you do this afternoon?" Pondering between a nap and reading, she sipped her water. Qi Yuan nodded, marking his first genuine interest in the daily life of his concubine. Her little life seemed to be progressing quite well. Observing Song Jin'an leisurely drinking water, he curiously asked, "Why do you not partake in tea leaves?" It appeared he had never seen her with any tea in the palace, as she consistently prepared the same type for him, indicating a scarcity of variety. Contemplating, "Why do you concern yourself with me?" Song Jin'an maintained a serious facade and replied, "I am unaccustomed to it." Qi Yuan frowned. Is there truly such a thing as being unaccustomed? Song Jin'an internally urged, "Please leave quickly." At that moment, a gentle yet eerie voice floated over. "Are you wishing for me to depart swiftly?" Caught off guard, Song Jin'an instinctively nodded. Realizing the implications of her response, she was struck with alarm. "Oh dear, Emperor, you are misunderstanding me." Qi Yuan's expression remained stern. Biting her lip, Song Jin'an clarified, "I misheard. I thought you were asking if I did not wish for you to leave, hence my nodding." Placing her cup down, she inched closer to him in a bid to appease. Qi Yuan regarded her with an enigmatic smile. "Is that so?" Song Jin'an nodded vigorously. Rising to his feet, Qi Yuan declared, "Well then, since you cannot bear to part, let us proceed to the Chengqian Palace to grind ink." "What did you say?" Xian Fei's voice rose in astonishment. The emperor had visited the Tianyao Palace and had taken a pen with him. Xian Fei slammed her teacup down, exclaiming, "This is too much." When Guiran, hearing the commotion from the main hall, continued to embroider her handkerchief with calmness. "What is Xian Fei upset about now?" Her maid, Qing Ping, replied, "It seems the emperor went to Tianyao Palace and then took a pen to the imperial study." Her hand faltered, accidentally pricking her finger and drawing a small bead of blood. Gently wiping it away, she smiled lightly. "Is this a case of red sleeves adding fragrance?" This marked the first instance of the emperor bringing a concubine into the imperial study, as well as the first time he permitted a concubine to enter the book pavilion. It had only been a month, with such favoritism developing too rapidly, perhaps even with an air of deliberate intent, when Guiran pondered, sensing that matters were not as simple as they appeared. Gazing towards the direction of the Emerald Palace's main hall, she thought to herself that the harem was bound to become quite lively. Chapter 11. Why are you so lazy? While others in the harem were consumed with jealousy over Song Jin'an's exclusive favor, our Miss Song Jin'an was laboring away in a state of disillusionment. Previously, while watching palace drama, the act of grinding ink seemed rather effortless. How did I end up here, feeling so fatigued? Her arms ached as she glanced at Qi Yuan, who was busily writing beside her. Ultimately, it was he who used too much ink. To the palace maid and the young eunuch grinding the ink for Qi Yuan, "You must petition for a raise. Among all those who have ground ink in the past, you have the most arduous task, burdened with a workaholic." Qi Yuan noticed the glimpse of her pale arm, delicate as frost and snow. It finally struck him that something had been amiss all afternoon. "Why aren't you wearing your bracelets?" No concubine was without them. Even the simplest of them, the Shu Fei, adorned herself with jade bangles. Yet, Song Jin'an's aura did not exude simplicity and elegance. Rather, it was vibrant and striking. She ought to be adorned with splendid garments and exquisite jewelry. It suddenly dawned on him that she typically did not wear bracelets or necklaces. Lost in her own thoughts, Song Jin'an was startled by a sudden inquiry. She lowered her gaze to see Qi Yuan fixated on her wrist. Upon observing her bare wrist, she admitted, "I feel somewhat uneasy about it." Indeed, She found those jingling accessories a bit bothersome. While the jewelry was beautiful and exquisite, capable of uplifting one's spirits, she had grown increasingly apathetic towards adornment, feeling as if she were at home in the palace. The mere thought of presenting herself for an audience was even lazier. After all, who has the time to apply makeup while at work? If it were later in the day, she might have the inclination to embellish herself for a delightful start. But at such an early hour, merely rising from bed was an accomplishment. Qi Yuan struggled to comprehend her perspective. Isn't it enough to remove them at night? Song Jin'an was somewhat speechless. Why did he have so many questions? Observing her silence, Qi Yuan realized, you are indeed lazy. Then the gifts I bestow upon you will gather dust. I shall cease to present them. Please know, those are quite valuable. My choice to wear or not is an entirely different matter. The mere sight of the gifts you bestow upon me brings me joy, as they remind me of you. No one would ever complain about having an abundance of jewelry or clothing. Qi Yuan cast her a sidelong glance and noticed her massaging her wrist. Why not take a moment to rest? He suggested gently. Song Jin'an nodded in agreement. After sitting down, Wei Kong'an approached with a cup of tea for her. She took a sip, chastising him for his lack of taste. Logically, the emperor's tea should be of the finest quality. Yet she simply could not acquire a taste for it. When Qi Yuan rose from his paperwork, he spotted Song Jin'an asleep, her head resting on the table. He recalled her habit of napping in the afternoon. Approaching, he observed the half-eaten pastries and a nearly full teacup before him. Wei Kong'an had not returned in the meantime, and she had not sipped a single drop. It appeared she truly did not enjoy tea. Gazing at her cheek, which had pressed against the table, leaving a soft imprint, he thought, "You are genuinely carefree." Qi Yuan lifted her gently, admiring her flushed cheeks as he carried her to the inner chamber, laying her on the bed. Even as someone entered to remove her hairpins, she remained undisturbed. Qi Yuan continued to review the memorials outside. Before long, Wei Kong'an quietly entered, surprised to see the concubine and asleep. Qi Yuan clarified his thoughts. "She's resting. Keep your voice down." Wei Kong'an nodded and quietly informed him. "The imperial palace has reported that consort Xian has fallen ill with a fever." "Oh, am I a physician?" Qi Yuan pondered for a moment, glancing at the completed memorials before him. Upon arrival at the Shoshio Palace, Qi Yuan encountered the imperial physician delivering medical instructions. The courtiers, upon seeing the emperor, promptly bowed in deference. Entering the chamber, he found consort Xian adorned with a headpiece, reclining against the bed. She attempted to salute him, but Qi Yuan halted her, stating that there was no need for such formalities given her illness. Consort Xian gazed at the emperor with a hint of grievance, for it had been quite some time since they had shared a moment alone. Qi Yuan noted the seasonal transitions, remarking on the unpredictable weather, and urged her to take care of herself. She responded obediently, expressing her gratitude for his concern. He promised to send her some blood swallow, instructing her to indulge in it. While consort Xian, as a second-rank consort, was not lacking in such delicacies, it was the emperor's blood swallow that she truly yearned for. This thought brought her joy, affirming his care for her. Seated in silence, Qi Yuan found little to express. Fearing his departure, consort Xian endeavored to initiate conversation. Yet her apprehensions loomed large. Discussing state affairs might imply meddling, while her concern for his health rendered her speechless. Their exchanges dwindled, and after an hour, Qi Yuan rose to bid her rest, promising to return another day. Upon his return to the Chengxian Palace, Qi Yuan was astonished to discover that Song Jin'an's attendants remained. He inquired if their mistress had yet awakened, to which Feng Ling replied that she was still asleep. Qi Yuan, taken aback, pressed further, questioning her lengthy slumber. Feng Ling mused that the duration was merely typical. The lady often slept for 1 to 2 hours at a time. Entering the inner chamber, he beheld the slumbering Song Jin'an, her face flushed, the mole at the corner of her eye accentuating her ethereal beauty. Remembering her difficulty in waking, he gently nudged her. "Awake now," he urged. Awoken by his touch, Song Jin'an groaned, irritated. Upon opening her eyes and recognizing Qi Yuan, she muttered, "I'm awake. No need to push." Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, amused by the girl's lingering morning irritability. As she sat up, she needed a moment to gather herself. Observing her dazed expression, Qi Yuan found it somewhat comical. After a brief pause, she finally emerged from the bed, her hair in disarray. "Why is your hair so tangled after sleeping?" he queried, unable to fathom such a seemingly trivial question from the emperor. Song Jin'an, perplexed, thought it absurd for the emperor to inquire about such a matter. With long and abundant hair, who could possibly wake up with perfectly arranged locks? Qi Yuan, indeed, could not comprehend how sleep could result in such a tangle, as his own hair never appeared so disheveled upon rising. Song Jin'an, perched gracefully on a stool, awaited assistance with her hair while casually responding to Qi Yuan's query. "I cannot say. Perhaps each strand has its own will?" Qi Yuan frowned, seemingly questioning the validity of her response. "What would you prefer I say?" she retorted. Soon, Feng Ling entered to style her hair. Qi Yuan observed Song Jin'an sitting quietly on the stool, her legs together and hands resting on her lap, lost in thought as the attendant worked behind her. Through their month of acquaintance, Qi Yuan had discerned that she was a tranquil soul, if not engaged in conversation. She could remain silent indefinitely. She refrains from initiating conversation, seemingly uninterested in everything around her, drifting in a lethargic state that can be exasperating. It is already afternoon, and the setting sun casts its golden rays through the window, illuminating her figure. For a fleeting moment, Qi Yuan feels as though she might vanish at any instant. Once her hair is neatly arranged, Song Jin'an raises her head and catches Qi Yuan's gaze, offering him a faint smile. She rises to curtsy, saying, "This humble servant takes her leave." However, Qi Yuan, as he walks away, casually remarks, "There is no need to leave. You shall stay in the Chengxian Palace tonight." Song Jin'an's smile freezes in disbelief. "What are you saying?" As she strides halfway, she realizes he has not followed. Turning her head, she scolds, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up." "Oh, for heaven's sake." Her expression suddenly shifts. She hadn't spoken out of turn. During their meal, Qi Yuan continues to watch her as she eats her vegetables. Indeed, Song Jin'an eats rather slowly, savoring each bite. Each time, Qi Yuan finishes first, sets down his chopsticks, and gazes at her as she eats. Conventionally, when the emperor lifts his chopsticks, so should she. When he sets them down, she should follow suit. Yet, Qi Yuan dismisses this protocol, attributing it to Song Jin'an's slow eating pace. Song Jin'an finds herself unable to change her long-established habits. At last, she finishes her meal. In truth, she is not fully satisfied, but who can eat comfortably when being watched? "Are you full?" Qi Yuan inquires. Song Jin'an nods, reflecting on past meals with the imperial consorts, who would restrict their portions to avoid gaining weight. He asks if she needs to take a walk to aid digestion. Song Jin'an naturally shakes her head. She is not even full yet, and exercising would only leave her hungrier. Besides, she dreads the inevitable encounters that come with stepping outside. The emperor frowns at her. "Why are you so indolent?" With that, he takes her hand and insists they go outside. Song Jin'an is left speechless. She does not wish to move. Her laziness inconveniences no one. In the 21st century, working tirelessly as a corporate drone, she cannot afford to relax. Yet here she is, being maintained by the wealthiest while still unable to take it easy. As she is led on a stroll, they encounter the strolling Wen Guiran and Xian Fei. She had foretold this meeting, and now, Xian Fei, the sharp-tongued one, will surely hold a grudge against her. In Chapter 12, this humble servant is quite pleased today. Xian Fei is adorned in a royal blue floor-length gown, her head crowned with a 12-pearl hairpin, while Wen Guiran dons a moon-white cloud-patterned skirt, complemented by a pair of white jade rui hairpins. Both are out for a leisurely walk to aid digestion, and upon seeing the emperor, they appear pleasantly surprised. After exchanging greetings, Qi Yuan catches a glimpse of Song Jin'an from the corner of his eye. Today, she wears a silver-white gown embellished with shimmering beads, cinched at the waist with a powder blue floral-patterned sash and matching headpiece, an ensemble he had chosen for her, deeming her previous attire too plain. The crystalline hairpin, resembling a double-blooming begonia, is exquisite. Indeed, she does not disappoint. Her beauty, combined with her often vacant expression, renders her remarkably ethereal. Her striking features and cool temperament are irresistibly alluring. Having nearly finished his meal, Qi Yuan declares, "You may continue your stroll. I shall return within pin." As they walk, Qi Yuan suddenly inquires, "What do you think of Xian Fei?" You asked me about your consort? Yes, she is quite lovely." Qi Yuan, exasperated, presses, "But what of her character?" Song Jin'an finds such inquiries from those in power tiresome. As a mere commoner, what insight could she provide? It is arduous enough to toil for them without becoming a spy. Oh, my apologies. I inadvertently adopted the mindset of a weary worker. However, the individual before me is the emperor, and my demeanor towards him is hardly different from that of an employee facing a superior. Qi Yuan, unable to hear a response, inquired him. Song Jin'an pondered for a moment, radiating elegance as she replied, "I truly enjoy spending time with her." Hearing such insincere flattery, Qi Yuan chuckled. "Do you genuinely believe that? I've spent less time with her than your majesty has. Therefore, it stands to reason that you know her better," she retorted. Qi Yuan contemplated mentioning their capacity for pretense, but refrained, realizing that this person before him might also be putting on an act. The two fell into silence as they leisurely made their way to Tinya Palace. Later that evening, voices echoed from Tinya Palace. "Where do you think you're running off to?" Qi Yuan grasped Song Jin'an, who was attempting to retreat. Internally cursing the foolishness of the situation, she feigned a soft whimper. "I can't do this anymore." Qi Yuan kissed her ear and playfully urged, "Come on, be good, just once more." He savored the moment. The following morning, Song Jin'an lay sprawled on the bed, utterly unwilling to rise. Today, Qi Yuan had no court duties and chose to remain. He nudged her gently, but she only tucked herself deeper beneath the covers. When he attempted to pull the blanket away, she stubbornly clung to it, mumbling, "I'm so tired. I won't get up." "You stubborn creature," Qi Yuan muttered. After several attempts, she no longer found joy in this routine. Eventually, Qi Yuan had no choice but to rise and dress himself. He instructed Jin Ling to inform the empress that her ladyship would not be attending the morning greetings. As breakfast was served during the morning tea hour, Song Jin'an still had not emerged. Feng Ling quietly tugged at her blanket. "Your Highness, breakfast is ready. If you do not rise, it would be impolite to keep the emperor waiting." Abruptly, Song Jin'an threw off the covers, exclaiming that she had barely slept for 4 hours. With disheveled hair, she descended from the bed, and Qi Yuan chuckled at her appearance as he sat by the table. He beckoned her over, and she approached with the fervor of a warrior charging into battle. Upon standing before Qi Yuan, Song Jin'an reminded him of their promise from the previous night. "You said it would be the last time, but how many last times have there been?" Qi Yuan cleared his throat and pulled her onto his lap. "Let me smooth out that wild hair of yours. How about we go out tonight?" Turning to him, Song Jin'an hesitantly asked, "Go out?" "Indeed," he affirmed. As night fell, Song Jin'an, adorned in feminine attire, accompanied Qi Yuan to the bustling night market. This was her first excursion beyond the palace since her arrival in this world. The market was vast, brimming with antiques, delectable foods, and vibrant performances. With a candied hawthorn in her left hand and a piece of mung bean cake in her right, she admitted this was the happiest day she had experienced. The air warm and inviting. Qi Yuan watched as she skipped about, her childlike exuberance evident. He recalled her astonished expression upon learning they would be venturing out and the lively chatter about what to wear. Initially, she had planned to dress in a matronly fashion, but upon seeing her youthful countenance, he deemed it inappropriate. Thus, he had her styled as a maiden, her hair flowing freely with ornate hairpins, and a single pearl dangling elegantly from her forehead. A glance over the shoulder, and the world is captivated. Few can traverse the streets without drawing attention. Handsome men and beautiful women are naturally alluring. Yet, beneath the emperor's gaze, no one dares to act with brazen defiance. Regaining her senses, Song Jin'an found herself pausing before a stall. Turning to Qi Yuan, she clearly conveyed her desire for a taste. Qi Yuan shook his head, reminding her of her substantial meal earlier. "You've eaten quite enough for tonight. Indulging further may lead to discomfort." Song Jin'an thought to herself, "This is merely the beginning. After all, I have finally ventured out to indulge." She swiftly popped a piece of mung bean cake in her mouth and tugged at Qi Yuan's sleeve with her free hand. Observing the hand that grasped his, possibly stained with remnants of the cake, he glanced up at the pitiful woman before him. noticing crumbs on her lips. With a handkerchief, he gently wiped her mouth clean. "So, you truly desire more?" Song Jin'an nodded earnestly. Consequently, Qi Yuan acquiesced and purchased her a portion. As she admired the assortment of trinkets and toys held by their attendants, and glanced at the half-eaten candied hawthorn in her hand, Song Jin'an, cradling a small bowl of sweet cheese, seemed lost in delight. Their attendant announced that their next destination had arrived, prompting Qi Yuan to call out to the figures ahead. An inn. She turned amidst the bustling lights, her gaze searching the sea of people. "We shall proceed to another location." She nodded in agreement, but added, "I wish to purchase just one last item." The attendants couldn't suppress their laughter, amused by their playful mistress for the first time. Qi Yuan, maintaining a stoic expression, inquired, "What is it?" Song Jin'an pointed toward a stall selling sesame balls and sugar cakes. Qi Yuan closed his eyes momentarily, conceding, "Just this last one." Thus, she addressed the vendor, "Good sir, I would like 2 sesame balls and 1 sugar cake." With the warm sesame balls in hand, she savored their sweetness, her eyes narrowing in pleasure. Qi Yuan observed her. "Are you still not full?" Song Jin'an hesitated. In truth, she was satiated, yet who doesn't indulge while shopping? "I am full," she declared. After a moment's contemplation, she added, "When shall we embark on another outing? I have yet to taste the chestnut rice dumplings and the crab-stuffed oranges. There is still so much I yearn to savor." Qi Yuan regarded her seriously. "One must not consume excessive sweets." She nodded in understanding, explaining that she seldom indulged. "Should I instruct the kitchen to prepare meals with less sugar? You can enjoy them more often," he suggested. Internally, Song Jin'an scoffed, but less sugar diminishes the flavor. Before long, the pair arrived at the lakeside, boarding a boat. Qi Yuan addressed Song Jin'an. "I shall step inside for a moment. Would you mind enjoying the scenery outside?" She nodded in affirmation. Sitting on the deck, she gazed at the myriad boats in the distance, listening to the poetic exchanges and the laughter of women around her. Looking up at the stars, she thought, "Now this is life." When Qi Yuan emerged, he found the young lady dutifully seated, her gaze fixed on the sky. Approaching her from behind, he inquired, "What captures your attention?" "The stars," she replied. "Are you well versed in astrology? What do the stars reveal tonight?" Song Jin'an surveyed the vast expanse of twinkling lights and admitted, "Honestly, it is too intricate for me to decipher." She pointed to the 7th star of the Big Dipper. "Do you see the 7th star of the Big Dipper? It is known as Yaowang's star, symbolizing auspiciousness." Qi Yuan followed her gesture, raising his gaze. He softly patted the head of the seated figure, knowing she rarely shared her true thoughts with him. "Let us return," he finally said. As Song Jin'an rose, she grasped Qi Yuan's arm and, standing on tiptoe, tenderly kissed his cheek. Her eyes sparkled with a brilliance that surpassed the stars in the night sky. She expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I am truly happy, exceedingly happy." Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback, unaware that innocence could ensnare one's heart so profoundly. Perhaps, unbeknownst to him, he had already developed feelings for this girl. On their way back, Song Jin'an fell asleep. Qi Yuan gazed at her serene, sleeping face, which was as endearing as when she was awake. Soon, Wei Qinggan arrived outside the palanquin, addressing the emperor. Qi Yuan then guided Song Jin'an to the Chengqian Palace, instructing the attendants to assist her in freshening up. When he entered, Song Jin'an was still in slumber. As he lay beside her, she instinctively leaned closer, murmuring a sleepy delicious. In Chapter 13, Song Jin'an had faced some ridicule during her recent visits to pay respects. Recalling Qi Yuan's advice from that morning about being appropriately assertive due to her favorite status, she outwardly agreed, while inwardly scoffing at the notion. However, upon witnessing Xinfei's veiled mockery regarding her lack of decorum, she suddenly found herself unwilling to endure any longer. After all, she was the emperor's favored concubine. If she did not assert herself now, she would be in a precarious position later. So what if she had to adopt the demeanor of a cherished consort? She had never been naive enough to be unaware of the politics at play. To her knowledge, she was the first favorite since Qi Yuan ascended to the throne. "Prepare yourselves, my fellow sisters," she cheerfully proclaimed. "Xinfei, you may want to consider that the emperor might have a penchant for this sort of behavior. Perhaps you could learn from it next time? What I learned from you last time was hardly effective." Xuanfei chuckled, emboldened by her favored status. "Indeed, I shall take cues from my sister. Xuanfei's countenance darkened, implying that she found Song Jin'an's boldness unwarranted despite her lack of favor. And Pin, do not be so audacious. Song Jin'an merely shook her head in pity. Sister, what troubles you? I am merely humbly seeking to learn from you. Where could your thoughts have wandered? She then turned her gaze towards the calm and observant empress. Your Majesty, please discern that my words are in no way aligned with arrogance. Do not hastily assign labels. Xuanfei slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, Are you suggesting I am labeling you? The empress, unable to remain a passive observer, interjected, yet before she could speak, Song Jin'an continued, I would never dare to presume to be arrogant. I adhere strictly to my duties and the palace regulations. Xianfei taunted, adhering to your duties while entering the emperor's study, accompanying him outside the palace? At this moment, the empress spoke up, addressing Xianfei. Are you questioning the emperor's decisions? Having mentioned Xianfei, she could not overlook An Pin. Indeed, the emperor has recently favored her excessively, and it is evident that the young girl has become quite spoiled. However, her indulgence appears to be justified. An Pin, as a consort, it is your responsibility to guide the emperor. You must be more vigilant. Truly absurd. You dare not reprimand the emperor, yet feel free to chastise me? Can I not defend myself against such futile accusations? As Song Jin'an exited the Fengxian palace, she noticed Xuanfei waiting for her outside the door. An Pin, I shall be awaiting your return. Waiting for that day. I shall not bare my skin unless I am surnamed Xiao. Song Jin'an bowed her head respectfully. Jealousy drives one to madness. Upon returning to Tianyao Palace, Song Jin'an found herself unable to sit still, consumed by worry. Fengling, what should I do? Fengling and Jinling had accompanied her into the palace. Fengling was composed, while Jinling was lively and clever. Fengling poured her a cup of water and said, Your Highness, let things take their natural course. You often say to seize the moment. Why be so cautious in the palace? Hearing this, Song Jin'an raised an eyebrow. Was the original owner of this body so laid back? She mused that outside the palace, she might be carefree, but within its confines, her tranquility and nonchalance were predicated upon safety. The imperial family could extinguish her life in an instant. How could she afford to be so relaxed? To be favored, one must consistently retain that favor, making Qi Yuan her strongest ally. Yet, this was more challenging than ascending to the heavens. It was far easier to entice a few women than to win over a man as heart. She was but an ordinary person, having labored diligently to ascend from a prestigious university to this position. Engaging in schemes here would be futile, even if her superior were to arrive. Never mind, perhaps it was best to let things be. Having adjusted her mindset, Song Jin'an decided to visit her garden. However, as she stood, a sudden, intense pain gripped her abdomen, causing her to bend over. Jinling and Fengling noticed something was amiss and hurried over. Seeing Song Jin'an clutching her stomach, her face pale, they were startled. Your Highness, is it the pain from the menstrual flow? You have never experienced this before. Song Jin'an nodded, acknowledging the pain. Jinling immediately called for a servant to fetch the imperial physician. No need, Song Jin'an interjected, I have experience. Fengling, panicking and sweating, exclaimed, But your Highness has never felt such pain. Where would this experience come from? Song Jin'an thought of her past life's experiences. She instructed Fengling, You know how to brew pain-relieving medicine, don't you? Go to the Imperial Medical Institute and fetch some. Nothing else is needed. When Qi Yuan arrived, he found Song Jin'an sprawled on the couch. What is the matter? Upon seeing him, Song Jin'an attempted to rise to pay her respects but was stopped. He said, If you are unwell, there is no need to get up. Lying on the bed, Song Jin'an felt the pain intensely. Could it be a side effect for taking contraceptives? Qi Yuan, observing her discomfort, looked to the servants and asked in a deep voice what had happened and why the physician had not been summoned. Instantly, the room was filled with kneeling servants. Song Jin'an tugged at Qi Yuan's robes, saying, It is I who prevented the summons. It is merely menstrual pain. A little pain relief medicine will suffice. Qi Yuan disagreed. That is unacceptable. Song Jin'an, unwilling to invite the physician for fear of them discovering the cause of her pain, softened her tone and playfully said, It just hurts a bit. If you rub it, it will feel better. With that, she pulled his hand to her lower abdomen. The once reserved and quiet cat now willingly exposed her belly, melting Qi Yuan's heart. He dismissed the others and sat beside her, genuinely rubbing her belly. Softly he asked, "Does it hurt a lot?" "It's bearable." When Song Jin'an awoke, she found Qi Yuan had left, and her pain had subsided. She called for Feng Ling, only to find Qi Yuan approaching first. "You're awake?" Song Jin'an nodded, glancing outside to see it was still early evening. Had he not left all afternoon? Qi Yuan gazed at the dazed Song Jin'an and gently stroked her head. "Did you sleep too long? Does it still hurt?" Song Jin'an regained her composure and felt significantly better. After a while, she rose to have something to eat. Qi Yuan seemed to recall something and admonished her. "Why is your study in such disarray?" When he visited her study to review documents, he was taken aback. It had only been a short time, yet it looked as if it had been ransacked. Upon inquiring with the maidservants, he learned that the mistress had forbidden them from cleaning, claiming that she would be unable to locate her necessities afterward. Song Jin'an, bewildered, thought it's not disorganized. Qi Yuan replied nonchalantly, "In the future, I shall conduct regular inspections. Should I find your study in such disarray again, do not expect to return." Pouting, Song Jin'an got out of bed to tidy up, and by the time she finished, it was time for dinner. Looking at the bland fare on the table, she felt a twinge of irritation and frowned. "Why is it so insipid?" "It's just porridge. What else do you wish to eat?" he inquired. Poking at the vegetables, she replied, "I desire meat." Qi Yuan placed a piece of fish on her plate. Observing the unadorned fish, Song Jin'an acknowledged that it was for her own good and proceeded to eat. Shortly after, Qi Yuan asked if she had faced any difficulties during her recent court visits. Pausing, Song Jin'an bit her chopsticks and contemplated, ultimately deciding to say no. "Is there nothing you wish to express?" he pressed. Lifting her gaze, she retorted, "I have returned what was given to me." Qi Yuan was well aware, and while he felt a measure of satisfaction at her finally revealing her claws, he was nonetheless uncertain about her true disposition. He questioned whether she would eventually showcase her true colors if she were to lose favor later on. Chapter 14. Impeachment after taking her medicine and drinking water. Song Jin'an continued to sleep. For the following month, Qi Yuan predominantly favored her. Song Jin'an's attitude was one of acceptance. She resolved to enjoy the gifts bestowed upon her, for worrying was futile regardless of external judgments. In the 4th year of Chongshan, October, on the first day of a morning court, someone submitted a petition regarding Song Jin'an, alleging that she posed a threat to the state. Qi Yuan regarded the indignant officials below him with a cold expression. "Master Jiang," he began, "why did you not voice your concerns regarding the embezzlement in Haizhou? Are you so fixated on my private affairs that you have lost sight of the greater picture?" His words rendered the court abruptly silent. The once righteous Master Jiang fell silent, the tension palpable. The matter of Haizhou's embezzlement had been disclosed by the emperor today, a revelation no one had anticipated. Qi Yuan, as if struck by a sudden realization, rubbed his forehead and remarked, "Ah, only Master Jiang was aware of this matter." Master Jiang, terrified, knelt and ceased his accusations against Song Jin'an for impropriety, merely stating, "I was unaware." Qi Yuan suddenly turned the tables, and the grand hall fell into a chilling silence. "You were unaware? Then where did the money end up?" he retorted. Knowing the truth had been exposed, Jiang Nan could only stammer, "I do not know." Qi Yuan dismissed him. "Yin Yan," he called. "I am here," came a voice as a distinguished man in jade-like attire stepped forward, his blue official robes failing to conceal his nobility. "Your Majesty, the funds seized from the governor of Haizhou amount to 30 million taels of silver, in addition to invaluable paintings and calligraphy." Upon hearing this, the court erupted in astonishment. This was no minor corruption case, and the emperor had managed it so discreetly that the parties involved remained oblivious. This only served to illustrate the extent of his imperial authority. Yin Yan had yet to finish his report. Among them, central officials were involved. The Jiang family amassed an astonishing 10,000 taels of gold, concealed within the walls. Deputy Minister Wang greedily embezzled 2 million taels, along with 32 pawnshops and 100 acres of fertile land, while General Zhang, the deputy commander of the military division, misappropriated 3 million taels. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan gazed at the 3 men who were paralyzed with fear on the ground. "Do any of you esteemed gentlemen have objections?" Jiang Nanhu, despite your pretense of integrity, you are no cleaner yourself. Jiang Nanhu, trembling, struck his head against the floor, pleading, I have not spent a single coin. Your Majesty, please see clearly. Xiao Jianghe, who despised such hypocrites, remarked that during times of war, they could not produce silver, as it had all been embezzled. He coldly scoffed, you dare not spend it. Qi Yuan nodded, his expression impassive as he decreed, Jiang Nanhu, Wang Ling, and Zhang Wei are to be imprisoned. Continue the investigation in Haizhou and uncover all instances of bribery and corruption in one fell swoop. Prince Yong and Yunyan, you are to immediately lead the army southward to clarify the situation. As commanded, after the court session concluded, the officials hurriedly departed, and the usually lively court was enveloped in an eerie silence, each one fearful of inadvertently inciting the emperor's wrath. At the back, Yin Yin and Qi Xingqian conferred about their impending departure. Qi Xingqian furrowed his brow, pondering the emperor's intentions regarding the Song family. Is he pushing the young lady into the storm? Yin Yin shook his head, observing the emperor's increasingly imperial demeanor, a figure he could no longer comprehend. He recalled the words she had gifted him before entering the palace. There's a breeze in the world, filling my myriad dreams. That carefree young woman should not be lost amidst the desolation of the palace. Turning to Qi Xingqian, he requested, please keep a watchful eye on her within Prince Yang's palace. Qi Xingqian, aware of his acquaintance with Song Jin'an, nodded in agreement, though he believed that such a formidable woman would not easily succumb to humiliation. After all, a concubine who could scale the palace walls alone at midnight was unlikely to be trifled with. Upon returning to Longxian Hall, Qi Yuan's expression remained dark, burdened by the multitude of corrupt officials within the court. He summoned Wei Kangan to announce the presence of left imperial censor Liang Lai and Dali Siqing Yin Zhengming. Their discussions extended late into the night, marking the commencement of a campaign to purge the court of its corrupt officials. The former dynasty was engulfed in fear, and the palace was no exception. Yet, what could the women do in such a predicament? In matters of mutual downfall and shared glory, all they could do was hope for the integrity of their fathers. Among them, Song Jin'an remained the calmest, who would attempt to bribe a stargazer or a mere scholar. Although she was not well acquainted with her father or brother, she understood their poverty well. This investigation into corrupt officials persisted intermittently for a month, resulting in no fewer than 100 individuals imprisoned nationwide, demonstrating Qi Yuan's fervent determination to rectify the situation. In the imperial harem, no one dared to create mischief, living in trepidation. A sovereign would not easily move against officials and noble families, as it could destabilize the ruler's authority. However, Qi Yuan took the opposite approach, and Song Jin'an recognized that he was centralizing power. The abrupt and meticulous nature of his actions suggested that he had been strategizing since his ascent to the throne. His astute mind, cunning, and adeptness in utilizing others truly marked him as a competent emperor. Gazing out at the azure sky, Song Jin'an found herself lost in thought. She had been here for a year, yet still lacked any leads on how to return home. As November ushered in winter, the court gradually stabilized. Of the officials captured for corruption, aside from a few facing execution or exile, the rest faced fines or demotions. Qi Yuan's ambitions were realized as he removed those he wished to dismiss and replaced them with his own, seemingly lifting burdens yet silently consolidating power. He managed to do so without provoking the aristocracy. By the year's end, he had successfully enriched the national treasury. This year's early winter banquet was notably subdued, with the imperial harem behaving in a remarkably compliant manner. No one dared to provoke the emperor at such time. The attendees only saw the emperor during the banquet. In the past 2 months, the most content among them was Song Jin'an. She was unbothered, while the other concubines feared for their maternal families and thus refrained from troubling her, lest they incite the emperor's wrath. She spent her days engrossed in reading, enjoying ample food and drink, with attendants to cater to her needs. It was, without a doubt, the most joyful period she had experienced in this wretched place. Alas, it lasted only 2 months. Seated high above, Qi Yuan's gaze fell upon Song Jin'an, who wore a bright orange cotton hat, the white fur lining accentuating her fair complexion. while everyone else adorned themselves with exquisite hair ornaments. Her hairstyle was simplicity itself, tailored for the hat. Qi Yuan found himself speechless. Was it truly that cold? At this moment, Xuanfei noticed the emperor's attention fixed on Song Jin'an and remarked, "Sisterin, why are you dressed so plainly today? This is the early winter banquet." Song Jin'an understood the implication, realizing that Xuanfei was suggesting she did not value the banquet. All eyes turned towards her. She feigned distress, asking, "Is it not presentable? I shall pay more attention next time." Xuanfei was momentarily at a loss, caught off guard by her clever retort. In truth, not many at the banquet were particularly attractive. But that was not the point. Qi Yuan had never encountered someone so audacious. He recalled the reports from the past few weeks regarding this girl, who had delved into arithmetic. He was genuinely curious about her secrets. She had explored biographies, travelogues, Taoist and Buddhist texts, geographical records, and meteorological accounts. Yet, to his surprise, she showed no interest in military texts at all. Initially, he had thought she was merely trying to confuse him, leading him to believe she had an affinity for all subjects, only to later surprise him with her knowledge of military strategy. However, she did not appear to have any ulterior motives in her reading. Realizing this, Qi Yuan furrowed his brow. Observers at the banquet noticed his frown and mistakenly assumed it was due to Xuanfei's treatment of Anpin. Lan Guipin gently interjected, "Anpin naturally looks splendid in whatever she wears. This ensemble is particularly festive." Prince Qixingchen sat in his seat, observing Song Jin'an. It was no wonder that the lad Qiuxian was so infatuated with her, and that Yunyan regarded her with newfound respect. She truly was intriguing. By mid-November, Qi Yuan finally entered the inner palace, first visiting the empress, followed by a 3-day audience with Xuanfei. Until the 12th month, he had not set foot in Song Jin'an's quarters. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, including Song Jin'an. The scourge had finally ceased to visit. Others too felt at ease, believing that Song Jin'an would not become the second Yigui Fei. Like a shooting star, her brilliance was fleeting. Thus, many concluded that her brief favor was merely the emperor's whim, and after the recent reprimands, he would be less inclined to summon Anpin again. Thus, it is universally acknowledged that Anpin's favor is but fleeting, devoid of character and lineage. What could she possibly use to retain the emperor's affection? The esteemed Gui Fei, with her renowned beauty and grace, commands the admiration of the capital, while Song Jin'an possesses nothing but her looks. How could she ever hope to keep the emperor's heart? Xian Fei, reveling in her delight, seized the occasion to express her frustrations on this snowy day of the little new year. She imposed a punishment of kneeling for an hour on Song Jin'an, citing her insolence as justification. The incident of Song Jin'an kneeling in the snow quickly spread throughout the inner palace. The empress, who should have intervened, was fully aware that this was a deliberate act by the emperor to provoke Song Jin'an. Many believe that the emperor distanced himself from her due to her recent reprimand by the court. However, the empress truly understood the emperor. Qi Yuan cared little for palace regulations. He was the ultimate authority. This sovereign was more powerful than any of his predecessors. In the Shufang study of Chengxian Palace, Qi Yuan gazed out at the falling snow and inquired of Wei Kong, "Isn't Pin still kneeling?" "Your Majesty, she has just risen to return to the palace." "Shall I summon the imperial physician?" Xuanti called for one. In the following days, let someone closely monitor Tianya Palace. Song Jin'an, observing the weeping Feng Ling as she tended to her legs, gently patted her head, reassuring her not to cry. "Miss, does it hurt?" Song Jin'an shook her head, replying that it was manageable. "As long as we endure this difficult period, we shall return to our tranquil days." She merely hoped that the emperor would not seek her out again. Otherwise, her kneeling would have been in vain. She resolved to remain passive until their ennui set in. The next day, the snow ceased. With her legs feeling somewhat better, Song Jin'an proceeded to pay her respects. Upon entering Fengxian Palace, the early arriving Xian Fei feigned surprise, asking Anpin, "How are your legs?" Anpin graciously thanked the empress for her concern, assuring her she was well. Lan Guipin, observing with a slight frown, suggested calling for a physician. Song Jin'an smiled, indicating it was not serious, hence she would not summon one. Nevertheless, it might be wise to seek a physician, lest you suffer lingering effects. Xian Fei, unable to bear their joviality, turned to the newly arrived Xu Fei, saying, "Sister, look how fortunate youth is. And Pin suffered an hour of kneeling yesterday, and is none the worse." Xu Fei mentally chastised her for being so hasty to cause trouble, maintaining a stoic expression without uttering a word. Soon, the Empress emerged and lightly reprimanded Xian Fei, observing the Empress's lack of seriousness. Many truly believed that Song Jin'an had fallen completely out of favor. Thus, on the eve of the new year, Xian Fei once again provoked Song Jin'an. In this manner, Song Jin'an endured another 2 hours of kneeling on the hard ground. Feng Ling was on the verge of tears, urging her, "I shall go fetch the Empress." Song Jin'an grasped her hand, feeling faint, and weakly implored, "Do not go just yet. I believe I am about to faint." Having endured until now, she resolved that she would not tolerate such treatment again. The Empress, waiting in Fengxian Palace for over an hour without news of Pin's return, grew increasingly concerned. Just as she was about to send someone to assist Pin, news arrived that she had fainted. The Empress rose swiftly to summon the physician. It was the Emperor who carried her back to the palace. "The Emperor has summoned her," the attendant reported. Only then did the Empress feel relief, internally lamenting the unnecessary turmoil that had led to such illness during the festive season. Qi Yuan carried her back to Tianya Palace. Though Song Jin'an lacked the strength to speak, she still wished to chastise him. After the tribulations of the past few days, she had developed a fever. Qi Yuan observed Song Jin'an, who was as stubborn as a mule, and thought to himself how remarkably she could endure. She neither revealed her affections nor sought his assistance. Was this girl truly so reticent? He gently caressed her flushed cheeks and decided that, after all, she was merely a young girl with limited capabilities. There was no need for him to engage in a power struggle. Keeping her close at hand would suffice. After a while, the person on the bed began to whimper, and Qi Yuan, unable to discern her words, urged the medicine to be administered swiftly, fearing that her fever would render her senseless. His hand had yet to withdraw, and he felt the tears streaming down her face. The young girl lay on the bed, crying softly, murmuring incantations of longing. Leaning in closer, Qi Yuan discerned her lament. "I wish to go home." Song Jin'an dreamed of her father, her mother, her friends, and even encountered her boss, who inquired why she had not been attending to the fish. A profound yearning for home consumed her, and in this ancient world, she appeared carefree yet was filled with trepidation. A misstep could lead to humiliation, and without support, she felt utterly lost. Relying on affection was futile. Like a child, Song Jin'an quietly sobbed, expressing her desire to return home. Seeing her in such distress softened Qi Yuan's heart, prompting him to soothe her with the gentlest words. "Be good. Take your medicine, and you shall return home soon." Feng Ling brought forth the medicine, which Qi Yuan took but found impossible to administer. Frowning at Feng Ling, he questioned how the young mistress managed to take her medicine when she was ill. Feng Ling, frightened, knelt down, explaining that the mistress had always resisted medicine, and it took Lady Song considerable coaxing to persuade her to take even a sip. Qi Yuan, unaccustomed to feeding others, especially a stubborn mule, handed the medicine back to Feng Ling. "You feed her," he instructed. Feng Ling took the spoon and softly called, "Your Highness, it's time for your medicine." As she brought the spoon to Song Jin'an's lips, the girl slightly parted her mouth, but before Feng Ling could rejoice, she spat it out and broke into a fierce cough. Qi Yuan rushed to support her, patting her back. The girl was frail and delicate, fitting snugly in his embrace. Like a father caring for a sick daughter, he held her gently, stroking her head. "Is it very bitter?" he asked, before instructing someone to fetch some candied fruit. He then cradled her against him, offering a bowl. "Take a sip and enjoy a piece of candied fruit, shall we?" Song Jin'an, feeling groggy and overwhelmed by the commotion surrounding her, shook her head in irritation. Qi Yuan feigned ignorance, bringing the spoon closer to her mouth. When she tasted the bitter medicine, her instinct was to clamp her lips tightly shut. Qi Yuan sighed, realizing that it was hardly the right moment to summon Lady Song for assistance in administering the medicine. Song Jin'an whimpered, curled up in Qi Yuan's embrace, exuding a sense of vulnerability. Qi Yuan furrowed his brow and addressed the physician, inquiring if there were any alternative methods to reduce her fever without oral medication. The physician replied that a thorough application of alcohol upon her body would suffice, and once she regained consciousness, it should facilitate easier administration of the medicine. Kneeling nearby, Jin Ling and Feng Ling lowered their heads further, hoping for the best. Qi Yuan chastised them. "What are you standing around for? Go prepare." He then glanced down at the trembling Song Jin'an, his frustration evident as he felt a muscle twitch at his temple. "Are you truly this obstinate? Or have I misjudged everything? Did you sneak out of the palace simply to return home? What, then, was she searching for in her books?" After a moment of contemplation, Qi Yuan decided against further agitation. He would observe her closely from now on. Soon, a high concentration of liquor was presented. Qi Yuan instructed everyone to withdraw, preparing to take matters into his own hands. The few servants were unable to manage the current frail and whimpering cat. After Qi Yuan had removed her garments, he noticed a bruise on her knee, a sight that was quite alarming. He gently patted her, remarking that she was indeed quite spoiled. Suddenly, Song Jin'an felt a sharp pain in her knee. In her feverish haze, she had long forgotten who stood before her, and she snapped in irritation, questioning the source of her pain. Qi Yuan was taken aback by her outburst, affirming that she was indeed spoiled. Regret soon washed over him as he gazed at her flushed complexion, reddened from the alcohol. It was difficult for him to contain himself. After tending to her, he noted that her fever had considerably subsided and, once he had finished, he helped her into her undergarments. Song Jin'an, blissfully unaware, had drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 16. Discovered Xian Fei paced back and forth within the palace. Upon spotting Zhang Sifeng, who had been gathering information, she hurried over to inquire about the latest news. Zhang Sifeng, panting, reported, "Your Highness, the Emperor is lodging at Tinya Palace tonight." Xian Fei stumbled slightly, exclaiming, "How can this be? Is she not a source of calamity? Why would the Emperor go to her? Does he not fear the censure of the court?" Cheng Xiang interjected softly, "Your Highness, there are ears nearby." Zhang Sifeng also advised, "Your Highness, there is still time ahead." Xian Fei, seated on a stool, contemplated ways to eliminate her rival. As long as she was out of the picture, Xian Fei would be the most favored. Zhang Sifeng, alarmed, thought his mistress was losing her composure. He leaned in to counsel her, "Your Highness, now is not the time to act. There are others in the harem as well." Reflecting on his words, Xian Fei conceded. After all, she held a favored position, and there were others in the harem, like Impin, who were equally eager to rise to prominence. "You are right. Let us observe them first. Do stay vigilant. We must not allow ourselves to be ensnared or take the blame," she instructed. Zhang Sifeng and the others exhaled in relief, fearing that her impulsiveness could lead to trouble, especially after her previous punishments for kneeling had already drawn attention. In the adjacent room, Wen Guirin sat by the window, pondering why she had not heard the sound of a teacup shattering. A maid approached to trim the candlelight, suggesting that the disturbance had been quelled. Wen Guirin adjusted her posture, questioning, what charm does Impin possess? She is usually reticent and only retorts when provoked, yet she manages to gain favor. It is particularly perplexing, as the Emperor despises those who lack the wit for self-preservation. The maid speculated, perhaps she behaves differently in the Emperor's presence? When Guirin nodded, reflecting that such cunning was far more effective in winning the Emperor's affection than engaging in rivalries with other women of the harem. The following day, when Song Jin'an awoke, it was already noon. Her throat was parched as she croaked for water. She was promptly assisted, and a full cup was placed before her. After drinking it, she felt considerably better. Feeling improved, she heard a deep male voice ask, and upon looking up, she recognized the Emperor. She recalled that he had carried her back the previous night. Had he remained by her side since then? Qi Yuan handed the cup to Feng Ling, remarking, "You truly can sleep. I have already returned from court, yet you remain oblivious." Listening to him, Song Jin'an thought to herself, "You did not even mention the suffering I endured." Initially believing that she would fall from grace due to the court's scrutiny, she now realized that her expectations had been shattered. There would be no returning to her former life. It was clear that she had become a favored figure in the harem. Just when I thought that the court's disapproval would lead to my downfall, I find myself favored once more. Is it not surprising? Song Jin'an found herself equally astonished. Indeed, during the previous month when he had chosen to ignore her, it was merely a test of her resolve. Now, realizing that a rigid approach was ineffective, he opted for a more conciliatory strategy. Alas, Emperor Qi Yuan, there exists nothing of substantial intrigue within her that could threaten his realm. Lost in thought, Song Jin'an's nose suddenly twitched. Traditional medicine. Startled, she curled up at the foot of the bed. Qi Yuan, observing her retreat to the corner of the bed, grew concerned. Just as he was about to inquire, he heard Jin Ling's gentle voice, soothing as one would to a child. Your Highness, it is time for your medicine. Qi Yuan recalled that she despised taking medicine. He took the bowl, urging Song Jin'an to drink. She vehemently shook her head, insisting that her body would heal on its own. Heaven knows how dreadful traditional medicine is. A mere cold would resolve itself without such suffering. Seeing Qi Yuan unfazed by her protests, she lamented, I shall drink more warm water to recover. Qi Yuan frowned, commanding, do not make me repeat myself. Reluctantly succumbing to his authority, Song Jin'an shuffled closer. Qi Yuan extended the bowl towards her, but she hesitated to accept it. With a deep breath, she finally took the bowl, clutching it with a pitiful expression as she gazed at Qi Yuan. Could you add some sugar? Noticing Qi Yuan's growing impatience, she dared not voice her request again. Instead, she attempted to lighten the mood with a laugh. I too believe it is improbable. Thus, pinching her nose, she lifted the bowl as if bravely facing her demise. Halfway through, she gagged. As she began to retch, Qi Yuan swiftly offered her a candied fruit. Tears of bitterness welled in her eyes. I won't drink anymore. All right, you need not drink it for now. Jin Ling quickly took the bowl, marveling at how the master had matured, actually consuming medicine. Qi Yuan then embraced Song Jin'an and led her to the dining table. You must be hungry. The dishes had been kept warm. She nodded. The room was cozy, while outside, heavy snow fell. Qi Yuan realized that this individual before him was still but a child. Observing her push aside the tofu and vegetables to indulge solely in the meat, he experienced the trials of parenting. Hearing the warning voice, Song Jin'an quietly selected a piece of tofu. This tofu bore no flavor and was genuinely unpalatable. After their lunch, Qi Yuan departed. Once he left, Song Jin'an slumped her shoulders and lay on the bed. Fengling, please warm me some more water. She needed to hydrate extensively to hasten her recovery from the chill, thus avoiding the bitterly torturous traditional medicine. Throughout the afternoon, Song Jin'an oscillated between drinking water and visiting the restroom. The following day, after lunch, Qi Yuan inquired about Wei Kong'an's medication. To his astonishment, Wei Kong'an recalled that the emperor remembered whether a consort took her medicine. Recalling the report from the servants, she replied, Your Majesty, the consort drank her medicine last night and again this morning. Qi Yuan nodded, realizing that her previous displays of petulance were merely to draw his attention. Having understood the advantages of being favored, she naturally did not wish to lose that favor. Until, that is, Qi Yuan pushed open the door to Song Jin'an's chamber, only to find her turn away, pouring medicine out of the window. He had underestimated her. Hearing a commotion, Song Jin'an turned around. Ah, she had been discovered. Qi Yuan gazed at the kneeling Pin, who was earnestly seeking forgiveness, along with the servants prostrated on the ground. So your master claims she finds the medicine unpalatable, and you truly believed her and left? Fengling bowed her head. Your Majesty, I thought my master could drink her medicine on her own now, unlike in her childhood. I truly did not anticipate this. Qi Yuan scoffed. Did you not anticipate it? Song Jin'an tugged at her yellow robe. I do not blame them. Qi Yuan, looking down at the kneeling Song Jin'an, coldly remarked, of course. You do not blame them. After all, it was you who poured the medicine. Song Jin'an was momentarily speechless. Remembering the icy concoction outside the window, her anger swelled. Prepare 3 bowls. Remedy the medicine from last night and this morning. Song Jin'an's eyes widened in horror. She would perish. Ignoring the pain in her knees, she clutched his leg tightly. I shall never dare again, I swear. 3 bowls are too much. Qi Yuan, observing her face pressed against his knee, questioned, Is 1 bowl sufficient? Why did you not manage before? Driven to desperation, Song Jin'an gritted her teeth. One bowl, fine. She stared at the medicinal brew being served in silence, internally urging herself, drink it, Song Jin'an. It is merely a bowl of herbal medicine. Others can do it. So can you. It is just a bowl of medicine. Ha! You fear death yet fear herbal concoctions? Absurd. Having completed her mental preparation, she took a sip. After consuming a candied fruit, she took another sip, reaching for another piece of candy. Upon finishing her third sip, her tightly shut eyes searched for the sweet, but found none. Opening her eyes, she met the gaze of Qi Yuan, who held the candied fruit with a teasing smile. She grimaced. Qi Yuan raised his chin. It would be simple if you just down in one go. Chapter 17. I have indulged you having downed a bowl of herbal medicine. Song Jin'an felt as if she were on the brink of meeting the king of Hades. She lay in Qi Yuan's embrace, who gently caressed her back. See, you can do it. Song Jin'an lethargically replied. I can indeed. What nonsense. Had she not been discovered, she would have healed on her own after 2 more doses. Now, she was doomed to drink the medicine. Unfortunate indeed. Qi Yuan addressed the languid Song Jin'an. I have summoned the imperial physician to examine your leg. Obediently, Song Jin'an rose as the physician entered. She rolled up her pants, revealing her legs, which appeared even more ghastly in daylight, the stark white contrasting sharply with the bruised knee. After a thorough examination, the physician remarked, the external injury is not serious. With proper ointment, it will heal in time. Avoid standing or kneeling for long periods. However what? Song Jin'an thought, bewildered. It is winter, and if you're not careful, the cold may seep into your body, leading to chronic ailments. In severe cases, it could result in coldness in the womb, causing infertility or pain during rainy days. Song Jin'an was speechless. Who was he trying to fool? There was no correlation between her leg and her uterus. Qi Yuan issued a warning to Enpin. Listen carefully to the physician. Meanwhile, Song Jin'an internally prayed, please do not mention the uterus or ancestors. If it is discovered that I took medicine secretly, I shall surely perish. Qi Yuan, misunderstanding, believed that Song Jin'an could not bear such implications. He moved closer, lowered her pants, and gently patted her head, speaking softly. The physician has said that only severe cases would lead to such outcomes. For now, just obediently drink the medicine as prescribed. Drink the medicine? Song Jin'an inquired, looking at the physician. Is there no alternative to drinking the medicine? The physician was put in a difficult position. How can one recover without taking the medicine? How could one not admire Song Jin'an's sharp intellect? Her eyes sparkled as she turned to the court physician and inquired, might you mold the medicine into pills? The kind that can be swallowed whole? The physician hesitated, explaining that while some medicines could be formed into pills, others, like the decoction made from herbs, could not. Song Jin'an persisted, let us try then. Qi Yuan averted his gaze, feeling a sense of discomfort. Once the physician had departed, he confronted Song Jin'an. If you have been wronged, why not seek the Empress's aid? Song Jin'an busied her hands, insisting she had not been mistreated. Qi Yuan, recalling the matter, expressed his anger. You bear such an injury, yet you endure it like a quail. In my presence, you dare not speak up? Song Jin'an was taken aback. Oh, tyrannical emperor, are you aware of what you are saying? Qi Yuan observed her once more attempting to feign submissiveness and said, it is unrealistic to expect tranquility in the harem. While I favor you, you must stand firm and convey to others that you are not easily trifled with. Having grown up in the ruthless harem, Qi Yuan understood that the more one endures, the more the adversary would exploit their perceived weakness. Song Jin'an contemplated the possibility of losing his favor and the ramifications that would ensue. The greater the enmity she had fostered, the deeper the wounds would be if she were to fall from grace. She longed to retort that his affection mattered little to her, yet she remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Qi Yuan advised, do not let me feel as though my favor is squandered. Retaliate next time. Song Jin'an, earnestly seeking guidance, asked, but how does one retaliate? She vowed she genuinely did not know and sought his wisdom. Seeing the earnest curiosity on her face, Qi Yuan believed her sincerity. He opened his mouth to speak, then realized he was inadvertently instructing his consort in the art of palace intrigue, which was inappropriate. Frustrated, he turned inward. Song Jin'an glanced outside and noted the snowfall. Qi Yuan followed her gaze and nodded. She opened a corner of the window, and a biting gust of wind sent a shiver through her. "It's beautiful," she remarked. Qi Yuan, holding a book and maintaining a stoic expression, commanded her to close the window. "Are you unaware that you might catch a chill?" Obeying, Song Jin'an shut the window and sidled up to him. "Your Majesty, would you like to enjoy a hot pot? A snowy day is perfect for it." Qi Yuan queried. "Is it you who desires it?" With sparkling eyes, Song Jin'an replied. "Is that permissible?" Qi Yuan smiled gently, his lips parting. "It is not allowed. You must refrain from consuming certain foods for now. If your leg heals, I shall take you out for the Lantern Festival." Song Jin'an was taken aback by this delightful prospect. "Is that truly the case?" "I am ionetoist," he replied. With a beaming smile, Song Jin'an assured him, "I shall recover, I promise." Qi Yuan pinched her cheek, playfully prodding at the small mound of flesh. "Is that all you desire to go out?" Song Jin'an murmured. "The candied hawthorn from last time was exquisite." "Such a child," he remarked. "Given your promise to take me outside the palace, I shall refrain from quarreling with you." However, that evening, Song Jin'an did not indulge in hot pot. Before bed, she was required to drink medicine, and Qi Yuan observed her as she faced two bowls, one for her cold and another for her body's chill. "You promised I could drink only one." Qi Yuan nodded and instructed a servant, "Bring a large bowl and combine the two. It will suffice as one. The bitterness is unbearable. 2 bowls are insufficient. And then, be good. It will soon be over." Such words are easily spoken, but it is not you who must take the medicine. Song Jin'an lifted a bowl of medicine and gulped it down. She choked slightly, the bitter liquid overwhelming her throat and mouth. Grasping her stomach, she rushed outside, retching violently. Qi Yuan was startled. Upon seeing her dash out, he hurriedly followed, inquiring about her intentions. Outside, Song Jin'an leaned over the low railing of the corridor, expelling the contents of her stomach. The wind chimes fluttered anxiously against her back. Witnessing this, Qi Yuan quickly scooped up the exhausted Song Jin'an and called for the imperial physician. The physician arrived promptly. After examining the weary Song Jin'an, he remarked, "Your Majesty, the princess is particularly sensitive to bitterness. For those who are, consuming medicine is indeed challenging." Qi Yuan furrowed his brow, suggesting, "Reduce the dosage or, if possible, form it into pills." The physician nodded in agreement. Qi Yuan observed the tearful Song Jin'an and mused on her fragility, questioning how her mother had raised her. "I'm not delicate. Have you ever seen me ill? If it weren't for your little wife, I would be perfectly healthy and lively." In the Fengxian Palace, the Empress learned that Taya Palace had summoned the physician again and sighed. "The little girl has been through quite a lot. Zhu Xiang, go to my treasury and fetch a ginseng to send over." "Yes. Does the Empress favor concubine? Favor? I wouldn't say that. The Emperor naturally treats her well." Yin Ruoyan gazed out at the heavy snow, contemplating that it might be quite nice for the Emperor to find someone comforting in the harem. Granny Gui observed the Empress's troubled demeanor and advised, "Your Majesty, the Emperor is indeed a good man." Yin Ruoyan smiled, understanding the implication. It was merely a suggestion to accept reality and fulfill her role as Empress. "The Emperor is certainly commendable, but he is not meant for me." "All right, Granny. I am well aware of my position and will uphold the honor of the Yuan family's Empress." Granny Gui opened her mouth to speak. "No, it is about letting you forget him." Chapter 18. The Radiant Star in the Depths of Night. Song Jin'an nestled in Qi Yuan's embrace. Although she had slept for 2 to 3 months, she remained unaccustomed to such intimate slumber. Quietly, she attempted to shift away, only to be pulled back. Qi Yuan's reprimanding voice resounding behind her. "What are you fidgeting about? Do you not wish to sleep?" "I am sleeping." Song Jin'an froze in fear, not realizing that the person behind her wore a faint smile. Qi Yuan observed how slowly Song Jin'an was recovering and directly stated that there was no need for her to pay respects before the new year. Song Jin'an felt a sense of relief. As the new year approached, Qi Yuan gradually set aside his affairs to rest. Within the Longxian Hall, he regarded the calendar presented by Song Yuan. "Master Song, you have worked hard." He then inquired, "Master Song, how did concubine manage to take her medicine when she caught a cold at home?" Unaware of his daughter's predicament, Song Yuheng assumed it was merely a common cold. However, even so, he found it difficult to articulate. Qi Yuan, sensing the silence, pressed, "Master Song? Your Majesty," when the princess was at home. Taking medicine was quite a challenge. It usually took her mother a great deal of coaxing before she would take even a little. Moreover, knowing his daughter seldom fell ill, he hesitated to speak further, fearing it would imply the royal family lacked care. Qi Yuan nodded, pondering the difficulties of raising a daughter. He then recalled the matter of Jin'an's title and continued, "Master Song, are you familiar with the Radiant Star?" Song Yuheng was taken aback. Did Song really disclose this to the emperor? Qi Yuan discerned his astonishment. Is there an issue with this star? Coming back to his senses, Song Yuheng replied that there was no problem. It was simply that this star was the seventh star of the Big Dipper, known as Pejuan star. Qi Yuan chuckled, remarking that Pejuan is not a favorable term, yet consort surprisingly favors this star. In response, the courtier said, "Your Majesty, according to astrological principles, Yaoguang signifies the radiance of the stars. The young lady indeed has a fondness for this star. She once told me that the Big Dipper is the brightest and most distinctive constellation in the sky, guiding lost souls to find their way. Among them, Yaoguang is the brightest star, although Yaoguang is associated with Pejuan, leading some to mistakenly consider it a malevolent star. In truth, Pejuan symbolizes boldness and courage, which is why she admires it." Upon hearing this lengthy explanation, Qi Yuan's first reaction was disbelief. "Did she actually share all this with you?" "Yes," replied the courtier. "She could articulate such a lengthy discourse to you?" Qi Yuan recalled that night, when she had offered a perfunctory explanation about Yaoguang representing auspiciousness, feeling a twinge of disappointment. It turned out that Song Jin'an was not reticent, but merely disinclined to converse with unfamiliar individuals. Qi Yuan gazed at Song Yuheng below and instructed him to have Madame Song prepare, as they could visit consort and on the second day of the new year. After Song Yuheng departed, Qi Yuan sat upon the dragon throne and inscribed the characters for Yaoguang. At that moment, Song Jin'an in Tingya Palace was being overseen by a nurse dispatched by Qi Yuan, who was urging her to take her medicine. She was utterly distressed and could only procrastinate. The nurse was equally exasperated, wondering how someone could be slower than her own granddaughter. Thus, she softly urged, "Your Highness, if you do not drink it soon, it will cool and taste even more bitter." With a sigh, Song Jin'an solemnly placed the candied fruit within easy reach. Pinched her nose and gulped it down. Afterward, she hastily reached for the sweet treat to alleviate the bitterness. The nurse finally relaxed. Just before taking her leave, Song Jin'an called out, "Nurse, you need not come tonight. The physician said, I am nearly well and no longer require it." The nurse turned and replied, "Yes. But when I report to the emperor, she mentioned you need not visit." The nurse respectfully responded, "Yes, consort said it was the physician's advice." Qi Yuan scoffed. The physician suggested it could be considered, but has not yet made a final diagnosis. The nurse was bewildered. Such a tactic was permissible? Qi Yuan looked at her and said, "You need not go tonight. You shall go personally." On the 28th day of the 12th month, when Qi Yuan arrived, Song Jin'an was in her chamber cutting paper for window decorations. Upon seeing him, she performed a bow and, after rising, presented him with the freshly cut decorations. The red paper obscured half her face, revealing only her smiling eyes and the teardrop birthmark beneath them. "Isn't it beautiful?" Qi Yuan observed the paper. "You cut this? What is it?" Song Jin'an furrowed her brow and turned it around, revealing a rabbit for the year of the rabbit. "Of course it is a rabbit. Does it not resemble one?" "It resembles you even less. Is it not a pig's ear?" Upon examining the ears, Song Jin'an conceded that they were indeed somewhat short and plump. She resumed her seat and continued cutting. At this moment, Feng Ling and the others had withdrawn, while Qi Yuan sat opposite her, watching as she immersed herself in her craft. Silence enveloped the room, a tranquil solitude, as if the world could not intrude upon her. "What shall we have for dinner tonight?" With a cheerful disposition, Song Jin'an blurted, "Let's have hot pot." Immediately, she froze, lifting her gaze to meet Qi Yuan's. He too regarded her with a knowing smile. "Is my ailment truly resolved? Why has the physician not informed me?" "Ah, perhaps the physician has been excessively occupied. He merely mentioned to me that he was contemplating discontinuing the medication. I have already taken that into consideration. After all, Song Jin'an has eagerly anticipated the hot pot for several days. She cannot possibly relinquish it. Thus, she retrieves the most beautiful and successful paper cut she initially intended to adorn her window with a round character for fortune. Drawing upon her impressions of fortune from the 21st century, she meticulously crafts it. She presents it as a New Year gift to you. Qi Yuan picks it up. It is a pair of fortune characters, devoid of intricate craftsmanship. Yet the simplicity is charming. The character's field portion features a little rabbit nestled within. This is the first time Qi Yuan has encountered such uncomplicated yet whimsical paper cutting. I made it myself, Your Majesty, she declares. Qi Yuan accepts it. Accepting a bribe for hot pot is permissible, but it must not be overly spicy. As evening descends, Song Jin'an successfully indulges in hot pot. Qi Yuan observes as she prepares the dipping sauce for him, then glances at her as she delights in her meal. Where did you learn to eat like this? Song Jin'an muses that he is rather inquisitive. Isn't eating simply eating? Why all the questions? I once saw it in a culinary book and decided to give it a try. It turned out quite delicious. Song Jin'an uses public chopsticks to place the cooked lamb into Qi Yuan's dish. Don't just watch, eat. It's absolutely delectable. Qi Yuan notices her lips flushed with color from the meal, and he serves her meat, advising her to savor it slowly, reassuring her that no one is competing for her food. Unbeknownst to him, he naturally tends to her as she eats. Eventually, Song Jin'an finds herself overly full, yet she feels an immense satisfaction. Qi Yuan drapes a cloak over her, intending to take her out for a stroll. Observing the somewhat thin cloak, he calls out, Wei Kong'an, fetch the fox cloak presented last year. Wei Kong'an swiftly complies, having correctly surmised that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, consort and will soon be the most favored in the harem. That cloak is fashioned from rare white fox fur, smooth and warm, exceptionally valuable, and the emperor simply decided to gift it. Song Jin'an tugs at Qi Yuan's sleeve, saying, Actually, we need not go out. Qi Yuan had anticipated her suggesting the cloak would suffice, but he was taken aback by her assertion that they needn't venture outside. He ceased to harbor expectations of accurately discerning her thoughts. As Wei Kong'an arrives, breathless and bearing the cloak, he drapes it over her shoulders and guides her outside. As Song Jin'an gazes at the cloak adorning her, even as a novice, she can discern its exquisite value. The exterior boasts moonlit white silk embroidered with intricate patterns. The hood and lining are adorned with plush white fox fur, and the interior is lined with thick, soft wool. Song Jin'an is astonished. This truly is a treasure. Observing Qi Yuan ahead, she realizes that he is clad in a black cloak. Without turning his head, Qi Yuan affirms, it is indeed a fine item. Song Jin'an raises her gaze to the snowy landscape. Dressed in silver, it is breathtaking. As they stroll, she suddenly hears a plaintive meow. Qi Yuan also catches the sound. They approach to find a small kitten shivering beneath a plum tree in the bitter cold. Song Jin'an is tempted to reach out to it, but is restrained, deemed unclean. Wei Kong'an steps forward to inspect. Reporting to Your Majesty, it is likely the offspring of a cat from one of the palaces. Qi Yuan turns to Song Jin'an. Do you wish to adopt it? She shakes her head. Qi Yuan, on the verge of suggesting they take it in, suddenly realizes, did she just shake her head? Qi Yuan once again confirmed, You truly do not wish to raise a pet? Song Jin'an replied, I do not. Chapter 19. The Torment of Class Discrepancy. Why? Song Jin'an's mind was flooded with an array of questions, a veritable deluge of curiosity. If I cannot even care for myself, how could I possibly tend to a feline companion? I fear its nocturnal antics might disturb my slumber. Is that so? Qi Yuan nodded, comprehending her sentiments. Never had he anticipated this turn of events. The following day, Song Jin'an gazed at the parrot that Qi Yuan had sent over. Wei Kong'an, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, The emperor fears you may feel lonely, so he specially selected a black and white parrot from the menagerie. She observed the small creature with its rosy feathers, reminiscent of blush, full of vitality in its youth yet gentle and affectionate. Confounded, Song Jin'an wondered why he seemed intent on complicating her life, having complained about noise. He presented her with an even louder bird. Last night, it would have been better to have taken in that little kitten. Regaining her composure, Song Jin'an expressed her gratitude to the emperor and acknowledged the effort made by the eunuch, stating, I truly appreciate it. After Wei Qinggan departed, she began to play with the little parrot. Hello there, my new friend. Wei Qinggan, who had not ventured far, stumbled slightly. Let's give you a name. I shall call you Song Song. Song Song? Look at me, look at me. The parrot hopped excitedly from side to side in its cage, its rosy cheeks growing ever more adorable. Your Highness, what shall we wear for the New Year's Eve banquet tomorrow? While amusing herself with Song Song, Song Jin'an casually replied, Anything will do. Feng Ling anticipated her mistress's response and began to discuss attire with Jin Ling. On New Year's Eve, Song Jin'an was adorned in a cream-colored skirt, embroidered with golden plum blossoms. A crescent-shaped hairpin adorned her head, and her cloak was a subdued shade of red. Observing the chilly weather outside, Song Jin'an remarked, It looks quite cold. Feng Ling nodded, confirming that the melting snow indeed brought a chill. On her way, Song Jin'an encountered Ming Fei, who inquired, How have you been lately? With a smile, Song Jin'an thanked Ming Fei for her concern, replying, Everything is well. Ming Fei nodded and continued, You have been elevated to the rank of Pin. This year, Song Furen may visit you in the palace. She intended to mention that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, a grand reward tonight would likely lead to further elevation for Song Jin'an. Startled, Song Jin'an thought, Oh no, I completely forgot about that. What if this lady notices that her daughter has undergone a transformation? Why must there be so many complications? Internally flustered, she maintained a composed exterior and nodded. Ming Fei sighed, noting her demeanor. Why are you so unenthusiastic? Xu Fei had already arrived, and Song Jin'an performed her greeting. Xu Fei smiled, Come now, sister. You still look as lovely as ever today. Song Jin'an returned the compliment. You two look splendid. You seem even younger. Have you been consuming honey? Your words are so sweet. After a few moments, the gathering began to fill as guests arrived one after another. Wen Guiran entered alongside Xian Fei. Wen Guiran wore a delicate lilac dress, exuding grace, while Xian Fei donned a vibrant red satin gown, strikingly flamboyant. Song Jin'an stood to greet them, and Xian Fei, regarding her coolly, remarked, Everyone, please rise. Seated at a distance from Xian Fei, Song Jin'an took her place at the lower end of the table. However, Qiu Ruoxuan, perhaps having indulged too much in mutton during winter, has been relentlessly targeting her, leaving Song Jin'an to merely cope. Soon, the Emperor and Empress arrived hand in hand, prompting everyone to bow in respect. Today, Qi Yuan donned a long robe of deep black adorned with golden dragon embroidery, his hair elegantly styled. And though his visage bore a ruggedness, the subtle curve of his lips softened his otherwise austere features. He exuded an aura of refined elegance, reminiscent of a gentleman whose demeanor was as warm and polished as jade. As Song Jin'an observed the harmonious revelry, witnessing the bowing of individuals, and noting the subservient postures of the attendants, she felt an unyielding dread. Despite having witnessed numerous such scenes over the past year, her fear remained unabated, a torment stemming from the stark disparity of class. The notion of equality that had been ingrained in her for the first 28 years of her life now stood in stark contrast to the hierarchy of nobility. The pain of this realization compelled her to yearn for home, praying fervently that her presence here was merely a consequence of temporal dislocation. She vividly recalled the moment in the carriage when the white jade in her hand emanated a brilliant light, causing her to lose consciousness. Lost in thought, Song Jin'an remained oblivious to the scrutinizing gazes around her. The New Year's Eve banquet was exclusive to the royal family, devoid of any foreign officials. Qi Xingqian observed the coolly expressionless Song Jin'an. Having encountered her several times, he recognized that her composure indicated a depth of character uncommon in a mere mortal. Qi Yuan, upon entering, instinctively sought her figure. Though Song Jin'an's attire was unremarkable, her ethereal beauty rendered her presence extraordinary. Qi Yuan understood that her apparent aloofness masked a certain dazedness. Her tendency to drift into thought intrigued him, prompting a desire to pry open her mind and discern her musings. He sensed that her silence belied a cacophony of inner thoughts. At that moment, Song Jin'an's mind wandered to thoughts of chive dumplings and her mother's sweet and sour ribs. Here she was, participating in a group gathering, indulging in a buffet, Who else would be working during a statutory holiday? Only she, Song Jin'an, found herself trapped in this banquet reminiscent of a corporate year-end party, even as she traversed time. Sighing unconsciously, she caught the attention of noble Lady One, who gently inquired if she was unwell. Song Jin'an, bewildered, met her gaze with a hint of inquiry, replying that she was perfectly fine and perhaps one had misheard her. A comment from a colleague diverted Song Jin'an's attention, and she mused about the unexpectedness of noble Lady Wen's response. It seemed she had indeed misinterpreted the situation, and with a slight smile, she dismissed the notion of having misheard. The banquet commenced, enveloped in a lively atmosphere. Qi Yuan rose to address the emperor, expressing his New Year's wishes for the emperor's health, the nation's peace, and abundant harvests. Qi Yuan raised his cup in a toast, wishing his uncle tranquility in the coming year and prosperity in all endeavors. The banquet proceeded smoothly, devoid of any unforeseen incidents, for in such gatherings, inciting displeasure in the emperor could lead to dire consequences. As the late hour approached, Emperor Qi Yuan, accompanied by numerous concubines and royal relatives, gathered at Qilong Hall to witness the fireworks. Yun stood beside Qi Yuan, gazing at the spectacle, while her thoughts drifted to the fireworks crafted for her by a young man when she was 16 who had whimsically referred to them as fairy wands. It was the most magnificent fireworks she had ever witnessed. Qi Yuan did not gaze at the fireworks. Instead, his eyes were drawn to the luminous Yao Guang star. As the display concluded, the crowd dispersed. Qi Yuan accompanied the empress back to the Fengxian Palace, while Song Jin'an made her way back to the palace alone. Along the path, Feng Ling and Mango chattered animatedly, filling the air with their lively banter. Song Jin'an walked ahead, the winter wind piercingly cold. The dinner served that evening was unappetizing, and sitting below was rather uncomfortable. When she looked up at the fireworks, she absurdly wished to be propelled away by them. Accepting her fate, she acknowledged that she could never aspire to such grand ambitions. Feng Ling noticed her mistress's unusual demeanor and surmised that she must be yearning for home. "My lady, you will see madam on the second day of the new year." Song Jin'an turned back, softly responding with a murmured acknowledgement. Upon returning to the Tianya Palace, Jin Ling emerged with steaming dumplings. "My lady, this year we are in better circumstances. I prepared some dishes for you to enjoy in dumpling form. Please eat them while they are hot." Song Jin'an removed her cloak, gazing at the delightful dumplings. "Wow, thank you, Jinling. They smell wonderful. I can tell they are delicious just by the aroma." After washing her hands, she sat down, savoring the dumplings dipped in vinegar. Feeling a pang of jealousy, she was grateful for the sincere affection of Jin Ling and Feng Ling. Otherwise, her suffering would have been far greater. Chapter 20. Self-awareness. On the first day of the new year, the emperor and empress returned from paying respects to their ancestors. Qi Yuan held a grand morning assembly at the Chengxian Hall, receiving the homage of the court officials. The empress, accompanied by the inner court concubines, knelt before the emperor. Following this, there were mutual visits and gatherings. Song Jin'an sat in the Mingfei Palace, sipping milk tea. The Mingfei offered her a piece of sugar, asking, "Why don't you put sugar in your tea anymore?" Song Jin'an held the teacup, exclaiming in surprise. She passed the tea over, and the Mingfei added the sugar accordingly. The sweetened milk tea was even more delightful. The method of adding milk candy was indeed one she had shared with the empress. After taking a sip, Song Jin'an found it truly more enjoyable. Forcing a smile, she feared revealing her true feelings and simply stuck out her tongue, feigning forgetfulness. The Mingfei playfully chided her for still being so mischievous. "Tomorrow, Madame Song will be able to visit you in the palace." Song Jin'an nodded, pretending to be happy. "Yes, I can finally see my mother." Lowering her gaze to the steaming milk tea, she felt little emotion. This was her mother, not that of Song Jin'an. Once she finished her milk tea, Song Jin'an took her leave. The Mingfei, watching the girl's retreating figure, turned to her attending maid, He Xiang, and remarked, "Have you noticed that Pin seems a bit distant from me lately?" He Xiang, massaging the Mingfei's shoulders, suggested, "Perhaps Pin has changed her heart and is enchanted by the splendor of the inner palace?" The Mingfei fell silent. Knowing it as she did, it seemed unlikely. Yet, this past year, and it had indeed grown more estranged and no longer chattered as before. She hoped fervently that Pin would not develop feelings for the emperor. Upon arriving at the Tianyao Palace, Song Jin'an saw numerous palace attendants. Immediately, she considered turning away. She would rather endure the cold outside than face the inner court. Although she was unaware of which concubine awaited her inside, she wished to avoid the encounter. Just as she was about to pivot, a commanding voice resonated from within. Song Jin'an, where are you going? Gritting her teeth, she smiled as she lifted her head and bowed, Your Majesty. So it was the Emperor who had arrived. As I approached, I saw Lady One. Just as I intended to visit my sister, it turned out you arrived first. Qi Yuan observed Song Jin'an's demeanor and internally scoffed at her feigned indifference. Lady One, while offering her New Year's greetings, should have been the one to visit her sister. It was illogical for her to seek me out instead. Song Jin'an waved her hand dismissively, remarking on the festive occasion. Qi Yuan, languidly reclining on the soft couch, questioned her tardiness. I was having tea with Sister Mingfei, she replied. Qi Yuan furrowed his brow. Didn't Tiu claim to dislike tea? Upon hearing this, Lady Wen's eyes brightened. The Emperor remembered her preferences. Song Jin'an clarified that it was milk tea, quite delightful indeed. Qi Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Lady Wen presented a jade hairpin as a New Year's gift for her sister. Song Jin'an accepted it, surprised, as no one had informed her of such a tradition. Last year, she had only recently arrived and was still in an invisible state. Feeling somewhat awkward, she told Lady Wen to wait while she retrieved her gift. Lady Wen watched as Song Jin'an hurried into her inner chamber without a glance at the Emperor, puzzled by the situation. Shouldn't she have instructed a servant to fetch it? Qi Yuan, seeing through her facade, suspected she had not prepared anything and was now scrambling, considering her naivety and the lack of experienced matrons in the palace. It was no wonder she was unaware of the palace's intricacies. In her study, Song Jin'an rummaged about, seeking a suitable gift. Soon, she unearthed an exquisite inkstone, intricately carved with roses. Adjusting her disheveled skirt, she strolled out unhurriedly, presenting the inkstone. This is a gift from me. I hope you will cherish it. Lady Wen accepted the inkstone, recognizing it as a Taoyin, a superior quality. She looked up in astonishment at Anpin, wondering if she truly was so generous. Noticing her reaction, Song Jin'an questioned if it was not to her liking. Lady Wen quickly shook her head. No, this is far too precious. My writing is not up to par. I would do a disservice to such a fine item. It is better suited for you. Then I thank you, dear sister, Lady Wen replied graciously. Qi Yuan, having witnessed the exchange, surmised correctly that this was a gift he had given her, now passed on to another. After Lady Wen departed, Qi Yuan remained nonchalant. My beloved, are you aware that imperial gifts are not to be bestowed upon others? Startled, Qi Yuan looked down to find Song Jin'an kneeling once more. Your Majesty, forgive me. I was merely flustered. Leaning back on the couch, Qi Yuan questioned, What is it that you forgot? The Emperor's gifts can be forgotten? Realizing he was genuinely displeased, Song Jin'an felt a wave of panic. She had not known it was his gift. Upon entering the Tianyao Palace, she had scrutinized each item. In a hushed tone, she murmured, Your Majesty, please forgive me. She felt as though death loomed, aware that angering the Emperor was no trivial matter. Qi Yuan regarded the kneeling Song Jin'an, knowing the sanctity of imperial authority must not be trifled with. Rising, he adjusted his attire. Anpin, it is essential to familiarize yourself with the rules. A concubine must possess self-awareness. Do you understand? Yes, she replied meekly. Once Qi Yuan departed, Song Jin'an rose. Reflecting on the weight of imperial power, an inadvertent mistake could easily lead to dire consequences for those in authority. The era has shaped Qi Yuan's suspicious and capricious principles in dealing with matters. She does not blame him, yet she harbors no fondness for it. She detests the feeling of being belittled, akin to an ant. No matter how high one climbs, one must still kneel. Unless, as Chapter 21 suggests, it is due to her lack of concern, unless she ascends to that lofty seat. But how could that be possible? Song Jin'an sat slumped on the ground, lamenting her wretched life, akin to accompanying a tiger. She lacked the prowess to emulate Wu Ziqian, nor the capability to engage in palace intrigue to become a queen mother. Thus, the only solution was to depart. Prolonged stay here would surely drive her insane. Previously, when reading time travel novels, the protagonists swiftly vanquished their adversaries. Why could she not possess such wit? Song Jin'an felt dejected. The human heart is intricate, and the imperial power looms above. She remained but a careless observer. Unaccustomed to the complex survival rules of the social hierarchy, she feared that a single misstep could lead to her demise. With a sigh, she straightened up, massaging her legs, muttering about her frustrations as she sluggishly settled onto the soft couch. While kneading her aching knees, she noticed the entrance of Chang'an. "My lady, do you require a leg massage?" he inquired. Song Jin'an shook her head. "No need, I can manage." She regarded Chang'an, who was preparing charcoal. This was silver charcoal, second only to the golden charcoal used by the emperor and empress, and the Tianyao Palace was also equipped with underfloor heating. This year's treatment was vastly superior to last year's. Last year, she had only received inferior charcoal, barely even smokeless. Favor from the emperor was indeed a precious commodity. No wonder everyone vied for it. Not for men, but for the blessings of imperial authority. However, she had no need for it. To gain one thing, one must pay another price. What she sacrificed, besides her freedom, was the additional burden of dismantling over a decade of education to adapt to a new world order. At this moment, her longing for the 21st century reached its zenith. If nostalgia could be voiced, it would have been deafening. The room was eerily quiet, save for the crackling of the burning charcoal. "Chang'an," she called. He turned, "Yes." "My lady, do you ever miss home? Miss being outside the palace?" Yet, she refrained from voicing the question outright. "Let us roast some sweet potatoes. It would be a pity to waste this charcoal." Chang'an paused, taken aback that his mistress would mention sweet potatoes with such a serious and contemplative demeanor. He had anticipated she would pose some significant inquiry. In the evening, Qi Yuan inquired of 17 in the study. "What was the reaction of concubine and after I departed today?" 17 pondered for a moment, recalling concubine Anne's response. Your Majesty, after your departure." The lady began roasting sweet potatoes. Qi Yuan halted, frowning, unsure of what expression to assume. He asked again, "What did you say?" "Roasting what?" 17 struggled to articulate. "The lady roasted sweet potatoes after you left. She had tang yuan for lunch and then took a nap in the afternoon." Qi Yuan snorted. "She seems quite unperturbed." Throwing down the brush, he wondered if she was unaware of his displeasure. 17 had been observing this lady for some time, yet could not decipher her peculiar thoughts. It was exhausting. She often engaged in inexplicable actions. Qi Yuan took a deep breath. "This is inconvenient for you. After her elevation, you shall return to the Tianshu." He would arrange for palace maids to monitor this girl closely. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. Wei Qing'an. "Devise a way for concubine and to comprehend that I am angry." Wei Qing'an, playing dead nearby, responded affirmatively. After serving the emperor for so many years, could he still not fathom the imperial heart? The emperor desired for concubine and to soothe him. Qi Yuan, initially incensed by Song Jin'an's lack of decorum and awareness, found his irritation reignited upon discovering that the young lady, seemingly unfazed by his departure, had taken to roasting sweet potatoes. His frustration shifted to a realization that her obliviousness was not a result of arrogance born from favoritism, but rather a profound ignorance of the royal gift she had casually distributed. Ultimately, her indifference was starkly evident. Having navigated the intricacies of the imperial court for 2 decades, Qi Yuan was acutely aware of the subtleties of human behavior. Were it a mere ploy of feigned disinterest, he would have dismissed it with a smile. With a sigh, he acknowledged the singular challenge presented by this peculiar girl. Meanwhile, the ever-respectful 17 remained immobile, yet internally concurred with his master's sentiments. Qi Yuan had intended to comment on how the concubine and conversed most frequently with her pet parrot. After all, who in their right mind would forsake the numerous entertaining servants to engage in idle chatter with a nonverbal bird? When Qi Yuan inquired if any information had surfaced regarding where concubine and had ventured upon leaving the palace a year prior, 17 knelt and requested forgiveness, admitting ignorance. Furrowing his brow, Qi Yuan contemplated the implications of Song Jin'an's connections. If no one was shielding her, he would have learned of her whereabouts long ago through the efforts of Tianshu and Qi Lintang. Yet this influence did not stem from the Song family. and even Song Yuheng seemed unaware. With a dismissive gesture, Qi Yuan signaled for 17 to withdraw. Meanwhile, Wei Qinggan made his way toward Tianyao Palace, pondering whether concubine and should be made aware of the emperor's displeasure. Surely, any sensible individual would recognize the emperor's fury. Yet he found himself questioning the sensibility of concubine. What sort of rational person would engage in roasting sweet potatoes in the face of the emperor's wrath? As he approached, he resolved to convey a warning. The distance from Chengxian Palace to Tianyao Palace was short, and upon arrival, he discovered Chang Gung preparing to close the palace gates. Surprised to see Wei Qinggan, Chang Gung inquired about his visit. Panting slightly, Wei Qinggan grasped Chang Gung's arm, urging him to wait before entering. Once he had caught his breath, he delicately broached his purpose, carefully avoiding mention of the emperor's directive. As you know, we servants must consider our masters. With the emperor's recent outburst, I thought it prudent to suggest that we find a way to appease His Majesty on behalf of the concubine. Young Chang Gung was taken aback. It would be a shame for the concubine, who had only recently gained favor, to fall from grace again, especially considering her frail constitution. Gratefully, he acknowledged Wei Qinggan's insight, assuring him that he would promptly inform the concubine. Feeling relieved, Wei Qinggan expressed his support for concubine and emphasizing the need for vigilance. Chang Gung nodded earnestly, reassuring the steward that he would ensure the concubine was well informed. The next morning, as Song Jin'an partook of breakfast, she listened to Chang Gung's words of caution. I am not without wit. I certainly recognize his anger, she thought, though what she did not articulate was her uncertainty about how to placate him. Traditionally, favored concubines would present homemade delicacies or congee to curry favor. Yet, she lacked the skills to prepare such offerings. Could she instruct a servant to prepare something while claiming it as her own? That would be perilous. If discovered, it would amount to treason. Overwhelmed by her dilemma, she lamented, what am I to do? The jingling of a wind chime startled her, prompting a concerned inquiry from her attendant. Prepare some glutinous rice and red beans. Song Jin'an instructed the wind chime. After seeing Madame Song off, she set to work. Although she was unfamiliar with the intricate pastries of antiquity, crafting some modern glutinous rice cakes from memory should pose no challenge. On the second day of the new year, women from noble families of the fourth rank and above were permitted to enter the palace to pay their respects. Song Jin'an prepared some gifts, and when Madame Song arrived, she felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. There was something eerily familiar about her, as though they were long-lost acquaintances. Yet she was certain she had never met her before. Madame Song's eyes glistened upon seeing her daughter, and she instinctively knelt to pay her respects. Song Jin'an hurried to stop her, embracing her, inexplicably drawn to her warmth, despite their supposed estrangement. Perhaps it was a natural instinct inherited from her original self? Gently, she called out, Mother. Madame Song's voice was tender as she patted her daughter's back, responding, Oh, my dear. It was a name she had been called in her childhood. And Song Jin'an's voice trembled as she confessed, I miss you so much. In Chapter 22, the master showed more affection to birds than to the emperor. Madame Song released her embrace and tenderly caressed her daughter's smooth cheek. Why are you crying on such joyous days? Song Jin'an replied softly, I'm just so happy. Madame Song playfully pinched her daughter's pert little nose. There are still no formalities. Once you attain your rank, you should refer to yourself as this palace. It was only then that Song Jin'an realized she had been unconsciously using you all along. She stuck out her tongue, feeling exhausted by the formality. Once seated, Madame Song asked, Are you well here? Song Jin'an poured her some water. It's fine, not too difficult. I am already a consort. Madame Song nodded, advising, Do not strive too hard. Let us be steady and content. If you receive favor, cherish it. If not, it matters not. Your father and brothers only wish for your peace and happiness. Song Jin'an nodded, reflecting on her good fortune in encountering such a benevolent family, free from the pressures of familial glory and rivalry. Madame Song stayed for a meal, during which she served her daughter vegetables, saying, While I am away, you must eat your greens, you know. You cannot survive on meat alone. She glanced at Fengling, instructing, You must also ensure the princess does not become a picky eater. Fengling dutifully replied, Yes, madam. She mused that this task had already been claimed by the emperor. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for Madame Song to depart. Before leaving, she pulled some silver notes from her pocket, saying, "Take these. It is always good to have some funds for matters in the palace." Song Jin'an looked at the notes, aware that her family was not affluent. Opportunities for profit were scarce at the Astronomical Bureau, and her brother still needed to prepare for the imperial examinations. Thus, she returned the notes, saying, "No need, mother. I have the emperor's rewards. Use these to purchase something nourishing for my brother to help him study for his exams." Madame Song was momentarily speechless, bemused by her daughter's unchanged and surprising nature. "What are you saying? Our family has wealth. You know I'm good at saving. Take them, so we can rest easy." Song Jin'an accepted the silver notes, saying, "All right, but only this once. No more saving for me. I want to eat what I desire and buy what I want. I won't lack for anything in the palace. If I do, I will come to you. I have inherited your ability to save, you know." With a playful wink, she concluded her statement. Madame Song gazed at her adorable daughter, realizing she would be spending her days in the confines of the palace, tears welling in her eyes. "Oh dear, why are you crying? When we meet again, bring me some candied hawthorn. I'm simply craving it." All right, I will remember. And I will also bring your favorite brown sugar dates cake." At the palace gate, Song Jin'an gazed at the departing figure of Lady Song. Addressing the parrot beside her, she inquired, "Song, do you miss your mother?" The parrot hopped excitedly, suddenly uttering the word "Song." A profound silence enveloped the surroundings as everyone turned to observe the lively parrot with its two rosy cheeks. Song, you can talk now." The parrot continued in a high-pitched voice, repeating "Song." Even 17, concealed among the trees, expressed astonishment, muttering to himself how remarkable it was that the self-talking parrot had learned to speak so quickly. Song Jin'an smiled brightly, exclaiming, "What a treasure! No wonder you are my darling, learning to speak so swiftly." She then turned to Chang'eng, saying, "Chang'eng, let us treat our Song to a special meal tonight." Addressing the parrot once more, she asked, "What flavor of seeds do you wish to munch on? Sister will get them for you." Chang'eng, feeling anxious, thought to himself that his master seemed more attentive to the bird than to the emperor. Was it not more crucial to placate the emperor at this moment? Thus, he approached with a gentle reminder, "Your Highness, the immediate priority is the emperor." Song Jin'an, playfully teasing the bird, queried, "What about the emperor?" "Oh right, the emperor is upset." With a sigh, she turned and made her way to the small kitchen. "Indeed, the immediate priority," she murmured. Upon entering the small kitchen, she gazed at the glutinous rice before her. Her expression one of bewilderment as she looked at Jinling, standing nearby. Jinling advised, "Your Highness, just add some water and a bit of flour, and it will be fine." With that, Song Jin'an rolled up her sleeves and began her task. She prepared the simplest red bean glutinous rice pastry. The red beans were steamed and mashed with sugar, while the glutinous rice was kneaded into a ball, flattened by hand, filled with red bean paste, and formed into a round shape, brushed with egg wash and sprinkled with black sesame seeds. Once completed, she looked proudly at Jinling, asking, "How about that? Am I not impressive?" However, her smile faltered as she realized, "Wait, there is no oven." She turned to Jinling, questioning how they would bake it. Jinling brought over a hanging pot, explaining, "This can be used for baking." She then remarked, "There is too much ash. Let me handle it." In less than half an hour, the delightful aroma of red bean pastries wafted through the air. Song Jin'an made 10, devouring 4 herself, and, after finishing, she clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "So delicious! I must be a genius." Turning to Feng Ling, she instructed, "Pack it up. Let us head to the Chengxian Palace." At the Chengxian Palace, Qi Yuan listened to Wei Kong and S report, "Your Majesty, and Pin has come to pay her respects." Qi Yuan, engrossed in his calligraphy, replied curtly, "Am I not busy? Have her wait." Song Jin'an was led to the inner hall, where she sat on a stool. She began to reflect seriously on why Qi Yuan was angry and how she might explain herself. His anger stemmed from her transferring a royal gift to another, a breach of decorum deemed a grave offense. What excuse could she possibly offer? After a brief moment, Qi Yuan sauntered in leisurely. Song Jin'an rose and bowed, greeting, "Your Majesty." He acknowledged her with a grunt, "Rise." As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Song Jin'an cheerfully presented her food box, saying, "This is a pastry I made for your majesty. Please sample it." Qi Yuan examined the golden, flaky dumpling and asked, "Did you make this yourself?" Song Jin'an nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I did it all by myself." Qi Yuan remained still, his gaze cold as he scrutinized her, and Pin, "Do you understand your mistake?" Song Jin'an pressed her lips together, her hands clasped and hanging down, her head lowered like a timid young girl in training. "I understand now. I should not have carelessly given your sentiments to another. I will find an opportunity to retrieve it." Qi Yuan was taken aback. "You wish to have it back?" Song Jin'an lifted her head, responding with a sense of entitlement. "Of course, I shall bestow her something else instead." Qi Yuan felt a slight headache. "Forget it this time. I shall arrange for a nurse to guide you, and you must learn the customs of the palace." Song Jin'an nodded gratefully. "Thank you, your majesty, for your forgiveness. You have pardoned me, haven't you?" As she spoke, she nudged a food box toward him. Qi Yuan picked one up and took a bite, surprisingly granting her the first favorable expression of the day. "Not bad," he remarked. Seated beside him, Song Jin'an rested her arms on the table and smiled. "Isn't it?" After a moment, as if recalling something amusing, she spoke again. "Your majesty, did you know? The parrot you gifted me can talk." For the first time, Qi Yuan sensed her genuine joy, and he played along. "Really? What does it say?" "Song Song," she replied. "You named it Song Song?" Song Jin'an nodded. "Of course. My pet should carry my surname." Qi Yuan, for some reason, recalled what he had heard from Shi about Song Yuheng calling out Song Song in a fit of madness and chuckled. As Song Jin'an bit into a red bean pastry, she noticed Qi Yuan staring at her. Curiously, she looked at the treat in her hand and raised a finger. "I'm hungry. I just want to eat one." Qi Yuan sighed. "Eat less. We will have dinner soon. Are you happy to see your mother?" she asked. "Happy," he replied, after consuming 3 pastries. Qi Yuan observed, as Song Jin'an had 3 as well. He decided to take her out for a stroll to aid digestion, but Song Jin'an felt it unnecessary. If she revealed that she had already eaten 4 before arriving, he would surely prohibit her from dinner. As they walked along the gravel path, the winter wind was biting, and Song Jin'an, dressed heavily, felt lethargic. "Shall we head back?" She tugged at him. Qi Yuan nodded, and on their way back, they encountered someone. The man had a refined appearance, exuding an air of nobility. Upon seeing the emperor, he bowed and greeted, "Yun pays respects to your majesty and consort." Qi Yuan's calm voice echoed, "Have you visited the empress?" "Yes," Yun replied. Qi Yuan nodded. "It gets dark early. You should return soon." As Yun withdrew, he glanced at Song Jin'an, noticing her unfamiliar gaze, which sent a chill through him. Why did she look at him in such a manner? Jin'an was not one to feign emotions so convincingly. Had her time in the palace over the past year molded her thus? Chapter 23. But I am but a mediocre warrior. Song Jin'an watched as Yun walked away. A man of such elegance, a gentleman of unparalleled grace. She then glanced at Qi Yuan beside her, suddenly doubting the reliability of first impressions. When she first beheld Qi Yuan, she too thought him a refined and noble gentleman. Yet his sharp tongue and unpredictable temperament revealed a stark contrast. His voice, when cold, could freeze one to the core. As they continued down the path, Qi Yuan inquired, "I heard that before entering the palace, you often played with your brother and Yun during the autumn. What do you think of the two?" At this moment, Song Jin'an's heart trembled. It turns out there is indeed a backstory. Song Jin'an could only brace herself to deal with the 2 gentlemen, both of whom were courteous. Qi Yuan chuckled, remarking, "You claim that Yun is a gentleman of upright character, which I can believe, but that lively autumn Xian, is he truly a gentleman?" Song Jin'an responded with a light laugh. "Young Master Chiu is merely a more vivacious sort of gentleman. A gentleman is defined by his character." Qi Yuan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, they are both commendable." After this, he pondered a question. "If you had not entered the palace at that time, might you have chosen to marry?" Song Jin'an widened her eyes, somewhat startled. "Your majesty." Qi Yuan playfully pinched her cheek. Song Jin'an's face bore a look of horror, while her heart silently cursed. "Is this a jest? Are you toying with my fate?" Upon returning to the Chengxian palace, they found the meal ready. Qi Yuan served her some dishes. Song Jin'an responded with a soft sound of approval as she ate. Just then, Wei Qinggan arrived to report to the emperor that consort Xian had come to pay her respects. Qi Yuan sipped his tea and replied, "Let her in." Song Jin'an, who was engrossed in her meal, lifted her head and declared, "I am full. I shall take my leave." Just as she intended to stand, Qi Yuan pressed down on her leg. "Have I permitted you to leave?" Song Jin'an looked at him. "Qi Yuan, with 2 concubines accompanying you. Do you not feel awkward?" Qi Yuan replied, "And Pin, you must learn to grow. Remaining timid will not serve you well. In this deep palace, one cannot endure endlessly. Suppressing oneself will lead to madness." Song Jin'an fell silent. "Cheetah, I fear I may disappoint your expectations. I do not wish to endure. Yet I am but a fragile and inept individual." Consort Xian entered, observing Qi Yuan sipping tea and Song Jin'an lost in thought. With a deliberately gentle tone, she greeted the emperor. Song Jin'an snapped back to reality, rising to bow. Qi Yuan responded with a casual acknowledgement, gesturing for her to sit. "Has Madame Qiu returned?" Qi Yuan inquired. Consort Xian smiled. "Indeed, she just departed, and upon thinking of your majesty, she came to pay New Year-esque greetings." Qi Yuan offered a faint smile, remaining silent. Song Jin'an also held her tongue. Consort Xian turned to Song Jin'an, "Sister-in, when did you arrive? Did Madame Song not accompany you into the palace?" Song Jin'an respectfully replied, "Mother left quite early." "Oh, I see. So you hurried here to seek out the emperor?" Consort Xian remarked with a smile, recalling, "I remember yesterday. On the first day of the new year, the emperor left Fengxian Palace and went directly to Tianyao Palace. Indeed, Tianyao Palace is home to a captivating vixen." Song Jin'an affirmed, "Indeed." Consort Xian sighed, "Sister, you truly are young, having just seen each other yesterday, and now you're back again. It seems you cannot bear to be apart." Song Jin'an offered a generic reply, "Haha, indeed." Silence enveloped the room. Consort Xian, unusually at a loss for words, found herself thwarted by such indifference. Qi Yuan, too, remained silent, as if the other party were accusing her of vying for favor. How could she endure such blatant provocation? Did she not understand? Beneath the table, Qi Yuan pinched her leg. Song Jin'an winced slightly, her eyes widening. She truly wished to exclaim, "I am not enduring. I genuinely do not know what to say." Thus, she mustered her courage and said, "Today, my sister has come to pay her respects. Is she also unable to part from the emperor?" Consort Xian paused. "Not exactly. I merely thought it had been a while since we last met, so I came to visit." Song Jin'an innocently inquired, "But we just saw each other yesterday during the ancestral rites." Consort Xian loathed her, thinking, "You wretched girl, how could that be the same?" Song Jin'an chuckled, "Surely, we cannot be apart from the emperor. After all, the consorts are meant to accompany his majesty." Consort Xian gritted her teeth, "Sister speaks true." As Qi Yuan observed the 2 individuals conversing, he felt a twinge of discomfort. One was devoid of intellect, while the other feigned indifference, merely enduring the moment. He cleared his throat, attempting to dispel the awkward atmosphere. "Xian Fei, do you have any matters to discuss?" At this moment, Xian Fei was genuinely taken aback, realizing that the emperor had chosen Song Jin'an over her. However, how could the impoverished Song family compare to the illustrious Qiu family? Rising, Xian Fei softly uttered, "This humble servant takes her leave." After her departure, Song Jin'an also stood to excuse herself. Qi Yuan inquired, "Did you truly not comprehend Xian Fei's words, or were you merely pretending?" Song Jin'an was perplexed. What did the empress mean? Wasn't she simply expressing her inability to part from his majesty? Song Jin'an recognized that Xian Fei's words, dripping with sarcasm, were hardly intended for her benefit, yet she pondered the significance of the matter. It hardly seemed worthy of offense. Qi Yuan remarked that in the imperial harem, vying for favor was considered improper. She was merely insinuating that you were deliberately clinging to me. Enlightened by Qi Yuan's guidance, Song Jin'an suddenly understood. This was nothing short of a veiled jab. She realized that Xian Fei's comments were not aimed at her, but rather sought to portray her as overly attached to the emperor in his presence. This subtly served to caution the emperor against showing her excessive favoritism. "After all, your majesty, it was you who visited the Tianyao Palace yesterday, not I who ventured to the Chengxian Palace. Therefore, the fault lies with you, not me. Why must you remind yourself through an attack on me?" Qi Yuan grasped the underlying implication of her words, regarding her with a curious expression. What kind of reasoning is this? Song Jin'an, contemplating the male-dominated world, mused that women are often blamed first. If no fault is found, they resort to unfounded accusations. Seated with an air of composure, she declared, "Just say it. If you are indifferent, then why bother?" Qi Yuan felt a surge of frustration towards her lack of insight. "I may be indifferent, but do you not understand the consequences of prolonged gossip? Does it serve your interests?" Song Jin'an, puzzled by the weight of his tone, perceived a sense of disappointment akin to that of a teacher lamenting a student's lack of understanding. With a smile, she clung to his arm, playfully asserting, "Isn't it all because of you?" Qi Yuan was taken aback, unprepared for her candidness. His expression grew complex as he pondered the true essence of this woman before him. He suspected she harbored secrets and possessed a depth of cunning. Yet she seemed oblivious to the subtleties of discourse. Or was she deliberately feigning ignorance? As Song Jin'an observed the contemplative look upon his face, she wondered if he was once again indulging in conspiracy theories. In all honesty, what merit did she possess that could warrant such intricate scheming from a ruler of his caliber? Tugging gently at his sleeve, she suggested, "I feel a bit overwhelmed. Let us take a stroll to refresh ourselves." Qi Yuan chuckled in surprise, astonished that the usually languid and Pin would propose a walk. He reached out, caressing the nape of Song Jin'an's neck, and softly inquired, "Pray tell, what occupies your thoughts, and in?" Without hesitation, she remarked that his hand felt rather cool. Qi Yuan mused that Song Jin'an was certainly not an ordinary individual, oscillating between feigned ignorance and genuine naivety. Yet he found himself intrigued, eager to delve deeper. Chapter 24. Goodness, I have been promoted again. Time swiftly passed, and the Lantern Festival approached. Song Jin'an vividly recalled Qi Yuan's promise to take her out for festivities. In recent days, Qi Yuan has been overly accommodating in their intimate moments. It matters little, she finds joy in it. Whenever discomfort arises, she expresses her feelings candidly. Qi Yuan appreciates this aspect greatly, deriving a sense of accomplishment from seeing Song Jin'an's happiness. In contrast, he finds the reticence and shyness of others quite dull. Gradually, Qi Yuan becomes increasingly inclined to spend time solely with Song Jin'an, finding others utterly uninteresting. Meanwhile, Song Jin'an, languishing in bed and inwardly cursing Qi Yuan to experience impotence soon, remains oblivious to the fact that her nightmare is only beginning. Qi Yuan gently kisses her ear, eliciting a shy response. "Sleep now, for His Majesty has court duties in the morning, and I must pay my respects." In a hushed voice, he adds, "After tomorrow's banquet, I shall take you out of the palace." The bait is cast, and with repeated success, the fish willingly takes the hook. Qi Yuan chuckles at how much and longs to leave the palace. Is it too dull here? Song Jin'an, embracing Qi Yuan, mumbles that she is content, for she cannot miss the festivities of the Lantern Festival. The next morning, a well-prepared Qi Yuan awakens Song Jin'an. He gently pats her rosy cheeks, urging her to rise, lest she be late. With effort, Song Jin'an opens her eyes, understanding the urgency, and begins to get up. Qi Yuan stands, only to see her eyes close once more. "Song Jin'an," he calls in a deep voice. Startled, she sits upright. She gazes at the serious expression on Qi Yuan's face, puzzled about what might have displeased him. Qi Yuan observes the dazed Song Jin'an and insists, "Get up. We must have breakfast before paying our respects. Do you understand?" She nods affirmatively, "Yes, Your Majesty." After his departure, Song Jin'an sluggishly rises from bed. After readying herself, she heads to Fengxian Palace to clock in for her daily duties. Upon her arrival, several concubines are already present. Lady Wen greets her with a smile, inquiring if the journey was chilly. Song Jin'an removes her hat and scarf, replying that she is warm enough. She then bows to the esteemed ladies seated at the head of the table. Lady Lan encourages her to sit down and enjoy a cup of hot tea. As Song Jin'an takes her seat, Consort Shu asks, "Today marks the Lantern Festival. I wonder what lively events await us tonight." Lady Wen agrees, expressing her anticipation for the evening's dazzling displays. Just then, Consort Xian and Xian enter simultaneously. "Sister Xian, you're still so playful," remarks Consort Xian, to which Consort Xian retorts, "Who can compare to Consort in her love for amusement? She even drags His Majesty along." as the group exchanges pleasantries. Consorts Xian and Xian pay their respects to consort Shu. Song Jin'an quietly closes her eyes, aware of the underlying tension. Reflecting on Qi Yuan's words, she knows she cannot remain silent. Otherwise, consort Xian will force her into the role of a seductress leading the nation to ruin. With a calm yet pointed tone, she states, "It seems that in your words, dear sister, His Majesty resembles a mere puppet, while I, a lowly concubine, cannot bear such a grand reputation." The others grasp her implication. She insinuates that consort Xian is indirectly accusing the emperor of being a foolish ruler, as a seductress is typically paired with such a sovereign. Consort Xian stares in shock, banging her fist on the table. "You are outrageous." Song Jin'an raises her gaze to meet her sister's eyes, asserting, "While you may freely tarnish my reputation, it is imperative that you do not besmirch His Majesty's honor." At this moment, Consort Ming calmly interjects. "What consortant speaks is true. Consort Xian, you must not involve His Majesty in your grievances against her, for that would be a grave offense." Xuanfei's lips moved in indignation and utter slander. Song Jin'an chuckled. "So you do know what slander is, dear sister. Yet, how is it that you are oblivious to your own accusations?" Before Xuanfei could respond, Song Jin'an continued, "Indeed, it's easy to cast aspersions with mere words. But such claims require substantiation. Understand this. He who asserts bears the burden of proof." Xuanfei could hardly believe that Song Jin'an would directly mock her. Others were equally astonished that the usually discreet and tolerant Pin had suddenly found her voice. It was evident that favoritism emboldened one's spirit. Even a timid lamb could become a ferocious dragon when backed into a corner. At that moment, the Empress entered, alleviating Xuanfei's discomfort. The attendees rose to pay their respects, and the Empress, clad in a deep red embroidered gown, took her seat, bidding everyone to rise. After sipping her tea, she inquired about the lively discussion. "What were you all chatting about?" Xuanfei, relishing the spectacle, recounted the earlier events, for both Xuanfei and Pin were individuals she despised, and their misfortunes brought her delight. The Empress, adopting a serious demeanor, admonished Xuanfei, "You must cease this willfulness. The Emperor may indulge you and overlook your transgressions. But how would it reflect upon us if such matters were to circulate beyond these walls?" Xuanfei choked on her words. The Emperor's indulgence was a double-edged sword. Realizing the unfavorable shift in circumstances, she opted for silence and humbly acknowledged her faults. The Empress, as adept as ever in maintaining decorum, offered a few words in favor of Song Jin'an. After the formalities concluded, Xuanfei hastily departed, disregarding the presence of others. By protocol, it should have been Xu Fei who exited first, prompting her maid to murmur about the lack of decorum. Xu Fei's crisp voice cut through. She does have the Emperor's favor. After all, Xuanfei did not pause to respond. Xianfei smirked, fall from grace indeed, with such a fool in their midst. As the Empress retreated to her inner chamber, she turned to Granny Gui, inquiring, "Is dinner arranged?" Granny Gui replied, "Yes, Your Highness. Everything is in order. I have kept a close watch." The Empress nodded, rubbing her sore neck. That in Pin, she possesses a wisdom that appears deceptively simple. Granny Gui had overheard Pin's recent remarks and remarked, "Indeed, Pin is a woman of profound depths." The Empress reflected on how the Emperor had yet to uncover her true nature, acknowledging, "She is indeed elusive. Yet I find it difficult to harbor disdain for her." Granny Gui was taken aback, as it was the first time her mistress had expressed a favorable opinion of someone. "This Pin is truly remarkable," she mused. The Empress continued with a smile, "Do you suppose the Emperor has truly fallen for her?" Granny Gui sighed. "If your husband is enamored with another woman, you must find entertainment in the drama." The Empress ignored Granny Gui's wistful expression. She was accustomed to her daily lamentations. "What rank do you think Song Jin'an will attain tonight?" Granny Gui replied, "She should rise to 4th rank." The Empress concurred, "Likely to the rank of 1e. She has already ascended 2 ranks from a 6th rank beauty to a 5th rank consort, which is already a considerable honor." The Emperor would not disregard propriety further. However, none anticipated that the Emperor, not only a guardian of tradition but also its master, would require a test subject to affirm his central authority. Clearly, Song Jin'an was the pawn chosen to challenge the constraints imposed by the ministers and the Ministry of Rights upon imperial power. Under the weight of authority, how could there exist a notion of pure affection? Thus, during the banquet, when Wei Qinggan proclaimed the imperial edict bestowing the title upon Song Jin'an, astonishment swept over the assembly. Everyone, even Song Jin'an herself, was taken aback. Goodness, promoted yet again, what a leap. If this were the 21st century, she would have undoubtedly become a wealthy woman by now. Chapter 25. Is the newly enfeoffed noble concubine unhappy? By the grace of heaven and the emperor's command, it is decreed. It has come to my attention that Song Yuheng's daughter, Song Jin'an, is exceptionally gifted, possessing both beauty and grace, exuding an air of serenity and dignity. By my side, she shall serve in the inner court, endowed with virtue and talent, her appearance pleasing to the eye, which brings me great joy. In accordance with the regulations of the 6 palaces, she is hereby elevated to the rank of noble concubine, granted the title of Yao, and assigned to reside in the main hall of Tianyao Palace, along with a bounty of 100 taels of gold, 1,000 taels of silver, and 12 pieces of jewelry and fine silks. Thus it is decreed. Song Jin'an rose and knelt to receive the edict, expressing her gratitude. The Lantern Festival is not a family reunion on New Year's Eve. The court ministers present took their places, including the esteemed officials of the Astronomical Bureau and their wives. In that moment, the Song family became the talk of the capital. Everyone congratulated Madame Song, attributing her good fortune to her daughter's favor with the emperor. However, genuine sentiments were scarce, as many were merely spectators relishing the spectacle. Since Song Jin'an's rapid ascent, Song Yuheng had grown increasingly anxious about her daughter's precarious position. Lacking a robust family background to support her, how far could she advance solely on imperial favor? With the emperor now 25 and childless, discontent among the court was palpable. Such a situation had never before transpired in history. No one could fathom the emperor's thoughts. Yet there was nothing they could do. Previously, when Song Jin'an had ascended to the rank of a concubine, the Ministry of Rights and the censors had risked their lives to protest, even threatening to bang their heads against the pillars. What was the outcome? The emperor initiated a purge of corrupt officials. Whether this was a result of the censors' protests against a concubine or merely a pretext for the emperor to cleanse the court remained a mystery. Thus, this time, no one dared to act rashly, fearing for their own positions, as few were truly incorruptible. Yun Xiang glanced at her daughter, Yun Ruan, on the high platform, frowning slightly. How could she remain unperturbed amidst the rise of such a favored concubine? The thoughts of the assembly varied greatly, yet Song Jin'an's focus was not on her future prospects. Yao, did it relate to the Yaoguang star? The emperor certainly possessed an uncanny ability to gauge human emotions. What were his true feelings towards her? Song Jin'an found herself bewildered, yet she sensed a lack of sincerity. Though she was an outsider unversed in the intricacies of palace life, her years of historical study were not in vain. They elevated her while providing no means of ascent. One misstep could lead to her utter ruin. It felt as if she were soaring high yet utterly insignificant, as if it were all a mere jest. Song Jin'an's gaze hardened. Indeed, it felt like a jest. Did she hold any weight in his eyes? She cared little for the opinions of those around her, nor did she wish to compete for favor among the women. She sought no power. Her only desire was to return home or to live freely beyond the palace walls. In essence, Song Jin'an yearned for wealth, abundant wealth, enough to live extravagantly without fear of destitution, to indulge freely in life's pleasures, including the company of handsome men. She lifted her gaze towards the man seated in the high position above her, with a demeanor marked by indifference. The ruler's lips would barely curve into a smile at the words of his subjects, yet the emotions within his eyes remained unchanged, laden with a sense of detachment. A figure of high status, he could not tolerate the presence of others, believing no one was worthy of standing alongside him. He had no desire to be an emperor. The title of Son of Heaven held little significance for him. Rather, he aspired to be the heavens themselves. The man seemed to sense her gaze. Their eyes met, and in that moment, Song Jin'an's expression bore no trace of joy or sorrow, no flattery or fear. She was a free spirit, untouched by the constraints of moral teachings or the oppressive hierarchy of feudal society. In Qi Yuan's eyes, Song Jin'an's gaze was inscrutable, devoid of any desire. For reasons unknown, he felt that this moment revealed the truest essence of her being. In an instant, Song Jin'an offered a faint smile before lowering her head. Qi Yuan, preoccupied with his ring, leaned toward Yin Oyan and remarked softly, "Your Majesty, please look after that girl, Song Jin'an. She seems a bit unhinged." The Empress was taken aback, having just been contemplating the Emperor's intentions. Why had he elevated Song Jin'an's rank from the 3rd grade? Was it a ploy to ensnare the forces behind her? If she gained favor quickly, would her plans be expedited? Was the Emperor growing impatient? Yet now, he wanted her to keep an eye on the girl. She found him utterly perplexing. From a young age, she understood her destiny was to enter the palace as a concubine, meticulously cultivated for this role since her earliest memories. Even during her time in the inner quarters, discussing matters of state with her brother Yun, she could not decipher the Emperor's mind. The current sovereign never played by the rules. Rising, Qi Yuan addressed her. "Let us depart. The fireworks have concluded." Song Jin'an gazed at the vibrant display, a dazzling array of colors, yet fleeting in its beauty. At that moment, she felt no inclination to appreciate such spectacles, nor any desire to await the upcoming excursions outside the palace. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of Qi Yuan's intentions. Soon, the banquet came to an end, and Lin Qinglan, elevated to the rank of Lan Shiyuan, approached her with a smile, congratulating her sister. Song Jin'an reciprocated the gesture, offering her heartfelt congratulations. "It is late today. We shall converse another time." At that moment, Wei Qinggan approached, addressing her as Your Highness. "The Emperor requests that you return to change your attire." Song Jin'an nodded, slowly making her way forward. The palace paths were adorned with lanterns in celebration of the new year, casting a brighter glow than usual. She gently inquired of Chong Gung, "What does the Emperor mean by this?" Chong Gung bowed deeper, replying, "This servant dares not speculate." Song Jin'an was reminded, "Oh, I apologize. I had forgotten. To speak of one's master, especially the Emperor, in such a manner was a grave offense, particularly in public." Chong Gung's expression was complex. His master truly was innocent. What merit did he have to elicit an apology from her? Having only been in the palace for a few years, he could not fully grasp the underlying motives at play. However, like Song Jin'an, he was not naive. The Emperor did not genuinely act in her best interests. Today, her status as a favored concubine was firmly established, yet she did not carry the air of one. She remained humble and reserved, striving to be invisible, wishing for all to overlook her presence. Chong Gung had encountered such a master before. It was merely a matter of timidity or profound cunning. However, the person he is currently accompanying is neither timid nor scheming. Rather, it seems they're diligently engaged in another matter. This endeavor does not involve vying for affection. Instead, they appear to be an outsider, focused on their own pursuits. It is akin to a scholar who, while ostensibly studying, is preoccupied with farming. Forgive Chong Gung for his lack of education. This metaphor is all he can ponder. The Yao Gui Pin, likened by Chong Gung to someone perpetually thinking of farming, sighed and remarked, "It is indeed difficult, truly difficult." The two ambled slowly to the Tianyao Palace, where they changed their attire. Soon after, Song Jin'an was taken away by Xinyan, sent by Wei Qinggan. Once in the carriage, Song Jin'an noticed Qi Yuan seated inside, eyes closed in feigned slumber. She quietly offered her greetings and took a seat beside him. After a brief moment, Qi Yuan inquired, "Are you happy?" Song Jin'an withdrew her gaze from the window and lowered the curtain. "Your Majesty, in what regard do you mean?" Qi Yuan opened his eyes and regarded Song Jin'an. It was the first time he witnessed her earnest display of emotion. How could the newly appointed Yao Gui Pin be anything but content? Chapter 26. As long as I reign, I will protect you. Song Jin'an pressed her lips together. "Your Majesty, I am merely a bit apprehensive." Qi Yuan touched the warming stove in his hand, still pleasantly warm, and leaned forward to place it in hers. "What is there to fear? Accept it." Song Jin'an raised her head, her eyes clear and untainted. Qi Yuan continued, as though imparting wisdom to a novice, "This warming stove, which I bestow upon you, is warm, Regardless of whether my intent is to alleviate discomfort or to shield you from the cold, the outcome remains the same. It warms your hands. Song Jin'an observed the warming stove, embroidered with golden dragon threads. Indeed, it was not cold. So, if I deserve it, how can I expect others to accept it? He spoke to her as if he were a mature individual gently guiding a fledgling. But if you elevate me to Gui Pin, will this not incite dissatisfaction among the court officials? Qi Yuan chuckled and leaned back. My imperial harem follows my whims, does it not? The strong define the rules. Song Jin'an pressed her lips together. Will they not claim I am an unworthy person? Qi Yuan looked at her and asked, are you someone who lives by their words? Song Jin'an thought, isn't that just tautology? Here I am, receiving your platitudes, and just the other day, you spoke of the fear of public opinion. Now you tell me I do not live for others' judgments. It was truly a case of saying one thing and doing another, a veritable contradiction. Throughout history, countless concubines have met their demise due to court pressures. Song Jin'an remained silent, feeling there was little to say. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, she could not contain herself. Your Majesty, do you think being a concubine is akin to being a child? Are you not just a child? Qi Yuan teased. Song Jin'an raised her eyes in indignation. Qi Yuan gently caressed her face. Only those of the fourth rank or higher may reside in the main palace. I merely wish to ensure your comfort. You should enjoy yourself. After all, whether you are happy or not, a day will pass regardless. It is better to maintain a joyful disposition. Song Jin'an felt a twinge of grievance, her eyes reddening. But what of the future? Qi Yuan gazed at the young girl, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears. His heart softened at that moment. He made a decision. After all, she was merely a young girl, having already taken advantage of her. It was only right to care for her as well. As Qi Yuan gazed into the girl's eyes and bestowed a gentle kiss, he declared, fear not, for I shall guard you as long as I draw breath. This marked the young emperor's inaugural promise to a woman, a vow he would uphold for a lifetime. Song Jin'an beheld the figure before her, clad in a dark cloak, hair meticulously arranged. His eyes, profound yet warm, shimmered with a subtle smile. Captivated, Song Jin'an found herself nodding in a daze. As a carriage halted outside, Qi Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair, urging, we have arrived, disembark. With her infatuation momentarily set aside, Song Jin'an alighted from the carriage. The brilliance of the capital dazzled her senses. Beneath the emperor's domain, the night market thrived, illuminated by myriad lanterns, while splendidly dressed patrons mingled amidst the vibrant atmosphere. The streets brimmed with treasures, and opulence reigned supreme. Gazing at the tavern before her and the throng of animated pedestrians behind, Song Jin'an admired the resplendent lanterns. From a distance, countless lights floated like stars upon a celestial river, their radiant glow merging into a sea of brilliance. Accompanied by the occasional crackle of fireworks, the scene resembled a fairyland. Enraptured by the extravagant sights, Song Jin'an cast aside her worries and stepped forward, only to feel a gentle tug at her wrist. Turning back with a questioning glance, she met Qi Yuan's gaze. Come with me to a place first, he instructed. Though reluctant, for she yearned to savor the distant glutinous rice cake, she sensed his determination. Recognizing her hesitation, Qi Yuan's voice softened, just for a moment. The rest of the evening is yours to enjoy as you wish. A smile graced Song Jin'an's lips as she replied, were you saying? A little delay is inconsequential. Your matters take precedence. With a playful flick to her forehead, Qi Yuan turned and strode towards the tavern, prompting her to hasten her pace. Upon entering, Song Jin'an gasped in awe. Noticing her wonder, Qi Yuan took her hand, guiding her up the stairs. Once they reached the private room, he gestured, take a seat for a while. Wei Qinggan will attend to you. I shall return shortly. Though aware of his intention to meet someone, Song Jin'an questioned the necessity of this outing when he could simply receive visitors in the palace. After Qi Yuan departed, she settled at the table, savoring sunflower seeds and cheese tea. Below, a captivating aerial dance unfolded, featuring a veiled woman gracefully gliding from east to west, eliciting applause from the audience. As she indulged in the performance, Song Jin'an turned to the attendant. Qinggan, is this a daily occurrence? Startled by her address, Wei Qinggan replied, Not every day, but performances are held every few days. And what about the regular days? How do they operate? She inquired. Other performances are hosted during regular days. He explained. Nodding in understanding, Song Jin'an marveled at the lively scene. She observed diverse groups of friends gathered, laughing, drinking, and reciting poetry. Suddenly, she felt a pair of hands resting on her shoulders, accompanied by the familiar scent of dragon saliva. Quickly regaining her composure, she turned to see the distinguished jawline of the man beside her. "Finished with your chatter? Shall we venture out?" Qi Yuan inquired. "Is it pleasing?" He added. Song Jin'an clapped her hands and stood. "It's quite delightful, very refreshing." Qi Yuan concealed his thoughts, believing she had masked her feelings well. However, he had just distinctly observed her absent-minded gaze while conversing with others in another private room. The man clad in resplendent white silks noticed his stare. "Is this the young girl the emperor instructed me to investigate?" Qi Yuan withdrew his gaze, pondering. The man shook his head, requesting a little more time. "She is merely a young lady, though she has been close to Qiu and Yun since childhood." Qi Yuan frowned, aware that there are secrets lurking behind her. The man, upon hearing this, chuckled softly, his voice melodious. The emperor has the young girl right under his nose, yet he still fears he cannot outmaneuver her. Qi Yuan redirected his attention to the steaming tea before him and took a sip. "I must ascertain the details before feeling at ease." The man, exhibiting an air of knowing without revealing, stood up. "I must take my leave. It is the Lantern Festival, and I must seek my fortune." After finishing his cup of tea, Qi Yuan rose to depart. In the next moment, a warm touch brought him back to reality. The young girl had donned her cloak. "Come, let us go admire the lanterns." Song Jin'an finally indulged in the glutinous rice cake she had yearned for since alighting from the carriage. As she walked and ate, Wei Qinggan followed closely behind, carrying skewers of candied hawthorn and various snacks. They approached a stall featuring riddles. Song Jin'an gazed at the riddle before her. 8 or 9 are not far from 10. Guess a character. She looked up at Qi Yuan, who lowered his gaze to meet hers. "Guess for yourself." Song Jin'an moved on to the next riddle, never one to dwell on what she could not solve. She simply skipped it. Qi Yuan clicked his tongue and pulled her closer. "You must solve this one before moving to the next." Chapter 27. She should be in the palm of his hand. Song Jin'an, like a little chick, was led to the first lantern. She truly struggled to comprehend these riddles. Qi Yuan observed the girl holding the pastries turn to face him, her expression earnest. "Let's look at something else." Qi Yuan shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips, as if he were deliberately teasing her. "You must guess this one. Even a child could solve it." Song Jin'an scrutinized the words before her. 8 or 9 are not far from 10. After contemplating for a moment, she wrote the character on the paper. Turning back, a hint of pride gleamed in her eyes. "How about it? I still possess some skill." Qi Yuan chuckled softly and turned to leave, having taken only a few steps. Song Jin'an spotted several individuals approaching. It was Yun and Qiu, accompanied by a man she found somewhat familiar. The trio refrained from performing a grand salutation in the street, opting instead for a respectful bow. Song Jin'an smiled at them. Qi Yuan addressed the group, inquiring whether they were out for leisure. Yun confirmed, and Qi Yuan directed his gaze toward the other man. "You are Song Jin'an and Pin's elder brother?" Song Jin'an's expression shifted. He is her brother. Recalling that all present had played together before her entry to the palace, her instinct was to lower her head to conceal her astonishment. Once she regained her composure, she lifted her gaze again. As Song Jin'an, he was merely a scholar of the Hanlin Academy. He typically lacked the privilege to enter the palace or attend court. Thus Song Jin'an had never had the opportunity to meet him. Having been in the palace for a year, she had not seen him, only knowing that she had an elder brother named Song Jin'an. Now, upon closer inspection, she realized they bore a resemblance to one another. Song Jin'an was somewhat shaken, relieved that she had not revealed any unfamiliar emotions in front of Qi Yuan. Had he learned of her ignorance regarding her own brother, his suspicious nature would undoubtedly have compelled him to investigate further. Unbeknownst to Jin'an, Yun harbored doubts. He vividly recalled the strange look in her eyes during their last encounter, initially believing it to be a deliberate act of feigned unfamiliarity. It was not mere illusion. She was genuinely a stranger to him. With a complex array of emotions, Yin lowered his gaze, determined to uncover what Jin'an had experienced since entering the palace. Song Jin'an respectfully replied to the young master, affirming her words. Qi Yuan glanced at Song Jin'an beside him and noticed she was fixated on her brother. You two share quite a resemblance, he remarked. All right, you may continue your stroll. With that, he led the dazed Jin'an away. Xian straightened up, her gaze complex as she observed the departing figures. The current emperor held Jin'an's wrist as they moved forward, his imposing stature casting her delicate frame in stark relief. The girl, adorned in a white cloak, possessed an exquisite beauty, her expression cold and detached. Yet, Xian was aware of her boisterous laughter and the sweetness of her smile, reminiscent of candy. Yin cautioned the wide-eyed Xian, Xian, be vigilant. There are many lurking in the shadows beside the emperor. If discovered, both you and Jin'an could face dire consequences. Turning to Song Jin'an, he tentatively remarked, Jin'an has changed a great deal. Jin'an nodded in acknowledgement. Sensing the shift, she appeared somewhat reserved. With a sigh, Jin'an understood the caution with which his sister navigated the palace's intrigues. Hence, he aimed to seize the opportunity presented by the upcoming imperial examinations to secure a bright future for her. Ahead, Qi Yuan remarked indifferently, Did you become foolish upon seeing your brother? Jin'an snapped back to reality, dismissing his comment with a casual, No, I just feel like you've grown taller. Qi Yuan, exasperated, looked at her. What absurd thoughts occupy your mind? Jin'an recalled the humorous notion from the 21st century about the third prince's height and burst into laughter, teasing. Is my mind peculiar? Qi Yuan was taken aback by her radiant smile. He knew she was beautiful, but her laughter revealed a unique charm, akin to the splendor of fireworks, with her eyes sparkling like shooting stars. Once her laughter subsided, Jin'an spotted a bird vendor and tugged at Qi Yuan's arm, exclaiming, Let us buy a nest for Song Song. She cheerfully addressed the vendor. Sir, may I purchase just the cage? The vendor, upon observing the exquisite attire and striking appearance of the two, instantly recognized them as members of a prominent family. Realizing their status, he was momentarily taken aback by such a perfect pairing of beauty. Of course. Please, choose as you wish, he eagerly replied. Ultimately, Jin'an selected 2 cages and a perch. Qi Yuan, who had been silently observing, raised an eyebrow, noting her lingering thoughts of that little parrot. As they walked, he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, Why have I not received a gift from you? As Song Jin'an paused in her steps, she spoke softly, You lack nothing. The world belongs to you. What more can I offer? Qi Yuan shook his head, affirming, Indeed, I do lack something, your gift, and Very well, Song Jin'an replied. I shall present you with something grand, something truly magnificent for your birthday. After teasing her, Qi Yuan turned his gaze towards the lantern-lit river. Shall we release the lanterns? Soon, they arrived at the site for the lantern ceremony. Song Jin'an observed the men and women around her and approached a stall to select a lantern. She wrote a message on the attached paper, while Qi Yuan watched intently. Shortly after, the lantern was set afloat, and Qi Yuan stood beside her. What wish did you make? He inquired. If I speak it aloud, it shall not come true, she replied coyly. Behind them, Wei Kong internally criticized the consort for her naivety, believing that such wishes could not be fulfilled. Song Jin'an then turned to Qi Yuan, expressing, I am truly happy. Qi Yuan retracted his gaze from the lanterns to observe the girl with a gentle smile on her face, asking, Are you only happy when you leave the palace? Song Jin'an stiffened, taken aback by his perceptiveness. Just then, fireworks erupted in the night sky, and Song Jin'an rose on her toes, cradling Qi Yuan's face. The brilliant fireworks spread across the inky sky, and in that moment, the girl kissed the man's delicate lips. As she pulled away, she softly said, Your Majesty, I'm also very happy when you stand behind me. Happy New Year. In that fleeting moment, Song Jin'an made a decision. Feeling adrift in this place, she would seize this opportunity before departing. She aimed to secure herself a modicum of power, striving to find a way out. With her eyes closed, she remained unaware of the intense desire reflected in Qi Yuan's eyes, akin to a dark whirlpool drawing one in. Qi Yuan would not permit his woman to conceal anything from him, nor tolerate any uncertain future. Just as he controlled the world, she too must exist within his grasp. Beneath this picturesque scene lay motives of manipulation and calculation, intertwined with emerging obsessions. How sincere could such feelings truly be? Chapter 28. Please be safe. By the time Song Jin'an and her companions returned to Tianyao Palace, it was quite late. She collapsed in a bed, falling swiftly into slumber. The following day, she was awakened by the gentle ringing of wind chimes. "Your Highness, it's time to pay your respects. Please wake up." Nodding, Song Jin'an replied, "Do not worry, I am awake." Moments later, Jinling was styling her hair, while Fengling adorned her brows. After a moment of contemplation, Fengling advised, "Your Highness, you must refrain from referring to yourself as a. You should use this palace instead." Song Jin'an opened one eye to regard Fengling playfully. "Why? I always refer to myself as this palace outside. And even before the emperor, I call myself this concubine." Concerned for her mistress's frivolity, Fengling cautioned, "What if something goes awry?" Song Jin'an closed her eyes and assured her, "Rest easy, Fengling. I am well aware of my situation. Referring to myself as this palace feels uncomfortable." She simply wished to retain her identity as Song Won'er, unwilling to be gradually assimilated, for that would be immensely painful. Once ready, Song Jin'an remarked, "There is no time for breakfast. Please keep it warm for me. I shall eat when I return." As they journeyed, Song Jin'an listened to Chang'eng recount the promotions and appointments made the previous night. This year's most remarkable figure is Song Jin'an, who has ascended from a consort to a noble consort in just 4 months. A feat that has taken others 4 years to achieve. Following her rise, Lan Guifei has been promoted to Lan Xuan, while Wen Guiran has become Wen Pin. Ying Zhaoyuan has advanced to Ying Zhaoyi, and Meng Pin has been elevated to Meng Wani. The remaining promotions are for those below the 6th rank, each moving up 1 level. On the way, Song Jin'an asked Chang'eng about her current situation. Chang'eng bowed and replied, "You have certainly attained great favor." "What favor is this?" "This is only second to the esteemed Guifei of Taizu," exclaimed Song Jin'an. "Tianyao Palace is indeed a treasure of fortune." She continued, reflecting on her unexpected transformation into a favored concubine. As she pondered, a laugh escaped her lips. Why hasn't this transmigration skill been applied to the art of reincarnation? Perhaps it could be upgraded to allow me to return, reborn as a child of wealth. I wouldn't have to toil for over a decade as a mere wage slave. Alas, how disheartening. Chang'eng observed his master alternating between laughter and sighs, increasingly convinced that she was the most peculiar person he had ever encountered. Upon arriving at Fengxian Palace, Song Jin'an encountered Ming Fei, who greeted her with a smile, saying, "I have yet to congratulate you." After performing the customary greeting, Song Jin'an expressed her gratitude to her elder sister. They entered and took their seats. Wen Pin remarked to Ming Fei, "Sister, that blue jade hairpin you wear today is truly exquisite, remarkably elegant." Ming Fei raised her hand to touch it, responding, "Indeed? A young lady gifted it to me before I entered the palace, and despite the passing years, it remains splendid." She then discreetly glanced at the unresponsive Song Jin'an, furrowing her brow slightly. Song Jin'an, however, was oblivious to Ming Fei's gaze. She looked at the blue jade hairpin, finding it somewhat familiar. As she had seen something similar in her previous life, it was indeed novel and beautiful. So, such things existed in ancient times, even in this fictional realm. Perhaps there will be a Li Hei to rival Li Bai, crafting timeless verses like the bright moonlight before my bed. Lost in her thoughts, Song Jin'an momentarily drifted away. Before long, everyone had gathered. Xian Fei, gazing at the radiant Song Jin'an, exclaimed in a high-pitched voice, "Today, and Pin looks truly stunning." "Oh no, I mean Yao Guifei." She covered her mouth and chuckled. "What a leap. My memory fails me. Forgive me, dear sister." Song Jin'an recalled Qi Yuan's teachings, realizing that the more she resisted, the more fervently the other would press on. So, she smiled slightly and replied, "It's quite all right. We all forget things as we age. It's entirely understandable." Xian Fei gritted her teeth and remarked, "Since when did you become so eloquent, Guifei?" Song Jin'an, fully embracing her role, responded, "Indeed. The emperor often scolds me for being the dullest." If being eloquent is a success, then I suppose I have achieved it. The Empress chuckled, affirming, I can attest to that success. She then announced that the New Year festivities had concluded and it was time for everyone to return to their regular lives, urging them to serve His Majesty diligently. As the gathering dispersed, the Empress addressed the group, If there is nothing further, you may all leave. Qian Fei's face remained pale with anger until she exited the palace gates. Lan Shiyuan and Ing Zhaoyi observed the furious departure of Qian Fei. Ing Zhaoyi chuckled. I thought she was a soft target. Even a cornered rabbit can bite. Not to mention she has a true dragon behind her. Lan Shiyuan laughed lightly and agreed. Indeed, Yao Guifei has truly risen. As the two walked along the path, Ing Zhaoyi quietly inquired of her sister, Do you truly believe that Tianyao Palace possesses such mystique? One cannot deny that both the esteemed concubine and the enchanting Yao Guipin are breathtaking beauties, each enjoying the favor of the emperor. Lan Shiyuan tugged at her, cautioning her to refrain from such words, for the fate of concubine was far from favorable. Ing Zhaoyi hastily covered her mouth, asserting that she was merely echoing what she had heard from others. Lan Shiyuan sighed, lamenting that who could predict what the future holds? One day at a time. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the Emerald Palace, Qian Fei violently cast aside a set of teacups resting on the table. She is exceedingly arrogant. Your Highness, please remain calm. A maid implored. Qian Fei's eyes blazed with fury, her countenance twisted in rage. How can I remain calm? She has overstepped her bounds. Taking a seat, she inhaled deeply, realizing that the situation was untenable. She could not afford to wait idly. Her prime years were fleeting, and she must act. At that moment, a maid announced, Your Highness, Lady Wen seeks an audience. With a cold expression, Qian Fei instructed her to enter. As Wen Pin stepped in, she chanced upon a eunuch exiting with shattered porcelain. Casting her eyes downward, I pay my respects to your highness. Rise, Wen Pin, Qian Fei replied. Wen Pin softly responded, I have come to bid farewell, as I will be moving out. Upon hearing this, Qian Fei recalled that Wen Pin was to relocate to Tingyu Pavilion. You have finally emerged from the shadows. Wen Pin lowered her gaze, expressing her gratitude for Qian Fei's care during her time at the Emerald Palace, presenting her with a jade hairpin she had carved herself. Qian Fei glanced at it, setting it on the table with a nonchalant hum. You entered the palace alongside Song Jin'an, yet she has now left you far behind. Do you feel no sense of urgency? Wen Pin smiled softly, stating that she was content with her current state, leaving the rest to fate. Qian Fei scoffed. Do you genuinely believe that? If you do not strive for your own destiny, you may wither away, and the emperor may not even glance in your direction. Wen Pin raised her head, seemingly concerned that the emperor despises competition among the concubines. Qian Fei raised her hand, running her fingers over her nails. Who would be so brazen as to compete openly? Yao Guipin feigns innocence, does she not? Wen Pin nodded, thanking her for the reminder, assuring her that she would take note. Seeing that Wen Pin truly absorbed her words, Qian Fei sighed, feigning benevolence as a seasoned individual. I only wish for your well-being. It pains me to see you capable of garnering more favor, yet overshadowed by her. She possesses nothing but her looks and is generally weak and ineffectual. You must ensure the emperor recognizes your worth. Wen Pin smiled shyly, expressing her gratitude. I will keep your words in mind, your highness. Satisfied, Qian Fei patted her hand, urging her to attend to her belongings. Yes. Once Wen Pin exited, the gentle smile had vanished from her face, replaced by an inscrutable gaze. Chapter 29. Unfazed by favors upon returning to the palace, Song Jin'an finally partook in breakfast. As soon as she finished, she retreated to her study. There was no choice. She must exert herself. While others vied for power and status, she sought knowledge as a means to secure her place. For 3 consecutive days, Song Jin'an immersed herself in books, yielding no substantial insights but absorbing numerous tales. Throughout these 3 days, Qi Yuan had not made an appearance, remaining in the court. Yet he had summoned Yu Guiran to attend. Upon hearing Chong Gung mention this, Song Jin'an merely nodded in acknowledgement before diving back into her sea of books. Chong Gung stood in the corridor, letting out a sigh as Mango, the pet he was feeding, approached him to inquire about his troubles. Another heavy sigh escaped Chong Gung. Indeed, their master seemed more suited to the tranquility of prayer, appearing utterly detached from worldly matters. It was said that their master was a person of serene disposition. At that moment, Mango called out again, oblivious to the nuances of their conversation. He perceived his master in a positive light, treating the servants with kindness, devoid of any airs that often accompany nobility. The name given to the pet was a reflection of the master's own name, which he fondly remembered. He recalled the master's words, pondering the need for excessive thought. Thus, he echoed Chang'eng's sentiments, questioning the need for overthinking. Chang'eng cast a casual glance at him, remarking on how he resembled the mistress, suggesting that in the imperial court, ignorance could be perilous. Noticing Mango's bewildered expression, he solemnly explained that their master's nonchalance stemmed from youth and inexperience with the court's inherent dangers. Therefore, it was imperative for the servants of Tianyao Palace to exercise vigilance and caution. Mango nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, in the study, Song Jin'an was engrossed in her books, diligently taking notes, completely unaware of the thoughts of the palace servants outside. Furrowing her brow, she struggled with the complex traditional characters on paper, writing them to avoid arousing suspicion, some of which she did not even recognize. Her mood was utterly dismal. Rising from her seat, she made her way to the door, catching sight of the murmuring Chang'eng and Mango. "What are you discussing?" she inquired. Startled, Mango, who had just been frightened by Chang'eng, was now taken aback by the sudden appearance of his master. "Surely, you are not speaking ill of me?" The mere suggestion caused both to kneel, exclaiming they would never dare. Song Jin'an waved her hand. "Rise, I was only jesting." Approaching the birdcage, she asked, "Do you miss home?" Chang'eng and Mango discreetly withdrew, aware that their master was about to engage in her customary conversation with the bird. Gently stroking the parrot's small tail, she mused, "Why are we so pitiable?" Locking eyes with her pet, she wished she could soar through the skies as it did, gazing at the confined square of the world outside. With no distant scenery to behold, merely an expanse of blue sky, she found it terribly dull. Song Jin'an contemplated her future travels upon returning home, acknowledging the unpredictability of life and the importance of cherishing the present. One should indulge in enjoyment and not delay until regret ensues. Who could have anticipated such misfortune to befall one so young and in the prime of life? Though she had escaped death, her existence felt almost as if it had ceased. Just then, Wei Qinggan entered, finding Song Jin'an lost in thought. The collective greetings of those present brought her back to reality. "Rise," he said with a smile, addressing her as Your Highness. "You may move to the main hall. The Emperor is concerned about your lack of attendance and has dispatched several eunuchs and palace maids to accompany you." Song Jin'an smiled in appreciation. Wei Qinggan continued, "This is Madame Ling, also sent by the Emperor to provide you with meticulous care." Song Jin'an regarded the solemn and respectful middle-aged woman, recognizing her as someone of slight experience and status. She nodded, "Greetings, Madame Ling." The stern Madame Ling paused, taken aback by such an unexpected greeting from a master to a servant. While propriety dictated certain protocols, the breach of decorum in addressing one of higher status was equally frowned upon. However, a master in the first palace, devoid of distinctions between ranks, can easily foster the arrogance of sycophants. Lady Ling finally comprehended the Emperor's prior instructions regarding the unique nature of consort Yao, emphasizing a gentle approach to avoid frightening her. Indeed, it is quite heart-wrenching to see such a pure and kind-hearted person wearing a cold expression. After Wei Qinggan departed, Chang'eng led the others to carry items. Lady Ling approached Song Jin'an with a smile. Although she believed her smile to be gentle, the long-standing sternness of her expression rendered it rather intimidating. Song Jin'an, under the impression that she was sent by the Emperor to impart etiquette, cheerfully inquired, "Lady, have I done anything amiss?" Lady Ling was taken aback once more, stating, "Your Highness, you ought to refer to yourself as this palace. Addressing me as a servant diminishes my status." After being reminded twice, Song Jin'an pondered whether this distinction truly mattered. Lady Ling asserted that the distinction between master and servant is essential for maintaining authority. Otherwise, they might become overly audacious. Song Jin'an pursed her lips, conceding very well. This palace understands. Ah, then should the lady prepare? Song Jin'an, feeling perplexed, asked prepare for what? According to convention, the emperor would send someone to assist and offer gifts. It is only proper for you to express gratitude. Did I not just convey my thanks to Wei Kong'an? Moreover, disturbing the emperor, who is busy with state affairs at this moment, seems inappropriate. Within a mere quarter hour of Lady Ling's arrival, she had already grasped the special nature of the emperor's instructions through 3 unexpected encounters. It suggested a complete indifference toward favoritism. Or perhaps it was a different form of vying for affection. A feigned disregard to capture the emperor's attention. It was no wonder Lady Ling's thoughts wandered. Having served in the palace for nearly 30 years, she had witnessed far too many of such intrigues. You must personally express your gratitude for sincerity, she insisted. Song Jin'an genuinely wished to retort that she lacked any true sincerity. However, the thought of needing to strive for favor, lest she lose the scant resources available to her, compelled her to act. How else would she find a way home? She rose to summon Jean Ling for a change of attire and instructed Feng Ling to prepare some food for the purpose of expressing gratitude. Lady Ling observed the young woman entering with satisfaction, believing that as long as one listens to advice, ignorance of etiquette was inconsequential. Little did Lady Ling know that such complacency was the most formidable challenge. In matters she deemed trivial, she would acquiesce to your wishes, appearing to heed your counsel. Yet, in matters she considered significant, she would be as obstinate as a mule, impervious to thorough analyses of pros and cons. Song Jin'an donned her cloak and proceeded to the Chengqian Palace. Upon seeing her, Wei Kong'an approached with a beaming smile. Is the lady here to pay her respects to the emperor? Song Jin'an acknowledged with a sound, requesting, please inform the lord. Soon, Wei Kong'an returned, stating, the emperor awaits you. Song Jin'an picked up the food box and entered alone. Qi Yuan was engrossed in reviewing memorials and did not lift his head upon hearing the door open and close, merely responding, you have arrived? Song Jin'an bowed and offered her greetings, to which Qi Yuan replied, rise. Upon noticing the food box in her hands, he raised an eyebrow. Bringing offerings? Song Jin'an smiled and responded, indeed, I am grateful to your majesty for considering me so thoughtfully. Qi Yuan observed her as she entered, curious about what she carried. Song Jin'an's smile faltered. She had forgotten to inquire about its contents. Chapter 30. I can play 5 in a row. Song Jin'an smiled. What do you think it is? Qi Yuan grasped her hand, preventing her from lifting the lid of the food box, playfully asking, my dear consort, do share. Song Jin'an's smile appeared somewhat forced. As she was entirely unaware of the situation, she had merely been instructed to prepare food, without any knowledge of what it entailed. Qi Yuan's brief pause had already led him to surmise that this girl was likely oblivious to it all. Indeed, she was. He gently moved her hand away from the food cover, took the food box, lifted the lid, and said, come, and then, can you guess what you brought today? Song Jin'an clasped her hands behind her back, lowering her head like a child caught in wrongdoing. Qi Yuan could not fathom that today they would do nothing but guess. They would only eat once the guessing was over. Song Jin'an raised her head and asked, is it porridge? Qi Yuan looked at her, surprised that she was indeed guessing. Shouldn't she be asking for forgiveness instead? Feeling his gaze, Song Jin'an grew anxious and ventured, is it dessert? Almost on the verge of tears, she knelt down with a sorrowful expression, exclaiming, your majesty, please forgive me. I simply forgot. Qi Yuan observed her increasingly adept at feigning repentance as she leaned against his knee, pretending to cry. Gently stroking her head, he remarked, ah, Yao Guipin, you truly lack focus. Hearing his ambiguous tone, Song Jin'an felt a twinge of fear and crawled into his embrace. Sitting on his lap, your majesty, please pardon me. She thought to herself that standing and apologizing was far better than being reprimanded in bed. Qi Yuan opened the food box, and Song Jin'an caught a whiff of the delicate fragrance of osmanthus. It was osmanthus cake. Qi Yuan wrapped one arm around the girl while taking a bite of the cake, asking, is this how you express your gratitude? Song Jin'an planted a kiss on his cheek. I truly forgot. Qi Yuan then playfully stuffed a half-eaten piece of osmanthus cake in her mouth, admonishing her to be more astute in the future and not to forget everything at a leisurely pace. With wide eyes, Song Jin'an nodded while chewing the cake. Qi Yuan felt an urge to rub his forehead. She was still so naive. Seeing that he was no longer angry, Song Jin'an felt relieved. She sometimes indeed lacked focus, but she was trying her best to keep things together. After all, there were so many people attending to him. There was no need for her to fret over every little thing. As she climbed down from his lap, she noticed a plethora of documents. Your Majesty, you have so many? Qi Yuan responded affirmatively. Since you're here, you might as well grind the ink. Song Jin'an internally scoffed. You certainly know how to enjoy yourself, don't you? Adding fragrance to the red sleeves? She spent the entire morning grinding ink. During this time, as long as Qi Yuan remained silent, she made no sound either, simply standing there, lost in her own world, as if nothing could intrude upon her focus. Qi Yuan tended to be more talkative around Song Jin'an, which stood in stark contrast to his interactions with other consorts. Typically, when with them, he would engage in lengthy conversations, afraid to offend. Only with the Empress could he converse normally. However, with Song Jin'an, the dynamic was reversed. He would ask a question, and she would reply with a single word. If he spoke at length, she would respond with a sentence. Logically, Qi Yuan was not one to seek out cold receptions. As an emperor, if someone refused to engage, he would simply disregard them in the palace. Women were generally meant to alleviate boredom. Why should he chase after someone who displeased him? Yet, Song Jin'an was different in his eyes. From initially suspecting her intentions upon entering the palace to discovering her unique character, he found himself unable to look away. I yearned to learn more about this extraordinary individual, always seeking to provoke her playful side. Moreover, there is a peculiar detail about Song Jin'an. She is timid beneath the bed, resembling a quail, yet exhibits remarkable boldness once atop it, solely concerned with her own comfort. The emperor observes the quietly ink-grinding Song Jin'an at his side. Her demeanor humble and obedient, yet her character remains enigmatic. Though she appears compliant, her heart is far from it. Noticing his gaze, Song Jin'an turns her head and inquires if the emperor has finished his writing, expressing her hunger. Qi Yuan instructs an attendant outside to fetch water. Soon, a palace maid enters, bringing warm water to pour into a basin. The emperor takes Song Jin'an's hand to wash together, his brow furrowing as he notices her ink-stained fingers. He reprimands her for getting so messy while grinding ink. As she stands there, listening to his admonitions, he tenderly rubs her hands to cleanse the ink away. Once seated, Wei Kong'an enters to serve tea. Observing Song Jin'an grasping the teacup without taking a sip, Qi Yuan suddenly recalls her aversion to tea. He asks, I have yet to inquire, why do you dislike tea? Surprised that he remembers, Song Jin'an responds, it's not that I dislike it. I simply cannot indulge too much, for it keeps me awake at night. What floral tea? He inquires. The same applies. If I drink too much, my mouth turns bitter, she replies. Qi Yuan shakes his head, explaining that tea is meant to be savored, leaving a delightful fragrance, not bitterness. Song Jin'an nods, admitting her lack of discernment. I shall teach you, he declares. Amused yet incredulous, Song Jin'an retorts, you, a grand emperor, wish to instruct me on tea? I appreciate your offer in advance, your majesty. Qi Yuan frowns at Wei Kong'an, who is serving the dishes, prompting him to step outside to continue his duties. As Song Jin'an sips her tea, she grimaces, carefully tasting it, yet finds it still bitter. Thus, she looks at Qi Yuan and expresses her desire for plain water. He sighs and instructs a nearby maid to bring a jug of water. Henceforth, an unwritten rule was established in the Chengxian Palace. Whenever Song Jin'an visited, the palace maids would ensure a jug of plain water was prepared for her. The imperial kitchen soon presented the meal. Wei Kong'an served the emperor, while Song Jin'an helped herself to the dishes. Qi Yuan gestured for Wei Kong'an to pause. In the company of Song Jin'an, he often found himself subconsciously wishing to return to a state of simplicity. Was this not akin to a common household dining together? Unbeknownst to her, Song Jin'an remained oblivious to the intricate thoughts of the person beside her. She only focused on her meal, particularly relishing the dishes prepared by the imperial kitchen, which were truly delectable. After the meal, Qi Yuan suggested, if you have no plans to return, why not play a game of Go with me? Song Jin'an hesitated, for while she possessed a basic understanding of the game, Her skills were limited to defeating the AI on her mobile device. As anticipated, after just a few rounds, she lost. "Why is your game so poor?" Qi Yuan remarked, to which Song Jin'an took offense, retorting, "Why the addition of so? Surely, I can redeem myself. I excel at Gamoku." Qi Yuan, puzzled, asked about Gamoku. Subsequently, the game commenced. "Uh-huh, I have won," Song Jin'an exclaimed joyfully, looking at Qi Yuan and asserting, "Did I not tell you? I am quite skilled at Gamoku." Qi Yuan nodded, conceding that indeed, winning is quite an accomplishment. He indeed did not let go. But it was his first time playing, so he lost. The outcome might differ in the next round. However, in the subsequent match, Song Jin'an emerged victorious. As she picked up the pieces, she bowed her head to count. 10 for me. 9 for your majesty. I have won." She lifted her head, smiling brightly at Qi Yuan, who discerned a glimmer of triumph in her eyes. Song Jin'an felt quite pleased. After all, being belittled daily could test anyone's patience. She pondered whether the emperor was busy reviewing memorials and thought to check on how her maids were faring with their tasks. Qi Yuan set down the pieces, his tone calm as he continued to grind ink. "I shall accompany you back this evening." Chapter 31. The truth revealed after drinking in the afternoon. After Qi Yuan had attended to state affairs and met with the ministers, he leisurely took Song Jin'an's hand and strolled towards Tianya Palace. Upon entering, they encountered the palace servants cleaning, who all bowed in respect. As soon as Song Jin'an stepped into the main hall, she was struck by its grandeur. The exquisite beams and painted columns, the intricately carved bed frame, and the floral engravings by the windows, which framed the finest view of the backyard, captivated her. The soft carpet and heated floors beneath her feet added to the opulence. Overwhelmed by the beauty, she turned and embraced the man standing behind her, reaching up to kiss his cheek. "Thank you, your majesty." Qi Yuan playfully pinched her nose, teasing, "Now that you are the mistress of the palace, you still act so recklessly." As Song Jin'an ventured further inside, she discovered a tea room, a study, a bathing chamber, and even a larger kitchen. She laughed out loud, appreciating the perks of being favored, enjoying sumptuous meals, and residing in a luxurious suite. Qi Yuan observed the newly brought bed, which he had ordered to be replaced. Crafted from the finest golden silk Nanmu wood, it promised comfort for his own nights. He turned to Ling Mama, saying, "Do you see now? The girl may sometimes be a bit careless, but that is quite endearing. Do not be overly critical. Simply ensure she remains within the boundaries." Ling Mama bowed in understanding, grasping the emperor's intent to safeguard Yao Guifei's adherence to palace rules while preserving her innocence. She realized she was indeed serving a remarkable mistress. Emerging from the inner chambers, Song Jin'an wore a cheerful expression. Qi Yuan gazed at her with an unguarded fondness, clearly enamored. "Shall we celebrate tonight?" she suggested. "Let us celebrate the move." Qi Yuan, seated comfortably, nodded, inquiring what she wished to eat. "Of course, I want a steaming hot pot," she exclaimed. Qi Yuan frowned, wondering why she had such a penchant for spicy food. Just as he was about to suggest something milder, Song Jin'an interjected, "I haven't had it in ages. And with spring arriving, I haven't been eating much." She leaned closer, coaxing, "Let us indulge just this once, shall we?" Just this once, she reiterated, silently adding it would be the last time with him. That evening, Song Jin'an and Qi Yuan sat at the dining table, which was significantly larger than the previous one, a testament to how favored Yan Guifei had once been, a fortune that had now fallen to her. Qi Yuan watched as Song Jin'an nibbled on her chopsticks, chuckling softly as he tapped her forehead, daydreaming while eating. Song Jin'an pressed her forehead and smiled foolishly at Qi Yuan, declaring the food delicious. Qi Yuan remarked that such days necessitate wine and inquired if Yao Guipin could drink. Since arriving here, Song Jin'an had never consumed alcohol, primarily due to uncertainty regarding her body's tolerance, fearing that a slip of the tongue could lead to being deemed a monster and subsequently burned. Thus, she hesitantly admitted to Qi Yuan that she was not very skilled at drinking. Qi Yuan, however, relished this outcome, believing that drunkenness would lead to the revelation of truths. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded for wine to be brought forth, declaring that he would not return until he and his beloved concubine were thoroughly intoxicated. Song Jin'an widened her eyes in alarm. This was not acceptable. From the very beginning, he had suspected that she harbored secrets. The thought of being intoxicated and inadvertently disclosing something she ought not was daunting. She repeatedly waved her hands, insisting that she could not drink. Qi Yuan grasped her hand, assuring her that he would teach her, and that a little drink would only warm her up. As the wine was presented, Feng Ling poured it. And Song Jin'an felt a rising panic. She truly could not handle it. Had this been the 21st century, she would have partaken without hesitation, her tolerance honed through repeated practice. However, in this moment, she feared that her original self might be a lightweight. Observing her discomfort, Qi Yuan knew his decision to offer her wine was indeed the right one. She was evidently anxious about revealing secrets in her inebriation. How had he not thought of this sooner? Reluctantly, under his gaze, Song Jin'an lifted her glass and took a sip. Subsequently, she found herself compelled to drink glass after glass. In a moment of feigned drunkenness, she was startled into consuming 2 more cups by his jest that insulting the emperor could lead to execution. Yet, despite her efforts, she remained lucid. To her surprise, her original self possessed quite the capacity for drink. After downing her final cup, she turned to the emperor and suggested they retire for the night. Qi Yuan regarded her flushed complexion and sparkling eyes, vibrant from the wine, and mused, "Is this what you call not being able to drink?" Song Jin'an, equally surprised by her own tolerance, awkwardly confessed her ignorance of her abilities. The alcohol had begun to affect her, stirring a sense of exhilaration in her mind. Aware that she should stop before losing control, she stood and took Qi Yuan's hand, leading him towards the bathing chamber. As Song Jin'an entered the bathroom and bent down to unfasten her buttons, she felt Qi Yuan's gaze fixed upon her. He observed the struggle between her garment and her abdomen. Gently, he called out, and she did not lift her gaze. Qi Yuan continued, "What is your true identity?" After a brief pause, she looked up and exclaimed, "I know." Qi Yuan, momentarily taken aback by her outburst, was soon enveloped by Song Jin'an as she leaped into his embrace, declaring, "I know you have an ulterior motive for getting me drunk. Unfortunately, I am not inebriated. No, you are indeed drunk. So, can you now tell me who you are?" At his inquiry, Song Jin'an's mind clearly instructed her to refrain from speaking further. Yet her lips were not in accord with her thoughts. Chapter 32. Because I like your majesty. Qi Yuan held Song Jin'an, who wrapped her arms around his neck. She kissed his lips and proclaimed, "I am a fairy descended from the heavens." To his dismay, he had hoped for a different revelation. Qi Yuan, with a stern expression, led the girl to the bath. Song Jin'an clung to him like a koala, refusing to let go. "No." Qi Yuan gently tapped you, asking if you wished to sleep. Song Jin'an shook her head, expressing her unwillingness. Qi Yuan kissed the girl's lips and said, "Very well, then we shall not sleep." The water rippled, and the warm red sleeves of the tent enveloped them. The following morning, as Song Jin'an rose, she was met with a throbbing headache from the previous night's indulgence. Qi Yuan, seated on the soft couch on the opposite side of the bed, queried softly, "Are you awake?" Song Jin'an paused, massaging her head, turning her tousled hair towards him. With a bewildered expression, she asked, "Has your majesty not gone to court today?" "Today is a rest day. There is no court session," Qi Yuan replied, observing the girl's disheveled hair, which accentuated her delicate features. Indeed, the elegance of her visage persisted even amidst disarray. Song Jin'an, suffering from a severe headache, gently rubbed her temples. Qi Yuan set aside his book, regarding the frowning woman seated on the bed. "Are you in pain?" Song Jin'an mumbled in response, "A bit." Qi Yuan instructed Wei Qinggan, the servant on duty outside, to summon the imperial physician. Song Jin'an interjected, "There is no need. I merely have a hangover. A little wake-up soup will suffice." Qi Yuan persisted, taking up his book once more, insisting, "Even if you feel unwell, you should consult a doctor." "Must I teach you this?" Song Jin'an secretly pouted. She tossed the covers aside and attempted to rise, only to collapse with a thud onto the floor. Qi Yuan, startled, inquired what has happened. Bewildered, she wondered why her legs felt so weak. She looked up as Qi Yuan approached and lifted her. "Why do my legs hurt so much?" she questioned. Qi Yuan felt a touch of discomfort, recalling that he had indeed indulged a bit too freely the previous night. Her body felt unusually soft, and without any reservations, he had fully enjoyed their time together. Now it seemed she remembered nothing of it. In response to her earlier query, he stated, "You need not pay respects today. I have already dispatched someone to inform the Empress." Song Jin'an embraced him, softly murmuring, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Qi Yuan affectionately stroked the back of her head, chuckling. Why is Yao Guifei so clingy this morning, despite having lived 28 years without significant romantic experience? Song Jin'an had been influenced by countless idol dramas and novels during her youth. Thus, she easily expressed sweet nothings. "It's because I admire Your Majesty." Qi Yuan's lips curved into a smile. Although he recognized the inaccuracy of her statement, it did not diminish his delight in her innocent charm. "Is Your Majesty's choice of the character Yao and my title derived from the Yaoguang star?" Song Jin'an queried unexpectedly. Qi Yuan had not anticipated this question. The character Yao originally signifies beauty, rarity, and purity. Everyone assumed it represented the current emperor's fondness for Yao Guifei. Even the imperial decree had described her as holy and pure. Yet, Song Jin'an knew it was because of the Yao Guang star that she received her title. Thinking of this made her smile. "Does this count as a secret between us, Your Majesty?" Qi Yuan remained silent, pondering that it was hardly a secret, as her father was also aware. Song Jin'an felt that since he was so attentive, she should not remain reticent any longer. Thus, she shared a few more heartfelt words. "What I haven't told Your Majesty is that the Yao Guang star symbolizes the leading star of the Big Dipper, known for its boldness and courage. Isn't that impressive?" Qi Yuan playfully pinched her nose, his tone laced with affection. "Indeed, it is quite impressive." After drinking the hangover tea, Song Jin'an rose to prepare for the day. As the weather warmed with the approach of March, Song Jin'an knelt in the garden, gazing at the barren earth, and inquired of the emperor, who stood behind her with hands clasped, whether the flowers were about to bloom. "It should still be early," he replied. Dejected, Song Jin'an acquiesced. "Very well then." Qi Yuan took her hand and led her towards a distant pavilion, stating, "I shall teach you how to drink tea." Reluctantly, she followed him. Once seated, after her hands had been attended to, Wei Kong'an rushed in to announce, "Your Majesty, someone from Jing'an Palace requests an audience." Qi Yuan remained seated, gently drying Song Jin'an's hands. "Let her in," he commanded. Withdrawing her hand, Song Jin'an met his gaze, which was calm yet indifferent. "It would not be proper for outsiders to see," she chuckled. Tinghua entered, her face alight with joy, disregarding the presence of others, and knelt to convey, "Your Majesty. Consort Jing Shurong is with child." Upon hearing this news, Qi Yuan's expression did not mirror the anticipated delight. The courtyard, which should have been filled with jubilation, was instead enveloped in an unusual silence. Qi Yuan continued to set the tea utensils with an expressionless demeanor, his voice devoid of joy or anger. Tinghua's heart raced. Could it be that the emperor did not wish for the consort to bear a child? Trembling, she reported, "It has been exactly 4 months." "Is that so?" Qi Yuan replied softly, a smile gracing his lips. Understanding her place, Song Jin'an knew she must play the role of a favored consort. Thus she smiled and added, "This is wonderful news. Congratulations, Your Majesty." Qi Yuan paused, casting her a sidelong glance that was neither warm nor cold. Now it was Song Jin'an's turn to feel uneasy. What was the matter? Wasn't it customary to offer congratulations? Wasn't this how dramas portrayed such moments? Why was it different for her? Pouring the tea, Qi Yuan stated, "I understand. You may leave." Tinghua was taken aback. The emperor truly did not wish for the consort to bear a son. After the attendants from Jing'an Palace withdrew, Qi Yuan continued to leisurely pour tea, then offered a cup to Song Jin'an. She observed his long, slender fingers holding the jade-green teacup and reached out to accept it. Soon after, Qi Yuan inquired, "Are you pleased that Jing Shurong is with child?" Holding the teacup, Song Jin'an replied with a smile. "The addition of joy in the harem is naturally delightful." Qi Yuan offered no affirmation. "Do you desire to have your own child?" "To bear a child for Your Majesty is both my duty and honor," she responded. Qi Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. "Is that so? Then my beloved consort must strive for it." Though his smile was gentle, His tone held a depth of understanding. Yet, Song Jin'an felt he was displeased. Truly, serving the emperor was akin to walking with a tiger. Hesitantly, she ventured, "Are you unhappy, your majesty? Are you attempting to read my mind?" Qi Yuan retorted. Song Jin'an fell silent, not daring to speak further. "If I wished to converse earnestly with you, would I not simply say so?" Returning to her tea, Song Jin'an frowned at its bitterness. Qi Yuan, too, frowned as he savored the tea's intricate flavors. Song Jin'an nodded. Upon closer inspection, there was a hint of sweetness, albeit negligible. As she sipped this seemingly flavorless tea, she pondered Qi Yuan's discontent. Why the long face when he was soon to be a father? Was it that Jing Shurong's pregnancy troubled him? Speaking of which, she realized she had no recollection of Jing Shurong. Qi Yuan, oblivious to Song Jin'an's distraction, was lost in thought about how Jing Shurong could be with child. Chapter 33. Oh, the literature of substitutes in the Dragon Xian Hall. Qi Yuan gazed down at Wei Qinggan, who knelt before him, his expression neither joyful nor angry. "I entrusted the harem to you, expecting you to keep a vigilant watch. Yet you have merely allowed a child to emerge?" Wei Qinggan remained on the ground, his countenance grave. "Your Majesty, forgive me, but I have just had someone inspect the sachet, and the medicinal herbs within have not been altered." Qi Yuan furrowed his brow. "Are you implying that she is not pregnant?" "I would not dare to speculate, Your Majesty. The imperial physician you dispatched has also diagnosed it as a fleeting pulse." Qi Yuan chuckled darkly, astonished that his harem was so full of talent. Initially, he thought the women of the harem would pose little threat. Thus he refrained from assigning too many guards. Yet in merely a year, both Song Jin'an and Shun Jingyi had slipped from his grasp. Having ascended the throne amidst the fierce struggles of the previous dynasty's harem, Qi Yuan was acutely aware of the brutal infighting that arose from the quest for heirs. He had claimed the throne over the corpses of his brothers, and such a situation could not be permitted to arise within his own harem. Therefore, concerning offspring, he preferred none at all, especially since not everyone could assume the role of his children's mother. Though Qi Yuan had reigned for more than 4 years, a period not to be considered brief, the ministers remained perplexed by this emperor. To label him as gentle would be misleading. He could calmly eliminate all rival princes and issue orders to cripple his own brother without a flicker of emotion, confining even his mother to the Zhaoyuan temple. Conversely, to call him bloodthirsty would not capture his essence. He was discerning in his appointments and refrained from callousness, exhibiting restraint and diligence. Qi Yuan set down his brush and cleansed his hands. Now do they all know? Wei Qinggan understood the emperor referred to the other concubines and promptly replied, "Yes. All the ladies of the various palaces have sent gifts and well wishes." Qi Yuan nodded. "Let us wait. Someone will strive harder to reveal her true nature." Qi Yuan's speculation proved accurate. In the Shuxiu Palace, concubine Xian wore a frosty expression. Shun Jingyi possesses remarkable cunning. She has quietly become the first to conceive within this harem. It was worth noting that the empress had yet to give birth. One could only wonder what the emperor was thinking, as 4 years had passed since his ascension without an heir. Numerous consorts graced the palace, yet none had proven capable of bearing a child. The advisors had been relentless in their counsel, nearly resorting to banging their heads against the pillars. Meanwhile, the current sovereign reclined on the dragon throne, smiling benignly as he directly told the minister, "Let that beloved official perish." The advisor faltered, but fortunately, Yin Xiang provided him an escape. Qi Yuan continued in a gentle tone, addressing the assembly, "I am fully aware of the concerns regarding heirs. Moreover, I'm still in my early 20s. Do you all wish for me to encounter misfortune?" The ministers bore their burdens in silence, for historically, a lack of heirs had unsettled the state, and it was their duty to urge the emperor to procreate. Furthermore, with the harem still barren, the populace might begin to suspect the emperor's fertility. Now, with the news of a pregnant Jingyi, the rumors of Emperor Chongqing's impotence would surely dissipate. Concubine Xian sipped her tea, massaging her temples as a nearby matron approached to soothe her, speaking softly. Whether the child is born remains uncertain. Even if fortunate enough to arrive, the firstborn will likely be entrusted to the empress. Concubine Xian scoffed. That would merely benefit her. The title of biological mother carries more weight than raising the child herself, which would be a source of irritation for me. Taking a deep breath, concubine Xian resolved to wait a little longer. The noble Lady Xian would never allow Shen Jingyi to bear a child. She was all too familiar with the trials her elder sister faced within the royal palace. After her sister's demise, the emperor, in an attempt to placate the Shen family, welcomed another into the fold, but she would ensure that the daughters of the Shen family would not find solace in this court. Song Jin'an sat in the Tianya Palace, her gaze drifting over the pages of a book, lost in thought. The study was devoid of company, allowing her to disregard decorum and lounge languidly as she pleased. It struck her with an unsettling realization that there were no children in the harem, a fact she had only now begun to perceive as peculiar. Compounding this was Qi Yuan's rather unenthusiastic reaction upon hearing the news of Jing Shirong's pregnancy. A jolt of shock coursed through Song Jin'an as her imagination spiraled. Could it be that Qi Yuan was unable to father a child? Only he would know the truth. And if Jing Shirong were indeed pregnant, would that not be tantamount to a betrayal? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became of her theory. Otherwise, he ought to have expressed joy. Why did he not feign happiness before her? Fearing her suspicion, did Qi Yuan hold her in disdain? Ah, yes, he had always looked down upon her intellect. It was no wonder that Song Jin'an's thought processes had been corrupted by the melodrama of television. At this moment, she fancied herself as having uncovered a monumental secret. If this were the case, then why was she still practicing contraception? The herbal concoction she consumed each month left her with discomfort. To be on the safe side, she resolved to ascertain whether Jing Shirong's child would survive. Closing her book, she sank into the soft couch. Upon exiting the study, she fortuitously encountered Mama Ling, who was returning from delivering gifts. Mama Ling observed the leisurely manner in which the young lady emerged and could not help but inquire, "My lady, do you have no thoughts regarding Jing Shirong's pregnancy?" Song Jin'an's expression was laden with significance, contemplating that had Mama Ling known the truth about her true mistress's inability to conceive, she would not have posed such a question. Mama Ling regarded the seemingly inscrutable young lady with confusion, unable to fathom her thoughts. After all, she was but a pampered child of the household. Having spent many years in the harem, Mama Ling had witnessed numerous rivalries. Even if one did not love the emperor, one should still feel a sense of urgency when others were with child. Yet, here was this young lady, seemingly untroubled. Song Jin'an reclined on the couch, clutching the remarkably unattractive rabbit plushie that Qi Yuan had mocked, and slowly remarked, "Jing Shirong's pregnancy is a good thing. What thoughts could I possibly have?" Mama Ling patiently reminded her, "Your Grace, you should refer to yourself as this palace." Song Jin'an pouted, "I understand, Mama. I am well aware that rules are rigid, but the living are not." With a sigh, Mama Ling consoled herself that her young mistress had not been impolite in public, and that within her own palace, things could remain as they were. The emperor had also specifically advised her not to be overly strict with the young lady, so she did not consider herself remiss in her duties. Song Jin'an, while perusing a nearby book, turned to Mama Ling and inquired, "Mama, I have little recollection of Jing Shirong." Mama Ling patiently explained that Jing Shirong was a low-profile individual who had been recuperating for the past 6 months, making it understandable for the young lady to forget. Unable to resist a quip, Song Jin'an noted that other consorts had not been seen pregnant. Yet a woman on sick leave was the first to conceive. Mama Ling replied, "Are you speaking of yourself, Your Grace? Have you forgotten that you have been most favored this past half year?" Naturally, she kept her internal musings to herself, not daring to voice them aloud. Mid-sentence, Song Jin'an became acutely aware that she, too, was one of Qi Yuan's consorts in the harem. Moreover, it is somewhat awkward that I have shared the most nights with Qi Yuan, a fact that elicits a soft laugh and a playful quip for me. She continues to ponder whether she is indeed a uniquely special existence. In a sense, one could say so. After all, the elder sister of Jing Shirong is none other than the esteemed concubine Shen. Concubine Shen? Goodness, who is this illustrious figure? Despite having been a part of this world for a year, I have yet to grasp the intricacies of the background. The crux of the matter is that I have never encountered any mention of concubine Shen within the palace, nor has anyone spoken of her. Old Mama Ling, Perceiving the astonishment in the young mistress's tone, expresses her own surprise. Do you not know, Your Highness? Song Jin'an, seeking to divert the conversation, replies. No one has informed me of such matters. Old Mama Ling, realizing her oversight, remembers that the mistress does not hail from a prominent family. Were it not for the emperor's affection, she might still be languishing in some forgotten corner of the inner palace. Thus, her tone becomes even more affectionate as she gently elucidates. After concubine Shun's passing, His Majesty brought her younger sister into the palace. The two sisters bear a striking resemblance. Song Jin'an's expression transforms into one of realization, a delightful discovery of the trope of substitute literature. Chapter 34. A dispassionate observer. Ever since Jing Shurong of Jin'an Palace became pregnant, an air of peculiarity has enveloped the harem. Firstly, the emperor has only conferred rewards upon Jing Shurong without personally visiting her. Particularly on the day her pregnancy was confirmed, the emperor was enjoying his leisure time. He remained in Tianyao Palace, making no move towards her. No one could decipher the emperor's intentions, though Yun Ruoyan possesses a clearer understanding. As the empress, she must manage affairs on the emperor's behalf, ensuring at least a semblance of propriety. Consequently, the following day, after receiving the morning salutations, the empress proceeded to Jin'an Palace. Jing Shurong, reclining against the headboard, attempted to rise to pay her respects upon seeing the empress, but the latter hastily intervened, softly urging her to remain lying down. Emphasizing the importance of her health, Jing Shurong smiled gratefully, expressing her appreciation for the empress's consideration. The empress settled beside her, gently encouraging her to take her time in recuperating, suggesting that once the pregnancy stabilizes, she can resume her formal greetings, with the well-being of the dragon heir taking precedence. The emperor is indeed preoccupied, but will visit when he finds the opportunity. Jing Shurong offered a bitter smile. The emperor finds time to enjoy tea and flowers with the favored concubine Yao, yet he cannot spare a moment to check on her. Yun Ruoyan feigned ignorance of Shun Jingyi's affected bitterness, understanding that the emperor's actions must surely follow a rationale of his own. She had little desire to remind anyone of the need for equilibrium in the harem. Ultimately, the inner palace merely serves as the emperor's private domain. While it is essential to set an example for the common people, the supremacy of imperial authority reigns unchallenged. Who can truly govern the domestic affairs of the current sovereign? As long as the populace enjoys good sustenance and peaceful living, they care little for the ruler's personal conduct, as long as their lives are enriched. Only the ministers, perched high in the hall of governance, might presume to bear such responsibilities. Does Qi Yuan here? If he truly wished to be regarded as a wise ruler, he would not amass such power. After the empress's departure, Shun Jingyi removed her hairpin and sipped the stabilizing medicine offered by a palace maid. Your Highness, does the emperor know something? Shun Jingyi leisurely consumed the medication, her gaze cast downward. What if he does? Can he bear to harm his own child? Her personal maid hesitated, aware of her mistress's delicate condition, and refrained from speaking further to avoid stirring unnecessary worries. Shun Jingyi gazed out at the brilliant sunlight streaming through the window, though it failed to reach her side. Retrieving her thoughts, she gently caressed her still flat abdomen. She always had a plan for herself, confident that she would not end up like her sister. The empress exited the Jin'an Palace, leisurely walking along the path. She inquired of the matron Gui, who was supporting her, whether Jing Shurong appeared to be with child. After a moment of contemplation, Gui replied that indeed. Her Highness showed signs of pregnancy. Yin Ruin nodded slightly, narrowing her eyes, realizing that her days of tranquility were drawing to a close. Gui misinterpreted her intentions, wondering if the empress wished to nurture. Yin Ruoyan spoke no falsehoods. She would never raise another's child. Her notion of instability referred to the absence of anyone willing to allow Shun Jingyi to bear a child, including the emperor himself. Prior to Qi Yuan's ascension, he had candidly discussed the issue of heirs with her. Their relationship was one of collaboration, devoid of genuine marital ties from the outset. Naturally, Qi Yuan did not expect a child to emerge from her womb. He had jestingly asked if she showed no interest in seeing a child ascend the throne. Yin Ruoyan replied with a smile that regardless of who the crown prince was, she would always be the empress, or even the empress dowager. The paternity of the child was inconsequential. Moreover, Qi Yuan would not wish to witness a child born of a Yun family woman. Her marriage into the royal family was already a sufficient tribute to her clan. There was no need for her to toil relentlessly for her maternal family's benefit. She merely needed to remain composed in her elevated position, with her father and Yin maneuvering through the intricacies of the previous court. Contemplating this, she recalled Qi Yuan's earlier remark about personally selecting the child's mother, which seemed at odds with the prevailing imperial notion that more offspring signified greater fortune. Conversely, he perceived many children as a potential burden, a tool for the factional strife of noble houses, rendering the court a veritable quagmire. Thus, Yin Ruoyan did not believe Qi Yuan would permit Shen Jingyi to conceive, at least not at this time. Even if Shen Jingyi's circumstances were somewhat exceptional due to her sister, she was not the same as her sister Shen Jin'an. Furthermore, such news, obtained through calculation, would only serve to deepen Qi Yuan's aversion. Seeing her mistress remain unperturbed, Gue grasped the situation. The empress truly seemed indifferent towards the emperor. Alas, it was uncertain what charms that male fox possessed to linger in her lady's thoughts. Yin Ruoyan, tall and graceful, had once radiated a carefree spirit in her youth, but that exuberance had been tempered by her dignified role as empress. She often pondered whether the opulence that seemed so within reach had transformed into shackles due to his presence, a paradox of fortune. With a sigh, she ultimately deemed it unfortunate, for that person was now lost to her. Upon returning to the Fengxian palace and settling in, she soon saw the emperor's arrival. Yin Ruoyan rose to pay her respects, and Qi Yuan raised his hand, his voice calm and unhurried, instructing her not to be overly formal and to rise. After taking a sip of tea, he inquired about Jing Shurong. Yin Ruoyan nodded, confirming her visit, stating she had just returned. Qi Yuan asked if all was well. She replied that it was relatively stable, the fetus secure. Hearing this, Qi Yuan understood that Shen Jingyi was genuinely pregnant, not feigning. Gently rolling the prayer beads in his hand, he spoke solemnly, suggesting that they let nature take its course. If she could bear a child, that would be her capability. Yin Ruoyan recognized Qi Yuan's choice to remain a detached observer. At times, she finds herself unable to refrain from asking, if you do not wish for your children to inflict harm upon one another, why do you stand by, coldly observing, indirectly extinguishing their lives? Qi Yuan, indeed, possesses the heart of an emperor, ruthless and resolute. After his departure, he still did not visit Jing'an Palace. However, he issued an edict to summon imperial physicians for diagnosis and rewarded them with numerous nourishing supplements. In the Emerald Palace, concubine Xian sits in a tea pavilion, sipping on a tranquilizing potion. Since hearing of Shen Jingyi's pregnancy, she feels as if she might collapse. Shen Jin'an, truly a lingering specter. Even in death, her sister continues to haunt her. Qiu Ruoxuan forces herself to calm her mind and devise a plan. Shen Jin'an, Yin Ruoyan, and Qiu Ruoxuan grew up together, with Qiu Ruoxuan and Yin Ruoyan even sharing the same birthday. Their fathers, in acknowledgement of such fate, incorporated Ruo into their names. Under normal circumstances, the strongest bond would have been between her and Yin Ruoyan. Yet, unexpectedly, Shen Jin'an intervened. Moreover, she was Qi Yuan's childhood sweetheart, while Qi Yuan favored Shen Jin'an. Alas, before she could make her move, Shen Jin'an perished, her brilliance extinguished like a fleeting firework. Shortly thereafter, however, the emperor summoned her sister into the palace. Fortunately, Shen Jingyi is untroublesome and lives a modest life. The emperor seems to have forgotten her in the harem, thus alleviating concubine Xian's murderous intent. She believed the emperor's affection for Shen Jingyi was merely a means to honor her late sister or to maintain balance among the noble families. Little did she know that secretly he had allowed her to be the first to conceive. It appears that His Majesty's outward favoritism towards Song Jin'an was merely a ruse to divert the attention of the harem and protect Shen Jingyi. Qiu Ruoxuan is startled by her own revelation, yet the more she contemplates, the more she perceives it as truth. Indeed, they have established a living target in the form of Yao Guipin. While while the true protection lies with Song Jin'an. Huh? Does Song Jin'an believe she is favored? In reality, another person is in his heart. Chapter 35. Regarding Yao Guipin as a tragic target, Song Jin'an of Qinya Palace could never have imagined that while she envisioned the emperor's melodramatic substitution literature, others were conjuring tales of her own tragic story. Squatting in the sunlit corridor, she engages in gossip with Mama Ling, who is meticulously embroidering flowers on a cage for a small parrot. It is said that the emperor has taken concubine Shun and her sister as well. Mama Ling, engrossed in her work, nearly pricks her finger upon hearing this. Goodness, is this something to be discussed? Madam, one cannot fathom the emperor's thoughts, she replies. Song Jin'an chuckles. Is there even a need to speculate? Madam, one must not speak ill of his majesty. Aware that Mama Ling speaks out of concern, Song Jin'an suppresses her desire to gossip and reflects inwardly instead. Standing in the courtyard, she gazes up at the warm sunlight, extending her hand as the rays filter through her outstretched fingers, casting an ethereal glow upon her face. Just then, a hand, defined by its bony knuckles, reaches above her to grasp hers. It is only then that Song Jin'an regains her senses, and before she can speak, she hears the deep voice of the man behind her. Have you been quite idle lately? The questioning tone betrays an assertion. Song Jin'an muses to herself. I am indeed busy, daily seeking an escape from this wretched place. As Qi Yuan observed her silence, he assumed her acquiescence. Indeed, when do the women of the harem ever find themselves idle? He set aside his hands and moved beside her, inquiring about her progress in practicing calligraphy. Song Jin'an widened her eyes, surprised. When did His Majesty permit her to practice calligraphy? Qi Yuan regarded her with a meaningful glance, stating, Did I jest when I instructed you to refine that scrawl of yours years ago? Recalling her first night of service, when she was punished to write for the entire night, she furrowed her brow, feeling no disappointment. I shall diligently improve my calligraphy, Your Majesty. Qi Yuan chuckled, casually playing with the beads of his prayer necklace. Very well, I shall inspect your progress every 5 days. I wish to witness your advancement, my dear consort. Song Jin'an gritted her teeth, exasperated. Isn't your schedule already full? Why concern yourself with me? With a light chuckle, she expressed her gratitude for the emperor's encouragement, promising to produce a satisfactory result. Now, let us dine, Qi Yuan replied, leading the way back, passing by the parrot's cage. He observed the parrot hopping on its perch, amusingly akin to its owner, reveling in its own joy. Qi Yuan halted, offering sunflower seeds to the little parrot. Interesting. Last time you mentioned it could talk? At the mention, Song Jin'an brightened, moving closer. Yes, when it's in a good mood, it calls its own name. Qi Yuan paused. How can you tell when it's in a good mood? Song Jin'an shook her head. I cannot, Your Majesty. I merely guess. Amused, Qi Yuan playfully tapped her forehead, exclaiming you. He then took her hand, leading her back to the dining hall. While they were eating, Qi Yuan suddenly asked, Why haven't you visited Jingshuro? Song Jin'an, caught off guard, raised her head in confusion. Meeting her bewildered gaze, Qi Yuan insisted, Come with me to see her. Song Jin'an hesitated. Is that appropriate? To be honest, she was reluctant to go. Whether she went alone or Qi Yuan went alone was acceptable, but accompanying him felt peculiar. Qi Yuan was undeterred. He had his own reasons. What could possibly be wrong? Come with me shortly. Song Jin'an complied, yet her mind was swirling with gossip. It felt as though the male lead beside her was evading his substitute. What was happening? How could he once feel comfortable with someone and now shy away from meeting them? And yet, he dragged her along as an expendable pawn. She realized she desperately needed a confidant to share gossip and vent her frustrations. She was nearly suffocating. However, in the harem, everyone had their own interests, and Song Jin'an was genuinely afraid of speaking out of turn. She could only stifle her imagination, conjuring up melodramatic palace intrigue akin to a soap opera. In the afternoon, Song Jin'an was pulled towards Jin'an Palace. The two strolled leisurely along the path. Qi Yuan donned a darkly embroidered dragon robe, exuding an air of seriousness and authority. In contrast, Song Jin'an, adorned in a rich crimson satin dress with colorful swirling patterns and embroidered mandarin ducks, radiated brilliance. She felt akin to a child being led by an elder to partake in an undesirable task. With an unwilling expression, she recognized that the man beside her was the most powerful in the realm. She had no choice but to comply, unable to resign from her position. This sensation was truly dreadful. Qi Yuan gently held the delicate hand of the young girl, lightly caressing it. He inquired, "Which palace doesn't usually associate with?" Song Jin'an shook her head, stating that she had no particular affiliations. "Oh, are you testing which side I stand on?" She laughed. "You think too highly of me." "Qi Yuan, I currently have no idea how many factions exist in the harem. I simply lack the intelligence for such matters." Thus, Song Jin'an remained low-key, almost invisible, fearing she might be exploited as cannon fodder and cast into the cold palace. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan found it peculiar. "I noticed you seem to get along well with consort Ming. Why not befriend her?" Song Jin'an was even more surprised. Did the original owner truly have a close relationship with consort Ming? Close enough for the emperor to take note? Shortly thereafter, she heard something that tightened her heart. "By the way, why haven't you gone to visit consort Ming since last year?" In a moment of urgency, Song Jin'an clutched the arm of the person beside her, replying that she needed to find His Majesty. Qi Yuan let out a chuckle, but sensed something amiss. The more he pondered, the more he felt there was something hidden beneath the surface. Ever since Song Jin'an had stealthily returned to the palace, she had become even more discreet. If not for his deliberate observation, he would hardly have noticed the existence of the harem at all. He glanced at the person beside him, who was embracing his arm, her eyes bright yet pure. She appeared to be either naive or exceptionally skilled at concealing her intentions. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he should not pressure the young girl. After all, she was right under his watchful eye, and he had all the time in the world. In Jin'an Palace, Shun Jingyi's expression darkened upon hearing the attendants announce that the emperor was on his way with noble consort Yao. This was more disheartening than being overlooked altogether. Soon after, the herald's voice echoed outside the palace. Shun Jingyi rose from her bed to await them at the door, her heart racing at the sight of the long-missed man. Qi Yuan called out, his tone lacking the joy usually associated with a favored consort, even too lethargic to feign delight. After all, both he and Shun Jingyi were acutely aware that this child was a calculated move. Yet, Shun Jingyi had her own thoughts. He showed no regard for her dignity in front of other consorts. Had she truly crossed the line, or did he genuinely place noble consort Yao in a special position? If it were the latter, the thought alone caused her heart to ache. Suppressing her chaotic thoughts, she smiled warmly. "I appreciate your majesty and sister and for coming to visit." Song Jin'an replied with a smile. "It's no trouble at all. How is your health, sister?" Upon hearing this, Shun Jingyi gently caressed her slightly protruding belly. Song Jin'an perceived the maternal instinct within her. Moments later, she heard Shun Jingyi say that the child had been well-behaved and had not caused her much trouble. Qi Yuan scoffed. "How can you be so certain he is well-behaved?" Shun Jingyi froze, halting her movements and looking up. Tears flowed silently as she asked, "Your Majesty, are you blaming me?" At that moment, Song Jin'an, who was sipping tea, coughed in surprise. Qi Yuan frowned at her, while Jinling hurriedly patted her back. "Is it possible to choke on tea?" Song Jin'an, still coughing, quickly apologized. "Your Majesty, forgive me." Qi Yuan sighed. "Please, refrain from speaking for now." Song Jin'an settled down, her face flushed. Why do you have to call her A.E.? As a modern individual, it was truly difficult for her not to break character upon hearing that. Chapter 36. The Seven Emotions of Life. Inescapable Heartbeats. Song Jin'an felt a twinge of embarrassment, having intruded upon an intimate conversation. Qi Yuan seemed to have forgotten Jing Shurong's earlier remarks, while Jing Shurong's expression remained rigid. After exchanging a few casual words, Song Jin'an rose, suddenly recalling that she had yet to feed the parrot. "If your Majesty would like to continue your discussion, I shall take my leave," she suggested. She glanced at Qi Yuan, who met her gaze but remained silent. The heat of embarrassment felt as if it were igniting beneath her, compelling her to flee the awkward situation. Yet, Qi Yuan's penetrating gaze kept her firmly anchored to her seat, too intimidated to move. With a forced smile, Song Jin'an reassured herself that allowing the parrot to endure a brief hunger would be inconsequential, especially since there were palace attendants present. She could remain seated a while longer. As she lifted her teacup and sipped, Qi Yuan set down his cup and, rising, remarked, "I see you are restless. Very well. Focus on nurturing your child. I shall take my leave now." Shen Jingyi hesitated, ultimately saying nothing, and rose to bow. Song Jin'an, still with tea yet to swallow, hurriedly stood to return the gesture. "Sister, do visit again soon," she called out, hastily following Qi Yuan, her mind racing. "Oh no, I seem to have offended someone again." Her intention had never been to act as an unwelcome presence. She had not intended to push Qi Yuan at all. Now, however, it was highly likely that Jing Shurong misinterpreted her actions as an attempt to urge the emperor. At times, Song Jin'an truly wished to give herself a few smacks for her lack of foresight in choosing her words. Lost in thought, her steps slowed considerably, prompting Qi Yuan to stop and inquire, "What are you dawdling for, Song Jin'an?" She quickly caught up to him, explaining, "My legs are short. Naturally, my pace is slower." Qi Yuan glanced at her, observing the youthful exuberance that lingered from her earlier hurried steps. A few strands of hair had become disheveled, adding an endearing touch to her appearance. He reached out to tuck them behind her ear and, in a low voice, asked, "Aren't you curious why I treated Jing Shurong in such a manner?" Song Jin'an shook her head, thinking to herself that the more one knows, the more perilous their situation becomes. It was wiser to remain distant from the storm's eye. Safety lies in the avoidance of tumult. Yet, outwardly she replied, "Your Majesty must have your own reasons for such actions. Knowing them would not assist in resolving anything. It would merely evoke unpleasant memories for you." Qi Yuan's lips curled slightly as he acknowledged her words. He then took her hand and led her toward the Chengxian palace. Upon their arrival, Xinyan approached to report, "Your Majesty, Lord Yun and General Qiu request an audience." Qi Yuan nodded, continuing to walk forward, hand in hand with Song Jin'an. She squeezed his hand and inquired, "Shall I go to the side hall?" The calmness of his voice belied the gravity of his next words, sending a jolt through her heart. "What is there to avoid? Did you not often follow them before? I've heard that Shuren once considered marrying you." Song Jin'an's mind erupted at this revelation, and she hastily withdrew her hand, kneeling and exclaiming, "Your Majesty, those are merely rumors. Whether they were true or not, she had no knowledge, having arrived without any memories." It felt akin to unboxing a surprise, with each revelation a potential bombshell. Looking down at the kneeling Song Jin'an, Qi Yuan's expression was inscrutable. "Is that so?" he inquired, bending slightly to tease her. "There's no need for you to panic, and Yet, Song Jin'an did not perceive it as jest. She sensed he was probing her. She attempted to probe the nature of her relationship with Qiu Xian, yet she herself was uncertain about it. Song Jin'an felt an urge to curse, as the continuous inquiries revolved around matters from the past. The crux of the issue was that she had no idea how to approach Jin Lingfeng regarding her queries. Song Jin'an understood that rumors rarely arise from nothing, a notion that Qi Yuan also grasped. Thus, he began to suspect the connection between Song Jin'an and Qiu Xian, pondering whether her departure from the palace a year ago was linked to him. However, at that time, Qiu Xian was in the outskirts. So who did she truly seek out? Upon entering the grand hall and encountering Qiu Xian, Song Jin'an belatedly realized that his gaze towards her was rather peculiar. She was perplexed, wondering if this perception stemmed from the psychological suggestion induced by Qi Yuan's earlier remarks. Regardless, her heart was in disarray. Unconsciously, her thoughts drifted to the plots of palace intrigue dramas she had watched in the 21st century, involving concubines and guards. And the image of a crimson mandarin duck belly band flashed in her mind. Startled, she shook herself. How could she contemplate such fantasies in these extraordinary times? Forcing herself to concentrate on the present, she observed the two individuals before her, each strikingly handsome. Qi Yuan glanced at Qiu Xian and jested, mentioning to Yao Guifei that they were acquaintances. Qiu Xian continued to bow his head respectfully, stating that due to Song Gongzi, he had become acquainted with the empress. Qi Yuan nodded and suggested to the somewhat awkwardly standing Song Jin'an that they move to the side hall. She understood, then, that the emperor harbored suspicions regarding her ties to the Qiu family. Did she truly have any connections to them? Suddenly, Song Jin'an recalled the mid-autumn festival banquet from last year, where she had praised Qiu Xian's beauty, which had caused Jin Ling's face to darken. At that time, She had thought little of it, but now it seemed that matters were far from simple. Was it possible that the original owner of her body had entangled feelings for Qi Yuan? A sense of panic arose within Song Jin'an. She was utterly in the dark. It felt as though she were navigating a blind box. The original owner's life experiences prior to entering the palace were exceedingly rich. As an unmarried woman, shouldn't she have remained sheltered? How had she ended up knowing the Yong Wang and being entangled with Qi Yuan? Rubbing her forehead, she felt a persistent sense of disconnection from this society. Ultimately, she found it impossible to simply accept her circumstances. When Qi Yuan entered the side hall, he spotted Song Jin'an tending to a potted plant under the corridor. Approaching her, he inquired, "Does Yao Guifei have anything to say to me?" Song Jin'an paused with the scissors in her hand. Turning to face him, "What does your majesty wish for me to say?" Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes, stroking her cheek. "My sources have uncovered that you were once quite close to Qi Yuan." Song Jin'an looked up at the man who towered over her. The emperor's imposing presence, coupled with his height, bore down upon her. A slight sheen of cold sweat formed on her back as she lowered her gaze and softly asked, "What is your majesty suspect?" Qi Yuan stared intently at her. "I am offering you an opportunity for honesty." Song Jin'an slightly pursed her lips. "I am uncertain how your majesty defines a close relationship, but I can assure you of one thing. I harbor no feelings for General Qiu, and there is no childhood bond as rumored. These are merely fabrications. Is that so? I hope it will not disappoint me." Song Jin'an found herself at a loss, uncertain of the truth. If the bond was indeed one of childhood companionship, she could hardly be blamed, for she was the later arrival in this narrative. Moreover, why did Qi Yuan persistently cling to matters that transpired prior to her entrance into the palace? A cold laugh echoed in her heart. For men have always possessed an unchanging penchant for jealousy. With so many concubines, how could Qi Yuan possibly manage? Yet, unbeknownst to Song Jin'an, Qi Yuan harbored a unique possessiveness towards her. Even Qi Yuan, who was entrenched in the complexities of palace life, failed to notice his growing preoccupation with her, caring more and more as time passed. As for others, the long-established figures in power had never commanded his regard. Chapter 37, when confronted with the gravity of human life. Song Jin'an could not maintain her composure to merely observe. She returned to the Tianyao Palace from the Chengqian Palace, hastily drawing Fengling into her inner chamber. At this juncture, concerns about revealing secrets paled in comparison to the urgency of self-preservation. Without further circumlocution, she lowered her voice to the bewildered Fengling, inquiring, "Was I once quite close to Qi Yuan?" Fengling's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. "Your Highness, why do you ask this?" Song Jin'an pressed on. "You are an impartial observer. What is the origin of the rumors regarding his desire to marry me?" Fengling replied softly, "In the confines of your chamber. You often don male attire to venture out with young Master Qiu, and he has indeed expressed intentions to marry you in person." This revelation left Song Jin'an pale. "Is what you say true?" Fengling struggled to articulate her thoughts. "Your Highness, you once treated this as mere jest, dismissing it without concern." A sigh of relief escaped Song Jin'an. It was indeed true that she held no affection for Qi Yuan. However, did Qi Yuan know about her escapades in male disguise? If he discovered such a deception, what then? Panic surged within her. Fengling's anxious voice broke through. "Your Highness, what if His Majesty finds out?" Song Jin'an nodded. "He likely does know." Fengling took a moment to compose herself, carefully choosing her words to reassure her visibly distressed mistress. "Your Highness, do not fret. Those were mere childhood whims and cannot be taken seriously. As long as the Emperor remains unaware of your departure from the palace a year ago, all will be well." Indeed, Song Jin'an lifted her gaze, realizing she had never inquired about her own actions a year prior. What had led her to leave the palace? Had they simultaneously triggered a crossing mechanism? Or had the original soul perished, allowing her spirit to inhabit this body? At this moment, Song Jin'an recognized that she had overlooked a crucial aspect. Fengling had just mentioned that as long as Qi Yuan was ignorant of her departure a year ago, there was no cause for alarm. So, had she indeed sought out Qi Yuan? After a whirlwind of thoughts, the implications of her deductions left her startled. This was dire. A wave of pessimism washed over Song Jin'an, as she sensed that the truth would eventually surface. She pondered for a moment, contemplating the repercussions should the emperor learn of her actions. Feng Ling, still a young maid, could no longer suppress her fear, her voice tinged with a whimper. I warned you not to leave the palace. If the emperor discovers your meetings with young Master Qiu, the Song family would be doomed. Taking a deep breath, Song Jin'an forced herself to regain her composure. It was indeed true that the original had ventured out to meet Qi Yuan. Now, she found herself at a loss as to her next steps. Should she delve into investigating that fateful night? Or should she urgently patch the holes in her story to prevent Qi Yuan from uncovering her secret? She could no longer discern the urgency of the situation. Resolved to prioritize her survival, she could not let the Song family and the servants of Tianya Palace suffer due to her actions. Yet, with her limited abilities, she could devise no effective measures. She feared that any movement on her part would alert Qi Yuan, deepening his suspicions. Moreover, she was accompanied by Ling Mama, who was loyal to Qi Yuan. Song Jin'an dismissed Feng Ling and collapsed on her bed, realizing the perilousness of her situation, which also endangered the Song family. However, what did she do? All she could manage was to remain inconspicuous and avoid trouble. But was this truly an era where being law-abiding ensured safety? The burden of possessing beauty was a sin in the eyes of other concubines, as Qi Yuan's favor toward her was perceived as original sin. Furthermore, her lack of affection for Qi Yuan and inability to feign affection rendered her powerless in the competition for his favor. No matter the path she chose, it seemed a deadlock. With a sigh, Song Jin'an decided to lay back and take it easy, leaving the rest to fate. It wasn't that she lacked effort in the palace intrigues, but rather that her efforts bore no fruit, making the endeavor futile. After coming to this realization, Song Jin'an retreated to her study. Rather than fret, she preferred to engage in something productive. Yet, months had passed, and she had still not uncovered any useful information. With a sigh, she gazed at the astrological chart on her desk, feeling a pang of sadness. Looking out the window, despair washed over her. Confined within these four walls, she truly understood the value of freedom. Time swiftly passed, and by March, Jing Shurong's belly had grown to 6 months. In the study of Chengqian Palace, Qi Yuan's brush left crimson strokes akin to blood as he pondered Jing Shurong's condition. According to the imperial physician's report, her condition was unstable. However, Jing Shurong had instructed the physician to publicly declare that the pregnancy was stable. Setting down his brush, Qi Yuan sipped his tea, instructing vigilance to ensure she remained unaware of physician Cheng's betrayal. Just as Qi Yuan was about to inquire about Song Jin'an's recent activities, he was interrupted by Xi Nian's hurried report that someone from Fengxian Palace requested his presence, as Jing Shurong had fallen while returning. Qi Yuan rose calmly, as if he had anticipated such an occurrence. It was merely a matter of time. What about Yao Guifei? Was she unharmed? Xi Nian was taken aback, surprised that the emperor's first concern was not for Jing Shurong, but rather for Yao Guifei. In response, Xi Nian reported that the messenger had not mentioned anything else. Qi Yuan descended from the high platform, heading towards Fengxian Palace, where the concubines who had just paid their respects were returning. The commotion surrounding Jing Shurong was considerable, and since they had not strayed far, everyone had heard the cries. Song Jin'an sat in the hall with the others, listening to the heart-wrenching wails emanating from within. Faced with the gravity of human life, she could not merely watch as an observer. She understood that this world was no mere game and that they were all living beings. Noticing Song Jin'an's pallor, Ming Fei gently inquired if she was unwell or frightened. Song Jin'an looked up, assuring her, "I am fine, merely a bit worried." Good fortune would surely prevail. Alas, Shun Jingyi was not among the fortunate. Her child was stillborn. Upon his arrival, Qi Yuan overheard the imperial physician apologizing to the empress. Inside, Jing Shurong wept bitterly while silence enveloped the courtyard outside. As the flower weaver hurriedly emerged, she fell to her knees, weeping and imploring the emperor and empress to seek justice for her master, asserting that Lady Jing Shurong did not merely slip without cause. The sorrowful voice of consort Xian echoed, questioning how one could possibly fall unexpectedly on such a day, particularly with so many witnesses present. Yuan rose to greet the emperor as he took his seat at the head of the hall. She stated that she had promptly dispatched someone to seal off the area where Lady Jing had fallen, and the palace servants discovered a few pieces of glass beads at the scene. Qi Yuan received the glass beads from the attendant and scoffed, noting that the palace was anything but peaceful. Following his words, the empress and others knelt in supplication, seeking forgiveness. Qi Yuan toyed with a glass bead, surveying the gathered individuals. Lan Shuyan wiped her tears and lamented the unfortunate plight of her sister, questioning who could be so cruel as to scatter glass beads. Qi Yuan placed the bead on the tray and instructed them to return, stating that other matters could be discussed later, as he wished to check on Lady Jing Shuro. Regarding the origin of the beads, he vowed to uncover the truth. Before departing, Song Jin'an glanced at Qi Yuan, aware of his exceptional ability to conceal his emotions, a skill that eluded others. An emperor, above all, detested being subjected to speculation. Yet, the loss of a biological child could elicit a response as stoic as his. Should one label him as deeply calculating or merely cold-hearted to the point of indifference? After everyone had left, Qi Yuan entered the inner chamber, where he found Shen Jingyi awake and weeping. Sitting beside her bed, his voice was low and devoid of compassion, remarking that she was nothing like her sister. Shen Jingyi remained silent, prompting Qi Yuan to continue, reminding her that he had previously asked if she was willing to enter the palace, knowing she would not bear her own children. Through her tears, Shen Jingyi questioned why her sister could conceive while she could not. Because she possesses wisdom and would never commit the foolish act of scattering glass beads that would endanger her own child. In Chapter 38, Qi Yuan lazily lifted his gaze to regard her, inquiring if she had anything further to say. Shen Jingyi looked at him in terror and murmured, "Your Majesty." Qi Yuan gently wiped her tears away, his tone soft, yet Shen Jingyi felt only a chilling presence, devoid of warmth. "Am I unjustly accusing you?" "No," she replied. "The child is lost, and naturally, I must ensure that he serves his utmost purpose." Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes, intrigued. "Oh? Whom do you intend to frame for this?" Shen Jingyi lowered her gaze and stated, "Your Majesty, my sister's death is related to consort Xian." Qi Yuan regarded her, asking, "And what of it?" Shen Jingyi took a deep breath, confessing that she initially intended to seek vengeance herself, but having been discovered so early in her scheme, she had no choice but to reveal the truth. "Why did you not speak of it sooner?" Shen Jingyi offered a bitter smile. "I had no evidence." "Would the emperor trust my word alone? Would I believe you now?" "I am unsure," she replied, biting her lip. Qi Yuan rose and tucked the covers around her. "I also do not believe you're truly targeting consort Xian." Cold sweat broke out on Shen Jingyi's back, realizing the emperor's astuteness left no room for deception. Once Qi Yuan departed, she exhaled with relief. She could not withstand his presence. Before him, she felt her lies falter, her performance unraveling like a jester before him. Yet, fortunate for her, Qi Yuan spared her dignity, perhaps out of respect for her deceased sister. As her gaze darkened, the emperor issued a warning, the implications of which she understood all too well. Yet what could she do? The more he valued her, the more she yearned to bring about her own destruction. After Qi Yuan's departure, he made no stops at any of the palaces and returned directly to the Chengxian Palace. It was not until 3 days later that he made an appearance at the Fengxian Palace for the morning court. Early that day, upon seeing the emperor's arrival, everyone realized that the matter concerning the Liuli pearl from 3 days prior had reached a resolution. Soon, an individual was brought forth. Upon recognizing that it was someone from her own palace, noble consort Xian was taken aback and rose abruptly. "What is the meaning of this?" she exclaimed, immediately kneeling. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, I am completely unaware." Qi Yuan twirled the Liuli pearl, a smirk playing on his lips. "What are you so anxious about?" Noble consort Xian turned her gaze toward the young eunuch emerging from the Shushu Palace, glaring at him. "Explain yourself, or I shall flay you alive." Noble consort Xian chuckled. "Sister, are you so impatient to resort to threats?" Noble consort Xian shot her a cold glance. "What is your business? If one did not know better, they might think you were the one conspiring against me." Noble consort Xian was displeased. "What do you mean by that?" Yin Ruoyan commanded with authority, "Everyone be silent." The young eunuch stammered, Why, yes, yes, it is the maid from Tianya Palace. A startled Song Jin'an widened her eyes, never expecting the blame to fall upon her. Qi Yuan's expression also darkened, but he remained silent, curious to observe how this girl would navigate the trap set for her. Standing, Song Jin'an demanded, Who is the maid? Feng Ling knelt. The maid is a sweeping servant from Tianya Palace. Goodness, she truly is from my palace. Song Jin'an immediately knelt, Your Majesty. Your Highness, I genuinely know nothing. Noble consort Xian sneered. How cruel of you, Yao Guipin, attempting to kill two birds with one stone. Calmly, Song Jin'an replied, What? Am I to understand that your palace's eunuchs are here spreading lies to frame me? Noble consort Xian interjected, whether it is a lie or not. Let us summon that maid and ascertain the truth. Yin Ruyan glanced at Qi Yuan, whose expression was devoid of emotion and clearly eager for entertainment, before instructing. Bring the maid here. During the waiting period, the Fengxian palace fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to speak. Seizing the moment, Song Jin'an racked her brain, contemplating how to prove her innocence. Soon, the palace attendants from Tianya Palace arrived, dragging a corpse covered in white cloth to halt outside the doors. Your Majesty, Your Highness, the maid has committed suicide by poison. Song Jin'an, shocked, turned to look at the white figure in the courtyard. Collapsing to the ground, she realized that, in this place, a life was worth less than nothing. What threats or temptations could drive a young life to embrace death? Noble consort Xian immediately pointed at her. Well then, Song Jin'an, let us see what you have to say now. Song Jin'an coldly replied, What is there to say? Do you not comprehend? If it were truly my doing, would I allow the maid to die? She committed suicide out of fear of guilt. Indeed, it is a suicide out of guilt, albeit the guilt of betrayal. If I truly intended to frame her, I could have easily bribed other palace maids to do so, just as someone has bribed individuals from my own palace to carry out such deeds. Thus, the maid was indeed bribed. Noble consort Xian stoked the flames, yet we require evidence. Song Jin'an sneered, The evidence is dead. Is that not the very definition of being without proof? Turning to Qi Yuan, who held the Lioli pearl, she inquired of the young eunuch, What did the maid convey to you? Zhu Yi presented me with a piece of gold, instructing me to discreetly scatter the glazed beads belonging to concubine Xian along the path that concubine Jingshurong is sure to traverse. Song Jin'an nodded in agreement. Finding the logic sound, she turned her gaze towards Qi Yuan, who, sensing her stare, lazily lifted his eyelids to glance at her. Is there anything else you wish to convey, my beloved? Song Jin'an inwardly cursed, thinking, You great-headed fool. With a slight smile, she maintained her logical demeanor. May I take a closer look at the gold? A young eunuch retrieved it from his pocket, and, at that moment, Song Jin'an felt that her chances of resolving the situation were futile. She thought, why not let it all fall apart? The room fell silent, and Qi Yuan stifled a chuckle. The earlier declaration of clear logic was already quite shocking, yet her current tone seemed to suggest a self-incrimination. Taking the gold, Song Jin'an remarked, I do not even know if this gold belongs to me. Are you unaware of how much gold resides within your palace? She innocently shook her head, indicating her ignorance. Qi Yuan could hardly bear to look. Was she not aware of the peril she faced? Yin Ruoyan spoke gently. It is of no concern. Each time gold is distributed within the palace, the Imperial Gift Bureau records it. We can simply send someone to Tianya Palace to verify. Qi Yuan cast a glance at Wei Qinggan. Soon, Wei Qinggan approached with the records in hand. Your Majesty, the Imperial Gift Bureau confirms that Tianya Palace possesses exactly 500 taels of gold. At this moment, concubine Xian interjected. The mistress of the Astronomical Bureau has entered the palace for the new year. Song Jin'an, exasperated, thought, Are you lacking in common sense? The gold is all stamped with the palace seal. How could my mother possibly have acquired any gold bearing the palace seal? Qi Yuan chuckled softly, thinking Song Jin'an, Do not criticize others when you yourself seem oblivious. The others turned their attention to the emperor, who had made a sound, and he spoke. So it is not the favored Yao Guipin? Yin Ruoyan nodded, clearly indicating that someone had bribed Zhu Yi. Qi Yuan agreed, Continue the investigation. Let us see which palace has inexplicably lost gold stamped with the palace seal, and we shall bring them forth. With their suspicions alleviated, Song Jin'an and concubine Xian expressed their gratitude. Qi Yuan was the first to depart, walking toward Song Jin'an to accompany her. She quickly rose to follow him, playfully making a face at Xian Fei before leaving. Upon returning to the Chengqian palace, Qi Yuan's demeanor turned frosty. He turned to Song Jin'an, questioning, "You are unaware that gold is missing from your palace?" Chapter 39. I cannot compete. The tricks are too many. I am at a loss. Song Jin'an, taken aback by the sudden inquiry, stammered, "Isn't there supposed to be none missing?" Qi Yuan sneered, "Had I not instructed Wei Qinggan to fill in a portion, do you think you would still be standing here unscathed?" Song Jin'an was utterly stunned and hastily knelt, exclaiming, "It is not me. I had no idea how she managed to steal it." As tears streamed down her cheeks, she lamented, "It is so difficult. I simply cannot keep up." Qi Yuan observed her, breathless and tearful, resembling a distressed rabbit, and could not help but laugh. "Of course, I know it is not you. However," Song Jin'an found no comfort in his words, thinking of the next time. Seeing her continue to weep, Qi Yuan crouched down, urging, "Do not cry. I have already stated my trust in you." Song Jin'an, hiccuping through her sobs, countered, "Trust is limited. What am I to do when I am constantly being framed? Can you not be more cautious?" Qi Yuan raised his voice, "You must be more careful." Song Jin'an wailed, "I cannot compete. The myriad of challenges overwhelms me." Song Jin'an is truly on the brink of despair, clinging to Qi Yuan without a moment's release. "I find myself longing for my parents, yearning to return home." Qi Yuan can hardly contain his laughter, for the situation is utterly amusing. Song Jin'an is indeed a treasure. Yet, Song Jin'an is profoundly hurt, feeling the sting of disappointment. Exclaiming in sorrow, "Your Majesty, this is too painful." Qi Yuan gently pats the girl's back, offering solace. "Fear not. You shall not fail. I will teach you." Song Jin'an lifts her head, gazing at him with hope. "Really?" Qi Yuan playfully brushes her rosy nose. "Of course, do you think I would jest?" With her nose still red from tears, Song Jin'an hesitantly inquires, "What am I to do next?" Qi Yuan encourages her to rise. "Did I not assign Ling Mama to you? No one in the harem can rival her." Song Jin'an, taken aback, exclaims, "Is Ling Mama truly that formidable?" Qi Yuan smirks and retorts, "Were you not wary of her for my sake?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed at being so clearly understood, Song Jin'an realizes she should not have doubted someone who stood by her side. She quietly tugs at the man's sleeve, sweetly confessing, "I was unaware, but now I understand. Your Majesty's intentions are for my benefit. We are in this together." Qi Yuan sighs, "Remember this. In the harem, trust no one but me. The hearts of men are inscrutable. Everyone harbors their own schemes." Song Jin'an nods, "I understand, Your Majesty. Rest assured, I shall be cautious henceforth." Qi Yuan observes her earnest expression, still harboring doubts, for her mind seems rather simplistic. It is evident she has been nurtured and pampered throughout her life, having been cherished in the Song family, where there is no room for intrigue or scandal. A girl raised in such an environment naturally cannot fathom the depths of human treachery, where individuals fight to the death for their interests. Qi Yuan lowers his gaze, contemplating that a girl so delicately raised has no reason to fear for her life in his presence. He exhales deeply, "You must learn to assert control. Why did Zhu Yi from your palace so easily betray you? Have you not pondered this?" Song Jin'an genuinely reflects. "Is it because I offered her too little?" She considers the perspective of a worker who would naturally seek better compensation. Qi Yuan is left speechless, pondering the absurdity of her reasoning. What does it matter? The amount of money? Have I ever shortchanged them? Song Jin'an quickly counters, "I rewarded her modestly, prompting her to seek greater gain." Qi Yuan can no longer contain his exasperation. Silence. "Must your thoughts revolve solely around money?" Song Jin'an feels aggrieved. "Then why?" Qi Yuan takes a deep breath. "Because the lady of Tianya Palace is too scattered. One must wield both kindness and authority. Do you understand?" Song Jin'an nods, recalling her previous employer's philosophy of balancing reward with reprimand. She is surprised to find that even in a feudal dynasty, such principles apply. The plight of laborers has endured throughout the ages. Qi Yuan waves his hand. "In the future, leave it to Ling Mama. Heed her counsel." Song Jin'an agrees, understood. Qi Yuan then exclaims loudly, What do you mean by understood? Song Jin'an is taken aback, thinking him rather unreasonable. Is it not acceptable to say yes? Qi Yuan glares at her. I command you to obey a servant's counsel, and you respond with yes? Song Jin'an, feeling dissatisfied, retorts, but did you not say that Ling Mama is the most capable? To listen to her is to heed your own words. Qi Yuan finds himself momentarily speechless, conceding, you have a valid point. Song Jin'an's eyes sparkled with hunger. Qi Yuan playfully nudged her, suggesting that a little hunger would sharpen her mind. Unperturbed by the push, Song Jin'an followed him, believing that being well-fed would provide the strength to contemplate. Qi Yuan instructed the servants outside to prepare pastries. Song Jin'an felt pleased. Qi Yuan treated her quite well. Sitting at his desk, Qi Yuan observed as Song Jin'an eagerly approached to grinding. Your Majesty, do you know who the true culprit is? She inquired. Qi Yuan shook his head, expressing ignorance. Then how do we account for the gold? She pressed. Qi Yuan replied that the gold belonged to the Shusho Palace. Song Jin'an was taken aback. Was this a ploy to place the blame on consort Xian? She further questioned, but Zhu Yi is dead. Isn't that a point of suspicion? He speculated that she may have been murdered to create the illusion of suicide. Innocent, that Lady Xian is, Song Jin'an remarked. Qi Yuan paused, initially intending to let consort Xian take the fall as a lesson for her, given that Song Jin'an's death was indeed linked to her. He had not anticipated that Song Jin'an was aware of this, and he thought that falsely accusing consort Xian would appease the Shun family. However, he suddenly realized he had overlooked the innocence of the woman beside him, who would not falsely accuse an innocent party. Song Jin'an felt reassured. She sensed that Qi Yuan knew the identity of the true culprit but intended to protect them. Why should she press for answers? The truth seemed inconsequential to him, and the lives within the harem appeared disposable in his eyes. She felt powerless to change this reality, unable even to ensure her own safety, let alone resist. She longed to return home, not wishing to meet her end in this place. Soon, the pastries were served, and Song Jin'an paused her actions, gazing eagerly at Qi Yuan. He lowered his head and waved his hand. Consequently, she hurriedly returned to indulge in the delicacies. Thank you, Master Wei, she smiled at Wei Kong'an. Your grace overwhelms this old servant. It is but my duty, he replied. Song Jin'an fell silent, quietly savoring the pastries. Qi Yuan, having finished reviewing the memorials, raised his gaze to Song Jin'an. Approaching noon, the early spring sunlight poured through the windows and doors, illuminating the young woman. Bathed in sunlight, Song Jin'an appeared almost ethereal from Qi Yuan's perspective, resembling a celestial maiden, oblivious to the affairs of the mortal realm. In the next moment, she swallowed a osmanthus pastry whole, her cheeks puffed out. Reality returned. Qi Yuan snapped back to attention, sipping his tea and continuing to attend to state matters. Unbeknownst to her, Song Jin'an had just transformed into a picturesque image in someone's eyes. In Jie Palace, Shun Jingyi was astounded by the report from her servants. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. She certainly would not be foolish enough to entrap Lady Yao after the Emperor's warning. Rather, someone had exploited her influence to complete what she had originally planned to do. Logically, the Tianyao Palace should have been short a piece of gold. Why was there not a shortage? This indicated that the Emperor had intervened to protect Lady Yao. The fact that someone had manipulated her was less painful than the knowledge that the Emperor himself had shielded Lady Yao. Ji displayed an unusual calm beside her. Your Majesty, do you require an explanation regarding the Emperor? Shun Jingyi managed a bitter smile. An explanation? Will he believe it? The Emperor will not blame me for my sister's death. I shall shield that hidden adversary this once, hoping she will successfully eliminate Song Jin'an next time. Upon hearing this, Ji Hua expressed concern about the Emperor's continued misunderstanding of the noble consort. Shun Jingyi lay down, tranquil and undisturbed, her eyes reflecting a stillness akin to stagnant water as she replied, It matters not. Even if the Emperor does not misunderstand me, I will no longer be favored. This would indeed be the last occasion. The Emperor would show no mercy thereafter. In the end, she found herself reliant on Shun Jin'an for survival, the very person she sought to escape becoming her sole lifeline. Chapter 40. Your Majesty, this is how one dotes on a daughter. Upon returning from the Chengxian palace, it was nearly afternoon. Chang Geng, upon seeing his master return, hastened forward. Noble consort, this morning, Lady Ming sent someone to inquire if you might visit her for a chat. Song Jin'an nodded in acknowledgement. I shall rest for a moment before we go. Seated in the tea room, Song Jin'an smiled at Mama Ling. The latter, perceiving her mistress's smile, felt as if her master was radiating a fortune. Manga. Song Jin'an called gently. Yes, my lady, replied Mama Ling. The emperor remarked upon your cleverness. I shall rely on you to guard against treachery henceforth. Mama Ling, taken aback, looked up, surprised that this young woman had finally gained some insight, or perhaps the emperor could no longer bear it and had nudged her in the right direction. Feeling somewhat bashful, Song Jin'an continued, You know I am not the sharpest. I have misjudged people in the past. In this palace, the emperor and I are the closest. Mama Ling thought to herself that even now, her mind may not be the sharpest, yet she believed Song Jin'an's words to be sincere. However, trust in the harem was a precarious matter. One could not fully trust anyone, not even the emperor, the most formidable player in the palace intrigues. But as she belonged to the emperor, it was wise to keep such truths unspoken. Mama Ling nodded respectfully. Thank you, my lady, for your kind words. In the future, I shall serve you with utmost dedication. Song Jin'an inclined her head, her gaze falling. Pretending to be a fool was indeed the easiest path. In this palace, where life was not valued, trust was a rare commodity. She would forever remember Qi Yuan's expression earlier that day, one of detached amusement. Even though she knew he was a master strategist, she felt a chill. He observed the struggles of those below with an unyielding gaze. And Song Jin'an's heart was gripped by an unprecedented fear. Here, she felt utterly alone. If relying solely on herself was insufficient, she would temporarily lean on Qi Yuan, if only to prolong her existence a little longer. Her desire to return home was not mere idle talk. She would ultimately find her way back. Rising, Song Jin'an prepared to visit Lady Ming. She allowed the wind chimes to adorn her with garments. Gazing into the copper mirror, she noted the allure added by the beauty marked beneath her eye. With long, curled lashes and a heart-shaped face adorned with exquisite features, she found herself appreciating her own beauty once more. It was no wonder Qi Yuan was fond of her. Were she the emperor, she too would be captivated by his handsome visage. Nevertheless, she would also find favor with other striking gentlemen. Once dressed, Song Jin'an set off for Luan Palace. Upon seeing her, Lady Ming anxiously inquired, Were you frightened? Song Jin'an pressed her lips together. It was indeed quite terrifying. Lady Ming sighed. Such is the way of the harem. Those who are favored become the targets. Song Jin'an tugged at the corner of her mouth, yet a smile eluded her. It was not as if I compelled the emperor to shower me with affection. Why should I be blamed? Ming Fei pinched the girl's nose, remarking that the emperor is indeed a true dragon among men. Who would dare to hold him accountable? Song Jin'an's heart brimmed with sarcasm. After all, one might have the fortune to be reborn. Ming Fei continued, advising that the servants in the palace must learn to discipline their subordinates, making them aware that betrayal would lead to dire consequences, particularly now that the emperor favors you. Ming Fei was aware that Song Jin'an had been sheltered from such matters throughout her upbringing, as the Song family had protected her well, with Song Jin'an particularly doting on her younger sister. Being someone of importance to him, Ming Fei naturally endeavored to safeguard her, gently patting Song Jin'an's hand. She declared that there are no good or bad people in the harem, only those who scheme for their own interests. Song Jin'an understood, but did not concur. I comprehend, yet I cannot accept the obliteration of conscience for the sake of gain. Ming Fei smiled, stating that some accumulate virtue while others commit sins. Heaven will remember all. Song Jin'an pressed her lips together. Her sister grasped her meaning. With a smile directed at Ming Fei, she reassured her, Do not worry. I have learned my lesson this time and will be cautious in the future. As evening approached, Ming Fei suggested they have dinner here, as she had instructed He Xiang to prepare the milk tea you adore. Song Jin'an nodded in agreement. After enjoying dinner, she returned to the palace, whereupon entering, she observed Mango weeding the small garden. She paused, whispering that the rose blooming season was near. That night, Song Jin'an found herself unable to sleep. She realized she should not have consumed milk tea in the afternoon. Although termed milk tea, it was still tea. Tossing in bed, the night watch, Feng Ling heard the commotion and lifted the bed curtain, inquiring, "Your Highness, what troubles you?" Song Jin'an opened her eyes wide, unable to find rest. Feng Ling suggested, "Shall I brew some calming soup for you?" Song Jin'an shook her head, lying on her side and patting the edge of the bed to indicate Feng Ling should sit. Feng Ling hesitated, and Song Jin'an sighed, realizing there was no one else present. Once Feng Ling settled, Song Jin'an spoke, "Feng Ling, today I truly felt the treachery of this harem." Feng Ling nodded, admitting she too was frightened today. Song Jin'an added, "In this place, you and Jin Ling are the only ones I trust. Keep a close watch on Tianya Palace, and heed the teachings of Mama Ling," realizing her mistress was serious. Feng Ling nodded earnestly, promising to ensure her safety. After a moment of contemplation, Song Jin'an asked, "Do you think Ming Fei is trustworthy?" Feng Ling pondered briefly, responding, "I am uncertain. Although she appeared benevolent before entering the palace, one cannot escape the entanglement of interests within the harem." Song Jin'an nodded in agreement. However, Feng Ling continued, "If Ming Fei has not forgotten about the young master, she may indeed be genuinely concerned for your well-being." Song Jin'an, who had been reclining, sat up at these words, exclaiming, Who are you referring to?" Feng Ling, taken aback, replied, "The young master. Are you not aware of Ming Fei's feelings for him?" Song Jin'an closed her eyes, shielding her astonishment, fearful that Feng Ling might sense her ignorance. "I suddenly forgot." A tempest brewed within her heart. Everything suddenly made sense. No wonder Ming Fei treated her like a sister. It turned out she saw herself not as an elder sister, but as a sister-in-law. Goodness, this is perilous. One misstep could lead to severe consequences. Song Jin'an felt overwhelmed, wondering why everyone was so deranged. Could they not simply sit down and enjoy a game of mahjong in peace? Why live on the edge of a knife? Song Jin'an sighed and added, "Let us not speak of such things again, Feng Ling. Fortunately, it is night time. If such words were to reach the ears of those with ill intentions during the day, we would all be doomed." "Rest assured, my lady, I understand," replied the maid. Song Jin'an found it difficult to fall asleep that night, overwhelmed by the numerous bombs she had yet to defuse. Reflecting carefully, she realized that she was currently concealing her matters with Qiu Xian from Qi Yuan, while Ming Fei still held onto the secret of Song Jin'an from Qi Yuan. In the 4th year of Chongqing, the original body had stealthily slipped out of the palace without Qi Yuan's knowledge. The crux of the matter was that she was oblivious to the whereabouts of the original body, which had triggered the time-traveling mechanism that brought her to this world. Any one of these secrets, if revealed, could lead to her demise. While her own death would not be an issue, she could not implicate the Song family. The following day, Song Jin'an was awakened. Mama Ling looked at the dark circles under her eyes, astonished. "Did you not sleep well last night, my lady?" Song Jin'an responded wearily. Mama Ling sighed, advising her not to overthink, for everything was under the emperor's care. Song Jin'an wore a smile on her face while her heart wept. It was precisely because of that emperor that she was troubled. After paying her respects, Song Jin'an left, and Mama Ling was secretly summoned to Chongqing Palace. Qi Yuan was practicing his calligraphy and inquired about what Yao Guipin had said to her the previous night. Mama Ling relayed every word spoken by Song Jin'an. She then added, "My lady was indeed frightened. Her complexion is quite poor this morning." Qi Yuan set down his brush and wiped his hands. She was frightened. From now on, ensure everything is taken care of for her. Do not expect her to manage herself. Take your time. Mama Ling noted the tone of his voice, which resembled that of a father helplessly doting on his daughter. The emperor seems to be treating her as a daughter, she thought. "I shall obey," she replied. Chapter 41. Isn't in what you can call her? In mid-April, Jing Shurong had completed her month of confinement, yet the true culprit remained unfound. This matter was likely to end without resolution, serving only as a scapegoat. Nevertheless, Jing Shurong's calm demeanor surprised everyone. In Fengxian Palace, Xian Fei remarked, "Is truly bizarre. To this day, we do not know who the heartless one is, achieving 3 birds with 1 stone." Jing Shurong remained silent, while Xu Fei covered her nose, noting that there were many ghosts in the harem. Yin Ruoyan warned Xu Fei in a low voice. After Xu Fei fell silent, The empress turned to Jing Shurong. His Majesty sympathizes with you for enduring this calamity, which is indeed unfair. Hence he has decided to promote you to Xioi. Jing Shurong looked up in astonishment. She was genuinely surprised. The emperor had not sought retribution, but instead offered consolation through an elevation in rank. She truly could not comprehend. Xu Fei, observing the dazed Shun Jingyi, gently smiled. Sister, are you in a stupor? Should you express your gratitude? Reminded, Jing Xioi hurriedly accepted the decree and expressed her thanks. For the past month, the harem had remained relatively stable. Qi Yuan had been preoccupied with affairs from the previous court and had not entered the harem for half a month. Indeed, with no one daring to act recklessly. The atmosphere was calm. As for Song Jin'an, after returning from her visit, she spotted someone she hadn't seen for half a month in the garden. Admiring her flowers, Song Jin'an approached to greet him. Qi Yuan was bent down, examining the grass, and without turning his head, he responded with a nonchalant, "Get up." Song Jin'an stood and walked over. "The flowers are about to bloom." Qi Yuan nodded. "It is my first time seeing someone who appreciates such flowers." Song Jin'an smiled. "I admire them because they are beautiful. Is it merely their beauty?" Song Jin'an nodded, remarking that the flower was indeed meant for admiration, with its significance being a human attribution. Qi Yuan, hearing this for the first time, inquired if the beloved consort suggested that meaning was inconsequential. Song Jin'an shook her head, asserting that it could not be dismissed. If the meaning was assigned by humans, then one could just as easily claim the flower symbolizes fervent vitality, or alternatively, that bamboo stubbornly refuses to bend. Qi Yuan turned, feigning displeasure at the notion that centuries of ancestral wisdom could be negated by a single remark. Song Jin'an mused inwardly about the old stubbornness, while playfully acknowledging that they too would be considered ancestors to those who come millennia hence. Qi Yuan chuckled, playfully pinching her nose, declaring her reasoning to be utterly nonsensical. Song Jin'an smiled, choosing silence. Taking her hand, Qi Yuan led her indoors, announcing his intention to embark on a southern tour. Upon hearing of the southern expedition, Song Jin'an's heart leaped. How could she not wish to go? Rising on her toes, she wrapped her arms around the neck of the man who towered over her and planted a kiss, expressing her desire to accompany him. Qi Yuan, clearly pleased, deepened the kiss, promising that he could take her anywhere to play. Song Jin'an's eyes sparkled at the prospect. Qi Yuan relished the sight of her suddenly radiant gaze. Soon, an edict for the southern journey was issued. Accompanying him were not only officials from the previous dynasty, but also the ladies of the harem, Consort Xian, Consort Lan, Consort Wan, and noble Consort Yao, along with noble Lady Gu. The departure was set for the end of April. In the Qinya Palace, Song Jin'an inquired among the palace maids who wished to join. The arrangements were left to the discretion of her master. After deliberating, she decided that this time, Ling Momo, Jin Ling, and Chong Gung would accompany her, while Feng Ling, Kong Qing, and Mango would remain behind, with plans to alternate on future journeys, ensuring everyone had an opportunity to venture beyond the palace walls. The maids responded with joy, agreeing to the arrangement, which delighted Song Jin'an even more at the thought of traveling afar. As late April arrived, Song Jin'an prepared herself and made her way to the palace gates. Following the farewell ceremony, she entered her sedan chair, which, though not small, was lavishly adorned. Knowing her mistress's penchant for conversation, Jin Ling presented her with travelogues and snacks. Song Jin'an smiled and affectionately patted Jin Ling's head, appreciating her understanding. Ling Momo had laid out a blanket for her, and she settled back comfortably. Gazing out the window, she mused that the air outside the palace felt remarkably clearer. This royal southern tour was not a covert visit, but rather a journey to the prosperous region of Jiangnan, a vital commercial hub. After a day of travel, they had just left the capital. In the evening, the convoy halted for a rest. Wei Kong'an approached with a message from His Majesty, summoning noble consort Yao. Song Jin'an donned her cloak and made her way over. Upon entering the tent, she marveled at the opulence. It was less a tent and more akin to a small villa. Seeing her, Qi Yuan gently admonished her, questioning why she stood there foolishly and whether she was not cold. Song Jin'an approached, removing her cloak's hood, allowing her unadorned long hair to cascade freely, enhancing her ethereal beauty. With the tear mole accentuating her features, she embodied a pure and unassuming charm. Qi Yuan tenderly ruffled her hair, remarking how lovely she remained. He never hesitated to compliment Song Jin'an, for she was truly deserving of such praise. In truth, Song Jin'an felt equally worthy of it, accepting the admiration without a hint of self-doubt. Once again, the Yao Gui pin of Emperor Qi Yuan displayed an utter lack of humility, nodding with an air of arrogance. A gentle smile flickered in Qi Yuan's eyes, revealing his warmth. "Have you eaten? Join me for a meal." Song Jin'an gazed at the sumptuous spread before her. Despite having dined earlier, she felt a renewed hunger. Qi Yuan, accustomed to her hearty appetite, was no longer surprised by her voracity. In her presence, any semblance of restraint or decorum paled in comparison to the allure of food. Yet, it was this relaxed demeanor of Song Jin'an that Qi Yuan cherished most. After satisfying her hunger, Song Jin'an found herself led by Qi Yuan for a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. Interestingly, Qi Yuan was not particularly fond of post-meal walks. He did not indulge in such habits during his own meals or when dining with other concubines. The reason he made an exception for Song Jin'an was her considerable appetite. He worried that without a stroll to aid digestion, she might suffer from indigestion, a concern he did not share for the other concubines with their meager appetites. If Song Jin'an were aware of Qi Yuan's thoughts, she would surely protest, insisting that her appetite was perfectly normal, while others were the ones with unusual habits. The women in the harem ate sparingly to maintain their figures, but at just 19, she was still growing. Her modern sensibilities led her to believe that her metabolism was at its peak, and the caloric intake she enjoyed was entirely appropriate. A person must consume enough to sustain their basic bodily functions for good health. At that moment, Song Jin'an remained unaware of Qi Yuan's reasoning, believing instead that even outside the palace, the emperor could not shed his habit of post-meal walks. She led Qi Yuan towards the distant river, marveling at the splendid scenery. "What a beautiful view," she mused. Qi Yuan responded with a simple acknowledgement, noting the arrival of spring. Song Jin'an turned her gaze to the sunset, which painted the sky in hues of crimson, the waning light casting a gentle warmth upon her face. Yet, despite the vastness of the landscape, even the gentle breeze felt soft and tender to her. After standing together for a while, they began to head back and fortuitously encountered Qiu, Shiqing, and Qi Xingshan, who were approaching on horseback. Upon seeing the emperor, both dismounted respectfully. Qi Yuan chuckled. "You certainly know how to enjoy yourselves." Qi Xingshan replied, "This weather is perfect for a ride." Turning to Song Jin'an, Qi Yuan inquired, "Would you like to join us?" She shook her head. "I cannot ride." Her attention was solely on the horses, leaving her oblivious to the peculiar tension between Qiu Shiqing and Qi Xingshan. Taking her hand, Qi Yuan declared, "Come, I shall take you." After respectfully seeing the emperor depart, Qiu Shiqing frowned, but she can ride. Qi Xingshan was similarly puzzled, recalling vividly how she had gracefully mounted a horse that day. He then gently nudged Qiu Shiqing, whispering a caution, "Is it wise to call her that?" Reminded, Qiu Shiqing could hardly conceal his heartache. She refuses to even recall those memories, preferring to claim she cannot ride to spare me the pain. Qi Xingshan was left speechless by his lament, saying, "What are you thinking? Yun informed me that she had no interest in you before entering the palace. Don't spin tales of a deep bond that has been severed. If you choose to wallow in sorrow, do not drag her purity into your misery." As Qiu Shiqing attempted to reply, Qi Xingshan had already walked away. He was unlike Qiu Xian. Song Jin'an felt amiss. Although their interactions were limited, the two recent encounters left him with an unmistakable sense of estrangement, which was not feigned. Having been immersed in the intricacies of power struggles for years, if he could not perceive this subtle shift, he would have been outmaneuvered long ago. He lifted his gaze to the horizon, still haunted by the memory of that night when the young girl appeared in his residence clad in black. Chapter 42. He understood all too well the insidious implications behind Gugurin's words. Thus he deliberately placed her in a predicament. In the distance, Song Jin'an sat before Qi Yuan, blissfully reveling in her enjoyment, utterly unaware that her true identity was on the verge of being uncovered. Against the wind, she dashed across the open ground, exclaiming, "I adore this feeling. It's exhilarating." After a brief ride, Qi Yuan halted and lifted her down, asking, "Would you like to learn? I can teach you when I have the time." "Thank you, Your Majesty." As she dismounted, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Inexplicably, a fleeting image of herself riding flashed through her mind. A jolt ran through Song Jin'an, her complexion paling. Qi Yuan, sensing something was amiss, inquired, "What troubles you?" She lifted her head, her face ashen, replying, "I feel dizzy." Immediately, Qi Yuan called for the imperial physician. "No need." Song Jin'an grasped his arm. "I just need a moment to recover." Qi Yuan carried her toward the tent, where the physician was already awaiting their arrival. Along the way, Song Jin'an pondered the image of writing. Was it her or the original body? Why did she possess the memories of the original? Did this signify the original's return? Could she finally go home? Despite her dizziness, she felt an exhilarating thrill and found time to banter with Qi Yuan. "Am I heavy?" Qi Yuan's jaw tightened. How could she ask such a question at a moment like this? He had never encountered anyone so bizarre as to inquire about their weight while appearing deathly pale. He replied, "The Song family seems rather eccentric. Your brother, Song Jin'an, is quite the miracle." Qi Yuan flatly stated, "You weigh a ton." Initially, Song Jin'an had merely posed a casual question, knowing that Qi Yuan's ease in carrying her indicated she was not heavy. But what had she just heard? Heavy? Song Jin'an was taken aback as Qi Yuan scoffed, "With how much you eat, how could you not be heavy?" She opened her mouth, nearly at a loss for words. "I don't eat that much." Qi Yuan set her down on a soft couch without further comment. Grasping his sleeve, she pressed, "Does Your Majesty truly believe I eat excessively?" Qi Yuan lowered his gaze to her, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Then why do I alone assist you with digestion?" Song Jin'an was astonished, "But I hardly eat much at all." Qi Yuan merely responded with a non-committal, "Not much. Let's have the physician examine you first." As she attempted to speak again, Qi Yuan issued a warning, his tone neither warm nor cold, as if admonishing a disobedient little girl. Unwillingly, Song Jin'an fell silent, allowing the physician to take her pulse. Physician who remarked, "There is nothing serious. It's merely that you are unaccustomed to riding. A bit of calming medicine will suffice." Qi Yuan nodded in agreement and went to fetch the medicine. Once the others had exited, Qi Yuan settled beside her. As Song Jin'an quieted, Qi Yuan was about to speak when she interrupted, asking, "Can I still learn to ride?" Qi Yuan gently caressed the girl's head, and Song Jin'an smiled. Having come to a realization, since riding could trigger memories, she decided to engage in it more frequently. Would that elusive memory resurface? Or would new recollections emerge with the stimulation? Only experimentation could unveil the truth. After taking her medicine, Song Jin'an stayed overnight in the emperor's grand tent. Upon hearing that Song Jin'an had once again been retained by the emperor, consort Xian was overwhelmed with dizziness. Gritting her teeth, she muttered Song Jin'an's name in frustration. According to protocol, she held the highest rank among those accompanying the emperor, and he ought to visit her. Cheng Xiang thought to herself that the mistress would soon lose her composure again. The emperor's whereabouts were not dictated by protocol. As long as the empress was absent, His Majesty was free to go wherever he pleased, for everyone else was merely a concubine. However, she dared not voice her thoughts, lest her mistress direct her ire towards her. Taking a deep breath, Consort Xian instructed Cheng Xiang to summon Qiu Si. Cheng Xiang complied and sought out Qiu Si, the son of the Qiu family, who had long harbored affections for Qiu Ruoxuan. Cheng Xiang surmised her mistress's intentions, but felt powerless to intervene. No one dared to provoke a mistress in a foul mood. Meanwhile, Consort Wen received the news and chuckled softly, savoring her tea, anticipating the unfolding drama. Indeed, it was a spectacle, one of life and death, perpetually staged in the imperial harem. The following day, Qi Yuan awoke to the sensation of someone nestled in his embrace. Whenever he shared a bed with Song Jin'an, she invariably ended up in his arms by morning. Initially, Qi Yuan found this disconcerting and voiced his thoughts. The girl, having just begun to enjoy his favor, was overly cautious and had not slept a wink through the night. Qi Yuan sighed, reassuring her that it was fine, and that they could return to a normal sleeping arrangement in the days to come. Skillfully, he extricated Song Jin'an from his grasp, rose from the bed, and summoned attendants. Wei Qinggan entered to assist the emperor with his attire and announced, "Your Majesty, Lady Gu seeks an audience. Qi Yuan frowned, pondering her purpose. After a moment's deliberation, Wei Qinggan explained that she had prepared some broth for the emperor, concerned for his well-being. Qi Yuan glanced back at the lump on the bed and instructed her to wait. He would be there shortly. When Qi Yuan emerged, Lady Gu stood by the table, smiling upon his arrival. He stepped inside, remarking on the chilly morning, "There is no need for such exertion." Lady Gu replied with a smile that it was no trouble, as she had been idle. She then turned to open the food box, allowing Wei Qinggan to inspect it for poison. Biting her lip, Lady Gu inquired, "I hope my early visit did not disturb you and the esteemed consort?" Qi Yuan took a sip of the broth, finding it quite palatable, and shook his head, assuring her, "You need not worry, it was not a disturbance." Lady Gu let out a sigh of relief, stating, "That is a relief. I fear my sister might be displeased. I merely came out of concern for the weather and your health." Qi Yuan took another few sips of broth, wiping his mouth as he replied, "It is quite natural for her to feel upset when you arrive. However, why should you fear it? Having grown up in the harem, Qi Yuan was accustomed to the rivalries of concubines. It was commonplace for one to be displeased upon another's arrival." He questioned why Lady Gu expressed trepidation regarding Song Jin'an. Perhaps he understood too well the insinuations within her words and chose to challenge her. Lady Gu chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging, "After all, with Sister Yao present, it is not quite proper for me to visit again." Qi Yuan, maintaining a gentle smile, responded, "Yet you still chose to come." Gu Guerin hastily knelt to plead for forgiveness, saying, "Your Majesty, I beg for your mercy. I acted thoughtlessly, merely intending to deliver the soup and leave. I would never dare to linger." Qi Yuan bent down, grasping Gu Guerin's chin, and asked, "What is it that you fear? You are both consorts. What is there to be afraid of?" Gu Guerin stammered, "I do not know." Qi Yuan released her, inquiring if she had been bullied by her favor. Gu Guerin shook her head. "Then what is it that troubles you? Are you afraid she will hold a grudge and make things difficult for you?" Gu Guerin's face flushed, as if struck at the heart. Qi Yuan waved his hand. "Return now. I shall visit you when I have the time." Gu Guerin obediently withdrew, and once outside the large tent, the previously timid woman's eyes sparkled with clarity, devoid of any fear or trepidation. With a slight smile, she gazed at the sleeping figure in the tent for a moment before departing. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan sat at the table, observing the nourishing soup, and remarked to Wei Qinggan, "Look at her," and then at the one sleeping soundly on the bed. Wei Qinggan chuckled. "What does it matter if she can cook soup? If it is not to the emperor's taste, it is of no use. The finest soup makers are in the imperial kitchen. Does the emperor lack for soup?" Qi Yuan replied calmly, "Has she risen? Have her meals been prepared?" After Song Jin'an finished her grooming, she entered the large tent and spotted the soup on the table. After greeting the emperor, she commented, "I shall drink the soup this morning." Qi Yuan nodded. "Come, taste it. Is it not delightful?" Song Jin'an sat down, took a sip, and praised, "It is indeed delicious." She continued, "This chef truly excels at making soup." Qi Yuan affirmed, "Then drink more. It was delivered early this morning by Gu Guerin." "Who?" Song Jin'an lifted her head. "Gu Guerin's soup," Qi Yuan clarified. Song Jin'an slowly set down her bowl, smiling, but inwardly cursed Qi Yuan 1,000 times. What does it mean for me to drink the soup prepared for her lover? If Gu Guerin were to find out, would it not create enmity? Qi Yuan confirmed, "Indeed. Is Gu Guerin's soup." Song Jin'an chuckled, "Is splendid. Gu Guerin's sincere concern for his majesty is embodied in this soup." Qi Yuan stifled a laugh. "You discern that?" Song Jin'an pointed at the soup before her, unabashedly flattering. "I suspected from the beginning that this soup was exceptionally good. It is the affection for her beloved that has elevated it." Qi Yuan playfully flicked her forehead. "You are quite the smooth talker." Song Jin'an stuck out her tongue. "I wish to eat buns. Drinking soup alone does not satiate my hunger." Wei Qinggan cheerfully replied, "Your Highness, please wait a moment. Breakfast is being prepared outside." While waiting for breakfast, Song Jin'an glanced at Qi Yuan. "Did Gu Guerin visit just now?" Qi Yuan shot her a sidelong glance. "What of it? Are you displeased?" Song Jin'an straightened herself. "What reason have I to be unhappy?" This reaction was anticipated, for no consort wishes to be perceived as jealous. Yet, Qi Yuan sensed that Song Jin'an spoke the truth. She truly felt no such emotion. This realization was not particularly favorable. Thus, Qi Yuan stoked the flames further. She said she feared your displeasure, and so she departed. Song Jin'an internally screamed, "Green tea." She smiled slightly. Why would I be displeased? After all, that soup is so delightful. Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes, a smile playing on his lips. Are you truly so happy? Song Jin'an pouted, unable to maintain her faade. She hinted, both overtly and covertly, that she was rather petty. How could she be happy? As she bit into her bun, she acknowledged that her heart was not particularly big. Yet, regardless of size, what did it mean when she received covert insults from behind? That wretched girl. If you dare to insult me, I shall reciprocate. Qi Yuan nodded and remarked, but she merely expressed concern. Song Jin'an, bun in mouth, stared at him with wide eyes. Removing the bun from her lips, she replied, "All right, I understand." While she was disheartened, Qi Yuan felt at ease. He then resumed his attempts to cheer her up, offering her a piece of pastry. "This is just for you. I understand everything." Song Jin'an lifted her gaze, and Qi Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair. "Having grown up in the imperial harem, I know at least more than you do." Song Jin'an thought to herself that being knowledgeable still made him a man. Men will never comprehend women, and that truth has endured for millennia. After finishing her breakfast in silence, Song Jin'an departed, as her journey was set to continue, with the next destination being Hawaiian. In the following 2 days, Qi Yuan indeed summoned noble consort Gu. During a break, Song Jin'an reclined on a deck chair on the grass, basking in the sun. Upon hearing the conversation, she chuckled softly. Indeed, everyone adored the gentle and understanding little green tea. When she had previously acted like a green tea, Qi Yuan had already shown signs of amusement. Jinling, in her innocent confusion, asked, "What is this little green tea? Does your highness wish to drink green tea? But you do not love tea, do you?" Song Jin'an swung her legs playfully. "It is not I, but His Majesty who enjoys green tea." Jinling nodded, somewhat understanding. By the time they reached the Hawaiian Palace, it was already late April. Song Jin'an was assigned to the Bamboo Rime Pavilion, aptly named for the grove of bamboo in her courtyard. When Qi Yuan arrived, he was greeted by a delightful fragrance. Upon entering, he spotted Song Jin'an and the palace maids busily engaged in some activity on the ground. Granny Ling was the first to notice His Majesty behind them and hurriedly stood to pay her respects. As Song Jin'an turned her eyes, Qi Yuan stopped her with a gentle, "No need for such formalities." Approaching, he inquired, "What are you up to?" With a cheerful tone, Song Jin'an replied, "Your Majesty, I am preparing bamboo rice." "Bamboo rice?" "Yes, it involves steaming rice within bamboo tubes." As she spoke, she presented a finished bamboo tube and lifted the top cover. Inside was rice infused with the aroma of bamboo. Qi Yuan took a bite and found it indeed delicious. Song Jin'an gazed at him with hopeful eyes. "So, how is it? Is it not delightful?" Qi Yuan nodded in affirmation. Then, Song Jin'an produced another tube, this one more elaborate. The bamboo contained rice mingled with chunks of meat and sauce, appearing slightly sticky. With excitement, she exclaimed, "Your Majesty, do not be misled by its appearance. The flavor is exquisite." Qi Yuan chuckled. "You certainly have a knack for food. It's not too difficult. I merely provide ideas." After sampling several bamboo rice dishes, Qi Yuan stood up. Song Jin'an, already satiated, rose as well. Qi Yuan remarked, "If I linger here any longer, this bamboo grove will be consumed entirely by you." Song Jin'an retorted, "But I do not eat it daily, and besides, Your Majesty had some as well. It cannot all be counted as my consumption." Qi Yuan tilted his head, observing her. "Have you been happy these past few days?" "It has indeed been refreshing. The night market in Hawaiian is renowned. Do you wish to explore it?" Having been in Hawaiian for 4 or 5 days, Song Jin'an had already heard of the famous local delicacies. Let us not dwell on the authenticity of the occasion. The allure of such festivities is simply irresistible. Having ventured out twice in the capital, I have been left in awe of the grandeur of ancient times. It is said that this place is even more vibrant than the night markets of the northern regions. How could Song Jin'an possibly resist the temptation to witness it for herself? Thus, she immediately nestled closer to her companion, lifting her gaze with a radiant smile. Her mole at the corner of her eyes shimmering with allure, while her hairpin danced with the energy from her recent leaps. Is it permissible? Of course. I wish to go. Tomorrow evening, there is a banquet. Is it the imperial banquet? Qi Yuan nodded, indicating that all ministers of the third rank and above from the vicinity of Huayan would be in attendance, along with the consorts. Song Jin'an nodded in agreement. At such gatherings, chaos is inevitable, and she found it unsurprising to witness the disorder unfolding before her. Yet, why was there an attempt on her life? As the crowd descended into panic, the assailant veered and directed his attack towards her. Let us rewind to half an hour prior. Song Jin'an sat among the women, somewhat distanced from Qi Yuan, yet still within sight. While the audience was absorbed in the performance, the least conspicuous member of the troupe, a painted-faced man closest to her, met with an unfortunate turn of events. This was the final impression left by Miss Song Jin'an. Next, the man brandished a knife, aiming for the emperor, and amidst the ensuing chaos, he redirected his assault towards her. Suddenly, Gu Guiran appeared from nowhere, shielding her. As the meeting concluded, Gu Guiran lay in her arms. Without a moment to ponder, Song Jin'an cried out, "Where is the physician? Why do you stand there like a fool?" Soon, someone attempted to move her, but she interjected, "Do not move her yet." Hu Tai quickly nodded, insisting, "Let me examine the wound." Gu Guiran's maid, Bai He, sobbed, calling for her mistress. The sound of crying only heightened Song Jin'an's agitation. Enough with the tears. All you do is weep. Her hands grew increasingly warm, and despite her shivering, her voice remained remarkably composed. "Hu Tai, listen to me. The knife is lodged beneath the heart. Assess the position." She then instructed Bai He to carefully unveil her mistress's garment. Qi Yuan stood by Song Jin'an's side, attentively observing her every move. Not only Qi Yuan, but also Qi Xingqian's gaze was fixed upon her. As for Gu Guiran, her fate seemed inconsequential to him. Even the emperor appeared indifferent. How utterly inappropriate for a consort to expose herself in public, Xuanyi remarked coldly. Song Jin'an disregarded her. She understood that in ancient times, chastity was often valued above life itself. However, at this moment, survival was paramount. With clarity and conviction, Song Jin'an declared that aside from His Majesty and the physician, everyone else should turn away. The crowd complied, but as Xuanyi turned halfway, sensing something amiss, she questioned why she should heed her. Thus, she turned back to face Song Jin'an. "Bai He, use scissors to cut around the clothing. Do not touch the dagger." Trembling with fear, Bai He found herself unable to wield the knife. "Hu Tai, you come forth." Xuanyi attempted to interject, but a mere glance from Qi Yuan silenced her. Hu Tai expertly and meticulously cut away the fabric from her chest. Below the left side, he carefully avoided the heart. The pressing concern now was to extract the blade and halt the bleeding. What about the internal organs? Has it pierced any? Hu Tai, prompted by the reminder, quickly turned his gaze to the others. Uncertainty etched upon his face. Song Jin'an coldly asked, "Are you incapable of examining her? Medicine knows no gender. Must you be so petty?" Xianyan was taken aback by this astonishing remark, and she coldly mocked Yao Guipin. Song Jin'an lifted her gaze, glaring at the person who had consistently ridiculed her. "Once Gu Guiran is out of danger, you may exact your punishment." She looked down at Gu Guiran, whose vital signs were growing weaker. "Hold on a little longer. The blade did not pierce your heart, so you will not die. Please do not succumb to sleep." "Doctor," who gently probed around the knife wound, reporting no progress, Your Highness. Song Jin'an observed the blood oozing out and contemplated how to slow the bleeding. Another physician hurriedly stated, "Quickly prepare a stretcher and move her indoors." After Gu Guiran was carried inside, Song Jin'an gazed at the warm blood on her hands, paralyzed with fear on the ground. Qi Yuan handed her a warm towel, gently saying, "Do not be afraid, Nin. You performed admirably, better than anyone else. It is a pity you were born a woman." Song Jin'an stared at him in disbelief. "She did it to save me." Qi Yuan helped her to her feet. "I shall reward her. Her life will be secure." Soon, the assassin was brought forth. Qi Yuan resumed his position and commanded, "Speak." The assassin, with a fierce countenance, spat, "You dog of an emperor if you have the guts. Kill me." Qi Yuan smirked slightly. "In this matter, I lack the means. What can I do?" The assassin was momentarily silenced, then sneered, "So you admit your impotence?" Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes. "In what other aspects do I lack capability? Why does the court remain indifferent to the floods at Jiangtu this year? A town of 10,000 citizens displaced. This is your measure of ability? Qi Yuan tapped the table. Is there more? The assassin scoffed. What more is there? My parents, of advanced age, starved to death in the streets. Can you repay their lives? Wei Kongyan summoned the Minister of Revenue, Wu Ying, along with all officials from Jiangtu town and the Jianghuai province to meet with me. He then instructed Prince Yong, you shall lead a team to conduct a field survey at Jiangtu town immediately. Qi Yuan turned to the assassin. I will provide an account to the people of Jiangtu town, but we must address your crime of attempting to assassinate a royal consort. The assassin maintained a cold demeanor. Otherwise, your majesty will not heed my grievances. It is not easy to elevate my case, especially before the current emperor. Qi Yuan glanced at the astonished Song Jin'an, seemingly understanding her shock. Song Jin'an was speechless. It appeared that her predicament had drawn attention. What a fool, she thought. Having come this far, why not speak directly? Did I provoke you? The assassin shot him a venomous glare. It is your existence, this calamity of a consort, that keeps the emperor entangled in court affairs. Do you know me? The assassin shook his head. Here, you are the most beautiful, the most like a seductive consort. Song Jin'an chuckled. Thank you for the compliment on my looks. She continued. Now the common folk are spreading rumors that there is a seductress beside His Majesty. The assassin turned away, unwilling to speak. Song Jin'an clicked her tongue. Little assassin, speak up. They say you were sent by the Astronomical Bureau to confuse the emperor. They say you are the reincarnation of a mesmerizing star. Song Jin'an blinked and exchanged glances with Qi Yuan. What reincarnation? Rising to her feet, she approached the assassin. Look at my face. Is there a fault in my beauty? Do you not appreciate beauty? Do you not desire to be beautiful? The assassin's sudden magnification startled the exquisite beauty, causing her to lean back momentarily, her cheeks flushed. Why are you shouting at me? I have merely heard rumors, she retorted. Qi Yuan observed Song Jin'an's demeanor and spoke coolly. Yao Guipin. Prompted by his words, Song Jin'an straightened and inquired of the assassin, what is your name? Jiang Eru. He replied. She grimaced. That is an atrocious name. Jiang Eru's face reddened further, this time from indignation. My parents bestowed that name upon me. How can you declare it ugly? Song Jin'an boldly countered. My appearance is also a gift from my parents. Why then do you tarnish my looks? At not yet 20, Jiang Eru was rendered speechless by her outburst, unable to mount a rebuttal. However, he insisted, I have already stated it was not me. I have only heard. What is wrong with your reasoning? You believe everything you hear without discernment? Xian Fei interjected coldly. Yao Guipin, this is outside the palace. Not a place for your unruly behavior. Song Jin'an, feeling the pressure of her circumstances, realized she was being treated as a pariah, on the verge of being crucified for her favored status. Unruly? It seems you are the one spreading rumors, dear Empress. Are you implying that I have been behaving wildly within the palace? Xian Fei felt a pang of anxiety, responding, what nonsense are you spouting? I only mean well. Then please refrain from doing good deeds that result in harm. Qi Yuan, with a cold warning, instructed Song Jin'an to be silent and return to her seat. Complying, she turned and sat down obediently. Jiang Eru let out a sigh of relief. He had never encountered such a stunning yet audacious girl. Feeling as terrified as if he were facing an assassination attempt. Given his circumstances, he thought it was worth it. After observing the commotion, Qi Yuan gestured for them to be taken away and imprisoned, awaiting their fate. At that moment, Imperial physician who emerged, Your Majesty, the bleeding has ceased. Gu Guiran is no longer in critical danger. Qi Yuan acknowledged, Gu Guiran is pure and virtuous. I shall bestow upon her the title of Chun and elevate her to the 3rd rank of concubine. Junbin, Chapter 45. Tonight, it was nearly her demise, Song Jin'an. Once everyone had departed, Qi Yuan led Song Jin'an into the inner chamber to see Chun Pin. She remained unconscious, and Qi Yuan instructed the physicians, You shall stay here until she stabilizes. Turning to the palace attendants, he said, When Chun Pin awakens, have her seek me. I shall return. With that, he took Song Jin'an's hand and left. On the way, he could not suppress his admonishment. You spoke far too much today. Song Jin'an pressed her lips together in silence. Speak, Qi Yuan commanded. I was too angry. In the illustrations, the demoness is nearly burned alive. Qi Yuan found her childish remarks both amusing and exasperating. Am I a tyrant? No, she replied. But there is indeed corruption in Jiangtu town, resulting in the suffering of 10,000 commoners. Song Jin'an sighed. That is not my fault. We do not spend every moment together. Sometimes, we don't see each other for weeks. She felt the need to soothe her bruised ego, even though she was the one on the brink of disaster that night. Squeezing his hand, she remarked, Your Majesty is the Son of Heaven, yet not omnipotent. It is natural for a wooden barrel to leak. It can be mended. Yet the price is my people's suffering. Natural disasters are one matter, but man-made calamities should never occur. Song Jin'an remained silent, for the fault lay with the court, and the emperor, as the supreme commander, could not escape responsibility. Your Majesty has shown improvement. The acknowledgement of your errors signifies that you are not devoid of wisdom. A sage is not without flaws. Who among us is infallible? Do you know who is truly formidable? Qi Yuan inquired. My mother once said, it is those who dare to recognize their mistakes and rectify them. Many individuals of high status tend to shy away from admitting their faults, fearing that it may imply a lack of virtue befitting their position. Yet, those who refuse to acknowledge their errors and shy away from responsibility are the ones truly lacking in virtue. Song Jin'an cleared her throat. My words are not meant to be disrespectful. Rather, they serve to comfort you. Do not allow a single mistake to overshadow your worth. The prosperity of our vast nation and the well-being of its citizens are also a testament to your merits. It was the first time Qi Yuan had encountered such comforting words. Previously, he had only met with attempts to deflect blame, for who would dare to claim that an emperor erred? However, he recognized his own misjudgments. The corruption among his officials, while culpable in their own right, also implicated the emperor. Qi Yuan smiled slightly. Indeed, I am not devoid of wisdom, even if I may be a little befuddled. For your words today, I shall hold you accountable for an act of disrespect. He paused, turning to her. So you are not a malevolent consort. Do not fear. I shall cleanse you of any slanderous words, understood? Song Jin'an lifted her gaze to him, then nestled into his embrace, holding his waist. Thank you, Your Majesty. I accept your comfort and trust in your promise. So you, my dear, should hasten. I shall tear apart that vile rumor-monger once I find her. The two strolled back to Zhu Yunlu for some time. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Song Jin'an rested on a bench before the bamboo grove. In a hushed tone, she asked, How shall I repay the grace of Consort Chun? She saved my life. I shall never be able to repay her in this lifetime. Qi Yuan grasped her hand gently. Were you frightened today? Song Jin'an softly replied, Not too much. Thankfully, Consort Chun is unharmed, or I would be unable to repay this debt for life. Qi Yuan reassured her, I shall repay it on your behalf, for your peril arose because of me. Receiving no reply, he glanced down to see Song Jin'an asleep against his shoulder, her brow furrowed, even in slumber. The evening breeze caressed her hair. Qi Yuan carried her into the inner chamber, instructing Lady Ling, she may not sleep soundly tonight. Keep a watchful eye on her. With that, he departed. Qi Yuan, with a stern expression, stood in the study, staring at Wu Ying. What has become of the disaster relief funds allocated by the Ministry of Revenue last year? Wu Ying broke into a cold sweat. I entrusted them to Cheng Si of the Jianghuai Clean Officials Division in front of the other officials. And you think that absolves you of responsibility? Wu Ying lowered his head, nearly touching the floor. I have failed in my duties. Indeed, you have failed. After layers of exploitation, only a few thousand taels remain. Qi Yuan, with a grave countenance, hurled his teacup among the officials. Where is your conscience? He turned to the officials of Jianghuai province. Is it that my leniency regarding the corruption case in Haizhou last year has emboldened you to commit these crimes? The officials trembled in fear, hastily confessing. The provincial officials wept. I have only indulged this once, Your Majesty. Please forgive me. I shall never dare to do so again. Qi Yuan sneered. A mere half-hearted promise is insufficient. Severely reprimanded. I shall suppress them all. Every corrupt individual, even those who have embezzled but a meager sum, shall be investigated thoroughly. Those who are aware of the corruption yet remain silent will also be noted and reported to me by tomorrow. Furthermore, bring Wu Ying back to the capital. I shall deal with him upon my return. Wu Ying, a member of the Empress Dowager's family, must seize this opportunity to cleanse the Wu clan. Once everyone had departed, Qi Yuan rubbed his temples. The 11th Shadow Guard leaped down from the rooftop. Investigate the true identity behind Jiang Eru discreetly. Yes. Additionally, inform Lan Kai to select a female Shadow Guard to be assigned to Yao Guiping's side, and instruct Tianqi to investigate the origins of the rumors that claim Yao Guiping is a calamity for the nation. The 11th understood that the Emperor's directives meant these actions were to be conducted covertly, away from the public eye. As the room settled into silence, the late hour approached. Qi Yuan sat at his desk, reviewing the reports from the envoy sent by the Prince of Yong regarding the situation in Jiangtu Town. After several months, the residents of Jiangtu Town were suffering immensely. The local authorities had intercepted all communications, effectively sealing off the town and stifling the flow of information. Wei Qinggan entered with tea. Your Majesty, it is late, and you have labored throughout the day. Qi Yuan acknowledged him with a sound. Did you witness Yao Guiping's reaction today? Wei Qinggan replied. The lady displayed an uncommon calmness for a woman of her station. Even if Rian encountered such a situation, she might not have handled it better. She knew not to hastily relocate the injured and adeptly directed the imperial physician. Song Jin'an is indeed remarkable. At that moment, she was even enchanting. She does not belong in the harem. Qi Yuan found himself reluctantly admitting that she was not lacking in intelligence. Rather, she deemed it beneath her to expend energy competing among a throng of women. Song Jin'an truly does not crave power. She does not revel in the sensation of control, because she does not require authority bestowed by the throne to assert her dominance. In critical moments, her innate composure commands respect. Yet, he possesses only power, and it is solely through this power that he can retain her. Qi Yuan, captivated by power, pondered whether revealing to Anin the advantages of authority might persuade her to remain. He recognized the peril of this thought. It was akin to nurturing a venomous creature. However, he was ensnared by this obsession, yearning to provide Song Jin'an with a better life. Chapter 46. Qi Xingqian blurted out, "What if I desire the lady for myself?" Chun Pin awakened on the third day. She gazed at the emperor, who had come to visit her, embodying purity and benevolence. This was the emperor's assessment of her. Chun Pin was aware that she was not truly virtuous. Qi Yuan administered her medicine, saying, "Why must you be so foolish as to offer yourself to danger?" Chun Pin pursed her lips. At that moment, I could not think of so much. Qi Yuan gently caressed her face. The physician assured me that if you rest well, you will recover. Do not fret, all right? Juan Bin not dead. Qi Yuan added, should you require anything, do not hesitate to send someone to find me. Juan Bin sai obedini. Very well. After the emperor departed, Chun Pin coughed, tears streaming down her cheeks from the pain in her chest. Bai hurried forward. Your ladyship. Juan Bin my. I too can be considered a lady now. This wound was worth it. Alas, how did that assassin manage to change direction? Had I taken a blow for the emperor, I would have achieved more than mere rank. Yet, Chun Pin forgot that had she shielded Qi Yuan from harm, Song Jin'an might not have been so determined to confront Xian Fei in a rescue. Had it not been for Song Jin'an's insistence on prioritizing life above all, doctor, who might have hesitated in administering treatment due to her identity, potentially delaying the necessary care. Upon her arrival, Song Jin'an noticed Chun Pin was taking her medicine. She looked at Chun Pin and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask, as long as it is within my power to help." Chun Fei smiled and replied, "It is nothing, dear sister. It is my duty." Song Jin'an furrowed her brow and countered, "This is not merely your duty. You must not risk your own life. Your well-being should always come first." With utmost sincerity, Song Jin'an meant no underlying implications. However, Chun Fei, pale-faced, insisted, "Sister, I assure you I never intended to endanger my life for accolades. Please do not misunderstand." Song Jin'an's frown deepened. "What are you saying?" "I am urging you to cherish yourself more and refrain from shielding others at the cost of your own safety." Realizing her overreaction, Chun Fei chuckled. "It is nothing, sister. Thank you for your guidance." Song Jin'an opened her mouth to respond, but then smiled. "You are indeed courageous. I am forever indebted to you for saving my life. Truly, thank you. Had it not been for you, I would have. Chun Fei interjected, Sister, you are far more fortunate than I. If I can survive, so can you. Song Jin'an smiled, pondering, Ah, dear sister, that is not a certainty. You were injured, and that wretched Emperor Qi Yuan remained unperturbed, while Xian Fei was frantically stirring up trouble. When I was in peril, Xian Fei would have relished the opportunity to drive the knife in deeper, and no one would care. In this harem, a woman's life is deemed exceedingly trivial. Yet, she chose to remain silent, for speaking out might lead others to misconstrue her intentions and sow discord between her and the emperor, a cost not worth bearing. Some might find solace in slumber, so let them sleep. It is indeed a way of living. Song Jin'an rose, noting the time. I shall not disturb your rest any longer. I shall return another day. Today, she wore a simple bamboo-patterned robe, cinched at the waist with a white embroidered sash that accentuated her slender figure. Neither ostentatious nor dull, yet sufficiently captivating. Her face bore no heavy makeup, and her hair was simply styled in a solitary bun. At this moment, her smile was truly enchanting. As Song Jin'an walked back, she sighed. Your Highness, you need not feel overly guilty, said Lady Ling, playing with a blade of grass. Song Jin'an looked at Lady Ling, puzzled. The Emperor has elevated Chun Pin's status. Perhaps that was her intention all along. Song Jin'an smiled knowingly. Am I not aware? However, since I have accepted her kindness, my actions are independent of her motives. It is not about appearances, but sincerity. She genuinely saved my life. I understand your meaning, Lady Ling, but do you know what is most difficult to repay? It is the debts of the heart. One must live in accordance with their conscience to find comfort in life. I do this for myself as well. Lady Ling remained silent, pondering who had called the princess foolish. She was, in fact, the most enlightened. When do we depart? Song Jin'an inquired. In approximately 3 days. Our next destination is Huainan. Very well. As they walked, Chang Gung hurriedly approached, saying the kitchen staff was struggling to slice the water bamboo and urged Lady Ling to assist. Song Jin'an smiled. You go ahead. Chang Gung can accompany me. As Song Jin'an made her way to the Zhu Yun building, she passed through the garden and, upon reaching the pond, spotted Qi Xingchen. Qi Xingchen observed her as she smiled and curtsied, addressing her as Your Highness. Song Jin'an reciprocated the gesture towards the Prince of Yong. Qi Xingchen, with a grin, remarked that the princess truly shone that day. Song Jin'an, perplexed, inquired about what he meant by shone, asserting that she was not performing. Qi Xingchen raised an eyebrow, suggesting her brilliance surpassed mere performance. Song Jin'an, her smile strained, expressed her gratitude for the compliment while feeling a strong desire to distance herself. She sensed that this man was subtly testing her intentions. It would be prudent to minimize their interactions. Thus, she resolved to take her leave. I shall depart first. Please take your time, Your Highness. The Prince of Yong then queried, Do you not wish to know the whereabouts of the White Jade? Song Jin'an abruptly halted and turned, asking for clarification. Qi Xingchen, with a slight smile, posed the question of whether she was unaware of its significance. Then, let it be, he said. At that moment, the garden was only occupied by the three of them, and Chang Gung, recognizing the gravity of the discussion, discreetly withdrew. You sent away Aunt Ling, Qi Xingchen noted, adding that he believed she did not wish for the emperor to be informed of this matter. Song Jin'an pressed on, asking if he knew the location of the White Jade. Are you aware that a faction in the martial world is also searching for the piece of jade inscribed on your paper? This has led to a surge of similar items in the market. Song Jin'an's eyes widened in disbelief. Is what the prince says true? A wave of anxiety washed over her. She was 80% certain that Qi Yuan was searching for it, while the remaining 20% left room for the possibility of other time travelers. Should it be the latter, she could confidently assert that she had not traversed realms post-mortem, but was rather transported by that very piece of white jade. With this realization, Song Jin'an beamed at Qi Xingchen and inquired, Your Highness, do you know the whereabouts of the White Jade? Qi Xingchen shook his head, stating that it had vanished since the night she fainted. She was convinced that it was indeed the jade that had facilitated her journey across worlds, implying that her return was now within reach. Song Jin'an proclaimed that today marked the happiest day since her arrival in this realm. Observing her radiant joy, Qi Yuan fell into a moment of silence, puzzled as to why her increasing happiness contradicted his earlier statement about the jade being lost. Song Jin'an, brimming with mirth, appeared more vivacious than ever, startling him. "Your Highness," she interrupted his thoughts, "might I impose upon you for a favor, considering we are in this together?" Qi Yuan bowed slightly, cautioning her to choose her words wisely. In a hushed tone, she warned, "If the Emperor were to learn that I fainted in your palace that night, we would both be in peril." Qi Yuan, sensing the threat, narrowed his eyes, acknowledging it was she who approached him. Song Jin'an, with a hint of mischief, challenged, "Oh, is that so? Do you have proof? Do you believe the Emperor would trust a mere woman to have escaped the palace alone?" Qi Yuan remained silent, leading her to believe he had been persuaded. "I implore you to continue searching for the white jade. Once you find it, I shall grant you any wish you desire." Without thinking, Qi Yuan replied, "What if I desire you, your Highness?" Song Jin'an was taken aback. "What did you just say?" He responded nonchalantly, "I lack nothing, your Highness." Gazing at him, she pressed, "Do you have intentions toward me?" With a faint smile, he remarked, "I am but a man. It is only natural to have thoughts about a stunning beauty. Have you lost your senses? There are numerous beauties outside. Do you seek thrill? Must you bring disgrace upon the Emperor to feel alive? Is living well not enough for you? Do you wish to drag me down with you?" Qi Yuan chuckled softly, finding this reason quite agreeable, and nodded in assent. Song Jin'an regarded Qi Yuan, contemplating the peculiarities of the Qi family. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "I shall fulfill my promise to you, provided you find it." In Chapter 47, Song Jin'an observed the audacious rogue taking advantage of the situation, her lips curling into a sarcastic smile. This time, it was Qi Yuan who was taken aback. He was utterly astonished. Was this girl out of her mind? Their interests were not deeply entangled yet. So why was he not afraid of her reporting back to the Emperor? "Do you even comprehend what you have agreed to?" Song Jin'an countered, her own sardonic smile returning. "And do you grasp what you have inquired?" Just as Qi Yuan was about to retort that she was deliberately complicating matters, Song Jin'an continued, "Since we have reached an agreement, I would appreciate it if you could discreetly investigate, without drawing His Majesty's attention." With that, she turned to leave, only to pause and return to the bewildered Qi Yuan, standing before him once more. "Your Highness, may I inquire about one more matter? Please reflect carefully. What was the weather like that night?" Regaining his composure, Qi Yuan replied simply, "That night was a full moon, clear skies." Song Jin'an furrowed her brow lightly before bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, your Highness. Until we meet again." Filled with joy, Song Jin'an nearly leaped with glee, contemplating a Thomas spin to express her exuberance. After 3 years of stagnation, progress had finally been made. Humming a cheerful tune, she gradually calmed herself, realizing she must continue her investigation into the conditions that could trigger the white jade's time-traveling ability. Upon returning to Zhuyin Tower, Song Jin'an savored a generous bowl of bamboo shoot soup. Mama Ling had gone to gather bamboo to craft her a hairpin. After finishing her meal, she reclined in a rocking chair, eyes closed, basking in the sun. When Pin and Lan Shiyuan arrived, they found Song Jin'an completely at ease. Lan Shiyuan teased with a smile, "You truly know how to indulge yourself." Opening her eyes, Song Jin'an saw both Pin and Lan Shiyuan, and she smiled, rising to greet Lan Shiyuan with a respectful bow. Pin also returned the gesture with a smile. Once the three were seated, Lan Shiyuan remarked, "I too have only dared to visit you now that things have calmed down. It has truly been a time of unrest." Pin sighed in agreement, "Indeed. Just the other night, His Majesty could hardly sleep, and the people of Jiangtu town are truly suffering." Song Jin'an nodded, acknowledging that such matters were beyond her control, and she preferred not to dwell on them to avoid unnecessary worry. "My sister just visited Chun Pin this morning. She seems to be recovering well." "Wen Pin Zet Ponde." Sister Lan and I just came from Chun Mei's side as well. However, she was asleep, so we did not linger. Song Jin'an nodded, and after a moment's contemplation, Lan Shiyuan asked, "Do you not find it peculiar?" Song Jin'an pondered her teacup. "Who can say?" She added, "And that rumor remains uninvestigated." You say His Majesty does not prioritize it. Song Jin'an adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Falsehoods can never become truths. When Pin's expression darkened, people's words can be quite fearsome. Song Jin'an smiled. His Majesty is currently preoccupied with the populace's welfare. My matters can wait. When Pin patted her hand reassuringly, do not worry, sister. Given His Majesty's fondness for you, he will undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation. Song Jin'an nodded, maintaining her indifferent stance. Internally, when Pin found it strange, despite her reassurances, Song Jin'an appeared unfazed. As she leisurely sipped her tea, she did not show the disappointment one might expect regarding the Emperor's neglect of the rumors surrounding her. When Pin lowered her gaze, contemplating the composure of the situation, after a brief conversation among a few individuals, when Pin and Lan Xuan, noting the lateness of the hour, decided to take their leave, Mama Ling approached and reassured the Empress, Your Highness, you need not take when Pin's words to heart. Song Jin'an lazily nodded in acknowledgement, responding, No, you need not worry. Now aware of Qi Yuan's stance, she resolved not to bear the blame and face death. With her life secured, Song Jin'an found little interest in anything else. The thoughts of Wen Pin and Lan Xuan were of no concern to her. In the intricacies of palace intrigue, she adhered to her principle of remaining passive whenever possible. Furthermore, the favor she once sought held little significance now, as the pursuit of Bai Qi Xingchen appeared far more reliable. Perhaps her trust in Qi Xingchen stemmed from his repeated acts of diversion on her behalf and his ability to keep her presence discreet. As she was about to dine at Zhuyun Tower, Wei Kong'an approached, stating, Your Majesty agreed a few days ago to take you out for a stroll. Please prepare your attire to meet him. Surprised, Song Jin'an sprang to her feet, having thought that the outing had been cancelled after the incident with Chun Pin. Yet here was evidence that Qi Yuan had not forgotten. However, this time, he requested that she don male attire. Qi Yuan, gazing at the refined young gentleman before him, smiled appreciatively. Very well. With a graceful flick of her fan, Song Jin'an asked, What do you think, my lord? Qi Yuan seemed to recall moments before her entry into the palace, when she would sneak out to play with her brother, encapsulating the same youthful vivacity. In the palace, Song Jin'an exuded a languid demeanor, but once outside, she transformed into a spirited creature, wild and free. Excellent, Song Zhaigongzi, let us proceed. Qi Yuan nodded, prompting her to skip along in delight. Upon reaching the night market, Song Jin'an marveled at the vibrancy of the renowned commercial hub. Truly splendid, she exclaimed, as stalls and taverns abounded. The steward, Wei Kong'an, donned in his formal attire, trailed behind them, explaining that many of these vendors remained open all night, only closing at dawn. Holding on to her delectable treats, Song Jin'an whispered to Qi Yuan, See, I told you His Majesty is quite remarkable. Understanding her sentiment, Qi Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair, affirming, You are correct. As Qi Yuan observed Song Jin'an unconsciously drifting ahead, glancing left and right in wonder, Wei Kong'an was about to caution her not to walk ahead of the Emperor, but was halted by the Emperor's gesture. She was elated, and he indulged her. Song Jin'an, transfixed by the splendor surrounding her, could only exclaim in her heart, Incredible. The ancients certainly knew how to enjoy themselves more than we do. Qi Yuan and Song Jin'an reveled in the festivities until late into the night before returning to the palace discreetly, ensuring no one was aware of the Emperor's outing with Yao Guipin. Inside the carriage, Song Jin'an found herself too weary to keep her eyes open. Half awake, she peered at Qi Yuan, mumbling, Your Majesty, thank you, I am so happy. As she leaned, nearly toppling towards the door, Qi Yuan swiftly pulled her back to his side. Song Jin'an, in the process, nestled against his arm. Qi Yuan gazed down at her, peacefully sleeping with her head resting on his arm, a few strands of hair falling delicately across her forehead, revealing her feminine grace. He tenderly brushed his forehead against hers, murmuring, Song Jin'an, I too am quite happy. The following morning, Song Jin'an awoke in Qi Yuan's embrace. The moment she stirred, the lightly sleeping Qi Yuan also roused. Song Jin'an's hair was in disarray, with fine strands standing on end due to static electricity. Qi Yuan, unable to resist the sight of the bewildered Song Jin'an with her messy hair, gently pressed her head down onto the pillow. Having just risen, Qi Yuan was full of energy, engaging in endless activities. Song Jin'an, already feeling hungry, found her appetite intensified after several calorie-consuming encounters. Upon hearing her stomach growl, Qi Yuan chuckled, wondering how she could be hungry again after last night's feast. With her cheeks still flushed and her stomach grumbling, Song Jin'an's embarrassment deepened. Stammering about her morning hunger was quite natural, after all. As Qi Yuan dressed, Song Jin'an remained seated, allowing the palace maid to tidy her hair. He approached her, saying, "Shall I draw your eyebrows?" Song Jin'an looked up at him, her velvety black brows gracefully arched like crescent moons, just as they always were. "Do you not usually paint your brows?" Qi Yuan inquired. She shook her head, her eyes narrowing into crescents as well. "These are natural," she replied. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, noting her innate beauty, contrasting her with the other concubines who required eyebrow makeup, some with sparse brows and others with lighter hues, all needing the use of indigo to enhance their appearance. Although Song Jin'an's brows were not dyed with indigo, they possessed their own charm. Unbeknownst to Qi Yuan, Song Jin'an had always groomed her brows with a small blade for convenience, finding the indigo to be less than appealing and harsh on the skin, thus opting to forego it entirely. Just as they exchanged glances, Wei Qinggan arrived, announcing, "Your Majesty, Prince Qi Xingqian seeks an audience." At the mention of Prince Qi, Song Jin'an's eyes involuntarily flickered, a detail noted by Qi Yuan. "You know Prince Qi?" he stated, his tone revealing curiosity. Song Jin'an lowered her gaze, only to have Qi Yuan lift her chin to speak. She bit her lip, acknowledging, "I met him through Yuan when I went out with my brother." Qi Yuan nodded, asking if there was more, but she shook her head, indicating otherwise. He released her chin, adjusted the wrinkled sleeve she had grasped, and commanded coolly, "You stay here." After Qi Yuan departed, Song Jin'an closed her eyes in despair, lamenting her misfortune. It was all Prince Qi Xingqian's fault. Why had she let her eyes flicker? And to be caught, she cried out in frustration, urging the maid behind her, "Hurry up with my hair." As Song Jin'an paced the room, she pondered her predicament. Qi Yuan would undoubtedly probe Prince Qi Xingqian. She hoped there would be no discrepancies in what had been discussed, for they could find themselves in dire straits before even locating Baiyu. In the study, after discussing matters of importance, Qi Yuan turned to Prince Qi Xingqian, asking, "How is the situation with Yao Guifei?" Prince Qi Xingqian, maintaining a composed demeanor, replied with a faint smile, "I've met the Empress a few times before she entered the palace." Qi Yuan returned the smile. "Is that so?" She still refuses to acknowledge it. Prince Qi Xingqian responded respectfully, "The Empress may fear your Majesty's misunderstanding, especially since she was disguised as a man while out and about before her entrance into the palace, which could tarnish her reputation." Qi Yuan nodded, affirming that she indeed enjoyed her freedom. Meanwhile, Prince Qi Xingqian felt a tension within him, acutely aware that he could not respond any further. The emperor has developed a possessive desire for Song Jin'an. Further discussions would merely challenge the authority of the sovereign. Moreover, how did Song Jin'an expose herself? Is she devoid of intellect? Oh, indeed, her intelligence is rather limited. Qi Yuan sipped his tea and suggested, "Uncle, you may retire to rest. You have labored these past few days." "It is my duty to serve His Majesty," the official replied. "I shall take my leave now." Qi Yuan watched as Qi Xingqian gradually distanced himself. The three most extraordinary talents in the capital, Qiu Xian, Yuan, and Qi Xingqian, are all acquainted with you. Song Jin'an, your life is indeed remarkable. Qi Yuan coldly called into the air, 11, summon the bright moon to meet me at once." 11 complied, astonished by the turn of events. The emperor was prepared to summon the highest authority. In the imperial palace's inner chambers, Song Jin'an sat at the table awaiting Qi Yuan's arrival. She anticipated his swift return. However, an entire hour passed without a trace of him. Jin Yan entered with the morning meal, stating, "Your Majesty has gone to have breakfast with consort Xian. Please eat first, my lady." Song Jin'an nodded in acknowledgement. Faced with such a significant predicament, she believed she would lose her appetite. Yet she found herself sipping a bowl of porridge involuntarily. The morning's turmoil had left her quite famished. After finishing her meal, she remained seated. Qi Yuan had not permitted her to leave, and she dared not do so. At that moment, she calmed herself, pondering that rather than trembling in fear, It would be wiser to extricate herself from this predicament. Qi Yuan, with his erratic temper, demanded her careful attendance. Currently, she felt as if she was awaiting her execution. Qi Yuan was deliberately tormenting her. Thus, he left Song Jin'an to languish in her uncertainty throughout the day. When Qi Yuan and consort Xian arrived, they beheld Song Jin'an seated there. Consort Xian, taken aback, exclaimed, "Sister Yao, you have not departed yet." Song Jin'an lifted her gaze toward Qi Yuan and rose to salute him. "Your Majesty, greetings." Consort Xian, greetings. Qi Yuan's voice was gentle as he replied, "Rise, my beloved consort." He then added, "You may return now. I shall visit you another day." Song Jin'an nodded and took her leave. Was Song Jin'an anxious? What troubled her was the uncertainty of Qi Xingqian's words. As for Qi Yuan's intentional torment, she felt indifferent. She had long ceased to hold expectations for the emperor. So how could she feel disappointment? There was merely a sense of discomfort within her, yet she could not articulate it. Resigning herself to the reality of being at the mercy of others. Having just departed, she did so without a backward glance, leaving no room for hesitation. Consort Xian could hardly contain her laughter. She had awaited this day with great anticipation. Qi Yuan sipped his tea and sensed something was amiss. It was merely plain water. It was the same water that Song Jin'an had just consumed, and now those in his palace instinctively provided her with warm water. Qi Yuan realized he was becoming increasingly ensnared. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Today, while in consort Xian's presence, his thoughts inadvertently drifted to how Song Jin'an was faring alone. Thus, he was resolutely convinced that he could not bear to be without her. Song Jin'an could become his Achilles heel, yet she must not transform into a threat. He feared becoming like the founding emperor, while she ascended to the status of the esteemed consort. Just moments ago, an epiphany struck him. Song Jin'an would not become the esteemed consort, for he still harbored intentions of retaining her through power. However, she seeks neither power nor affection. What, then, does she desire? Given her bond with Qiu Xian and Yun Yin, she could entirely avoid the selection process. So, why did she enter the palace? Qi Yuan felt a dull ache in his head. He had already sent Jiao Yu to investigate. Song Jin'an is his woman. It is unreasonable for her to face him veiled in layers of obscurity. Qi Yuan Xian was brought back to reality by the call of the concubine, who modestly offered, "Your Majesty, may I pour you some tea?" Qi Yuan responded with an acknowledgement. Just as Xian Fei contemplated her next words, Qi Yuan called out, "Xianer." Upon hearing the emperor utter her childhood name, Qiu Ruoxuan's heart soared with joy. Xian Fei gleefully remarked, "Your Majesty, Xianer is here." Qi Yuan smiled faintly and inquired, "From where did you deduce the matter of the beguiling Yao Guipin being a reincarnated celestial being?" Xian Fei froze, her smile faltering. Qi Yuan's finger tapped the table as he continued, "Do you not realize that this not only places her in peril, but also subjects me to the flames of a foolish ruler?" Xian Fei hastily knelt, her face ashen, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, it is not I. I am wronged." Qi Yuan gazed down at her, saying, "I know you are proud, but upon entering this harem, you must temper that pride. The harem and the court shall remain distinct. My harem exists solely according to my whims." He chuckled lightly, adding, "Of course, you may act willfully, but rest assured, I shall not overly implicate the Qiu family. However, should I discover that they assist you in palace intrigues, you shall know the consequences." Xian Fei bowed her head, pleading for forgiveness. "Your Majesty, I was merely envious of Song Jin'an, and my judgment faltered." Qi Yuan took a sip of water and asked, "What do you envy her for? Her beauty holds no merit. Her family background and status are beneath yours." Tears streamed down Xian Fei's cheeks as she lamented, "But your Majesty favors her more." Qi Yuan nodded, realizing, "So my affection has become a target." Xian Fei vehemently shook her head, insisting, "No, your Majesty, not at all." Qi Yuan's tone was neither cold nor warm, rendering his emotions inscrutable. This uncertainty terrified Qiu Ruoxuan, causing her to tread carefully in her words. Qi Yuan continued, "So, do you now comprehend how to conduct yourself, Xian Fei?" Understanding dawned on her. Qi Yuan intended to grant her a reprieve this time. She quickly asserted, "I shall never again act against Sister Yao. I will uphold the decorum befitting a concubine." Qi Yuan rose, departing without a backward glance, his mellifluous voice carrying a cruel message. "Kneel here until dawn." As Chapter 49 unfolds, it could be said that she might as well set up a stall selling green hats. Upon arriving at Zhuyanlu, Qi Yuan beheld Song Jin'an crouched on the front porch, observing the matron as she skillfully peeled bamboo. He could hear her melodic voice, "Mama, you are so impressive. You can do anything." The matron, Ling Mama, blushed with a mix of embarrassment and delight, recalling her past experiences aiding her family. Song Jin'an nodded, asking, "Mama, do you still think of your family?" Ling Mama, head bowed as she continued her task, replied, "I do think of them. However, both my parents have departed, and my brother lives comfortably. Though I miss them, I harbor no worries." Song Jin'an nodded, "That is quite good." Ling Mama then inquired, "Does the princess miss her family?" Song Jin'an pressed her lips together, softly responding, "Yes, I miss my father and mother." "You may summon Madame Song to the palace," Ling Mama suggested. Song Jin'an, still engaged with the bamboo, replied, "No need. Like you, I find solace in knowing they are well. However, I'm uncertain about how my parents are faring now." Qi Yuan approached her from behind, gesturing for the bowing Ling Mama to remain silent. He lowered his gaze upon the unsteady Song Jin'an, who was crouched on the ground. "Are you unhappy?" Startled by the sudden inquiry, Song Jin'an, lost in thoughts of her parents, fell back onto the ground. She quickly turned her head to find Qi Yuan bending down, ready to catch her. Realizing it was too late to react, she remained frozen in that bent posture. In front of the bamboo forest, a handsome man leaned down towards a woman who sat on the ground, gazing up at him with a look of astonishment on her face. The beauty of their features rendered the scene exceptionally picturesque. However, Song Jin'an's inner thoughts were filled with curses directed at his ancestors. What an odd person to eavesdrop! Complying with the situation, Song Jin'an knelt to pay her respects. "Qi Yuan, please rise," he urged. Hastily, she scrambled to her feet. Having crouched for too long, she felt her legs go numb upon standing. The numbness was not merely weakness. It was a complete inability to move her right foot, often accompanied by a grimace. Unable to control her facial expressions, she was on the verge of panic. Noticing her distress, Qi Yuan was taken aback and immediately inquired about her condition. "My leg, it's gone numb," she managed to say in pain. Attempting to take a step, she found it impossible and quickly grasped the arm of the person in front of her. "Please, allow me a moment. My foot is numb." Qi Yuan sighed and lifted her, seating her on a stone bench in the courtyard, allowing her to sit on his lap while he gently massaged her calves. Leaning against Qi Yuan, her head resting on his shoulder, Song Jin'an accepted the attention from this esteemed figure with a sense of calm. Observing her tranquil demeanor, Qi Yuan applied a little more pressure. "Ah, Jean," she winced. "You still dare to ask for more?" He retorted with a cold smile. Pouting, she replied, "I have waited for your majesty all day." With one hand, Qi Yuan grasped the back of Song Jin'an's neck. "Now, tell me, how is your relationship with Prince Yong and Yunyan?" Blinking innocently, she replied, "Not much. I only know them." "Is that so?" A crime of deceiving the emperor could lead to the annihilation of one's entire clan. Taking a deep breath, Song Jin'an asked, "Does your majesty not trust me?" Qi Yuan remained silent. It was not a matter of trust. As a man, he understood all too well that the beauty in his embrace was undeniably captivating. Moreover, Song Jin'an was exceptionally unique. At that moment, she internally lamented. How could she explain? Should she tell him that before entering the palace, she had nearly taken those two into her courtyard? He would never believe her. She was completely unaware of the original owneress' social connections. Why was he so fixated on her past? Song Jin'an felt speechless. She had not betrayed him in any way, so why was he being so sensitive? Wait, she suddenly recalled that she had promised Qi Xingqian that she would do something if he found Bai Yu. Biting her lip, she pondered that her relationship with Qi Yuan was not one of infidelity. They were not on equal footing. If that were the case, she could claim to wear many green hats herself, enough to set up a stall selling them. With this thought, Song Jin'an felt no guilt. "If your majesty does not trust me, does that mean you do not trust my brother either? He was always present, and I, merely indulging in playful mischief, slipped out of the palace. I did not intentionally deceive you. I refrained from speaking out of concern that it might stir your imagination, and ultimately, I gave him a knowing glance that suggested you would indeed overthink. Qi Yuan gazed at her for a long while, and after a moment, his long fingers withdrew from her garment as he gently patted her back, urging her to rise and partake in a meal. Song Jin'an descended from Qi Yuan's embrace, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. It was utterly terrifying, although she was aware that her life was not in danger. She certainly did not wish to lose his favor and endure the ensuing torment. She had now truly grasped the meaning of being like a companion to a tiger. Song Jin'an took the initiative to loop her arm through his. "Have you forgiven me?" she inquired playfully. Qi Yuan's voice remained cold. "No." With a mock seriousness, she replied, "Then allow me to plead for forgiveness a few more times." That evening, Qi Yuan lifted the seemingly lifeless Song Jin'an and placed her into the bath. "Now, I have forgiven you," and then he declared. Her complexion flushed, the warmth of the steam made her face even rosier, and her hair hung damply, cascading down her back. With her eyes closed, she remained silent, internally cursing the old dog, realizing that his daytime silence was merely a prelude to this torment. After a while of scolding him in her mind, Song Jin'an succumbed to sleep, resting her head against Qi Yuan's shoulder as he supported her gradually slipping form. His brow twitched. How could she simply fall asleep? Qi Yuan, with a sense of urgency, had to act. He gently patted her rosy cheek, rousing her. Song Jin'an, utterly exhausted, mumbled for just a little more sleep, even gesturing with her fingers to indicate a brief delay before dozing off once more. Qi Yuan found himself both amused and exasperated, ultimately resigning to her demands as he hurriedly concluded his own tasks to attend to her needs. He carried her to the couch, tenderly caressing her sleeping visage. The more he gazed, the more satisfied he became. Her face was entirely to his liking. He lightly touched the beauty mark on her forehead, a symbol of his beloved. Qi Yuan was momentarily struck by the sudden thought. Could he have a beloved? A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips, for a man like him was unlikely to ever experience such affection. To him, love was akin to the moon in the sky, a reflection on the water, unattainable and intangible. Yet, Song Jin'an was different in his heart. She did not shower him with excessive tenderness. Yet he found himself irresistibly drawn to her. As if a fish returning to water, she became an addiction he could not forsake. Qi Yuan gently kissed her forehead, whispering, "As long as you remain obediently by my side, I shall provide you with the very best." In the 50th chapter, he pondered, how could he present genuine treasures while bestowing upon him mere fakes? Has this person's mind been struck by a donkey? In early May, they arrived at their destination during the southern tour, Huainan. This region was renowned for its bountiful rice production and stood as a bustling commercial hub. Qi Yuan reviewed the annual tax reports and the overflowing granaries, his heart brimming with joy. He promptly rewarded numerous officials for their service. This time, Qi Yuan and his entourage were accommodated in the grand residence of Jiangnan, a gift from the royal merchant, Shilin Hall, to the imperial family. The Jiangnan estate, adorned with artificial mountains and flowing water, featured traditional blue-tiled roofs and white walls, epitomizing the architectural style of the region. The courtyard where Song Jin'an resided was constructed along the water's edge, and upon opening the window, one was greeted by the sight of water. As if living upon its surface, Ling Mama was extinguishing the incense meant to repel mosquitoes, cautioning her lady, "Your Highness, be careful. This is quite perilous." Over the past 6 months serving Song Jin'an, Ling Mama often felt less like a maid to a noble consort and more like a caretaker for a mischievous child, spoiled yet surprisingly easy to please. With a sigh, she approached and gently pulled her away. "This is dangerous. Should you accidentally tumble, even I would be unable to save you." Song Jin'an allowed Ling Mama to wipe her hands, responding with a hint of exasperation. "You are being overly dramatic. I know what I am doing." Ling Mama once again reiterated that her lady should refer to herself as this one. Realizing another lecture was imminent, Song Jin'an quickly interjected, "All right, I understand, this one will remember." Ling Mama chuckled, "I shall fetch you some Jiangnan rice cakes. Do wait a moment." Song Jin'an nodded. I heard we are residing in the residence of a royal merchant. Ling Mama confirmed. Indeed, it is the West Lintang of the royal merchants. Gazing out the window, Song Jin'an observed that Qi Yuan did not adhere strictly to the policy of suppressing commerce. Rather, he favored agriculture without intentionally stifling trade. Such a balance was rare among emperors. While others might be oblivious, she, a woman from an era dominated by capitalism, understood well that capital is notoriously difficult to regulate, and inflation is an eternal dilemma. She truly desired to comprehend how Qi Yuan achieved this equilibrium, not for scholarly pursuits, but to pay homage to his imperial prowess. As Song Jin'an was lost in thought, Chang'eng hurriedly approached. "My lady, His Majesty summons you." Frowning, Song Jin'an wondered why she was being called again when Wen Pin had been in attendance these past few days. It was rather bothersome. With a huff, she settled at her vanity, awaiting her maid's assistance in preparing her appearance. Being an emperor must be quite liberating, having any beauty at one's beck and call. Once she returned, she would certainly summon several male models for herself. Upon reaching the viewing platform, Song Jin'an discovered that everyone had already gathered. The performance on stage was incomprehensible to her, yet that was not the crux of her attention. Sitting beside Qi Yuan was an exceptionally handsome man, rivaling the emperor's own allure. Unlike Qi Yuan, who exuded a deceptive warmth masking a cold heart, this gentleman radiated genuine gentleness. Oh heavens! Just when she wished for male models, one appeared, albeit in the wrong era, as he should be waiting for her in the 21st century. And here she was too timid to approach. Noticing Song Jin'an gazing dreamily at Zheng Chu, Qi Yuan's expression remained unchanged, though he felt a flicker of wrath rising within. Lan Shiyuan cleared her throat. "Yao Mei, have you become entranced by the performance?" Startled, Song Jin'an quickly composed herself, bowing respectfully. Qi Yuan beckoned her closer, patting the space beside him. Obediently, Song Jin'an rose and sat by his side. Qi Yuan naturally shifted the pastries closer to her. "Zeng kues eis flickert." Song Jin'an picked up a pastry, glancing at the stage, and whispered softly to her side. "Were they singing?" Qi Yuan replied in a hushed tone. "It is a tune from the Huainan region." Song Jin'an nodded. "I see," then returned her focus to eating, hardly glancing at the performance. Qi Yuan inquired quietly, "Do you not enjoy watching?" Song Jin'an took a bite of the glutinous rice cake and replied, "I do not care for the incessant yaya sounds." In a moment of silence, Qi Yuan found himself at a loss for words in response to Song Jin'an's description of feeling stifled. "What would you like to hear?" he inquired. After a brief contemplation, Song Jin'an shook her head, indicating that any form of entertainment would only lull her into slumber. Turning his attention back to the stage, Qi Yuan chose not to engage in further conversation, feeling there was little left to discuss. Meanwhile, Song Jin'an continued to savor her pastries beside him. The audience, witnessing the favored Yao Gui Pin for the first time, was captivated by her breathtaking beauty, which left an indelible impression. Their second observation was her tranquility. She remained silent throughout, seated beside the emperor without participating in any discussions. In essence, Song Jin'an existed in her own realm. Previously, Xian Fei would have sought any opportunity to provoke her. But since Qi Yuan's warning, Xian Fei had considerably tempered her demeanor. Thus, with no one initiating conversation, and Song Jin'an disinterested in joining any discourse, she projected an image of serene composure. As the performance concluded, a hush fell over the venue. Qi Yuan was the first to speak, commending the quality of the performance. "What reward does Boss Zheng desire?" he asked. Zheng Chu rose to express his gratitude, stating that he had a younger sister who aspired to present a dance to the emperor and the esteemed ladies. He hoped for the emperor's approval. While Qi Yuan smiled outwardly, there was little mirth in his eyes. Another woman offered as a gift. Suppressing his urge for violence, he merely asked, "Is it just a dance?" To which Zheng Chu affirmed. Qi Yuan nodded, permitting her to proceed. With a clap of his hands, Zheng Chu summoned a graceful young woman to the center of the stage. As Song Jin'an contemplated the possibility of another sister in the harem, she looked up and was taken aback by the girl's appearance. "Surely, I am not mistaken," she thought. Qi Yuan, amused by the unfolding drama, remarked, "She bears a striking resemblance to my beloved." His words seemed to tease her, as he had already surmised Zheng Chu's intentions upon her entrance. How foolish of him to present a counterfeit when he had the genuine article at his side. Song Jin'an frowned, noting that the resemblance was superficial at best. She wondered if the girl believed that a mere beauty mark could elevate her to her status. What a jest! Moreover, she had been momentarily admiring Zheng Chu's looks, only to realize he was attempting to insult her. The onlookers exchanged glances, recognizing that Zheng Chu had been blinded by power and wealth, foolishly offering a counterfeit in the presence of the true empress, an act that bordered on self-destruction. As the dance concluded, the girl stepped forward to express her gratitude. Song Jin'an remained silent, prompting Qi Yuan to cast a glance in her direction. "Do you have nothing to say?" he queried. Song Jin'an blinked innocently, conveying her confusion over what she could possibly articulate. Qi Yuan, exasperated, wondered if she possessed any awareness. Had she not felt threatened by this blatant provocation to her status? Or was she simply indifferent? Noticing Qi Yuan's gaze upon her, Song Jin'an inexplicably sensed his growing irritation. Hastily, she cleared her throat and remarked, "This young lady appears somewhat familiar." Just as Zheng Chu was about to respond, she interjected, "Do I need your input?" She continued, "Ah, I remember now. She resembles me, particularly with that subtly placed beauty mark." Then, as if to compensate for her earlier silence, Song Jin'an spoke up, her voice ringing out with unexpected clarity. "What is your name?" Returning to the empress, "This humble woman is surnamed Zheng and named Shu." Song Jin'an, taken aback, covered her mouth, thinking one might mistake you for a member of the Song family. Song Jin'an, with a cold demeanor, addressed boss Zheng, questioning if she intended to present someone resembling herself before the emperor, as if to imply that the empress had met her demise. Zheng Ke, upon observing the emperor allowing Yao Guipin to trouble him, sensed something amiss. He presumed Song Jin'an's silence stemmed from an unwillingness to exhibit jealousy before the emperor. Under normal circumstances, Wu Ti1 expressed their graciousness by smiling and suggesting a reward or persuading the emperor to grant a marriage. Even if the emperor did not wish to take her into the harem, he would surely find a suitable official's family. How had things come to this? His inquiries yielded no reports of her being overbearing or arrogant. As for Song Jin'an, were she privy to Zheng Chu's inner turmoil, she would undoubtedly exclaim, "Rascal! Why hadn't he spoken up sooner?" Otherwise, she would have played her part according to his script. Now, she found herself unable to continue. "Zheng, do not dawdle. The stage is set for you. Seize the opportunity." In the next moment, Zheng Chu knelt, pleading for mercy from the empress, admitting his oversight in not considering this dimension. Song Jin'an smirked, suggesting that perhaps it was the unexpected nature of her reaction that caught him off guard. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, admitting he too had not anticipated this, yet found it quite pleasing. Zheng Shu knelt, weeping profusely. "Your Majesty, this humble woman's brother is innocent. It is I who wish to see the emperor." Song Jin'an refrained from speaking, believing it was now Qi Yuan's turn to respond. Qi Yuan cast her a glance, lifted his teacup, and showed no intention of speaking. An awkward silence enveloped the room until Xian Fei, unable to restrain herself, interjected, "Dear sister, you must forgive her this once. Her beauty is a gift from her parents, beyond her control. This is merely fate." Song Jin'an remained silent, pursing her lips. "What my sister says holds truth. Yet, whether her birthmark is natural or has been recently applied, or if she is indeed the sister recognized by Boss Zheng, remains unknown. One must be cautious of those who approach the emperor with ulterior motives." Xian Fei opened her mouth, fully aware of the ulterior motives at play, but was taken aback that Song Jin'an would so openly express such thoughts. Zheng Shu attempted to speak again, but Song Jin'an denied her the chance, stating, "You have seen the emperor's visage. Are you satisfied?" Zheng Shu understood she could go no further, kneeling to express her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for fulfilling this humble girl's wish." Boss Zheng now felt a cold sweat break out. Song Jin'an's earlier remarks had thoroughly awakened him. At this moment, preserving his life took precedence. He expressed his deep gratitude for the emperor's graciousness. Song Jin'an smiled. "Isn't that splendid?" with a sigh of relief. She tugged at Qi Yuan beneath the table. Qi Yuan grasped her intent. The performance had reached its conclusion. Summarizing the events, he acknowledged the efforts of Boss Zheng's family. noting that Miss Zheng had performed admirably. I possess a pair of jade hairpins bestowed upon you by Yao Guipin. She, with her sharp tongue yet tender heart, hesitated to reward you herself. A messenger will deliver them to you shortly. Upon hearing this, when Pin's eyes darkened, she had not witnessed the exchange between Song Jin'an and the Emperor. His thoughtfulness in addressing the criticisms aimed at Yao Guipin was evident, as he took it upon himself to resolve the ensuing complications. Was he truly so concerned? Such care in every detail was indeed remarkable. Chapter 51. Song Jin'an's heart screamed. After Qi Yuan and Song Jin'an departed, the expression on consort Xian's face darkened. Lan Xuan chuckled, remarking that Sister Yao was indeed favored by His Majesty, who had cleared the path for her. She helped Song Jin'an save face, playing the role of the good person. It could be said that in the eyes of outsiders, the duo of a red face and a white face only demonstrated a harmonious collaboration. This effectively relegated the Zheng siblings to the realm of those who sought to ascend through underhanded means, although they truly harbored such intentions. Song Jin'an's direct assertion was quite impressive, especially since His Majesty tacitly approved. Thus, it was evident that consort Yao was cherished not solely for her beauty. Lan Xuan cast a glance at the sulking consort Xian, internally mocking her. Qiu Ruoxuan, you have reached this point. Meanwhile, Song Jin'an realized that the Emperor had indeed been assisting her moments ago. With a radiant smile, she expressed her gratitude to His Majesty. Qi Yuan merely nodded, reminding her that she ought to thank him, for speaking without thought could lead to unrefined outcomes. Song Jin'an chuckled, saying, "But you're here to help, aren't you?" Yet in her heart, she felt unperturbed. Were it not for Qi Yuan's insistence, she would never have spoken up. Looking up at him, she inquired if His Majesty also disliked Zheng Shu. Qi Yuan, holding her hand, casually asked why she thought so. She responded that it was only natural for her to feel that way, given their similar appearances. However, upon realizing her statement might be misconstrued, she quickly clarified, "It's not that I dislike her face, but I resent those who approach you with ulterior motives because they resemble me." Qi Yuan gazed ahead, contemplating that while they might mimic her appearance, they could never emulate her essence. Noticing his silence, Song Jin'an pouted. Serving the ancestors was indeed troublesome. Resembling her boss in that regard. Is it the nature of those in power to be so self-important? Qi Yuan, aware that Song Jin'an was likely sulking, chuckled softly. After clearing his throat, he asked, "Do you find Zheng Chu handsome?" "That Zheng fellow is named Zheng Chu," she replied. "He looks decent, but his character, tut-tut, one cannot judge a book by its cover." Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, asking if she truly thought he was good-looking. Alarm bells rang in Song Jin'an's mind, and she hastily added, "I meant his features, but one must not judge solely by appearances." His timid demeanor lacks grandeur, rendering him quite unattractive overall. Qi Yuan squeezed her hand, reassuring her that she need not feel anger towards Zheng Shu, for her own quality far surpassed that of the latter. Song Jin'an was momentarily stunned, pondering how eloquently comforting he was. "Qi Yuan, you are truly unfair." Song Jin'an found herself at a loss for words. Noticing her silence, Qi Yuan turned to glance at her and found the young lady blushing as she gazed at him, which struck him as amusing. "What is the matter?" he asked. Song Jin'an enveloped him in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "I am so happy. Thank you, Your Majesty." Qi Yuan allowed her to cling to him, teasingly remarking about the impropriety of such behavior. Yet his eyes twinkled with a gentle smile. Nestled in his embrace, Song Jin'an reveled in the moment. Qi Yuan patted her back, calling her a clingy little bug. At the Zheng residence, Zheng Shu sat weeping, lamenting. "What are we to do now?" Zheng Chu, with a cold expression, replied, "You should feel fortunate to have escaped this calamity. Had consort Yao been any harsher, we would have already lost our heads." Zheng Shu clenched her fists, exclaiming, "That Song Jin'an is so envious. It's as if she is the reincarnation of a vixen." Zheng Chu slammed the table, commanding silence. "You dare to speak ill of the favored concubine behind her back. If you wish to throw your life away, I still desire to live." Taking a deep breath, he added, "I shall send you back to your hometown." Upon hearing this, Zheng Shu rose, retorting, "Zheng Chu, Are you now suggesting I alter my name and abandon my birthright? Are you truly willing to sever our ties? Zheng Chu gazed at her, asserting, I have not severed anything. We have simply failed. Do you not comprehend? Zheng Shu scoffed. You wish to rid yourself of me? That is impossible. After all, she had struggled to escape that remote mountain and had witnessed the splendor of Jiangnan. Naturally, she had no desire to return. Just as Zheng Chu was about to erupt in anger, a servant announced, Young master, someone has arrived. Zheng Chu turned, surprised, and hastily arranged some garments. Please, let them in. As the visitor entered, he encountered Zheng Shu, who was about to leave. In a cold tone, he commanded, You will stay. Zheng Shu lifted her gaze to meet his. Zheng Chu, with a jovial demeanor, inquired, Might I ask your name, sir, and the purpose of your visit? The man responded with a smile, I cannot disclose my identity at this moment, but my master has sent me to escort your sister away. Zheng Chu's eyes darted as he rubbed his hands nervously. Dear sir, you must understand, she is my only sister, treasured and raised with care. How can I explain to my parents if you take her without revealing who you are? The man sneered. And how will you explain your actions to the emperor regarding your treachery? Zeng que es complexion palette. The man produced a stack of banknotes, declaring, Here are 30,000 taels. This should suffice to acquire this woman. Zeng que es ais we doned. Sufficient indeed. Zheng Shu interjected, Wait, buy me? Why give him money? Give it to me. Zheng Chu tightened his grip on the banknotes, cheerfully stating, Dear sister, if you accompany this gentleman, you shall enjoy a life of luxury. Consider this payment for your brother leading you out of the wilderness. The man stood, stating, I hope that you, Zheng, will keep today's news to yourself. Zheng Chu nodded, still focused on the banknotes. I understand. Some individuals possess peculiar inclinations, wishing to follow in the emperor's footsteps. How delightful it is to harbor a favored concubine at home. Zheng Shu reached out, requesting some of the money. The man's expression darkened. You shall have ample wealth by following the gentleman. Why concern yourself with a mere few thousand? Upon hearing this, Zheng Shu's discontent dissipated, and she smiled. Let's depart swiftly. Later that evening, 11 knelt before Qi Yuan, reporting, My lord, Ban Qing was delayed. Zheng Chu has stated that Zheng Shu has been sent back to her hometown. Ban Qing employed certain methods to ascertain that Zheng Shu has been taken away. Qi Yuan, twirling his ring, chuckled softly. There are many who would desire her. It could be a wealthy merchant or official, hoping to conceal Zheng Shu as a favored concubine, or perhaps a scheming official with ulterior motives. 11 asked, Should I eliminate Zheng Chu? Qi Yuan turned, narrowing his eyes slightly. Have you lost your senses? If the Zheng siblings perish, how will the populace regard Yao Guipin? The immediate impression would be that Yao Guipin, while appearing generous and gracious, is secretly ruthless. Wouldn't all that I arranged for Song Jin'an be in vain? Do not touch Xing Chu. Protect him from the forces within the harem that may seek to use him to implicate Yao Guipin. Inform Zheng Chu that he must keep his mouth tightly sealed. His sister has merely returned home. Understood. Qi Yuan gently rotated the jade ring on his finger, instructing, Monitor Qiu Xian and Qi Xingchen closely during this period. On the table lay a portrait. The young girl depicted seemed almost alive, her crimson beauty accentuated by the blood-red mole beneath her eye. Standing in contemplation, Qi Yuan confirmed that this drop of blood had become the essence of his heart. His distinctly knotted fingers leisurely rolled up the scroll, as if cherishing it, yet also concealing this secret stir of emotions. Lowering his eyelids, Qi Yuan gazed at the scroll depicting Song Jin'an, pondering that once you enter, there is no turning back. With a sigh, he addressed Wei Qinggan outside, requesting for Yao Guipin to come and attend to him. Song Jin'an, having just settled down, was taken aback. Was Qi Yuan unwell? Why did he not come himself? Cursing under her breath, she rose and donned her attire, her hair cascading freely as she stepped out in her cloak with an air of bravado. With a grand gesture, she dismissed Wei Qinggan. Upon reaching Qi Yuan's chamber, she found him observing her as she removed her makeup. She approached him, taking his hand, and remarked, Had I known, I would have gone to your side sooner. Song Jin'an internally scoffed, maintaining a smile on her face. It would be the same for me, And besides, your Majesty's dragon bed is far more comfortable. Qi Yuan glanced at her, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Is that so? Then you must come often. Song Jin'an's heart screamed in response. In chapter 52, Qi Yuan, you heartless soul, Song Jin'an's hair cascading made her appear even more delicate as he guided her toward the bed. She observed Qi Yuan's broad and upright back, contemplating more than once that he would surely stand out in the modern world as well. Is it nearly your birthday, Anin? Song Jin'an was momentarily taken aback, recalling her birthday was in July. Oh, but Song Wonder's birthday is in July. When is Song Jin'an's? She was uncertain, as this experience of time travel felt like playing a scriptless game, constantly jarring her fragile nerves. She dreaded the day someone would uncover her true identity. Qi Yuan turned back, questioning her surprise. Have you gone daft? Song Jin'an smiled slightly. Indeed, I did not expect your Majesty to remember my birthday. Qi Yuan inquired what she desired for her birthday. She shook her head. I have not yet decided, but I will inform your Majesty once I do. Qi Yuan then asked, what about my ascension? Song Jin'an's mouth hung open. Is it appropriate for me to ascend so quickly? Qi Yuan, with a disapproving gaze, stated, I alone decide the matters of my harem. Song Jin'an had no retort, conceding, very well, it is your harem after all, and you seem solely concerned with your own happiness. She had been tarnished beyond recognition. If this continued, half of the Hua dynasty would become her adversaries. Do you not wish to rise even higher? Song Jin'an asserted, I am quite content as I am. Being by your side is the highest position for me. Qi Yuan turned to look at her. When Song Jin'an spoke these words, it was with an air of certainty, devoid of flattery or feigned modesty. It was as if she were stating an undeniable truth, her gaze pure and untainted, lacking deceit, yet he could not perceive her affection. She merely articulated a fact, and nothing more. Qi Yuan's heart sank. Song Jin'an truly seemed indifferent to her lavish attire. Noticing the heaviness in Qi Yuan's expression, Song Jin'an felt a twinge of concern as the unpredictable mood returned. She tugged at his garment. Your Majesty, what troubles you? Qi Yuan softened his demeanor, a slight smile gracing his lips. I was reflecting on the sentiment behind Yao Guiping's words. Song Jin'an chuckled lightly. Her sentiment must be one of satisfaction. Qi Yuan embraced the girl, shielding her from the sight of his eyes. Anin, you are becoming increasingly adept at expressing sweet nothings. Her voice was gentle, yet her expression remained inscrutable. Unfortunately, Song Jin'an was oblivious to this person's intention to erect walls around her heart. A faint smile played on her lips. For though she had never experienced a pig's feast in the 21st century, she had certainly witnessed pigs run amok. The discourse between the big boss and his little lover in the back seat was something she had now fully absorbed. However, what Song Jin'an did not realize was that the individual before her was neither her superior nor her benefactor, but rather a hunter meticulously calculating her entire existence, eager to exert firm control over her life. After spending 7 days in Huainan, Qi Yuan was to return to court, for there was still a lingering issue in Jiangtu town that required resolution. Observing Ling Mama and Jin Ling packing their belongings, Song Jin'an inquired, since we have ventured out with great difficulty, would you care to take a stroll? Ling Mama, while organizing the garments, replied, Your Highness, we servants cannot roam freely. Song Jin'an questioned, is it not permissible even with my consent? Ling Mama shook her head, stating, merely being out this once, witnessing so many novel sights, has already brought me great satisfaction. Jin Ling chimed in with a smile. I too am quite content. Song Jin'an returned the smile. That is splendid. Do not forget to prepare some local specialties for Feng Ling and the others, so they too may savor the delights. As the imperial procession commenced, Song Jin'an sat in her palanquin, observing the throngs of citizens lining the 10-mile-long street to bid farewell. Among them were the elderly and the young, men and women, all radiating joy and reverence. Qi Yuan must surely find this sight gratifying. With a sigh, Song Jin'an lowered the curtain. That evening, as they departed from Huainan province, the convoy halted for a respite. When Qi Yuan arrived, Song Jin'an was resting. Tomorrow, May 20th, marked her birthday. Qi Yuan gently ruffled her hair, stating, It is still early. Let's take a stroll. Surprised, she looked up. Really? Qi Yuan affirmed. I, along with Prince Yong, intend to discreetly inspect the crops. And I wish to take you along. Upon hearing that Qi Xingqian would also be present, Song Jin'an initially considered declining. But recalling the previous incident where Qi Yuan had become agitated due to her acquaintance with Qi Xingqian, she feared that a sudden change of heart would only draw suspicion. Thus, she reluctantly rose, and together with Qi Yuan and the impeccably dressed Qi Xingqian, they set forth. This might very well be the true purpose of Qi Yuan's southern expedition. The FAOD presented was undoubtedly one of positivity. Yet he was not naive. It was the unpleasant realities that warranted his attention. After a brief examination, things appeared satisfactory. Crops were thriving, and the populace remained orderly. However, as they passed the temple, they were compelled to halt. Inside, there was a clamor, and the place was brightly lit. Qi Yuan exchanged a glance with Xin Yan, who dismounted to investigate. Moments later, he returned, reporting, Master, within are beggars, sent here by the physician to clear the streets, now relegated to this dilapidated temple on the outskirts. Qi Yuan was not surprised. Even in the capital, beggars existed, let alone in this location. He instructed, provide them with food, and upon your return, bring more grain. Seated in her palanquin, upon hearing his words, Song Jin'an handed over the unconsumed delicacies she had purchased to Xin Yan through the window. Qi Yuan interposed, you should eat them yourself. Song Jin'an smiled. I am quite full, but I wish to leave some behind. Those people must be very hungry, and if we can share more, we should. Qi Yuan lowered his hand that had blocked her, asking, what are your thoughts on these beggars being driven away? Song Jin'an shook his head, stating that this was a matter of state affairs. Qi Yuan asserted that it pertained to the livelihood of the people and that he permitted her to speak. As Song Jin'an prepared to babble aimlessly, Qi Yuan interjected, requesting to see the results of her recent visits to the library, should her responses prove unsatisfactory. It would be pointless for her to continue her studies. Qi Yuan, you're truly heartless, Song Jin'an thought, closing her mouth and adjusting her answer. The existence of beggars in society is a common issue, much like the duality of light and darkness in the heavens and the coexistence of good and evil among humanity. It embodies a matter of balance. There will always be individuals who are homeless, lazy, or abandoned, and this is entirely normal. Qi Yuan murmured, normal? Song Jin'an nodded, affirming. Of course, my lord. The books I have read suggest that a perfectly harmonious society does not exist, as human nature is inherently complex, shaped from birth, with certain dispositions that cannot be resolved later in life. Qi Yuan chuckled, inquiring where she had gleaned such peculiar conclusions. Song Jin'an pouted in dissatisfaction, questioning what was so strange about her thoughts. Qi Yuan nodded, acknowledging her point, but emphasized that one must not solely rely on societal structures. Those in power should be more attentive to the welfare of the people, ensuring that every citizen can live a stable life. Song Jin'an nodded, declaring that with a wise ruler like him, the Huachao dynasty would undoubtedly grow stronger. Qi Yuan gently squeezed her hand, noting that she would turn 20 tomorrow, suggesting it was time for her to mature. Song Jin'an smiled shyly, yet internally mused, Dear brother Qi Yuan, I have actually lived for 30 years, older than you. However, Qi Yuan's next question almost caused her to lose her composure. Do you wish to have a child? Chapter 53. Everyone is waiting for you. Sonin, think carefully before you answer. Song Jin'an thought to herself how fortunate it was that she was smiling. Even if she froze, it would not reveal any awkwardness. Why is your majesty suddenly asking this? Qi Yuan lifted his teacup and sipped, nonchalantly stating that he merely wished to know if An desired to have her own children. Old friend, if I say I don't want one, will you still let me live? Of course, I wish to have my own children, but I currently feel unprepared for such responsibility. Was that the expected response? Song Jin'an nodded, leaning forward. I wish to have a daughter, soft and tender, the perfect fit. What about a son? She added that could also be nice, especially if he were as handsome as your majesty. Qi Yuan casually twirled his teacup, softly inquiring if it was sincere. Could there be any doubt? Soon, they arrived at the grand tent as the night grew late. Qi Yuan assisted the drowsy Song Jin'an down, guiding her toward Qi Xingqian, stating, Today you have worked hard. Uncle, You should retire for the night. Qi Xingqian quickly bowed. I take my leave. Qi Yuan then led Song Jin'an forward, asking, will you sleep with me tonight? Song Jin'an replied with a soft hum. Once she had fallen asleep, Qi Yuan donned his night clothes and rose. He instructed Wei Qinggan to remove the incense pouch from Yao Guipin. Wei Qinggan was taken aback, realizing that the emperor truly intended for the noble consort to bear a child. Your Majesty, we have yet to uncover the secrets surrounding her. Qi Yuan coldly gazed out the window, asserting that regardless of her identity or intentions, there was only one inevitable conclusion. She would remain by his side forever. Even if confined, it would be within his harem. Wei Qinggan respectfully complied with his orders. The tremors within her heart had yet to subside. Yao Guirin was indeed formidable, capable of prompting His Majesty to make such a reckless decision with a calm demeanor. Qi Yuan stood for a moment before returning to the side of Song Jin'an, who instinctively nestled closer to him, seeking warmth. He gently kissed the tear mole at the corner of the girl's eye and whispered sweet dreams. When Song Jin'an awoke the following morning, she found herself alone. Rising from the bed, she hurriedly sought out Jean Ling, inquiring if she had brought the contraceptive pills. Jean Ling quickly hushed her, signaling her to remain silent, just as Mama Ling entered with a bowl of longevity noodles. Your Highness, His Majesty has ordered this to be made, just freshly cooked. Seeing Mama Ling's arrival, Song Jin'an momentarily ceased her inquiries and cast an urgent glance at Jean Ling, silently mouthing for her to hurry. Turning to Mama Ling, she smiled. Your timing is impeccable. I was just feeling hungry. Mama Ling smiled back, wishing her a prosperous birthday and encouraging her to eat while it was still hot. When Qi Yuan finished his discussions with the ministers and entered, he caught sight of Song Jin'an picking the greens and peas out of her bowl. Song Jin'an, he remarked in a deep voice, are you truly so picky with a bowl of longevity noodles? She looked up at him, feigning a pitiful expression. Is it too much to ask for my birthday to be honored just this once? Qi Yuan was momentarily at a loss. Why do you have so many excuses? Song Jin'an picked up a piece of meat, declaring, these longevity noodles are delicious. He tenderly ruffled her hair, conceding, for now, I shall indulge you. After we return to the palace, I shall make it up to you. She nodded in agreement. On my birthday, I shall be excused from eating vegetables. Qi Yuan continued to gently pat her head. Very well, no vegetables today, but prepare yourself for a week of greens thereafter. Song Jin'an chuckled. I was merely jesting. Your Majesty, I understand your care for me. After finishing her breakfast, she left, tugging Jean Ling along to the restroom. In a hushed voice, she asked, where's the medication? Jean Ling hurriedly produced a pill. Your Highness, I do not carry many. Did you not say there was no need for it during this safe period? Song Jin'an broke the pill in half, swallowing one part whole and handing the other half to Jean Ling. Better safe than sorry. Keep this one. The words Qi Yuan had uttered the previous night had terrified her. Would she be able to survive a pregnancy? As long as Qi Yuan cherished her. She felt somewhat secure, but once he grew weary of her, she feared for her and her child's fate. If she struggled to ensure her own safety, how could she protect her child? The notion that women are inherently weak but become strong as mothers was utter nonsense. A woman's strength remains intact even after childbirth. If she were inept to begin with, how could she possibly gain strength through motherhood? Song Jin'an was painfully self-aware. She was ill-suited for motherhood, for pregnancy, for the harem, and for this world. She exhaled deeply, feeling as though reality was suffocating her. What did it matter if a man cherished her or if she were favored? Her life remained fragile, easily shattered by the slightest touch. Upon her exit, she was informed that it was time to depart. As she stepped into the carriage, she encountered Chun Pin. Sister Yao, I heard today is your birthday. I apologize for not having prepared anything yet, but I promise to make it up to you upon my return. Song Jin'an smiled. Expressing her gratitude, I look forward to it. With a playful wink, she boarded the carriage, only to feel a sudden pain in her lower abdomen. Jean Ling was the first to notice that the Empress was experiencing increasing abdominal pain. Song Jin'an shot her a glare, warning her to be silent as Ling Mama entered shortly thereafter. I am merely suffering from menstrual cramps. We cannot afford any mistakes, or we shall all face dire consequences. Upon seeing Song Jin'an's pale complexion, Ling Mama was taken aback. Your Highness, are you in pain again? With a soft, pitiful sound, Song Jin'an replied, yes, I am. I would appreciate it if you could brew me some pain-relieving soup. Ling Mama hesitated, recalling the physician's orders to limit her intake, as frequent consumption could hinder her chances of conceiving. Does my life hold no value? Song Jin'an's fingers clenched the edge of the bed, the prominent veins in her delicate hands betraying her frailty, as if they were striving to break free from confinement. If I am in agony, how can I expect to conceive? Ling Mama's concern was evident, yet Song Jin'an abruptly overturned the teacup before her. What concern? Just prepare the medicine, please, she implored. If I faint from the pain, and it is discovered to be caused by the lack of medication, it would truly be the end for me. With a heavy heart, Ling Mama relented. Very well, I shall attend to it immediately. Enduring the pain, Song Jin'an quietly instructed Chang'eng outside the palanquin to keep watch and ensure the medicine was prepared swiftly, for any delay could jeopardize their timely departure. Yes, Your Highness. Jin Ling handed the hot water flask to Song Jin'an, expressing, this approach is not sustainable, placing the flask against her abdomen for relief. Song Jin'an replied, I am aware, which is why we must devise a permanent solution. Direct sterilization was not her initial intention. She had once entertained the thought of returning to the modern world and escaping the palace to raise a child as a single mother. However, the disparity between her idyllic dreams and stark reality was painfully evident. Setting aside the question of whether she could return, she feared that if she became pregnant, she might not have the heart to part with the child. She worried that upon her departure, Qi Yuan might come to resent the offspring. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to eliminate all uncertainties before they could arise. Before long, just prior to their departure, Ling Mama brought the medicine. At that moment, Song Jin'an was undeterred by its bitterness. She added a handful of sugar to the bowl and hastily drank it down. Ling Mama's concern deepened at her reckless actions. As she opened her mouth to speak, Song Jin'an waved her hand dismissively, requesting to rest for a while. Ling Mama, left with no choice, fell silent. Upon awakening, Song Jin'an found herself nestled in someone's embrace. Qi Yuan was reading a book, and with a gentle tone, he inquired, You are awake? Your Majesty, how did you come to be here? She asked as she sat up. Qi Yuan did not answer, instead noting, Your pulse is erratic. The physician advised that you need proper care. Song Jin'an felt a lump rise in her throat. Qi Yuan set aside his book and tenderly tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear, his voice eerily soft. Everyone is waiting for my beloved consort. So please take your time to consider your response. Chapter 54. So many wish to bear your child. Why must you cling to one who fears death? Song Jin'an closed her eyes. Doesn't your Majesty already know? Qi Yuan's voice grew cold as he replied, I command you to speak. Startled, Song Jin'an knelt, her chin brushing against the man's knee due to the cramped confines of the palanquin. The cool, golden threads of his robe offered no warmth. I do not wish to become pregnant at this time. I have inquired about this matter with you. Song Jin'an interrupted him for the first time, fearing that she could not protect him. If she could not safeguard herself, how could she possibly shield such a fragile being? Song Jin'an did not weep. Her tone was flat, devoid of emotion. Her mother was not astute, lacking the ability to navigate social intricacies. She would surely find fault with her. Qi Yuan observed Song Jin'an in silence. Anxiously, she pondered not for herself, but for the golden bell awaiting outside. She doubted her capacity to be a good mother. Qi Yuan gently caressed the girl's cheek with his hand adorned with a jade ring. What if you bore a child and entrusted it to others for upbringing? Song Jin'an was taken aback, raising her head in disbelief. Your Majesty? Qi Yuan chuckled softly. What? Are you unwilling? Shocked to her core, she stammered. Do you insist on me giving birth? I cannot even protect myself. Qi Yuan's voice rose slightly. It is the duty of a consort to bear children. If you cannot even safeguard your own well-being, you should reflect upon your circumstances. Song Jin'an looked up at him, questioning the origins of all her misfortunes. Are you not aware? Your favoritism has incited jealousy among them, turning them against me. Qi Yuan grasped her chin firmly. You would do well to silence yourself. Bearing children is a consort's obligation. Whether you wish to or not, you shall bear them. In a heated reply, Song Jin'an retorted, So many others are eager to bear your children. Why cling to one who fears death? Qi Yuan's expression darkened unprecedentedly. Yao Guifei, have I indulged you to the extent that you no longer recognize your place? Know this, even in death, you cannot escape the confines of this imperial palace. Song Jin'an murmured softly, I willingly entered here. I have no intention of leaving. After Qi Yuan departed, he instructed Wei Qing'an, Yao Guifei has defied imperial command. Demote her to Meirin and confine her to Tianyao Palace for 3 months of reflection. Once Qi Yuan left, Mama Ling hurried in to assist Song Jin'an. The latter's countenance was colder than ever. Is Mama Ling still here? There is nothing left to surveil. Mama Ling knelt, pleading, Your Highness, forgive me. I truly did not know. It matters not. After all, your true master is Qi Yuan. Your Highness, the Emperor's name. Song Jin'an closed her eyes. I am aware. It cannot be spoken, yet what of it? I am already in this state. For reasons unknown, alongside her fear, Song Jin'an experienced an inexplicable thrill. Finally, she thought, there was no need to tread with trepidation, no fear of being ensnared. She no longer had to flatter and ingratiate herself to seek favor. A timid soul, she merely wished to nestle in her own corner of the world. For her, solitude in this era was not torment, but a pleasure. She wiped the tears from the Golden Bell's eyes. What are we crying for? We are returning to the starting point. Back to the imperial capital. The news of Yao Guifei's demotion and confinement to Tianyao Palace truly astonished everyone. Coupled with Gu Gairen's elevation to Chunpin, it seemed as though the winds had shifted once more. Yinren, upon hearing the news, was also taken aback. In her recollection, Song Jin'an was a well-behaved girl, so compliant that she lacked her own opinions. How could such a docile child have provoked the emperor's wrath? Gu Gairen had even been promoted for saving Song Jin'an's life. Yet the one saved had instead been demoted. The emperor had returned for 2 months now, yet he had not set foot in Tianyao Palace. In the past 2 months, there has been a semblance of fairness, for I have visited every establishment once, save for the Tianyao Palace. Alas, the gates of Tianyao Palace remain firmly shut. No one is intentionally making things difficult. Yet if this continues, both concubines Xian and Xian will inevitably lose their patience, marking the onset of dire times. Song Jin'an sat within Tianyao Palace, gazing at the evening meal with a mournful expression. Accompanying her return was the meager fare. Fengling had set the plates before her, urging her to endure, for it would improve in time. Song Jin'an smiled faintly, reflecting that in days past, this would have sufficed. However, her current rapport with concubine Xian and concubine Xian is far from cordial. She advised those who encounter them to steer clear. Having returned 3 months prior, she had also been released from confinement. On her very first day back, she was confronted in the garden by concubine Xian and the esteemed Ding Xiao. Yao, beauty, what a lofty demeanor you still maintain, they taunted. Song Jin'an lowered her head in respect, hesitant to speak. How may I serve you, your highness? Concubine Xian settled upon the stone bench in the pavilion, commanding her to pour tea. Song Jin'an smiled. Is there a shortage of palace maids by your side? Would you require me to serve as one? Such a request must be sanctioned by Her Majesty the Empress. Ying Xiao struck the table. Yao, beauty, why are you still so sharp-tongued? Why the need for this, dear ladies? Pressing me does not yield greater attention from the emperor, Song Jin'an interjected. Concubine Xian scoffed. Rising to confront her directly, it may not be possible, yet it brings me joy. With that, she struck downwards, and though Song Jin'an could have evaded, Jinling stepped in front and bore the blow. As Song Jin'an beheld the imprint of the slap on Jinling's face, her expression darkened. Concubine Xian mockingly remarked, such a loyal servant, yet for what? What use is there in following a master of such little worth? Observing the blood at the corner of Jinling's mouth, Song Jin'an tenderly wiped it away, her eyes betraying a hint of restrained sorrow. Jinling smiled gently. It does not hurt, your highness. Ying Xiao chuckled. What a touching bond between master and servant. Song Jin'an rose and advanced towards concubine Xian, but was swiftly obstructed by her attendants. With a cold smile, concubine Xian stated, Yao, beauty, you are overstepping your bounds. Strike her. Song Jin'an, however, would not allow such indignities to befall her. She sidestepped. though not in time to avoid a scratch from a flowered nail. Ingxiao rose. Enough. Yo beauty, comporti. She then queried, who taught you to behave so repulsively? A voice interjected, belonging to Ming Fei. She glanced at Song Jin'an's face. Sister Xian, you are far too impatient. After all, she is still Yao Beauty. The emperor has not forgotten her. Upon seeing Ming Fei's arrival, concubine Xian let out a cold snort. Song Jin'an, your better days are yet to come. After the others departed, Ming Fei took her aside beneath the pavilion. What troubles you, Nin? What transpired between you and His Majesty? Song Jin'an offered a faint smile. I have angered him. Ming Fei sighed. To accompany a monarch is akin to walking with a tiger. One is often at their mercy. Song Jin'an lowered her head as Ming Fei sighed, gently stroking the girl's head. Nin, heed my advice. You can only rely on the emperor now. When you are not favored, you could conceal yourself for self-preservation. However, after enjoying his favor for so long, Xian Fei and the others have long harbored deep-seated hatred towards you. They may well take advantage of the emperor's neglect to torment you and your servants. Song Jin'an closed her eyes. How can I not know? But I do not wish to. It is exhausting. If I guard my heart, I will not tire. In the Chengqian Palace, Qi Yuan placed the memorials down on the table. Is Song Jin'an truly enduring such a slap? Wei Kong'an lowered his head in agreement. Qi Yuan chuckled. Even in such a state, she does not seek my aid. It seems she has not yet had her fill of suffering. He continued to review the memorials, indifferent. She must understand the benefits of power and favor. Otherwise, if it comes too easily, this girl will not learn to cherish it. However, Qi Yuan did not anticipate that beneath Song Jin'an's seemingly gentle demeanor lay a fiercely resolute character. Perhaps he was aware, but he had not expected her to be so tenacious. Even later, when Wei Kong'an recalled that day's scene, he held Song Jin'an in profound respect. She was truly formidable. Chapter 55. Qi Yuan covered her mouth, disregarding her struggles, and held her close, addressing the onlookers. Time swiftly passed, reaching the end of the lunar September. During the 3 months of Song Jin'an's introspection, she missed the Mid-Autumn Festival and the Emperor's birthday. However, this was for the better, sparing her the effort of selecting gifts. In the eyes of others, Song Jin'an had completely fallen from grace over these 4 months. The Emperor had not even mentioned her, seemingly having forgotten her existence. Qi Xingqian had once sent someone to inquire if she needed assistance, to which Song Jin'an had replied, I still wish to live. Keep your distance. As the weather gradually turned cooler, Song Jin'an continued to face difficulties. Yet, Xian Fei found Song Jin'an's languid responses as unexciting as striking a punch into cotton. Today, however, Fengling entered, bearing 2 handprints on her face and a food box, apologizing to Song Jin'an. Your Highness, the food was spilled. What's happened to you? Ling Mama exclaimed. Long Gung entered from behind, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, having encountered Xian Fei and Chun Pin on his way. The implication was clear, and Ling Mama glanced back at Song Jin'an, who was observing Fengling's expression. Qi Yuan, is this what you have taught me? Ling Mama intended to suggest she should make amends, as His Majesty still cared for her. Sighing, she said, Your Highness. But before she could finish, Song Jin'an grasped Fengling's hand and declared, Come with me. Ling Mama was taken aback. Her intention had been to advise seeking the emperor. Song Jin'an disregarded others. She had come to a realization. Ming Fei was right. Now, enduring only allowed others to take advantage. Ling Mama could not keep up and hurriedly instructed Mango, quickly, go notify His Majesty. Having spent so much time with Song Jin'an, she understood that while her mistress appeared gentle, she was no soft persimmon. She truly feared her mistress might take drastic actions that even the emperor could not protect her from. When Song Jin'an arrived in the garden, Xian Fei and Chun Pin were chatting merrily. Upon seeing Song Jin'an approach, they expressed surprise. Oh, is this not the timid turtle, the beautiful Yao? What brings you here? To inquire after our well-being? With a cold expression, Song Jin'an suddenly smiled. Indeed, I have come to inquire. As she stepped forward, Xian Fei felt a chill and hurriedly instructed the palace attendants to block her path. The absurdity of the situation was evident, with a row of attendants standing between them. Xuan Fei felt a flicker of security, but was this an act of rebellion against authority? Song Jin'an rolled up her wide, silky sleeves. Do you never tire of repeating this daily? Suddenly, through the palace maidens, Song Jin'an seized Xuanfei's hair and yanked her over. With a fierce grip, she dragged her towards the nearby pond, pressing her down into the lotus tub, saying, "Do you think I'm a soft persimmon for you to squeeze at will? This endless torment will not be tolerated." Xuanfei, a person who meticulously maintained her figure by eating little, could not compete with Song Jin'an, who devoured a meal of buns. Despite her struggles, she could not escape Song Jin'an's grasp. Song Jin'an continued to push Xuanfei's head down into the tub, lifting her just enough to prevent drowning. Chunpin was taken aback by Song Jin'an's madness and dared not approach. Xuanfei's maid, on the other hand, wished to intervene. "Who dares come near? I will end her," Song Jin'an shouted, submerging Xuanfei further. "What have I done to provoke you? You constantly target me. Go seek the Emperor if you feel wronged. Have I compelled him to favor me? Even when I have fallen from grace, I do not see you receiving any more affection." As she lifted Xuanfei, the latter coughed violently, gasping, "I will kill you." Song Jin'an responded with a sharp slap. "This is for what you owe me." With a cold smile, she pushed Xuanfei back down, taunting, "You want to kill me? I shall end you first. Wait for me on the other side of the Naya Bridge, and we shall settle our scores there." Just then, Qi Yuan arrived and overheard her words. He observed Song Jin'an's delicate arms wielding an almost infinite strength as she pressed Xuanfei into the fish tank. Unaware of Qi Yuan's presence, Song Jin'an lamented, "Why must you bully me? I have been so low-key and patient, yet you still provoke me. Do you find satisfaction in pushing me to madness?" Xuanfei was rendered speechless, while Chun Pin anxiously urged, "Yao Marin, do not throw your life away. Please stop." Song Jin'an remained expressionless, ignoring her, and soon Xuanfei ceased her struggles. Qi Yuan called out, "Yao Marin." Xuanfei's maid wept, "Your Majesty, please save the lady. Yao Marin has lost her mind." Qi Yuan lowered his head, smiling as he asked, "Who is mad?" Ji Hua, startled, exclaimed, "No, no one is mad. It is merely a dispute between the two mistresses." Qi Yuan regarded Song Jin'an, then glanced at Xuanfei, whose struggles were waning. "Let her go, I command you." Song Jin'an did not heed him, seemingly waiting for Xuanfei to cease her resistance. Alarmed, Qi Yuan rushed to grasp Song Jin'an's hand, imploring, "Inin, be obedient. I will seek justice for you. Now, release her." Song Jin'an lifted her head. "You will seek justice for me? Where were you when I needed you?" Her grip remained firm, her eyes reddening. "You promised to protect me, yet here I stand, forced into this predicament." She glared at Xuanfei, lifting her and tossing her to the ground, causing Xuanfei to choke violently. With a cold smile, Song Jin'an declared, "In the face of life and death, all beings are equal." Xuanfei gazed at Song Jin'an in terror, nearly suffocating. The sensation of impending death would haunt her forever. Song Jin'an was a madwoman. As she removed a large handful of hair from her hand, she slowly approached Xuanfei, only to be seized by Qi Yuan. "What are you intending to do?" he demanded. Song Jin'an shrugged off his hand with a chilling smile. "Can you not see?" The lady declared her intent to tear her apart, but Qi Yuan silenced her protests by clasping his hand over her mouth and pulling her into his embrace. Addressing the crowd, he asserted, "Today you have seen and heard nothing. Understand? Should I learn of any rumors circulating, I shall drown the source. And those who dare strike the beautiful Yao in public, straight to the water with them. I demand vigilance from the Emerald Palace." With that, he dragged Song Jin'an away, not sparing a glance for the astonished and pleading Xuanfei. Upon arriving at the Chengxian Palace, Qi Yuan regarded the defiant Song Jin'an, who retorted, "Who told you to act so recklessly?" In a moment of resignation, she plopped down on a low couch, realizing this was far easier than engaging in schemes. Qi Yuan sighed and knelt before her, inquiring, "Will you not soften your stance?" Driven to madness, Song Jin'an was now a force of chaos, ready to lash out at anyone. Hearing the emperor's disingenuous words left her speechless, as he confined her to her rank. With a smile, Qi Yuan remarked, "But what can be done? You must rely on me." A fierce desire to scratch him surged within her, yet she held back, biting her lip. "So, your Majesty conspires with others to bully me and my people?" Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, countering, Are you not also deceiving me with the palace's aid? The unauthorized use of contraceptives warrants severe punishment. In a moment of humility, Song Jin'an replied, I apologize for concealing it from you. Qi Yuan gazed deeply into her eyes, recognizing that her regret was not for the act itself, but for hiding it. Are you truly so fearful of bearing a child? She tilted her head back, looking at him, and softly admitted, I fear the pain and the changes it brings. Qi Yuan gently asked, Would you not bear a child for me? Her pupils constricted at his words. You mean me, not the emperor. Grasping his hand, she pleaded, May I have 2 years? I wish to postpone conception for that duration. After a long silence and a prolonged look at her, he finally acquiesced. Very well, I shall wait for you. Cautiously, Song Jin'an inquired, Has your majesty forgiven me? Qi Yuan chuckled lightly as he rose. In a hurry, she stood and embraced him from behind, saying, If you remain cold towards me, Xian Fei will surely seek vengeance. Qi Yuan allowed the woman to cling to him, acknowledging her fear now. Song Jin'an muttered, I'm not afraid. For months, they have tormented me and Fengling. I refuse to endure it any longer. With a cold tone, Qi Yuan responded, I have never taught you to endure. You thought that suffering would lead to resolution. Song Jin'an, feeling guilty, stammered, What else can I do? What can a mere beauty accomplish? Qi Yuan turned to face her. Are you blaming me for lowering your status? Do you now understand the advantages of power within the harem? She remained silent, wishing to express that while the benefits eluded her, the drawbacks were plentiful. As long as the concubines did not trouble her, she had no desire to beg the emperor for forgiveness again. Qi Yuan sighed. I will find an opportunity to elevate your rank again, but you must not act so impulsively as you did today. Song Jin'an shook her head, exclaiming in frustration, I was not impulsive. I have longed to do this for ages. She felt liberated after tearing apart the one who had tormented her incessantly. Before Qi Yuan could respond, a palace maid announced, Your Majesty, the Emerald Palace has summoned the physician. Xian Fei is weeping and requests your presence. Qi Yuan replied, Understood. I shall make my way there. Qi Yuan turned to look at Song Jin'an, who lowered her eyes, suggesting they could discuss matters another day and advised her to rest. Song Jin'an grasped Qi Yuan's arm as he turned away, exclaiming that she also wished to visit concubine Xian to express her concern. Qi Yuan's expression conveyed disbelief, questioning how she could show concern for someone she had already distressed to the point of illness. He was beginning to understand that the seemingly gentle girl beside him could be quite reckless. Song Jin'an smiled reassuringly, indicating her intentions were benign. She had resolved her own issues, but needed to address concubine Qiu Ruoxuan's condition. In the Jade Palace, concubine Xian observed Song Jin'an's arrival with the emperor, feeling a surge of frustration. Upon witnessing concubine Xian's restrained demeanor, Song Jin'an felt a sense of delight. She rose from her bow, apologizing profusely, claiming ignorance of her own strength which had inadvertently pushed concubine Xian into the vat. Concubine Xian found it incredulous that such an absurd excuse could be conjured. Qi Yuan paid no heed to Song Jin'an's antics, aware that she had pushed concubine Xian to her limits. With a cheerful tone, Song Jin'an addressed her sister, urging her not to be upset, recalling that she had previously mentioned good fortune lay ahead, thus bringing forth her own good days once more. Qi Yuan's voice turned stern, akin to a guardian reprimanding a mischievous child, instructing the beautiful Yao to wait outside. Before leaving, Song Jin'an provocatively reassured concubine Xian that her good days were also on the horizon. Once Song Jin'an exited, Qi Yuan approached concubine Xian's bedside, addressing her pale face and inquiring if she recalled what he had said to her. He adjusted the quilt for her, reminding her that she had once agreed to his words. Concubine Xian raised her gaze, correcting him that she was Yao, not a servant. Qi Yuan continued, referencing the slaps she had received from the servants of Qiu Ruoxuan and implying that she too had faced repercussions. With a ghostly pallor, concubine Xian questioned why the emperor only held her accountable, accusing her of disrespect. Qi Yuan's voice turned cold as he reminded her of his upbringing within the palace, warning her against attempting to deceive him. He emphasized that many eyes were upon them, and she would do well to remember the stakes of her actions. Concubine Xian fell silent, and Qi Yuan dismissed her concerns, asserting that her true intentions were clear. He noted that if she did not provoke the situation, it would not have escalated. With a scoff, he questioned the audacity she displayed, highlighting how many prominent families existed in the palace, yet none behaved as she did. Qi Yuan sighed, expressing that he had spared her once, but had it not been for Yao's offense, she would know the depths of her fate. Concubine Xian widened her eyes, her lips quivering yet unable to articulate a response. Qi Yuan had struck a chord. For the inner workings of the palace were a realm of intrigue and deception, unbeknownst to the men outside. Her father remained oblivious, viewing his concubines as obedient and virtuous. Yet, the true nature of their characters was known only to those, like her and her mother, who had grown up within the confines of the inner court. She pondered whether her brother, raised in the same environment until the age of 7, remained ignorant as well. It appeared they simply deemed it unworthy of their attention, for their interests could never suffer loss. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she realized the foolishness of her own naivety. Xian Fei parted her lips, but found herself at a loss for words. Qi Yuan did not expect her to speak. He merely hoped that she would set aside her frivolous thoughts and lead a stable life in the palace. You have been injured and unwell this time. I shall not punish you. Focus on your recovery, he said. Your Majesty, but the beautiful Yao nearly took my life, she protested. Qi Yuan chuckled lightly. Precisely why I have chosen not to punish you. Xian Fei suddenly understood. It meant that neither of them would face retribution. I am grateful, Your Majesty, she replied. Rising to his feet, Qi Yuan said, Rest well. I shall visit you again another day. Furthermore, matters of the harem should not involve the former court. You know my limits. Should any concubine misuse her family's influence in the former court to engage in petty rivalries that harm the state, it would result in the annihilation of her entire lineage. Was it not the downfall of the Sheng family in the first year of Chongqing? Xian Fei watched Qi Yuan depart, pondering why he did not favor her. They had known each other since youth. Qi Yuan was always gentle and refined, his eyes seemingly capable of conversing. She had endeavored to enter his residence, not seeking excessive favor, merely desiring stability. Yet, within the confines of the palace, both she and Qi Yuan had changed, becoming increasingly inscrutable. Regardless of his anger or joy, he never revealed his emotions, becoming as profound as an abyss, impenetrable to all, resembling a ruler in authority. However, since Song Jin'an's emergence, more accurately, since she gained favor, Xian Fei realized that the emperor was not devoid of emotion. He merely allocated it elsewhere. Thus, why was that person not her? This was the obsession of Qiu Ruoxuan. She longed for too much, an illustrious family, the emperor's affection, and her child ascending the throne. Gradually, she believed it would all come to fruition. It was only the 6th year of Chongqing. The emperor was in his prime, and who could predict what the future held? She waited, anticipating the arrival of newcomers to the palace, the fluctuations and changes within the harem, and for Song Jin'an to become, like herself, a wisp of resentment in the imperial court. She could not believe that the emperor would still hold affection for her. Outside, Song Jin'an stood with an impassive expression, gazing into the distance while the servants nearby remained silent, fearful of provoking their still irate mistress. However, Qi Yuan, emerging from within, understood that she was not truly angry. She merely appeared lost in thought, possibly even pleased. Approaching, he playfully tapped her head. What are you daydreaming about? Snapping back to reality, Song Jin'an replied, I was pondering what we shall eat later. With a hint of grievance, she added, It has been 4 months since I have had a proper meal. Qi Yuan toyed with a Buddhist bracelet as he walked ahead. This time, neither you nor Xian Fei shall be punished. Oh, then what shall we eat, Your Majesty? She inquired. Why do you always think about food? He retorted. Song Jin'an rolled her eyes, exasperated. It has been 4 months since I have enjoyed a decent meal. And the others in the palace, they too have not eaten well alongside me for these 4 months. Whom can I blame for this? Blame yourself, she replied sweetly, for provoking my anger. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Song Jin'an, you are advocating for your subordinates' welfare with such self-effacement. Well done. With a smile, Song Jin'an said, Your Majesty, do not hold me to account. I shall never provoke your anger again. Qi Yuan halted, and Song Jin'an, caught off guard. bumped into his back. "What is it?" she inquired, touching her nose. Qi Yuan did not turn back, inexplicably uttering a promise that it would not happen again. He vowed not to neglect her, not to employ such methods to teach her a lesson, and certainly not to allow anyone to harm her. As the emperor, his affection for her naturally compelled him to protect her. Song Jin'an, enveloped in confusion, wondered what he meant by not allowing her to go hungry. Gazing at the table brimming with her favorite dishes, she could genuinely claim she was not starving. After 4 months, she once again laid eyes on roasted goose legs. With grease glistening on her lips, Song Jin'an indulged in her meal as Qi Yuan wiped her mouth, cautioning her not to overeat, assuring her that he would not lack in providing for her in the future. Despite the emperor's words being devoid of deceit, Song Jin'an remained skeptical. It was not about the authenticity of the ruler, but rather the fact that the man before her was, indeed, a man. Trusting a man's promises is a foolish endeavor. Should you believe him, you are merely setting yourself up as the fool. Nodding in acknowledgement, she felt satiated. "I shall make it up to you on your birthday," he declared. Song Jin'an's heart skipped a beat. There was no need for such gestures, and she certainly did not require a belated celebration. She had prepared nothing. So how could there be a need for a late gift? As expected, Qi Yuan watched her intently, awaiting her next words. "As for your birthday gift, I shall also make it up to you," she replied. Qi Yuan squinted, questioning her lack of prior preparation. "What have you been doing for the past 4 months in Tianya Palace?" Just then, Granny Ling, who had just finished a hearty meal, arrived on duty and overheard this exchange. She felt she had the authority to speak, observing how the master spent her days languidly, showing no signs of distress, appearing anything but neglected. On the day of the emperor's birthday, she had subtly reminded Song Jin'an to prepare a gift, only to have the latter nod in agreement before returning to play with the parrot. Song Jin'an pondered, believing the emperor had ceased to regard her. "Oh, if I disregard you, you cease to prepare?" she retorted. "At that time, I was so hungry that it was a miracle I didn't stab you with a few knives." Song Jin'an raised her hand in a vow, claiming she had indeed given it thought. "What? A surprise," she said playfully, winking. Chapter 57. Even in withering, one must be buried in his backyard within the Chuxiu Palace. Concubine Xian lamented her absence from the lively scene, regretting not being present to witness the unfolding events. Concubine Xian appeared rather foolish. Perhaps she would come to regret being sent to the palace by the Qiu family. Strangely enough, ever since the emperor had supported the Qiu family to counterbalance the Liang family, Concubine Xian had become considerably more composed. She began to contemplate the dynamics of the harem seriously, no longer relying on her family background to act tyrannically. For she understood that the emperor's support for the Qiu family was a warning to the Liang family. The current Qi Ruoxuan was akin to the former Liang Minxian. However, Liang Minxian was somewhat fortunate, as she had at least basked in glory. At a time when there were no favored concubines in the palace, she could flaunt her maternal family's power without fear of reprisal. The emperor turned a blind eye to the chaos among the childless women of the harem, allowing them to create turmoil without consequence. However, since Song Jin'an had gained favor, Qi Yuan began to take charge and pay attention to the inner workings of the harem. Following her father's advice, Concubine Xian adopted a low-profile approach, biding her time to observe the unfolding drama. She settled into this role, recognizing that favor could not compare to status. What she sought was the throne of the Empress Dowager. Once she calmed her mind, Concubine Xian seemed to acquire wisdom, clearly perceiving the palace's dynamics and refraining from acting rashly. As Su Fei indulged in her antics, her joy only intensified. She inquired of the person beside her about the availability of medicinal supplies, suggesting that if they were depleted, she would seek assistance from her father, ensuring that Qiu Ruoxuan would not be left without her necessary remedies. Xian Fei pondered for a moment before cautioning her to act discreetly, instructing her not to reveal her true identity to Ji Yi. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I always alter my voice when speaking with her," came the reply. Satisfied, Xian Fei nodded and allowed her to depart. Pouring herself a cup of tea, Xian Fei's eyes sparkled with calculated schemes. She aspired to be the one who emerged victorious in the end. Just as she savored her tea, Mao Shu entered to announce that Ying Jiaoyi had requested an audience. Xian Fei frowned, questioning Ying Jiaoyi's motive for seeking her out, recalling how she had once relished in troubling Yao Marin alongside Su Fei. Was she now in a state of panic? Mao Shu whispered that Ying Jiaoyi was indeed facing graver issues, as the emperor's southern inspection had uncovered a corruption scandal in Jiangtu town. With Minister of Revenue Wu Ying under scrutiny and officials from both the central and local levels being investigated, Xian Fei's eyes widened slightly. The Wu family? The Empress Dowager's maternal family? She mused. My father, hailing from a military lineage, could offer little assistance, particularly with the Empress Dowager involved. Guo Shue reminded her that the Empress Dowager could not remain at Jiayuan Temple indefinitely, being the emperor's birth mother and the legitimate consort. Xian Fei tapped her fingers on the table, pondering. No, let me think. The emperor is not one to be swayed by filial piety. Yet, she hesitated to forfeit the opportunity to cultivate a relationship with the Empress Dowager, for should she rise again, her support would be far more beneficial than mere embellishment. However, aligning too closely with the Wu family might provoke the emperor's ire, and Xian Fei could not afford to take that gamble. Guo Shue leaned closer, whispering her astonishment at the inherent risks involved. Your Highness, the selection of talents is due next year. Fortune favors the bold. With a determined grit, Xian Fei instructed for Ying Jiaoyi to be admitted. Upon entering, Ying Jiaoyi was already in tears. Sister, I truly do not know what to do, she lamented. Xian Fei offered her a handkerchief, urging her to cease her weeping and instead focus on devising a solution. Father has been imprisoned, and my aunt remains confined in Jiayuan Temple, leaving me at a loss. Xian Fei contemplated the situation, discerning that Wu Yuan's approach had likely been orchestrated by others. This fool, while being targeted by the emperor, had still chosen to align with Su Fei against Yao Marin. She hardly believed such a simpleton could think to seek aid from the Liang family. Who sent you to seek me? She demanded. Wiping her tears, Ying Jiaoyi confessed. It was my aunt who discreetly instructed someone to write to me, claiming that you would assist me. Xian Fei narrowed her eyes. The Empress Dowager? Their interests appear to be unaligned. If Ying Jiaoyi spoke the truth, it implied a connection between the Empress Dowager and her father. With a sigh, Xian Fei acknowledged the implications of the former dynasty, expressing her own limitations in the matter. However, do not worry. I shall write to my father. He will understand. The meaning was clear, and Ying Jiaoyi exhaled in relief, realizing her objective had been accomplished. Sister, I shall never forget your kindness. The Wu family will always remember it. Xian Fei gently patted her hand. It is within my capacity to assist, but you must also prepare yourself. For the emperor is not bound by the constraints of powerful officials. Lowering her voice, she added, Have you never considered bringing the Empress Dowager back? Ying Jiaoyi offered a grim smile. She cannot return. My father and grandfather have tried before, only to meet with failure. Xian Fei was taken aback. Her curiosity piqued regarding the past actions of the Empress Dowager towards the emperor. Alas, I contemplated that the Empress Dowager, advancing in age, would find it increasingly detrimental to her recovery in such a remote location. Ying Jiaoyi understood her implication. It was merely that should the Empress Dowager fall gravely ill, His Majesty would summon her back to the palace. However, the present moment was not opportune. This card must be played only when truly desperate, as father had advised it could be utilized but once. After Ying Jiaoyi departed, Xian Fei approached the writing desk, sealing a letter to deliver to her father. In Chengqian Palace, Shiqi addressed Qi Yuan, saying, Your Majesty, Ying Jiaoyi has gone to speak with Xian Fei. Qi Yuan replied with a thoughtful hum. I anticipated as much. After all, it was the Empress Dowager who once supported the Liang family. He pondered whether to intercept the letter that Xian Fei intended to send. No need, he declared. I require no insight to discern their intentions. After sipping his tea, he instructed, You may leave. Subsequently, Qi Yuan commanded Wei Kong'an to summon Yin Zhengming. Yes, responded Wei Kong'an, but he was soon called back by Qi Yuan, who added, As for Yao Marin, restore her status to that of a Guerin. Wei Kong'an turned back, acknowledging the order, and inquired about her rank. I shall devise a means to elevate her further. Additionally, inform the Imperial Medical Bureau to select a physician proficient in gynecology to attend to her health, ensuring that the contraceptive remedies administered are of minimal harm. Wei Kong'an was already accustomed to the emperor's numerous displays of favor towards Yao Marin. It was evident that His Majesty had indeed developed genuine affection for her. After Wei Kong'an's departure, Qi Yuan approached the window, gazing at the potted plant transferred from Tian'an Palace. As autumn approached, the flowering season had passed. Yet the potted plant remained in the study, awaiting the next year's bloom. Qi Yuan mused that Song Jin'an was akin to this flower, destined to linger by his side through the years. Even if it were to wither, it would find its resting place in his courtyard. Nevertheless, he would not allow the flower to wilt. He would ensure that its blossoms flourished vibrantly. Chapter 58. Jin'an at the crossroads. By the end of September, a gentle autumn rain began to fall, bringing a crisp chill. Upon returning from her visit, Song Jin'an changed her attire and retreated indoors to carve a birthday gift for Qi Yuan. In her hands, she held a piece of jade, lamenting as she carved. "Had I known, I would have used wood instead." Windling, overhearing her, chuckled, "The treasury holds ample jade. We are not lacking in this one piece." Song Jin'an raised her head, teasingly replying, "How is it that you, Windling, are more extravagant than I?" Windling smiled. "If the birthday gift delights His Majesty, he shall bestow upon you even more exquisite treasures." Continuing her work, Song Jin'an murmured to herself, "You speak true. Who would have thought our Windling has become so clever?" 2 days later, satisfied with her jade carving, she stretched and was about to call for Mama Ling when she saw Chang'an hurrying towards her. Truth be told, every time she saw Chang'an approaching in a hurried manner, she felt a sense of trepidation, for it often signified trouble in the palace, which could inadvertently involve her. However, this time her apprehension was misplaced. It did not concern her, but indeed, there was news from the palace. "My lady, Lady Zhang from Jianyun Hall has collapsed from poisoning. The Empress has summoned everyone to attend." Lady Zhang? Chang'an, well aware of her lady's poor memory, clarified. "She's the one who once cautioned you about gaining weight." Setting down her jade carving, Song Jin'an instructed, "Allow Jinling to assist me with my grooming." Upon her arrival, all had gathered except for the ailing Xuanfei. She is now the enchanting Yao Marin. After a respectful greeting, she noticed the frowns etched on the faces of the crowd. Yun Ruoyan's voice remained gentle yet authoritative. "The Tian'an Palace is quite distant. Let us take a moment to rest." Soon, the sound of Zhang Jiyu's sobs echoed from within. "I must see His Majesty." Lan Xiuyuan expressed her concern. "Your Majesty." Yun Ruoyan rose. "His Majesty is preoccupied with state affairs and cannot attend. I shall go in to check on the situation." Though she cited the demands of governance, everyone understood that the emperor simply lacked the inclination to come. With so many concubines in the harem, it was unreasonable for him to adjudicate every issue that arose. If he were to intervene in every matter, what role would the empress serve? When it comes to concern, it is better left unmentioned. The sovereign they are burdened with is heartless. Most troubles in the harem are resolved by the empress. If that fails, they turn to the emperor. Should he be in good spirits, he might dispatch someone to investigate. However, if his mood sours, everyone suffers the consequences. Jing Xiui observed the Yao Marin, Song Jin'an, who sat at the end of the line. Yet, times have changed. With a favored concubine, the emperor is no longer the aloof ruler he once was. She could guarantee that if today's incident involved Song Jin'an, the matter would be thoroughly investigated by nightfall. Lowering her gaze to her own abdomen, she thought, unable to lose even a single child. What more could she do? A bitter smile crossed her lips. "Shun Jin'an, you are not so remarkable. It has only been a few years since your demise, and he has already found another affection." The names Shun Jin'an and Song Jin'an lingered in her mind, deepening her contemplation. Indeed, the heavens do not forsake the desperate. Beside her, Song Jin'an was also lost in thought, pondering that the harem is hardly a place for humanity. This was her repeated lament. The position of empress, with its golden salary, did not evoke envy within her, day in and day out presiding over disputes, while having to witness her husband in the embrace of others. That was not the worst of it. The most disheartening aspect was that she was perpetually adjudicating cases involving her husband and his young concubines. When Yun Ruoyan emerged, She felt the pained gaze of Song Jin'an upon her. Ignoring her, she, like the emperor, believed that Song Jin'an possessed a certain acumen that others lacked. Thus, anything she did, whether abnormal or not, seemed to be of little consequence. Zhang Jiu had lapsed into unconsciousness, and the imperial physician was still investigating. "Ladies, you may return for now," Xianfei suggested, covering her mouth. "Since my sister Jing Xiui, I have suspected foul play within the palace. This incident is likely the work of the same perpetrator. Your Majesty, you must investigate thoroughly." Yun Ruoyan suppressed her inner agitation. "I shall ensure that justice is served for Jing Xiui and Zhang Jiu." Rising, she commanded, "Everyone may leave. Let Zhang Jiu rest." The empress was the first to depart, with Song Jin'an trailing behind, her rank being lesser. What was the purpose of summoning everyone? As they passed through the garden, they encountered Chun Pin, who had been specifically waiting for Song Jin'an. That day, she had followed Xianfei, not intending to make things difficult for the Yeomayan. It just happened to coincide. She dared not intervene, yet she was reluctant to stop it. After all, she had not committed any wrongdoing. Even if something truly went awry, so many witnesses were present, and Xianfei could not place the blame solely on her. However, she had not anticipated that the Yeomayan, so fierce and audacious, would regain favor. Who would have thought the emperor favored the bold? Yet, was Xianfei not more audacious than the Yeomayan? Upon returning, Chun Pin reflected that the Yeomayan would not so swiftly lose her standing. From her act of shielding the enchanting Yao from harm, it is evident that Yao will continue to bask in her glory for some time to come. Having just ascended to the rank of a concubine, she cannot afford to cultivate more enemies, especially since her counterpart enjoys the emperor's favor. Thus, she believes it prudent to clarify and distance herself from any misunderstandings. The pure concubine hastily assisted Song Jin'an, who was attempting to pay her respects. "Sister, please rise." Song Jin'an smiled, responding, "What are you saying, Your Highness? I am beneath you." As soon as she uttered these words, the pure concubine began to sob. Taken aback, Song Jin'an wondered what was troubling her. "Why are you crying? Are you still blaming me?" But at that time, I dare not oppose Su Fei, my dear sister. Understanding dawned upon Song Jin'an, and she smiled gently. "I harbor no grievances against you. Do not overthink it." The pure concubine's tears ceased, and she asked, "Really?" Upon seeing Song Jin'an nod, she softly reassured her, "Do not be disheartened. The emperor was merely angry. Once he calms down, your position will be restored." Song Jin'an continued to nod, grateful for the comfort. The pure concubine gazed at Song Jin'an, who stood quietly before her. Despite the minimal adornment, lacking even the slightest tint on her lips, she exuded an undeniable beauty. The allure of her eyes, complemented by a captivating beauty mark, rendered her enchanting rather than seductive. Jealousy stirred within the pure concubine. If she possessed such a visage, would the emperor not bestow his affections upon her? With her maternal family's backing, she would undoubtedly eclipse even the likes of Xianfei and Su Fei. As Song Jin'an departed, she paid no heed to the pure concubine's unspoken thoughts. The Tianyao Palace was the furthest from the Jianyan Hall, and the back-and-forth journey was exhausting. With a smile, Song Jin'an remarked, "It is getting late. I shall take my leave." The pure concubine snapped back to reality and nodded, agreeing, as she watched Yao's graceful figure retreat. Her slender waist and soft yet resilient form inspired a plan. She turned to her trusted maid and commanded, "Go into the commoners and find women skilled in the arts of seduction. Devise a way to bring them into the palace for me." The maid was taken aback. Within the palace, noble ladies prided themselves on their status, often looking down upon the alluring practices of common courtesans. Hesitating, she inquired, "Your Highness." The pure concubine scoffed, "The emperor is a man. I refuse to believe that he would not be drawn to a figure as elegant as mine, especially when compared to Song Jin'an." When Song Jin'an returned to Tianyao Palace, she found a man clad in a dark dragon robe inspecting the seal she had just carved. The blood jade accentuated his long, fair hands. She greeted him, and he acknowledged her with a grunt. "You have returned?" Song Jin'an responded affirmatively, internally lamenting, "Goodness, both of your little wives are bedridden, and you come here as if nothing is amiss, as if I am destined to outlive them. She inquired, why do you not go to the Jianyan Hall? Before she could finish, he interjected, do you wish for me to go? Song Jin'an, sensing the ambiguity in his tone, tightened her smile and shifted the subject. This is a birthday gift for you, Your Majesty. The emperor examined the small seal, marveling at the lifelike flower carved at the top, with Song Jin'an's name inscribed at the bottom. He asked, why does it bear your name? Song Jin'an pointed out, it also reads, Jin'an is here, Jin'an is here, I will always be here. The emperor paused, looking at her, and Song Jin'an returned his gaze with a bright smile. He would forever remember that day when Song Jin'an, illuminated by the light, smiled at him, her eyes gleaming, and declared, Song Jin'an will always be here. He regarded this as a promise. However, later, the deceiver reneged on his word. Qi Yuan held her tightly, insisting that one must honor their commitments and not betray them. Song Jin'an was embraced not in the typical sense, but rather, Qi Yuan bent down, resting his head upon her shoulder as they shared this mutual embrace. She patted his back gently, just as Qi Yuan would often do for her, yet she remained silent. Unbeknownst to Qi Yuan from another realm, Jin'an resonated with the lines from Li Bai's poem A Difficulty on the Journey, particularly the preceding line, The Road Diverges. Chapter 59. You have the ability to elevate me to the position of Empress Dowager. At that time, you must pay your respects to me. Qi Yuan was quite pleased with the gift Song Jin'an presented. However, the return gift from Qi Yuan left her utterly astonished. Who could have anticipated, dear family? In a moment of joy, Qi Yuan elevated her to the rank of 3rd grade. Yao Zhaorong. Qi Yuan further remarked that each of the 9 concubines could occupy only one position. Ying Zhaoyi had not committed any grave transgressions deserving of demotion, yet he was also reluctant to promote her. Thus, he could only place Song Jin'an in the role of Zhaorong. Song Jin'an genuinely wished to voice her discontent, but she opted for a more tactful approach. Isn't this rather inappropriate? I have not accomplished anything noteworthy. The others may have objections, and the pressure on me is immense. She implored Qi Yuan, please, spare me. Our humble Song family cannot withstand such grand expectations. Regrettably, Qi Yuan seemed oblivious to her resistance, asserting, everything is in my control. You simply need to await your promotion. Unbeknownst to Song Jin'an, the notion that Qi Yuan would be concerned about the opposition from court officials was the greatest irony. Presently, the court of the Hua dynasty lacked any true power players, only the singular authority of the emperor. He was a ruler skilled in the art of power. Song Jin'an tugged at his sleeve, gazing up at him. Your Majesty, you cannot always shield me. There will inevitably be oversights, and most importantly, you must attend to state affairs. I cannot continually trouble you. Qi Yuan felt a sense of relief, akin to a father whose daughter, who worries over every detail, begins to consider his well-being. He lowered his gaze, a hint of a smile dancing at the corners of his eyes. Have you considered my situation? You must grow and learn and navigate these intrigues. Upon hearing this, Song Jin'an released her grip on his hand, feeling exasperated. Qi Yuan, truly, there's nothing more to discuss. If I possessed such capabilities, would I still be fretting? Why can't you use your intellect? She continued, if it were within my power to be wise, I would undoubtedly be exceptionally clever by now. Is intelligence something one can simply will into existence? Qi Yuan sighed. All right, speak your mind. What shall we do? Song Jin'an cautiously proposed. What if we consider a promotion to Shurong? Qi Yuan turned, his voice deepening ominously. What exactly are you afraid of? I am right behind you. Accept what I offer and be at ease. Startled by his sudden ferocity, Song Jin'an gazed at him in shock. Qi Yuan's heart softened as he looked at Inen. I wish to provide you with the best, yet every time you bow to others, I feel it is unjust. Song Jin'an should be the one receiving bows. Song Jin'an appeared touched, but internally she scoffed at the arrogance of Qi Yuan, thinking, we have met the most times. I have offered you most of my bows. Why don't you elevate me to the status of Empress Dowager? Then you too must bow to me. Embracing him, she said, Your Majesty, you are too kind to me, to the point that I may become increasingly greedy. Qi Yuan gently replied, Stay by my side, and whatever you desire shall be granted. However, as Song Jin'an nestled against him, her eyes widened in alarm. something felt amiss. She had only intended to be polite, hoping Qi Yuan would reciprocate the formality. But why did he insist on her remaining by his side? This was not the first time he had said such a thing, wrapping her arms around his waist. She hoped her concerns were unfounded. After Qi Yuan departed, Song Jin'an sat at the entrance, pondering. She turned to the wind chimes behind her and asked, "What do you think of His Majesty's feelings towards me?" Ling Er, standing behind her, gazed at her mistress's nape. She recalled hearing elders say that a flat head signifies a prosperous fate, as it is fitting for wearing an official hat. Yet, the curvature of her mistress's head seemed to contradict that notion. His Majesty is quite attentive to the Empress. Attentive? Song Jin'an propped her chin on her hands, contemplating whether Qi Yuan genuinely cared for her. She found it hard to believe. Lacking confidence in this matter, she was convinced that love must be grounded in reason. What could possibly captivate him? Her appearance? Qi Yuan was not one to be swayed by mere looks. Yet, she deemed herself devoid of any other allure. Just as he failed to find a reason to love her, she found herself unable to love him. For the first time in her 30 years of singlehood, Song Jin'an pondered her own romantic inclinations, only to arrive at a disheartening conclusion. She realized, after much reflection, that she felt unworthy of love. Suddenly, she straightened up, exclaiming, "How can this be?" Ling Er, startled by her abruptness, stepped forward with concern. "Your Highness, what is troubling you?" Song Jin'an turned her head and asked, "Am I lovable?" Ling Er smiled and, in a manner reminiscent of soothing a child, exclaimed that her mistress was the most adorable. At that moment, Conqing happened to pass by and inquired about the meaning of adorable. Song Jin'an, who had just been smiling, froze. Indeed, adorable was a modern term that they should not comprehend. Yet, how did Ling Er know it? She hadn't uttered that word before. Ling Er then explained that adorable means innocent and endearing. Song Jin'an gazed at Ling Er in shock, astonished. How did she know the meaning of that word? Rising, she faced Ling Er and asked, "Do you know about Ultraman?" Noticing her mistress's unease, Ling Er questioned, "Your Highness, what is wrong?" Song Jin'an took her hand and led her toward the inner chamber. Once inside, she turned and grasped Ling Er's shoulders. Taking a deep breath, Feng Ling was momentarily stunned by her mistress's words. "What are you saying? What does the chicken want? Where did the chicken come from?" Song Jin'an frowned. "You don't know? What about Ultraman?" Feng Ling was taken aback. "What is Ultraman? What is wrong with you?" Noticing her genuine confusion, Song Jin'an questioned, "Then how do you know the meaning of adorable?" "That is what you said," Feng Ling replied. Song Jin'an pointed at herself. "I said that. When did I ever say that?" Feng Ling pondered. "It's been many years, hasn't it? You hadn't even entered the palace at that time." Song Jin'an stumbled slightly. Feng Ling quickly stepped forward to steady her. "What is wrong with you today? Please don't frighten me." Song Jin'an placed her hand on Feng Ling's arm, trying to regain her balance. Before entering the palace, her mind was in turmoil. Could it be that the original body was also a traveler? Or had she already crossed over? Recalling the images that flashed through her mind while riding earlier, her expression grew unusually solemn. Slowly, she made her way to the couch and sat down. "Feng Ling, please leave me for a moment. I need some quiet." Feng Ling had sensed something was amiss and dared not leave her alone. "Your Highness, what is truly the matter? Please don't frighten me with your strange words." Upon hearing this, Song Jin'an reflected, "I used to speak like this, didn't I?" Feng Ling nodded. "Yes. Sometimes you would say such things and claim you were just making them up." Song Jin'an took a deep breath. "No, I read in a book. Your master is quite knowledgeable about the past and present." Feng Ling smiled. "Indeed, you know many stories, even more intriguing than those told by the storytellers." Song Jin'an feigned pride. "Of course. Now, please go out. I wish to rest for a while." As Feng Ling turned towards the door, Song Jin'an called out once more, "Feng Ling, have I changed much since entering the palace?" Feng Ling turned back and reassured her, "Your Highness, you need not worry. Aside from that half-year of silence after waking from your faint, you have not changed much at all." Feng Ling believed her mistress was referring to the palace's effect on her demeanor, but in her eyes, nothing had altered. The emperor treated her with a unique tenderness, even safeguarding her innocence and simplicity. "Well, I'm not worried. I thought I had matured," Song Jin'an mused. Once Feng Ling departed, Song Jin'an's shoulders sagged. She realized she had not crossed over at the age of 17 as the original did. It might have been even earlier. Her purpose in the palace election was to seek Bai Yu, the only plausible explanation she could conceive. On this serene autumn day, so tranquil it seemed almost surreal, the world of Song Jin'an was shaken by unprecedented turmoil. She was eager to uncover whether the original body was merely another traveler or if she was, in fact, Song Jin'an. Rising to her feet, she decided to ride again. Just like the last time, memories flashed through her mind. The more she recalled, the closer she would come to understanding her true self. Yet, just as she was about to open the door, she hesitated. Standing behind the door, the sunlight filtered through the cracks, casting delicate shadows. It felt akin to a scene from a movie. Indeed, movies were such distant concepts. Ultraman, film, roses, the odd and the even, all served as reminders that she was out of place in this world. Song Jin'an placed her hand that was about to open the door back down, calming herself as she realized that she could not ride out impulsively, lest Qi Yuan grow suspicious. With a long road home ahead and the ever-watchful wolf, Qi Yuan, behind her, the pressure weighed heavily on Song Jin'an. She returned to her seat and took a deep breath. Just as she was inhaling, a knock sounded at the door. "Master, the matter concerning Lady Zhang has reached a conclusion. The Empress has summoned you to Fengxian Palace." Song Jin'an opened the door, raising an eyebrow at the swiftness of the summons. Unbeknownst to the Empress, while all the noble ladies were gathered in the Jiangyan Hall, she had quietly dispatched someone to search the palace, and now it seemed they had found something. Nodding, Song Jin'an indicated it was time to go. Upon arriving at Fengxian Palace, not all had assembled. Only Ming Fei, Xu Fei, and a few other noble ladies were present. After exchanging pleasantries, Song Jin'an took her seat, eager to witness the unfolding palace drama. She mused to herself about the day's ever-changing plot, delighting in the immersive experience. Soon enough, when everyone had arrived, Yin Ruoyan spoke up. "Today, I have invited you all here, as you must be aware of the situation. The poison affecting Lady Zhang was not administered by an enemy, but rather by one of her servants who mistakenly provided her with pastries containing peanuts, to which Lady Zhang is allergic, resulting in the symptoms of poisoning. Every single person in attendance, with the exception of Song Jin'an, found this explanation hard to believe. When Song Jin'an turned to discuss the matter with Qi Yuan, he set down his chess pieces, observing her with a serious gaze as she focused intently on their game of Gamoku. She seemed utterly unconcerned, choosing to think only when absolutely necessary. "Song Jin'an, do you truly believe this explanation?" Without lifting her head, she replied, "Could be anything but true?" A silence enveloped them as Qi Yuan gazed intently at her. Is this truly credible? Why would the Empress fabricate such a story? Qi Yuan, exasperated, set down his pieces and pointed at her, nearly driven to distraction by her demeanor. "Why do you accept such a grandiose explanation without question?" Song Jin'an, now thoroughly displeased, retorted, "How is this grandiose? There are indeed cases of severe allergic reactions leading to shock. The Empress would not resort to such a far-fetched excuse." Qi Yuan had no intention of engaging with her over the term grandiose. "Then what do you suggest?" Understanding the implication, Song Jin'an recognized that Qi Yuan was about to commence his little lecture. Teacher Qi playfully tapped her on the head. "Though Lady Zhang speaks without thinking, her straightforwardness has led to her being overlooked and neglected." As Song Jin'an listened, she sensed something amiss. "Your Majesty knows Lady Zhang's character?" She was baffled, given that Qi Yuan usually showed little interest in the affairs of the harem. "It is only natural for me to be aware of the dynamics within my own palace," he replied, raising his voice slightly. Taken aback by his sudden outburst, she exclaimed, "What s with the outburst, Qi Yuan? Just because, doesn't T mean you need to shout?" Qi Yuan prided himself on his ability to remain unflappable in any situation, yet before Song Jin'an, this composure crumbled. Her casual remarks had the power to infuriate him. "All right, your Majesty knows. Can you then explain why this is not credible?" Qi Yuan adjusted his posture, incredulous. "When the Empress made that statement, did you not question its validity?" Song Jin'an blinked, her confusion evident. "Why should I? It has nothing to do with me. Why waste my mental energy?" Qi Yuan gazed into those innocent, clear eyes, large yet not foolish, certainly not astute. Zhang Jiu had not merely ingested peanuts. The poison was derived from the Aristolochia plant, inducing a state of deep, unyielding slumber. Song Jin'an was taken aback. Could it truly be that someone poisoned Zhang Jiyu? Who could it be? Qi Yuan glanced at her, noting that the Aristolochia had been discovered in her garden. Song Jin'an abruptly stood, pointing at herself in disbelief. Me again? Why am I perpetually implicated in this nefarious scheme? Qi Yuan clicked his tongue, refraining from directly accusing her. Why are you so agitated? It was the emperor who stated that it was found in your palace. With a sigh, Song Jin'an sat down, lamenting her misfortune. What kind of luck is this? Qi Yuan, contemplating the chess pieces, inquired, if the empress were to publicly declare this, how would you prove your innocence? Song Jin'an waved her hand dismissively, adopting a posture of complete resignation. It matters not. Let it unfold as it may. I cannot think of a solution. Qi Yuan's voice turned cold. Do not provoke my ire, Song Jin'an. With a forlorn expression, she replied, I am indeed beseeching you. I lack the capability to navigate this. Yet, her brow relaxed as she added, fortunately, your majesty and the empress trust me. Otherwise, I would have perished long ago. Qi Yuan frowned, admonishing her, do not speak of life and death so lightly. In the future, when faced with such matters, you must. Ouch! Song Jin'an interjected, rubbing her head. Startled, Qi Yuan rose and approached her. What troubles you? He asked, noticing her discomfort. My head aches, she replied, burying her face in his embrace, the slightest movement exacerbating her pain. Qi Yuan sighed, conceding, well, you have me and the empress. In his arms, Song Jin'an stifled a laugh, feeling reassured. The emperor and empress were her steadfast allies. She mused that sharing this experience with anyone would be met with disbelief. Chapter 61. Each time such promises were made, Song Jin'an felt like a heartless woman. She lifted her gaze to him, asking, Your Majesty, have you grown accustomed to such a harem? Qi Yuan, unfazed by her boldness, caressed her delicate back. Indeed, I have grown accustomed to deception, to contemplating every angle, and to the absence of sincerity. You need not adapt. I shall assist you. Song Jin'an fell silent, nestled within Qi Yuan's embrace. I may never fully acclimate, but I am no longer overwhelmed by fear or shock. Qi Yuan remained silent, reflecting that her simplicity and lack of fear were indicative of his own shortcomings. He ought to protect her fragile spirit, should he not? Yet this girl, cherished by the Song family, was now driven to madness by his harem. It was his failing. He leaned down, kissing the top of her head. Anin, you will always accompany me, will you not? Song Jin'an, eyes closed, felt a familiar wave of apprehension wash over her. Each time such a promise was made, she felt like a cad. Nevertheless, she responded without hesitation, I will not leave. Jin'an will remain. Yet, internally, she sought to absolve herself. Qi Yuan, this is not my fault. After all, you are the one with the power to take my life. She reasoned, if you were merely my boyfriend, I would never make such commitments if I intended to leave. But you are not. Our relationship is unequal, and thus I am not obliged to you. So do not dare to accuse me. After this self-reassurance, Song Jin'an surprisingly concluded that it was all Qi Yuan's fault. Indeed, it is far too easy to blame others without reflecting upon oneself. Jing'an Palace's Jingzui gazed at the approaching Wei Qinggan, murmuring about the auspicious temple of Xingshan and the pursuit of personal cultivation. With a bitter smile, she wondered how quickly the emperor had uncovered her intentions. May I have an audience with His Majesty? She inquired. Wei Qinggan respectfully replied, Your Highness, why must you trouble yourself? His Majesty has shielded you from public scrutiny, and that should suffice. What bond do I share with the emperor, if not for my sister? Jingzi retorted. The following day, during the morning greetings, her unexpected proposal to visit Xingshan Temple for self-cultivation astonished everyone. Yin Ruoyan observed her sister, realizing the emperor had shown leniency. Rest for a few months, and if you require anything, do not hesitate to send someone to inform me. Take care of yourself there. Concubine Xian, still harboring resentment from their last encounter, offered a cold mockery. Sister is kind-hearted. She will surely feel at home in Xingshan Temple. Yet, concubine Shu pondered the recent incident involving Zhang Jiyu and wondered if the emperor had intervened on her behalf. Ah, Song Jin'an, how remarkable you are, protecting your sister even in death. Song Jin'an, though uninterested in such matters, was not naive. She comprehended the situation but could not fathom why Jing Zui seemed intent on targeting her alone. Furthermore, Jing Zui's demeanor appeared far too tranquil for impulsiveness. On her way back, Song Jin'an encountered Jing Zui by the roadside. After exchanging formalities, Jing Zui gently asked, "May I have a word with my sister?" With caution, Song Jin'an regarded her. Jing Zui smiled. "There are so many of us here." Song Jin'an could not muster a smile. "Your Highness, may I inquire, do you truly despise me?" Jing Zui lowered her gaze. "Not exactly. I merely see in you a reflection of my sister." Song Jin'an was rendered speechless. "What is this nonsense? Am I merely a substitute?" Furrowing her brow, Song Jin'an seemed to misinterpret. "You wish to harm me simply because I resemble your sister?" With a nostalgic expression, Jing Zui confessed, "I loathe her." Song Jin'an, bewildered, replied, "Are you unwell? You despise your sister, and thus, because I bear a resemblance to her, you detest me as well?" Shun Jingyi observed Song Jin'an, stating, "The more His Majesty favors you, the more discomfort it brings me, reminding me of the days when I envied my sister's affection with the emperor." Song Jin'an nodded in understanding. "Ah," she mused, "so my sister bears a striking resemblance to your Highness's sister?" Shun Jingyi shook her head, gazing at Song Jin'an's stunning visage. "Perhaps it is merely the presence of the character in your name." With a chuckle, Song Jin'an remarked, "But Wei Kangan's name also contains it. Why do you not harbor disdain for him?" Suddenly enlightened, she continued, "By your reasoning, the emperor's favoritism towards Wei Kangan must stem from this in character as well. So, does this mean anyone with an in their name is simply a substitute for your sister?" Shun Jingyi paused, casting a perplexed glance at Song Jin'an. With a gentle smile, Song Jin'an added, "Your Highness, why must you look down upon me? Just because I'm easily ensnared does not imply I lack intelligence." Unable to contain herself, Shun Jingyi retorted, "Were it not for the emperor, would you still be alive?" With a hearty laugh, Song Jin'an exclaimed, "So, you believe your misdeeds are justified?" Then she added, "I see now. You wish for me to misconstrue the emperor's affections, convincing me that I am merely a substitute, rather than genuinely cherished? Pray tell, Shun Jingyi, what name do you bear?" Unable to recall, Song Jin'an was not overly troubled, observing the displeased expression on Jing Xiui's face. She questioned why such clumsy tactics were employed to ensnare her for this trivial matter. Surely, a direct approach would have sufficed. Why choose the path of self-destruction? Shun Jingyi, with a cold demeanor, remarked that the other S words were far too foul and suggested a cleansing of her tongue. Song Jin'an withdrew her hand that had obstructed Shun Jingyi, bidding her farewell. Watching as Jing Xiui hastily departed, she mused that perhaps everyone shared a similar level of intellect. Turning away, Song Jin'an skipped along cheerfully. Qi Yuan, arriving just in time to intervene, chuckled at the sight of Song Jin'an's lively exit, the corners of his eyes crinkling with amusement. This was one of Song Jin'an's charms. She seldom dwelled on matters deeply. Had it been another woman, she would have succumbed to sensitivity over such remarks. Who could have anticipated rebutting with a eunuch? Wei Kangan stood behind, bent over, uncertain whether to laugh. Yet he was an innocent bystander in this affair. Qi Yuan departed to ensure Jing Xiui was looked after. Shun Jin'an's sister could not possibly be so foolish. Upon arriving at Tianya Palace, Xinyan appeared. "Your Highness, His Majesty requests that you prepare your attire for an evening excursion outside the palace." Song Jin'an's eyes sparkled with delight. "Really?" Xinyan, stifling a laugh at this amusing scene, confirmed. Song Jin'an rose, allowing Mama Ling and others to assist with her grooming, thinking that Qi Yuan was indeed commendable. He deftly managed sweet date, keeping her firmly in check. Yet, she was somewhat satisfied with this sweet date, though she resided within the palace. She needed to step outside occasionally to breathe, otherwise she might go mad. Thus, she appreciated such outings from time to time. Once in a carriage, Song Jin'an embraced Qi Yuan and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Qi Yuan, momentarily taken aback by the kiss, quickly regained his composure. "Why do you behave this way at all times?" Song Jin'an pouted playfully, I see you quite enjoy it, pretending to be serious. With a playful glint in her eye, she lowered her head in feigned contrition. I acknowledge my mistake. I shall be more mindful next time. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan's dissatisfaction resurfaced. Only now do you realize your error? With a beaming smile, Song Jin'an leaned in for another kiss. Indeed, I know my faults yet choose not to amend them. Chapter 62. It was evident that Qi Yuan had developed a romantic disposition before her. Song Jin'an was led to a private room in a restaurant, where she beheld her mother and elder brother. If her assumptions were correct, the man beside them must be her father. Tears welled in her eyes as she exclaimed, "Father, Mother." The three members of the Song family hurriedly bowed. Qi Yuan, in a calm voice, interjected, "No need for excessive formalities. Today is simply a celebration of Anin's birthday. So let us forego etiquette." Song Madam grasped Song Jin'an's hand, saying, "Anin, look at what your mother has brought you." As Song Jin'an turned her gaze to the dining table, she noticed a large, round cake adorned with 19 small red candles. With a smile, Song Madam remarked, "This cake follows the steps you used before. It turned out quite well, wouldn't you agree?" Shock coursed through Song Jin'an as she realized she was not merely transported from 2 years past. The larger candle in the center signified her 19th year, a unique detail from her Song wonder in the 21st century. Her face gradually paled as she struggled to maintain composure after a prolonged effort. Tears streamed down Song Jin'an's cheeks, and she found herself at a loss as to why she wept. Perhaps it was the joy of being surrounded by family on her birthday. Or perhaps it was the despair of realizing that the journey home was far more arduous than she had anticipated. Madame Song gently wiped the girl's tears, urging her not to cry, for today was her beloved daughter's birthday and should be filled with joy. "Thank you, Mother. Now I shall make my birthday wish." With her eyes closed, Song Jin'an's original wish to return home transformed into a heartfelt desire. May the Song family, her father, mother, and elder brother, be blessed with health and prosperity. May her brother ascend to great heights. May Qi Yuan's reign endure, and may all his affairs flourish. May Song wonder return home swiftly. Upon opening her eyes, she blew out the candles. Throughout the festivities, Qi Yuan remained silent, observing the girl before the Song family, a well-behaved child, gentle, sweet, and with a touch of playful charm. Madame Song tenderly served her dishes, while the two men, perhaps constrained by the presence of their emperor, exhibited a certain reticence. As Song Jin'an savored the food Madame Song offered, she used her serving chopsticks to place a portion into Qi Yuan's bowl. He looked at her, his gaze drawn to the sparkles in her eyes, which, after shedding tears, appeared even more vibrant and clear. With a smile, Song Jin'an expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Qi Yuan patted her head without uttering a word. "I should be the one to thank you, for you have added a splash of color to my life." Later that evening, Song Jin'an played with the gift her brother, Song Jin'ha, had given her, a mechanical wooden box. She mused to herself about the ingenuity of ancient artisans. This exquisitely crafted box, adorned with intricate carvings of small animals, concealed various secret compartments and drawers. "Why do you like it so much?" Qi Yuan inquired with a sidelong glance. Song Jin'an lowered her head and replied, "Indeed." Then she paused, sensing a shift in Qi Yuan's mood. Raising her gaze, she added, "What brings me the greatest joy today is the presence of Your Majesty." She nestled against his shoulder, sitting in his lap, facing him. "Today, I greedily made 3 wishes." With a raised eyebrow, Qi Yuan prepared to hear her wishes, only to hear her cheekily declare, "I cannot say them. If I do, they won't come true." Qi Yuan gently nudged her nose with his, whispering softly, "No one will hear, for I am the emperor, and your wishes will surely come to pass." Song Jin'an thought to herself how audacious Qi Yuan was, lacking any modesty. In a hushed tone, she replied, "First, I wish for my lord to live 1,000 years. Second, I wish for my health to remain steadfast. Third, may we, like the swallows upon the beams, meet year after year." No sooner had she finished speaking than Qi Yuan pressed his lips against hers. The kiss began tenderly, gradually deepening into an intimate embrace, and as they parted, Song Jin'an gasped for breath. Qi Yuan murmured softly, "I am fortunate to have you," and then Song Jin'an felt that Qi Yuan was undoubtedly a master of romance. Had she been a bit more infatuated, she would have certainly succumbed to his charms. Yet by the following day, her thoughts had shifted. It was evident that Qi Yuan had succumbed to infatuation long before she did. In the Chengxian Palace, she listened to Xi Nian's explanation regarding her restoration to rank and elevation to Yao Zhaorong, a fabricated tale of the beautiful Yao Mei who had saved the emperor, which stood as a testament to Qi Yuan's own romantic inclinations. She watched as Qi Yuan approached from the court, directly asking, "Xi Nian has informed you, hasn't he? You are to rest here for the next few days and not venture anywhere." Song Jin'an stepped forward, stammering, "No, your majesty, this. What do you mean? Do not be alarmed, thinking of yourself as some bewitching consort while I am the incompetent ruler. I shall not allow your brother to benefit from shortcuts, nor will you be involved in court affairs." Song Jin'an gaped, "Isn't this cheating?" Qi Yuan regarded her with an unspoken understanding, his expression conveying that it was indeed he who had assisted her during her previous transgressions. Realizing this, Song Jin'an reluctantly fell silent, her heart at ease, and she reclined again, returning to her morning tea and pastries. As Qi Yuan rose to change his attire, upon his return, Song Jin'an remained seated. Yao Zhaorong. The unfamiliar title made her feel somewhat disoriented, and she looked up, bewildered, at the source of the voice. Qi Yuan intended to question her about why she did not attend to him while dressing, as other consorts typically would, but for some reason, he hesitated to voice it. A slight smile graced his lips. "Is it to your liking?" he inquired. Song Jin'an nodded. Qi Yuan took a seat opposite her, and Wei Qinggan stepped forward to pour tea. After swallowing a sip of water, Song Jin'an asked, "Your Majesty, where exactly am I injured?" "Your heart." Teetering on the brink of peril. Her eyes widened slightly. "How long must I lie here?" Qi Yuan, harboring ulterior motives, knew that with such a severe injury, mobility would be difficult, necessitating her convalescence in the Chengxian Palace. It was conceivable that she could remain unconscious for 10 days or even half a month. However, Song Jin'an did not share this perspective. "Does this mean I must lie in the Tianyao Palace every day?" She had scarcely begun to smile when the next statement felt like an earth-shattering revelation. "Your injury is too severe for movement, requiring you to recuperate in the Chengxian Palace. You may remain in a state of unconsciousness for an extended period." Song Jin'an immediately thought to retort, "What nonsense is this? It's akin to taking sick leave together with the boss or the homeroom teacher. Isn't that more torturous than merely reporting for duty every day?" Qi Yuan swiftly countered her unspoken thoughts. "Your palace is not as discreet as mine. If the truth were to leak, you would be guilty of deceiving the emperor. After all, no one would believe that the current emperor would engage in a charade merely to elevate a consort status, especially considering the current ruler of the Hua dynasty was known for his unpredictable nature. Who would trust that he would take such convoluted measures to ensure a consort's peace of mind?" Yet, Qi Yuan did just that, and, as a result, those in the know, including Wei Qinggan and Xi Nian, no longer regarded Song Jin'an as an ordinary consort. The emperor's treatment of Yao Zhaorong was far more considerate than that of his great-grandfather towards the esteemed Guofei. The latter cared only for the affection shown, without regard for her future or public sentiment. In contrast, the current sovereign was meticulous and thoughtful, endeavoring to provide Song Jin'an with a sense of security under his protective wing. In the past, Qi Yuan would never have spent so much time contemplating such matters. Those who opposed him were dealt with decisively. However, in the case of Song Jin'an, he adopted a different approach, exercising caution to ensure her path was as safe as possible. Chapter 63. She did not wish her subjects to know, thus they remained oblivious. Song Jin'an was unaware of Qi Yuan's maternal instincts, tirelessly worrying over every detail. Yet, she was acutely aware that this was the third time she had been drawn to bed during the day. "Qi Yuan, your selfishness is evident, isn't it?" She gazed despondently at the dragon patterns on the tent, allowing Qi Yuan to dress her. "Your Majesty, I still feel that my presence here disturbs you." Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, gently pinching her ankle, causing the golden bell to chime softly, accentuating her delicate skin. In a deep voice, he reassured her, "Do not worry. I do not feel disturbed. On the contrary, I regret only suggesting 10 days or half a month. It should have been longer." Qi Yuan pressed his lips against the motionless Song Jin'an, lifting her into his arms. Song Jin'an instinctively wrapped her legs around his waist and kissed his lips. Her hair was unkempt, cascading behind her in a disheveled manner, giving her a charmingly sleepy appearance. "I wish to have red bean porridge," she said. "Very well." Qi Yuan set her down on the hard couch, adorned with a luxurious fox fur blanket, which served as her cushion. Song Jin'an couldn't help but marvel at her fortune as a favored consort, especially being the beloved of a young and handsome emperor. How fortunate she felt, being cherished by such a powerful ruler. She mused that this journey through time had not been in vain in the modern world. A person like her would never have experienced such grandeur. Since the day she realized she had crossed over, she had been in a daze. If it were up to her nature, she would never have actively sought to enter the palace. She would have found ways to avoid it. The only reason she would willingly step into the palace was to seek by you. With this thought, everything made sense. She had long been in this world and had known that Bai Yu was the one who brought her here. Thus her entrance into the palace was to find him. Eventually, she discovered Bai Yu was in the Prince Yang's residence, and in her attempts to leave the estate, she fainted and lost her memory. But why did I lose my memory? She pondered, pinching her cheek sharply, wincing at the pain. Qi Yuan observed her. "What troubles you now?" With a rosy cheek. Song Jin'an smiled and remarked, "I thought I was dreaming." After all, it was such a melodramatic tale. She could not have imagined such a convoluted journey in her dreams. Qi Yuan, however, believed she was simply in disbelief regarding his affection for her. "You must be more cautious and composed. You cannot act so recklessly in public. You must carry yourself with the dignity befitting your rank." Song Jin'an pouted. "Here we go again." Reluctantly, she replied, I know. "Oh, are you feeling emotional?" Qi Yuan teased. Song Jin'an feigned a smile. "No, I understand your good intentions." Qi Yuan nodded, intending to continue his lecture, but then noticed Song Jin'an rising from a resting place and heading toward the door. Startled, Qi Yuan quickly blocked her path. "Where do you think you're going? You are still ill and shouldn't be getting out of bed." Song Jin'an paused. "I had no intention of leaving. I merely wished to open a window, as it is raining outside." Qi Yuan withdrew his hand, fully aware that the absent-minded girl might indeed attempt to step outside. Song Jin'an opened the window, gazing at the gentle autumn rain. It was now October. She observed the rain outside, realizing that each autumn shower heralded the chill of winter. Qi Yuan sat behind her, watching the little girl with her back turned to him, sighed, and moved closer to embrace her from behind. Feeling his warmth, Song Jin'an leaned into his embrace, watching the autumn rain fall. In another place, Yin Fu gazed out at the rain. Upon first hearing about Yun Yan, he was filled with disbelief, unable to fathom that Song Jin'an would risk her life for the emperor. Yet, the recent flurry of activity within the imperial physician's quarters, coupled with Song Jin'an's peculiar behavior, stirred doubts within him. Listening to the report from the dark guards of the Yun residence, he learned that their investigation into the veracity of Yao Zhaorong's injuries had yielded no results, as the security in the Chengxian palace was notably more stringent than usual. Yun Yan, with a pen in hand, wrote with an air of nonchalance, displaying a composure that belied his youth, rivaling that of his father. The physicians were indeed bustling in and out, and a grave atmosphere enveloped the Chengxian palace. As his subordinate hesitated to continue, Yun Yan, without lifting his gaze, remarked that General Qiu wished to enter the palace but was intercepted by Prince Yong. This did not come as a surprise to Yun Yan. Qiu Xian was often impulsive when matters concerning Jin'an arose, yet he pondered why Prince Yong had acted first. He could not believe it was mere coincidence. It was evident that Song Jin'an was indeed entangled in interests with Qi Xingqian. Lowering his eyes, he focused on the intricately carved paperweight on his desk. The purple sandalwood paperweight, inscribed with the words "There are always winds in the mortal realm, filling my 10,000 and 8,000 dreams," was a gift from Song Jin'an. A cold voice broke the silence, instructing Zheng Shu to exercise caution, as the emperor was still investigating. "Yes," came a reply. "Prepare the carriage. We shall head to Prince Yang's residence." If Yun Yan's conjecture was correct, Song Jin'an had disregarded his objections to enter the palace in search of something significant. That particular item was with Prince Yong, and based on his understanding of the prince, he would not engage in a transaction that would lead to a loss. As he rolled up the scroll, he mused that Song Jin'an, despite years of companionship, had always kept him at arm's length. Upon his arrival, he found Qi Yuan alone, contemplating the chessboard. "I pay my respects to your highness, Prince Yuan." "No need for excessive formalities. Rise," came the response. Yin took a seat opposite Qi Yuan, expressing gratitude for his intervention with Xian. "It was nothing. I happened to come across it," Qi Yuan replied. Yin gently stroked his fingers, inquiring, "Your highness? Did you intercept him for Xian's sake or for the sake of the empress?" Qi Yuan shifted his gaze from the chessboard to Yin. "Does it matter?" Yin chuckled softly. "Is it not of importance? Jin'an has been searching for something. If I am not mistaken, it is here with you." A smirk played on Qi Yuan's lips. "You have known her for many years, yet you are unaware of what she seeks." Yin pursed his lips, acknowledging the truth in that statement. Perhaps the Song family was privy to the information, but they were deliberately reticent and cautious regarding this matter. Qi Yuan set down a chess piece and wiped his hands. "What she seeks is not within my possession, and I am powerless to assist." Yin rose, thanking the prince for the information, stating he would check on Xian. "Do you not wish to know what she is searching for?" Yin did not turn back, simply replying, "If she does not wish for me to know, then I shall remain unaware." Qi Yuan observed his upright figure and kindly cautioned, "There are those loyal to the emperor within my residence, so speak with care." Xian was bound in another chamber. Yin chose not to remove the cloth gagging him. "Why must you act so recklessly?" Xian glared at him, frustration evident in his eyes. "The truth of this matter is still unknown. Did you foolishly charge into the palace without thinking?" His gaze shifted downward, indicating the cloth that silenced his words. Yin feigned ignorance and continued, "You are well aware of Jin'an's character. She would not easily put her life on the line." Xian attempted to speak, but bound to the chair with cloth stuffed in her mouth, she could only glare at Yin. Yin yanked the cloth away and cast it aside. Contrary to expectations of a furious outburst, Xian despondently remarked, "Having just been caught in the rain, I resemble a forsaken little wolf dog, feeling wronged and sorrowful. Anin has developed feelings for his majesty. Otherwise, she would not have risked herself for him." A pang of concern gripped Yun's heart, yet her expression remained impassive. She was now a consort of his majesty, who cherished her. It was only natural for her to feel a flutter of emotions. However, the affection of an emperor, sweet as honey, could also be as lethal as poison. Yin scoffed. "You ought to be more concerned about your sister, consort Xian. Isn't your family the most antagonistic toward her in the palace?" Xian stammered, "But I cannot control that madwoman. Even my father is helpless against her." Yun's gaze turned cold, showing no regard for a friend's dignity as she brazenly threatened, "If you cannot manage her, I can. Should there be another incident, consort Xian will cease to exist." Chapter 64. All considerations were ultimately undone by her subsequent amnesia. By mid-October, Song Jin'an's injuries had significantly improved. Qi Yuan had no reason to keep her any longer and could only release her back to Tianya Palace. Previously, Song Jin'an had perceived Tianya Palace as nothing more than a cage, but her perspective had shifted, compared to the lecherous dragon often coiling around her in Changqian Palace. Tianya Palace felt much cozier. Cradling the plump bird, Song, she mused, "Did you miss me, Song?" The golden bell parrot, with its eyes glistening, stared at its lively mistress in bewilderment. "Your Highness, your injuries." Song Jin'an smiled and lifted her head. "Ah, speaking of injuries." I recalled Qi Yuan's countless admonitions before my departure, urging me to keep my wits about me and not to expose any secrets, not even to those closest to me. Song Jin'an's acting had improved significantly. The bird was light enough for her to manage. The servants in Tianya Palace had reddened eyes. Jinling choked back tears. "You nearly scared us to death." His Majesty sealed off the entire Changqian Palace, and we were unable to enter. Song Jin'an smiled, handing the parrot to Changgong. "Am I not fine?" Feigning weakness, she added, "Mama, please help me to bed for a moment's rest." Mama Ling's voice was uncharacteristically gentle. "All right. Allow me to cover you with a quilt. Your Highness, please rest for a while. I shall prepare some porridge for you." With a smile, Song Jin'an replied, "Thank you." Once everyone had departed, she climbed back up and rushed to the dressing table, rummaging through the jewelry she had brought from outside the palace. Previously indifferent to these trinkets, she now found them increasingly aligned with her aesthetic. Once, she had regarded them as unworthy of her touch out of respect, but now things had changed. She had to rely on these remnants to piece together her past. Gazing at the exquisite jade pendants and jewelry, she found nothing of significance. With a deep sigh, she languidly returned to her bed. This is troublesome. As she pondered, a knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. "Your Highness, Consort Ming has arrived." With a swift roll, Song Jin'an burrowed under the covers. "Please let my sister in." Upon entering, Consort Ming found the seemingly frail Song Jin'an, yet her complexion appeared quite favorable. Ming Fei approached gently, inquiring if you were all right, expressing her concern with a soft sigh. "You frightened me terribly," she added. Song Jin'an smiled, reassuring her elder sister. "Thank you for your worry. I feel much better now." Ming Fei sighed, noting how well the emperor had cared for you, remarking that you had not lost weight. Upon hearing this, Song Jin'an felt a pang of guilt, for Qi Yuan had previously mentioned that no one in illness could consume such an abundance of food. To enhance realism, he had deliberately restricted her intake. Song Jin'an immediately protested, for during her illness, the royal kitchen had only prepared congee and light broth for her, devoid of any flavor. It was only when dining with Qi Yuan that she could sneak a taste of something more sumptuous. She gazed at the man with a pitiful expression, recalling how the emperor had once promised he would not allow her to go hungry. Qi Yuan, unable to bear it any longer, remained impassive, stating that it was a special time. Song Jin'an leaned in to kiss the man's cheek, asserting that her well-being would prove the emperor's regard for her. With no choice left, Qi Yuan waved his hand towards Wei Kong'an, instructing him to fetch a bowl of red bean soup, adding that he desired to eat as well. Snapped back from a reverie, Song Jin'an offered a shy smile to Ming Fei, explaining that the emperor provided her with superior supplements daily, which contributed to her recovery. Ming Fei sighed, asking, "Have you developed feelings for the emperor?" Song Jin'an remained silent, leading Ming Fei to interpret her silence as acquiescence. "So, you do not wish to leave the palace?" Song Jin'an continued to hold her silence. Ming Fei sighed again, lamenting, "I urged you to guard your heart, yet you have let it slip away." However, it is not surprising, as he is the emperor. After all, what is more shocking than the cold finding warmth, the indifferent showing tenderness, and those in power exhibiting favoritism? It is only natural for a young girl like Song Jin'an to be swayed by her emotions. Ming Fei chuckled softly, stating that it was also pleasant for her to have companionship within the palace. She patted her hand, assuring her, "I will assist you with the other concubines. If you need anything, come to me, understood?" Just as Ming Fei stood, preparing to depart, her hand was suddenly grasped. "I wish to leave the palace, but I must wait for news from Qi Xingtian." Ming Fei frowned, questioning, "What is your true purpose for entering the palace?" After some time, "You contemplate escaping?" While others may be oblivious, she was aware that both Yun Yin and Xiu Xian had attempted to manipulate the selection process to ensure her disqualification, with Xiu Xian even planning to petition for marriage. However, Song Jin'an had rejected the proposal, leading Xiu Xian to suggest selecting her as a maid in her palace, promising to release her after a few years. Yet, before any action could be taken, the emperor, due to a hunting expedition, had preemptively chosen Song Jin'an during the selection. Reflecting on this, Ming Fei felt a surge of frustration, adopting a more serious tone. "Do you realize that your actions could implicate the Song family and endanger your brother?" Song Jin'an opened her mouth to reply, contemplating the notion of a tragic demise as a means of escape, given the numerous deaths in the harem each year. However, she soon recognized why she had chosen to remain inconspicuous back then. It was all in preparation for her potential escape. After all, it would not be surprising for an uncherished concubine to perish in a fire due to negligence during a crisis. Yet, given her current status as a favored consort, the possibility of even a spark igniting was exceedingly remote. All these contemplations were ultimately undermined by her later amnesia. The Ming concubine gazed at the young girl, who opened her mouth yet found herself at a loss for words. Her lips pursed in silence. With a sigh, she warned, You would do well to abandon any thoughts of causing turmoil and losing favor. You are surrounded by wolves, and only His Majesty will protect you and the Song family. Should you encounter misfortune, not only will you suffer within the palace, but your family will also be oppressed by other officials in the court. Song Jin'an's countenance fell. The Ming concubine, sensing her unease, inquired once more, "Did you hear me?" Song Jin'an nodded, responding, "I understand, you need not worry." After the Ming concubine departed, Song Jin'an could no longer contain her anguish, exclaiming, "What is this all about?" She felt trapped. Moving forward was impossible, yet retreating was equally unfeasible. Why must everything be so contrary to her desires? Could she not have a smoother path and see her wishes fulfilled? On her way back to the palace, the Ming concubine spoke softly to the eunuch supporting her. "Yao Zhaorong's health is stable. She is recovering well." Meanwhile, Yin Yin sat composedly in Fengxian Palace. Yin Ruoyan sighed. "Why must you concern yourself so? The more you care, the less father will tolerate Yao Zhaorong." Yin Yin took a sip of tea, replying, "What are you saying, sister?" "I am here for Brother Song." Yin Ruoyan's tone cooled as she admonished Yin Yin. He set down his teacup, affirming, "I am aware of my own heart." Yin Ruoyan recognized her brother's usual rational demeanor, marked by restraint and courtesy. However, the matter of affection was the most trying for the mind. She sighed, hoping for the best. She is not gravely injured. She has already moved back to Tianyao Palace. Yin lowered his gaze, concealing the sudden surge of emotion within. His voice remained even. "Has she truly been hurt?" Yin Ruoyan responded with an affirmative hum. "You should return. Even as the Empress, I cannot keep you here for long." With his purpose accomplished, Yin promptly rose and declared, "I take my leave." Yin Ruoyan watched her brother's retreating figure, recalling how she once asked him about his feelings. He had claimed disinterest. Why then did he now concern himself to such an extent? Yin remained silent, continuing his measured stride. He appeared perpetually composed and courteous, contemplating 10 steps ahead with every move. All his impulses were directed towards that young woman. On his way back, his personal guard, Cheng He, posed a similar question. "Young master, why did you not directly request the Empress to wed Miss Song?" Yin gazed toward the location of Tianyao Palace, responding, "She would not consent." Song Jin'an would not wish to be confined within a singular domain. He could not offer her the life of wandering through the world. He bore the weight of familial honor, and marrying him would only bind her to the domestic sphere, subject to societal expectations of a respectable woman. Yet, what was her purpose for entering the palace? Had she truly come to cherish the emperor and willingly remain within these walls? If she were to develop feelings for him, would she then be content to stay by his side? Yin was uncertain if his excessive caution had cost him a critical moment. In late October, Song Jin'an and Yao Zhaorong completed their coronation ceremony, clad in a deep crimson, 12-layered silk gown that swept elegantly across the ground. Her ebony hair adorned with a floral agate hairpiece encrusted with jewels, and white jade pearls cascading upon her forehead. Her flawless complexion radiated an exquisite beauty that took one's breath away. The inner palace guards set up a ceremonial canopy outside the main palace, while the eunuchs arranged offerings and incense within. Guided by the court ladies, Song Jin'an knelt in the northern position, reciting the decree and performing the 6 solemn bows of reverence. According to the words of the elder Ling, there remains much to be done. However, Qi Yuan has chosen to spare her, citing that Yao Zhaorong has just recovered and her frail condition does not permit excessive exertion. The Ministry of Rites expressed no objections, for who would not wish to undertake less labor? A formal acknowledgement of the heavens and ancestors suffices to deem the ceremony complete, thus maintaining decorum. After receiving the ceremonial gifts, Song Jin'an returned to the palace, only to encounter Qi Yuan waiting at the entrance of the main hall. She paused beneath the grand gate of Tianyao Palace, with a courtyard separating them. Their gazes met. Qi Yuan beheld the elegant and dignified woman before him, the jewel that adorned her forehead having been taken from his brocade robe, resting upon her brow and settling deep within his heart. He extended his hand, and Song Jin'an smiled as she stepped towards him. Embracing Qi Yuan, she exclaimed her exhaustion. He gently patted her and reiterated his concern. unwilling to concede defeat. Song Jin'an protested her fatigue. Qi Yuan, with both hands, lifted her and carried her inside. In a calm voice, he remarked that they had completed the formalities, thus officially elevating her to the rank of a third-grade consort. Song Jin'an was well-versed in what he was about to say. She must not act recklessly nor endure everything in silence, yet she must also adhere to propriety. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, questioning her understanding. She nodded, fully aware, having heard it repeated countless times, her ears nearly calloused from the admonitions. However, she cannot guarantee her compliance. A sense of security must be self-generated. She did not trust that the man before her could shield her from all calamities. How long had they truly been together? How deep could their feelings run? It was prudent to remain clear-headed. Song Jin'an removed the heavy hairpin from her head and stretched her neck. Observing this, Qi Yuan gently massaged her nape. The Empress Dowager was returning to the palace. Song Jin'an turned, raising her gaze to inquire about the Empress Dowager. At the mention of her, Qi Yuan's expression darkened slightly, though he did not let it show overtly before Song Jin'an. Nevertheless, she sensed his discomfort. Qi Yuan murmured for her to keep her distance from the Empress Dowager. Uninterested in the conflict between mother and son, Song Jin'an simply nodded in agreement. He continued, explaining that the Dowager had returned after a serious illness and might require the consorts to attend her. In such cases, she must not endure silently. Else the Dowager would take advantage and seek solutions from the Empress and himself. Alarmed by this admonition, Song Jin'an felt restless. Keeping her distance was manageable, but facing her in close quarters would be quite daunting. Qi Yuan observed her suddenly troubled expression and waved his hand dismissively, stating that he would inform the Empress not to assign her to attend the Dowager. He understood that, given Song Jin'an's favored status, his mother would undoubtedly complicate matters. Throughout his life, anything he took an interest in had been ruined by her, for in her view, an emperor must transcend all emotions and desires. Rising to her feet, Song Jin'an queried whether the Empress Dowager would disapprove of her. Qi Yuan nodded affirmatively, clarifying that it was not due to her own shortcomings, but rather because the Dowager favored those who were not favored, seeking to assert her authority in managing the harem and ensuring equitable treatment for the emperor. Song Jin'an grasped this insight. The Empress Dowager relished the role of a savior. Reflecting on this, she felt a surge of danger, for she was, after all, the favored consort. Did not society's stereotypes of favored consorts paint them as arrogant, ruthless, and beguiling? Thus, Song Jin'an discovered that she was, in fact, the antagonist of this makeshift troupe. No longer composed, she gazed at Qi Yuan in terror. Qi Yuan met her gaze and reassured her, "There is no need for such fear. I am right behind you." Yet, Song Jin'an found no solace in his words. It was only when he acted as her human amulet, trailing her in every endeavor, that she felt secure. Aren't dramas often rife with the trope of luring a tiger away from its mountain, diverting the protector, and then targeting the innocent flower? When Song Jin'an delicately expressed her concerns, Qi Yuan fixed her with a peculiar stare, recalling the day she had forcefully submerged Xianying's head into the water tank. How could she dare to claim she was a delicate flower? Meeting his eyes, Song Jin'an asked, "Why do you look at me like that?" Qi Yuan gently patted her head. "Do you think you might treat the Empress Dowager as you did Xianying?" Panic-stricken, she grasped his hand and declared, "Your Majesty, I am not mad. I would never act so disregardfully." Qi Yuan remained silent, envisioning the possibility of someone provoking his mother, which surprisingly seemed appealing to him. After Qi Yuan departed, Song Jin'an seized Ling Mama and inquired, "Is there discord between His Majesty and the Empress Dowager?" Initially indifferent, she now understood that this mattered deeply, as it could determine whether the Empress Dowager would direct her ire towards her. Ling Mama nodded, "Your Highness, it would be wise to maintain some distance." Song Jin'an, exasperated, retorted, "What good will distance do? Even if I keep away, she will still seek me out to create trouble. Has the Empress Dowager committed egregious acts?" Ling Mama affirmed. The Empress Dowager was coerced by His Majesty to go to Zhaoyuan Temple. In the past, she made things difficult for His Majesty's Eastern Palace due to her dissatisfaction with his refusal to marry a woman from the Wu family as the crown princess. She even forced the pregnant Song Jin'an to consume a potion for abortion. Later, Song Jin'an was poisoned, all because the crown prince favored her over others. At that pivotal moment, Qi Yuan was preoccupied with the power struggles of the previous dynasty, neglecting matters within the inner court. Little did he anticipate that the Empress Dowager, in her favoritism towards her younger son Qi Shun, would intentionally create unrest in his household. After all, Qi Shun was obedient, having married the woman from the Wu family. This was also why Qi Yuan resolved not to allow his consorts to conceive again after their first child had tragically been stillborn. It was a pity for Song Jin'an. No matter how ambitious or shrewd one might be, they could not withstand the forces of power. Furthermore, the Empress Dowager, in her efforts to support Qi Shun, sought to render Qi Yuan incapable of fathering children. When Qi Shun plotted to assassinate his elder brother, the Empress Dowager's complicity shattered Qi Yuan's heart. Upon ascending to power, Qi Yuan executed those treacherous royal brothers under the charge of treason and sent the Empress Dowager to Zhaoyuan Temple. Song Jin'an gaped in shock, staring blankly at Ling Mama. In a hushed voice, Ling Mama confided, "Your Highness, I risk great disrespect in sharing this. But I wish for you to understand that you must firmly align yourself with His Majesty. The Empress Dowager is not to be trifled with." Song Jin'an's mouth fell agape, her realization dawning that palace intrigues could be so merciless. In the face of power, even mother and son could become enemies. Ling Mama patted Song Jin'an's hand, harboring her own selfish desires, for she had grown exceedingly fond of this mistress. There is no pretense in her kindness. She seldom loses her temper, and sometimes, like a little girl, she playfully acts tenderly towards you. Lady Ling, having lived a life without children, yearns deeply for a daughter to be close to her. Thus, aside from her absolute loyalty to His Majesty, she genuinely wishes for the young girl to find joy in abundance. The purpose of this lengthy discourse is merely to ensure that the girl remains aware and prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Song Jin'an closes her mouth and gently pats Lady Ling's hand, reassuring her, "Do not worry, I am aware." At this moment, she finally comprehends the strange look Qi Yuan had cast upon her earlier. It was not worry over her impulsiveness, but rather concern regarding her restraint. As they brushed past each other, Yun Yan's hand inadvertently touched Song Jin'an's. During Song Jin'an's audience that day, the Empress addressed the assembly, stating, "The Empress Dowager has been ailing for long, and in filial piety, His Majesty intends to summon her into the palace." The concubines, upon hearing this, collectively remarked on the Emperor's benevolence and filial duty, though their expressions varied. Among them, the most delighted was the favored concubine Wu Yuan. With the Empress Dowager's return, it was certain that His Majesty would not neglect to visit her palace. Observing Wu Yuan's barely concealed elation, the Empress contemplated that with the Empress Dowager's arrival, no one would enjoy peaceful days, not even her own niece, let alone her own son, during the power struggles of yesteryears. When Yun Ruoyan had not yet ascended to the Eastern Palace, she was directly wed into the palace with the honors befitting an empress. Hence, prior to her entry, her father had engaged her in a lengthy discussion throughout the night, not regarding the management of the harem, nor the responsibilities of consort, nor the glory of their family, but rather the enmity between the Empress Dowager and Qi Yuan. She vividly recalls her father's final admonition: simply follow His Majesty. If you can coexist with the Empress Dowager, then do so. If not, do not force it. His Majesty would not wish to see you ingratiating yourself to her. You must understand that today, the greatest authority lies with the sovereign. All else, even the life and death of the Empress Dowager, rests within his thoughts. Upon entering the palace, Yin Ruoyan indeed faced the Empress Dowager's harassment, solely because she did not bear the surname Wu. The Empress Dowager perceived her as a usurper of the Wu family's position. On the very first day of presenting tea, she was deliberately subjected to humiliation, with scalding tea spilled upon her hand. Qi Yuan immediately darkened his expression and pulled her away. Subsequently, the Empress Dowager was sent to Zhaoyuan Temple. Few are privy to the true reasons behind the Emperor and the Empress Dowager's animosity, as they have been meticulously eradicated by Qi Yuan. Those who are aware do not dare to speak freely. Thus, Many believe there to be a mere familial discord, unaware of the profound enmity that exists, assuming that a mother and son could not harbor overnight grievances. Yet, only she and the earlier entrant to the Eastern Palace, concubine Xian, are aware that the enmity between the Empress Dowager and His Majesty spans lifetimes. Yin Ruoyan gazes again at Song Jin'an, who is now lost in contemplation over her teacup. She senses that Song Jin'an will inevitably confront the Empress Dowager. Concubine Xian, with her head lowered, slightly curls her lips in amusement, thinking the old witch's arrival will surely be a spectacle. Not only is she the star of the show, but she wields a sharp blade as well. She looks at Song Jin'an beside her, knowing that the Empress Dowager will undoubtedly use the favored concubine as a pawn to assert her dominance. Song Jin'an, your days of ease are numbered. Shun Jing'an, far more astute and cunning than you, has not escaped the Empress Dowager's malice either. In this moment, while perceived as contemplative, Song Jin'an, who is the subject of malicious glee, remains absorbed in her teacup. She pondered the intricate patterns, marveling at their artistry. Following the conclusion of the meeting, Xianyan was confronted by Xianfei. Has your health improved, dear sister? Xianyan replied, somewhat indifferently. Much better. Thank you for your concern, Xianfei. Unperturbed by Xuanyan's frosty demeanor, Xianfei broke from her usual composure, advising, do bear with it a little longer. The Empress Dowager harbors a deep-seated jealousy towards favored consorts, as you well know. Soon, she will cleanse the harem of such aberrant influences. Xianyan scoffed inwardly. Did Xianfei truly believe she could wield her as a weapon? Others may be oblivious, but she was acutely aware of the Dowager's ruthless nature. After all, of the consorts who once graced the Eastern Palace, only she and Xianfei remained. Sister, there is no need for your consolation. Let us simply avoid trouble, she remarked. Observing Xianyan turn to leave, Xianfei discreetly signaled to Jie. After a brief silence, Jie replied, Your Highness, Xianfei's words do hold truth. I am well aware of her intention to manipulate me into fanning the flames of the Dowager's disdain for Song Jin'an. Yet I know the Emperor would not spare me should he learn of this. Jie added, Your Highness might consider emulating Xianfei, for there are many in the harem who wish for Yao Zhaorong to vanish. With a swift motion, Xianyan turned and struck Jie across the face. Do you think I require your instruction in my affairs? Jie trembled in fright, hastily kneeling to beg forgiveness. Xianyan, regaining her composure, gently assisted Jie to her feet. With Jihua gone, you are now my closest confidant. Blushing, Jie affirmed, Your Highness, I shall remain devoted until the end, serving you with utmost diligence. Upon arriving at Tinya Palace, Song Jin'an was summoned by Xianyan, who informed her of a need for ink and brushes. Left speechless, she mused whether there were truly no workers available. To Jin Ling, who followed closely behind, she instructed, Take a rest, Jin Ling. Feng Ling shall accompany me. Upon reaching the outer chamber of the Chengqian Palace study, she chanced upon the Yun family exiting. After exchanging pleasantries, Yin Xiang inquired, Are you here to see His Majesty? With a smile, Song Jin'an replied, The Emperor has summoned me. Hey, old man, do not presume to lead me into the realm of troublesome consorts. It is not my desire to intrude upon His Majesty's affairs, but rather his summons that brings me here. Yin Yan's clear voice resonated. His Majesty is inside. We shall take our leave. Hearing his son's remark, Yin Xiang cast a reprimanding glance. You impudent boy, I was not finished speaking. As they brushed past one another, Yin Yan inadvertently brushed against Song Jin'an's hand, which felt as though something had been placed in her grasp. Like a hot potato, she quickly passed it to Feng Ling, jesting that should Qi Yuan discover this in the study, it would surely lead her to the guillotine. Walking through the palace corridors, Yin Xiang eyed Yin Yan with disdain. Are you so fearful of me, making things difficult for her? Yin merely responded, His Majesty is in the study. With a scoff, Yin Xiang retorted, Do not think I am unaware of your thoughts. You would do well to suppress those inappropriate inclinations and marry soon. Inside the study, Song Jin'an idly ground ink, wondering why he took so long to write. After an hour, she mused, How can he write so endlessly? Upon completing the memorials, Qi Yuan noticed her standing there, dozing off. He cleared his throat, prompting Song Jin'an to lazily open her eyes as if nothing had transpired, and resumed grinding ink. Looking down, she saw Qi Yuan reclining in his chair, arms crossed, observing her with an amused expression. "What is it?" she asked nonchalantly. "Have you finished, Your Majesty?" Qi Yuan gently pulled the girl into his embrace. "Are you tired?" he inquired. Song Jin'an rested her head against his, replying, "Not at all. If you feel weary in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. There is no need to endure it silently." Qi Yuan anticipated her acquiescence. Yet he was taken aback by her prompt agreement, devoid of any reluctance. It was evident how little she wished to engage in labor. "Shall we stay here tonight?" she asked. "I would like some red bean soup." Qi Yuan was at a loss for words. Did she truly possess such a fondness for the imperial kitchen's red bean soup? Each visit, she insisted upon it, especially during her feigned illness when she would almost always request a bowl afterward. To maintain the pretense, Wei Qinggan would announce it was the emperor's desire. Consequently, the imperial kitchen had come to believe that he adored red bean soup, serving it every few days. Qi Yuan playfully pinched her nose, remarking that she could not indulge in sweets too frequently. Song Jin'an wrinkled her nose in response, declaring that she did not indulge often, as the matron was quite strict. A glimmer of amusement shone in Qi Yuan's eyes. Song Jin'an was perpetually entertaining. He had never witnessed anyone scrunching their nose in front of him, but her endearing antics were truly delightful. The following day, after paying her respects to the empress, Song Jin'an ushered Feng Ling into the inner chamber. Feng Ling presented her with a note. As Song Jin'an unfolded it, the words revealed, "If you wish to exit the palace, seek Dao Qian. Everything lies within my grasp." The reverse side bore a poem, and Song Jin'an's expression shifted dramatically. It was a modern poem. Could it be that her romantic entanglements before entering the palace were not singular? Chapter 67. That precious darling was still naive. Song Jin'an incinerated the note, exhaling a sigh of relief only when it had turned to ash. Feng Ling, too, breathed a sigh of relief, for she had harbored the scroll all night. Unable to sleep a wink, stepping forward, she voiced her concern. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Song Jin'an brushed off the excess ash and casually inquired, "Who is Dao Qian?" Feng Ling, puzzled, replied, "Dao Qian is a sweeper in the Empress's palace." Song Jin'an's face was illuminated by the candlelight, obscuring half of her expression. Yun Yan. He would not assist her without ulterior motives. It could only imply he sought something in return. Feng Ling gazed at her mistress, apprehensive that she might stir trouble once more. After 2 years of tranquility, why was she now reverting to her former ways? Times had changed, previously overlooked and neglected. Any slight disturbance now drew the attention not only of the emperor, but also of the other consorts, eager to find a way to undermine her. Cautiously, she spoke. "Your Highness." Song Jin'an lifted her gaze to meet Feng Ling's worried expression. "Worry not. I shall not engage in any wrongdoing." While Feng Ling had faith that her mistress would not commit any misdeeds, she was skeptical of her unpredictable nature. Calm as a maiden, yet swift as a rabbit. Generally slow and unhurried. When it came to matters she deemed essential, even the strongest of oxen could not restrain her will. Song Jin'an rose, patting Feng Ling's shoulder. "Admit it, my dear, my charm is quite formidable." With that, she exited, leaving Feng Ling in a state of bewilderment. Striding purposefully out the door, she greeted Song Song, who was in the corridor. "Good morning, Song Song." The little parrot hopped joyfully, its cheeks flushed with cheer, chirping, "Good morning, good morning." Song Jin'an was pleasantly surprised as she walked over to feed the sunflower seeds. "Hey, how clever you are, Song Song," she exclaimed, looking at the little plump bird before her. Good morning, little plump bird." The bird was amusingly delighted when Long Gung entered from outside. "Your Highness, I just received word from Fengxian Palace that the Empress Dowager's procession has arrived in the capital ahead of schedule. All the concubines must go to pay their respects to Her Majesty," Long Gung announced. Song Jin'an was taken aback. So soon? She quickly changed her clothes and rose to leave. Granny Ling had already dressed simply, yet her face, even in a burlap cover, was far from inconspicuous. Upon reaching the main gate, all the palace ladies were waiting. Qi Yuan stood at the forefront. As the Empress Dowager descended from her carriage, it was not a matron who accompanied her, but a young woman. Upon seeing her, both Consort Xian and Consort Xian's expressions changed dramatically. The Empress Dowager greeted everyone with a warm smile, projecting the image of a benevolent elder. Qi Yuan bowed to his mother, paying his respects. The Empress Dowager's eyes glistened with emotion. Good, child, please rise," she urged, lifting the young woman beside her. Just as she was about to speak, Qi Yuan interjected. "Mother, it is cold and the journey has been long. You should rest first. There will be plenty of opportunities to reminisce later." The Empress Dowager, momentarily taken aback by the interruption, seemed momentarily agitated. It appeared that her compliance in this instance suggested a future of submission. Feigning ignorance, she inquired, "Isn't the emperor going to ask about Jin'an?" Qi Yuan chuckled lightly. "What are you saying, mother? Consort Shun is no longer with us." Qi Yuan was well aware that there was a woman by the Empress Dowager's side. His subordinates, tasked with monitoring her, had never encountered Shen Jin'an, the late Consort Shun, and only noted that a woman had suddenly appeared beside the Empress Dowager, one who did not seem like a mere lady of the court. Qi Yuan paid little heed to this development. His mind was occupied with myriad affairs, and he had no inclination to ponder the Empress Dowager as possible schemes. However, upon closer inspection today, he was taken aback, not merely a resemblance, but an exact likeness. The next moment, the young woman's respectful greeting astonished all present. "I pay my respects to your majesty," Shen Jin'an said. At that moment, Song Jin'an gazed at the young woman, whose oval face and almond-shaped eyes radiated a gentle demeanor. Qi Yuan, maintaining his composure, scrutinized the individual before him. Shen Jin'an, sharing the same name and surname as Consort Shen? As Shen Jin'an knelt, she revealed that they were not only born the same year, month, and day, but bore the same appearance as well. "Your Majesty, have you truly forgotten me after all these years?" She lamented with a bittersweet smile. Qi Yuan, his expression unreadable, cast his gaze downward, his countenance cold. Consort Shen has long since passed. At this juncture, the Empress Dowager spoke with heartfelt urgency, her tone laden with remorse. "Your Majesty, this is indeed Jin'an. I have always regretted my past actions, which is why I discreetly saved her when she was poisoned and fell into a coma. You were at a critical juncture then." She glanced at Shen Jin'an, as if unable to bear the weight of her own words. "This child has been in a coma, and I had also blamed you for what happened to your brother, which is why I did not inform you of her survival." Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes. "Mother, do you think I do not trust your words?" With a sudden smile, Qi Yuan replied, "How could that be? It is cold here. Let us first escort you back to Xi'an Palace to rest, and we may discuss the rest later." Turning to the Empress, Yin Ruoyan, he signaled for her to accompany the Empress Dowager. "Mother, I shall accompany you back to the palace." "Ah, very well," she replied. The Empress Dowager gazed among the numerous concubines, her heart yearning. "Yuan-yi, come forth," she beckoned, her voice choked with emotion. "Let me take a good look at you." Concubine Ing stepped forward, gently clasping the Empress Dowager's hand. "The wind is quite fierce outside. Let us return to the palace." The others followed closely behind. As the Empress Dowager passed by Song Jin'an, she cast a fleeting glance her way before turning her gaze elsewhere. Song Jin'an lowered her eyes, and only after leading the Empress Dowager away did she lift her head to observe those ahead. Concubines Xian and Xian wore troubled expressions. Was Shen Jin'an truly alive? Once the Empress Dowager was settled, Qi Yuan returned to the Chengqian Palace. Listening to the report from 11, he learned that there was no trace of Shan Guifei's body in her mausoleum. Qi Yuan pondered, his expression tranquil, and commanded the ever-patient Lan Kai to investigate whether Shen Jin'an was indeed wearing a human skin mask. Lan Kai complied and withdrew. After everyone had departed, Qi Yuan let out a cold snort. "My mother truly is restless. At an age where she could be enjoying her twilight years, she insists on stirring up trouble, only to fall ill and return to the palace." His harem had become quite lively. Previously, he could observe it with detachment, but now, there was his precious little darling amidst the chaos. That darling was utterly naive, believed to lack guile, yet at this moment, she sat in the Xi'an Palace, witnessing the harmonious performances unfolding within the harem. Chapter 68. Qi Yuan's absurdity surpassed even that of his forebears, aiding his favored concubine in palace intrigues. The performance seemed never-ending. After the Empress Dowager's song, Song Jin'an began her own. She had even enlisted her old colleagues, concubines Xian and Xian. With tearful eyes, Song Jin'an reminisced. Do you remember when we watched the peach blossoms together? You said they lacked fragrance. Concubine Xian forced a smile, unsure how to address Song Jin'an, as the emperor had yet to acknowledge her status. However, Song Jin'an persistently called her sister, inadvertently accepting the title of Guifei for Song Guifei. Had she not passed, perhaps she would have held a concubine's title herself. Concubine Xian remained in a daze. Song Jin'an was alive? Song Jin'an turned to concubine Xian, asking, "What troubles you? Are you in shock?" Concubine Xian awkwardly smiled. "Indeed, I am so overjoyed that I am at a loss for words. I never expected my sister to still be alive." Song Jin'an smiled, revealing her charming dimples. "Yes, I am alive. I will need your assistance in navigating the palace." Concubine Shu observed the deep sisterly bond among the women, while the elder entering from the East Palace formed a tight-knit group, isolating the newcomers and even neglecting the empress. Song Jin'an wielded her gentle blade with finesse, subtly undermining others without raising any suspicion. She was genuinely reminiscing. If one perceived her camaraderie as exclusionary, that merely revealed their own pettiness. However, Song Jin'an clearly underestimated the cunning of those in the palace, all of whom had grown up in domestic rivalries, well versed in the intricacies of feminine wiles. The empress smiled gently, inquiring, "Is Miss Shun in the care of the Empress Dowager, or shall I arrange her accommodations?" The Empress Dowager interjected, reminding I have stated, "She is Shun Guifei." The empress, unflustered, maintained a composed demeanor, but spoke with resolute clarity. What mother has said is true. Yet the emperor previously announced that Shun Guifei had passed. It would not be untimely to compensate Miss Shin once everything is confirmed. The Empress Dowager struck her hand down forcefully, her voice tremulous. "Do you not trust me?" The queen remained respectful, placing the blame squarely upon the emperor's shoulders. "Your Majesty, please forgive me, but I must also consider the dignity of the Son of Heaven." The implication was unmistakable. As soon as the emperor spoke of the demise of consort Shun, his legitimate wife, it was hardly a matter of consequence for her mother to slap him in the face. The Empress Dowager suddenly coughed violently, prompting Ying Zhaoyi to rush forward. "Aunt, please do not be angry. The queen is not only your daughter-in-law, but also the empress. She must consider the emperor's position as well." Wu Yuanyi could not feel any joy. She had hoped that the Empress Dowager's return to the palace would bolster her, only to find that she had brought back a resurrected consort Shun. Did this mean she would now have to compete not only with Song Jin'an for the emperor's favor, but also contend with Song Jin'an for the Empress Dowager's affection? The Empress Dowager, regaining her composure, declared, "Since you all refuse to acknowledge her, Jin'an shall naturally remain by my side to prevent anyone from causing her harm." Casting a meaningful glance at Xian Fei, Xian Fei remained unfazed, thinking to herself how shameless the Empress Dowager remained. It was she who had administered the abortifacient. How could she dare to utter such words? Song Jin'an internally scoffed, recognizing the Empress Dowager's prowess in palace intrigue, akin to an Oscar-winning performance, unmatched by any. The Empress Dowager waved her hand, stating, "I am still unwell. You may withdraw for now." Once the crowd had taken their leave, she dismissed Ying Zhaoyi and squinted at Song Jin'an's retreating figure. Addressing Song Jin'an, she remarked, "When I was the crown princess, I witnessed the favored Ye Guifei, who was undeniably gifted in beauty, but today, seeing Yao Zhaorong, I find her even more exceptional." Song Jin'an had also noticed this. Upon alighting from her carriage, she immediately discerned that this striking beauty was destined for favor. It was clear that the emperor was not a superficial man who loved only appearances. So why had he favored Yao Zhaorong for so long? One could only conclude that she possessed an extraordinary intellect and keen insight. Song Jin'an then commented that this individual must harbor profound schemes and intelligence, for the emperor would not be drawn to the dull-witted. The Empress Dowager glanced at her, hoping that was indeed the case, but reminded her, "Do not forget the emperor is also a man." Song Jin'an calmly replied, "If Yao Zhaorong were truly devoid of wit, and merely a pretty face. How could she have so skillfully won the emperor's repeated promotions? Qi Yuan is not like the late Emperor Taizu. Furthermore, she had heard that this woman had bravely shielded herself from knives, possessing both courage and cunning. And amidst such favor, she remained grounded, outwardly gentle, but a formidable opponent. At this moment, Song Jin'an was unaware that on her imminent path of vying for favor in the harem, the true rival she perceived as formidable was not Song Jin'an, but Qi Yuan himself. Qi Yuan was more unpredictable than Taizu, supporting favored concubines in their palace battles. In Tianyao Palace, Qi Yuan lightly kissed the collarbone of Song Jin'an, who tilted her head back, letting out a soft hum. How do you find the daily visits to the Empress Dowager's palace? Song Jin'an, lost in passion, merely murmured in response. However, a gentle bite from Qi Yuan elicited a sharp gasp and a complaint. What was that for? Qi Yuan tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing her flushed face and vibrant tear mole. I am asking you a question. After a moment's thought, Song Jin'an felt indifferent, noting that the daily audience was merely an additional formality. Thus far, she had encountered no imagined difficulties. Her only change was that her previous single daily attendance had transformed into two. Qi Yuan gently caressed her face and declared his intention to restore Song Jin'an to her position as a noble consort. Song Jin'an responded with a soft acknowledgement. Qi Yuan, dissatisfied with her reaction, took another bite. The sudden pain caused Song Jin'an to open her eyes, which had moments ago been narrowed in enjoyment. It was indeed quite normal for Song Jin'an to regain her status. However, how she had survived remained a mystery. Qi Yuan recalled Lan Kai's words, indicating that it was not merely a matter of human skin masks. Even the coffin of the consort was composed of stone. It could only be inferred that Song Jin'an was merely a pawn left by the Empress Dowager. The Dowager had not relinquished her aim to manipulate and control him. How could his mother, having endured so much, fail to recognize her son's true nature? Observing the silent Qi Yuan, Song Jin'an pondered his peculiar behavior, questioning yet remaining reticent. Dissatisfied despite her inquiries. Why was the Empress Dowager becoming increasingly muddled with age? The thoughts of Yin Xiang from the Yun family mirrored those of Qi Yuan. If the emperor was not swayed by filial piety, how could he be constrained by sentiments for the deceased? He was not a man bound by romantic affections. Despite his singular devotion to Song Jin'an, the Song family had not been burdened with responsibilities beyond their capabilities. Song Jin'an had not harmed offspring nor acted with arrogance to ensnare other consorts. She had remained respectful and compliant. What then was the purpose of the censor's admonitions? Were they to criticize Song Jin'an for receiving favor without bearing children? After 6 years, only Yi had been pregnant, and she had since been dismissed. Thus, who was truly infertile remained uncertain. Following their counsel, should they inadvertently displease His Majesty, it could result in devastating repercussions, revealing incriminating evidence that could cost them their lives, a fate they deemed unworthy. They believed that if death were to come, it should be in the line of honorable duty rather than for crimes committed. The censors feared that should they perish, the emperor would not grant them peace in the afterlife, forcing them to carry the weight of their sins. Yin Xiang sipped his tea, pondering whether the Wu family believed that recalling the Empress Dowager would restore their fortunes. They were well aware of the past grievances. Wuing had not only lost his position, but also his sanity. The aides nodded, considering this might be a case of trying to revive a dead horse. Yin Xiang set down his teacup and moved to exit, realizing that there was no remedy for the situation, only a quicker demise. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved that they should refrain from involving themselves in this murky affair. You must restrain Yun Yan. Should Yao Zhaorong encounter trouble, do not allow him to intervene. The aides reassured him that the young master was the epitome of reason and would not act impulsively. Yet, Yin Xiang mused it was not guaranteed. Yin Xiang had a pair of children who generally upheld decorum, but there were times when they faltered at crucial moments. After all, had Yin not almost eloped with that wild man years ago? Chapter 69. Isn't it just a matter of the white moonlight? You are the white moonlight, and I am the vermilion mole. In November of the 6th year of Chongshun, the emperor issued a decree to restore Song Jin'an's identity. Henceforth, the harem welcomed the presence of noble consort Shun. On the night of her enfeoffment, Qi Yuan visited noble consort Shun in the RUF palace. Dressed in her consort garments, Song Jin'an awaited him at the entrance, smiling as she performed her greeting upon his arrival. Qi Yuan observed the familiar dimples on her face. He settled onto the hard couch and inquired, "Why did you return with the Empress Dowager?" Song Jin'an, stowing her smile, replied, "I cannot return without her." "Are you now in collusion with her? After all, it was she who caused you to lose your child." Kneeling before him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Song Jin'an gazed at Qi Yuan and responded, "I had no choice. At that time, I possessed nothing. My life was in the hands of the Empress Dowager. Furthermore, it was she who saved me. I suppose it balances out." Song Jin'an, aware that she could not conceal the truth from Qi Yuan, decided to lay everything bare in a bid for loyalty. Qi Yuan nodded, remarking that their debts were now settled. "Thus, we two are even," he stated. Song Jin'an looked up in astonishment, her lips trembling in disbelief. "You do not know? Shen Jingyi was sent to Xing Shan Temple by me. Otherwise, your family would face imprisonment for her actions. It is only because of you that I spared them." Upon hearing this, Shen Jin'an was torn between joy and anger. The emperor's clemency towards her family suggested a lingering sense of guilt, yet that wretched Shen Jingyi had exhausted any goodwill. What was she to do? She had hoped to leverage this old affection to her advantage. Suppressing the hatred within her, Shen Jin'an bowed deeply, tears streaming down her face as she thanked the emperor for sparing her family and Jingyi's life. Qi Yuan rose to support the trembling Shen Jin'an, assuring her that she need not worry about his lack of care. "What is befitting of you as a consort, you shall not lack." However, Jin'an is the most astute. She understands what should and should not be done, does she not? His gentle words carried a veiled threat. With tears brimming in her eyes, Shen Jin'an implored, "Is it wrong for me to wish for your tenderness, your majesty?" Qi Yuan chuckled lightly. "Foolish girl, I'll take care of you." Boldened, Shen Jin'an embraced him, expressing her gratitude that he still remembered her. Qi Yuan allowed her to hold him, but did not reciprocate the embrace. He certainly recalled Shen Jin'an, a woman of comparable intellect to Yun Ruoyan, whose quiet demeanor had intrigued him during their encounters at the Eastern Palace. Yet, Qi Yuan was acutely aware that his feelings for Shen Jin'an did not parallel those he held for Song Jin'an. The sensation of being with Yun Ruoyan was altogether different, and with the Empress, their relationship was strictly that of ruler and subject. Sighing, Qi Yuan noted that it was getting late and urged her to sleep. Shen Jin'an, wiping her tears, smiled and announced her intention to change her clothes. In the main hall of Rofu Palace, Qi Yuan grasped Shen Jin'an's hand, saying, "I have had a long day. You should rest early." Shen Jin'an was taken aback. The emperor did not touch her. Had the issue during these 6 years stemmed from this? Was there something amiss with the emperor's health? Shen Jin'an spent the night awake, as did Qi Yuan. One was shocked by the emperor's secret, while the other was consumed by thoughts of Song Jin'an, spiraling deeper with each passing moment. Qi Yuan reflected on his own burdens. To ensure Song Jin'an could advance steadily, he had to shield the Song family from excessive scrutiny and also make regular visits to various palaces. He hoped that Song Jin'an would not falter in the upcoming imperial examination and remain stagnant as a mere scholar, for her sister's sake. She needed a formidable maternal family to rely upon and achieve success. Otherwise, he would have to consider finding a new family for that girl. If he were to pass, someone needed to support her. Thus, an emperor and a consort lay awake in the dim candlelight until dawn broke. After the emperor departed, Shen Jin'an wore a troubled expression as she sought out the matron assigned to her by the Empress Dowager, inquiring, "Does His Majesty no longer summon water in the Eastern Palace?" The matron replied that since the 5th year of Chongzhen, he rarely called for it, only doing so when at Qinya Palace. Shen Jin'an was taken aback, standing in shock as she realized that the emperor's favored treatment of one person was indeed manifesting. Cold Madam, true to her name, maintained a stern demeanor. The current Emperor Qi Yuan had abolished the daily records, along with the internal chronicles, deeming such eavesdropping on the emperor's private affairs distasteful. Despite the minister's previous objections, they remained silent when Qi Yuan repeatedly sent people to document his interactions with his concubines. Some with peculiar inclinations even supported this decision wholeheartedly. However, Song Jin'an held a different perspective. She sensed a looming crisis. The emperor's affection for Song Jin'an was indeed profound. To that end, he had abolished the daily records, effectively silencing the palace's myriad concubines. After all, no woman would willingly disclose that the emperor merely visited her chamber to sleep under the covers without any intimacy. Gazing into the mirror, Song Jin'an lamented her fading youth. 3 years of slumber and another 3 years of recuperation had taken a toll on her skin, which only improved through regular consumption of certain remedies. She believed that without the emperor by her side, her appearance mattered little, so she refrained from excessive indulgence. Yet now, as she touched her face, she noted that the medicinal concoctions continued to flow and a Buddhist altar was being set up in the side hall. During a greeting, Song Jin'an noticed something amiss when Shun Guifei pulled her aside with a barrage of inquiries. I have heard that during my absence over the past 6 years, the emperor has taken quite a liking to you. Today, it seems you are indeed quite clever and charming. The empress nearly spat out the tea she had just sipped. It was one thing to call her clever. To label her charming was absurd. Qi Yuan had often berated Song Jin'an for her lethargy, claiming she was as dull as a stone, needing constant prodding to accomplish even the simplest tasks. Holding back a laugh, Yin Ruoyan observed Song Jin'an, who feigned shyness and lowered her head to thank the empress for her praise. She quickly corrected, "Your Highness, you must be mistaken. I have only been in the palace for 3 years. Is that so?" Song Jin'an bit her lip, vexed that she had failed to grasp the crux of the matter. Should Song Jin'an possess the ability to read minds, she would undoubtedly smirk. Of course, she understood perfectly. The insinuation was clear. The phrase "during my absence over the past 6 years" implied that she, Song Jin'an, was merely a substitute while Song Jin'an remained the primary. Now, Song Jin'an was adopting the airs of the main consort, thanking her for providing companionship to the emperor during his less fortunate times. What of it? Both shared the character and in their names, but hers was the more prominent one. In truth, the most significant and belonged to Wei Kong'an. Let her compare herself to him if she dared. Nevertheless, she feigned ignorance, determined to vex Shun Guifei. After all, she was the moonlight while Song Jin'an was the vermilion mole. Moreover, Song Jin'an glanced at the empress, who sat observing the scene with a pitiful expression. As a woman, she was not blind to Song Jin'an's exclusive demeanor toward the empress. She was gentle with everyone else, but exhibited a seriousness and reverence towards the empress that rivaled her attitude toward the emperor. Should she fail to recognize the subtlety of this dynamic, it would be a disservice to her own intelligence. Thus, she declared, "It is my duty to assist Her Majesty in alleviating the emperor's concerns." With that statement, the room fell silent. Shun Guifei was taken aback, and the empress was equally astonished. Upon regaining her composure, the empress smiled and replied, "Look at your clever tongue. As long as you take good care of the emperor, I shall rest easy." Yin Ruoyan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Song Jin'an would speak on her behalf. Initially, Yin Ruoyan was indifferent to Song Jin'an's blatant disregard, as long as she did not trouble her or burden her with excessive litigation. The acknowledgement of her status was of little consequence. After all, she had entered the royal palace through the main gate, was duly married with the approval of the royal family, and had been inscribed in the royal genealogy as the legitimate empress. The recognition of a mere concubine held no significance for her. What did it matter if one chose to deny it? The Empress Dowager, who had once opposed her, now acquiesced to her presence as the mother of the heir. Song Jin'an believed she could vex Song Jin'an and the Empress, but to her surprise, she found herself at the receiving end of their subtle jabs. The power of language is such that while one might wield words as weapons against me, I too can transform language into a blade that pierces through the heart. In Chapter 70, Song Jin'an cast a glance at Qi Yuan, signaling him to witness her performance. Concubine Xian secretly applauded the harmonious collaboration between the Empress and Yao Zhaorong. At last, she felt a sense of relief. These past few days, Song Jin'an had incessantly dragged her into reminiscing about life in the East Palace, which was utterly tiresome. She certainly did not believe that her days spent being harassed by the old which were worth recalling. However, she found it difficult to refuse. concubine Qian, aware of her own clumsiness with words, chose to remain silent, simply responding when necessary. As concubine Qian observed the unfolding drama, she glanced at concubine Qian, wondering why she remained so composed despite having been drugged. Yin Ruoyan dismissed Song Jin'an's awkward apology with a smile and suggested they proceed to the Xi'an Palace to pay their respects. The group followed suit. Upon arriving at the Xi'an Palace, they encountered Qi Yuan, who had also arrived. As everyone bowed in greeting, Ying Zhaoyi was the first to speak. "Your Majesty, are you here to see your aunt?" Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow at Ying Zhaoyi. "Why not simply address me as your cousin?" Ying Zhaoyi's eyes lit up with excitement. "Is that permissible?" "Of course, as long as you are willing to return to being a Wu family maiden," he replied. Understanding the implication, Ying Zhaoyi promptly sealed her lips. The Empress Dowager, overhearing this exchange, feigned nostalgia and beckoned Ying Zhaoyi as the group entered to pay their respects. "Yuan, come to your aunt's side," she called. Qi Yuan sat beside the Empress Dowager, observing her little theatrics while reminding her, "Mother, the Empress and others are still here to pay their respects." The Empress Dowager, jolted from her reverie, feigned a sudden realization. "Oh dear, how forgetful I am. Everyone, please rise." As Song Jin'an stood, the Empress Dowager called out, "Is that Yao Zhaorong? Come, join me." Being summoned, Song Jin'an thought to herself, though belated, the moment had finally arrived. She approached, and the Empress Dowager took her hand, exclaiming, "You are truly beautiful. What is your name?" "Your Majesty, I am Song Jin'an," she replied. The Empress Dowager pretended to be hard of hearing, expressing surprise. "Jin'an? You bear the same name?" Song Jin'an smiled subtly. "It is Jin'an, with Jin signifying the present." The Empress Dowager, patting her chest, remarked, "Indeed, how amusing. I too am called Jin'an. But the distinction between Jin'an and Jin'an is quite apparent. Who are you trying to confuse?" The Empress Dowager glanced at Qi Yuan as she spoke. Qi Yuan smiled gently. "Not at all. I simply call her Anan." The Empress Dowager nodded in approval. "In that case, we can easily differentiate between Jin'an and Jin'an." Song Jin'an observed this exchange between mother and son and prepared herself for the time to take the stage had finally arrived. She cast Qi Yuan a glance, one that indicated her performance, refusing to fall into the Empress Dowager's manipulative ploys, pretending to discover the anger and despair of being merely a substitute for her beloved emperor. Naturally, she would not feign magnanimity either, for what if Qi Yuan failed to comprehend her act and turn against him? Thus, Song Jin'an smiled and echoed, "Indeed. What a coincidence." The Empress Dowager wore an expression of bewilderment. Could she truly not grasp the meaning behind her words? Qi Yuan averted his gaze, observing the entire scene with, how could the emperor possibly favor her? The Empress Dowager chuckled awkwardly. "You all must be tired. Please return. I find your presence quite agreeable today, so why not let you stay and attend to me?" Qi Yuan rose. "Mother, please select someone else. Yao Zhaorong shall accompany me back to attend to my writing." The Empress Dowager squinted. "Let Yuan go. She has been with me these past few days and has not adequately served you." Hearing this, Ying Zhaoyi rose, while Qi Yuan adjusted remarking, "Yao Zhaorong grinds it to my liking." He then pulled Song Jin'an closer. "I take my leave." Song Jin'an, being led away, also bowed. This humble servant takes her leave first. Yet before she could step out, the Empress Dowager sorrowfully questioned, "Emperor, do you truly wish to oppose me?" Qi Yuan remained silent, and at that moment, Shan Gufei interjected, "Your Majesty, please allow Sister Yao to attend to you just this once." I can see that the Empress Dowager genuinely favors her. Qi Yuan shot her a cold glance, causing Shan Gufei to fall silent, unable to utter a word. Song Jin'an observed Qi Yuan elevated on the pedestal of filial piety and glanced down at his tightly clasped hand. She then raised her head, smiling at the still-dazed Shan Gufei. "Your Highness, our names are so similar that even the Empress Dowager could confuse us. Why not let me remain with the Emperor? After all, the imperial decree must not be defied. This way it benefits us both. What do you think?" "So be it then, if Mother cannot differentiate. It is just as well to treat Shan Gufei as Anan," she declared, pulling Song Jin'an along. The Empress Dowager's expression darkened as she addressed the others. "Let it be as the Emperor wishes. Shan Gufei shall stay, and you may all withdraw." Once everyone had departed, the Empress Dowager hurled her teacup at Song Jin'an's feet. Who allowed you to speak on my behalf without permission? Song Jin'an remained lost in thought, still reeling from that piercing gaze. I have told you before, your priority is to regain favor, not to test the waters. Song Jin'an scoffed. Regain favor? The emperor has never favored me. How can there be a regaining of favor? In less than a moment, she witnessed Qi Yuan's protection of Song Jin'an and finally understood what true favor entailed. The Empress Dowager coughed a few times. If you cannot manage, you are nothing but a discarded piece. Song Jin'an clenched her fingers, pressing her nails into her palm. I can do it, and I will conceive a child soon. On their way back, Song Jin'an skipped cheerfully. Was my final retort not splendid? She tilted her face up to Qi Yuan, wearing an expression that sought praise. Qi Yuan playfully tapped the tip of her nose. Mine has grown clever. Song Jin'an clung to his arm as they walked. Of course, I have always been quite intelligent. Indeed, you have always been very clever. Qi Yuan, accommodating Song Jin'an's pace, strolled leisurely. What would you do if my affection for you stemmed solely from your name, resembling Shunguei's? Am I really that foolish? One might mistakenly believe His Majesty is referring to someone simply due to a name. There are others named Song Jin'an, yet one does not see you summoning them. What if the resemblance is striking? Song Jin'an exclaimed, please, I am far more attractive than she is. How could I possibly resemble her? I said, what if? Song Jin'an gazed up at the sky, pondering the what-ifs. If your Majesty truly regarded me as a mere substitute for someone else, it would cause me great sorrow. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow. Merely sorrowful? Song Jin'an rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking it absurd. She could not brazenly declare her desire to eliminate him. What could a humble concubine like her possibly say? With a smile, Song Jin'an asserted, I could never be anyone's replacement. Such confidence? Qi Yuan turned his gaze to the woman beside him, who leaned against her. Indeed, no one could surpass my beauty. Qi Yuan lowered his head, a genuine smile gracing his lips. Yes, you are not another substitute, nor could anyone else ever become yours. And it is uniquely mine. Song Jin'an smiled faintly on the surface, but within, she felt a deep sorrow. Qi Yuan, I am unworthy. I cannot reciprocate your profound affections. If I were to offer my heartfelt devotion, I might find myself plunged into an abyss of despair or face the heart-wrenching separation of mutual love. The 21st century Song Wonner cannot afford such a gamble. Chapter 71. Song Jin'an would not remain silent. She aimed to vex the Empress Dowager. In the Pepper Fragrance Hall, Ying Zhaoyi, infuriated, smashed a set of tea utensils. Song Jin'an, you are too brazen. You disregard the Empress Dowager's orders merely to be close to the Emperor, relying solely on His Majesty's favoritism. She reflected that she should have fanned the flames when Xian Fei was difficult with her. Had she perished, perhaps she would now be by the Emperor's side. Ying Zhaoyi recalled her earlier greeting and felt a surge of anger. It was truly humiliating. The Empress Dowager sent the Emperor off without acknowledgement, leaving her caught in the middle like a fool, shaking her head helplessly. Sitting in a chair, she scoffed, What good is the return of my aunt? My father still has not regained his former position, and I continue to live in this muddled state. She now realized that the Empress Dowager was unreliable and that the Emperor would not heed her counsel. How naive she had been to think the Emperor would treat her better out of respect for the Empress Dowager. When Pin's reminder rang true, she too had been foolish. The Emperor could abandon his own mother for 6 years at Zhaoyuan Temple. What made her think he would listen to the Empress Dowager? Taking a deep breath, she resolved to remain calm. This was not the time for panic. The relationship between the Empress Dowager and the Emperor was still tense. She could not act recklessly. Ying Zhaoyi clenched and relaxed her hands. If their mother-son bond improved, the Empress Dowager would merely be her aunt. If it soured, she would simply be the Empress Dowager. Ying Zhaoyi reminded herself that she was compelled to consider the Wu family and her own interests. As when Pin said, anyone could become a pawn, and one must become their own player. A faint smile curved Ying Zhaoyi's lips. Not far from the Pepper Fragrance Hall, Yu Fu-ge presented a starkly different scene. Chun Pin, gazing at her increasingly enchanting reflection, oscillated between disdain and anticipation, hoping the Emperor would find her appealing. In a few days, it would be her birthday, and surely the Emperor would not miss it. The matron observed the lady's demeanor, hesitated for a moment, then spoke, "Your Highness, might the emperor be displeased by this?" The noble Lady Chun pinched the fragrant petals of her perfume, her languorous demeanor resembling that of sly fox. As the courtesan aptly remarked, men seldom harbor anger, and the emperor, being a man, is no exception. One might ponder whether Yao Zhaorong employs similar tactics in private, striving to please His Majesty through any means necessary. Only when the emperor is well attended will he extend his favor towards her. As Chun increasingly convinced herself of this notion, she became certain that Song Jin'an had resorted to unsavory methods to ensnare the emperor's affections. Now equipped with similar skills, she believed that His Majesty would come to cherish her even more. However, Chun was unprepared for the disappointment that awaited her on her birthday, when all was set but for the arrival of Qi Yuan, who astonishingly did not appear. It was not that he had been intercepted by Yao Zhaorong, but rather by the concubine Shun. Chun's laughter turned to ire. If she could not thwart Song Jin'an, then she would target the noble lady herself. With a glint of malice in her eyes, her meticulously crafted fox-like makeup transformed her into an enchanting specter. "I am not to be trifled with," she mused. A faded old woman clinging to past affections, daring to ascend again? Rising to her feet, she gathered some tonic and declared, "Let us visit the Ruo Fu Palace. It would be quite reasonable to check on the ailing concubine." Upon hearing that Chun had come to visit, concubine Shun stood frozen at the door, her smile stiffening. She glanced at Qi Yuan, who set down his teacup and spoke warmly. "Since she has come to see you, let her enter." As Shun observed Chun's extravagant attire, she noted her captivating beauty, every smile and frown undeniably alluring. Qi Yuan, having witnessed Chun's appearance outside the palace, furrowed his brow. Such behavior was familiar to him, reminiscent of the brothels. "What a dismal state my harem has fallen into," he thought. In a voice heavy with authority, he addressed Chun, "My dear, how is it that I was unaware you hailed from such establishments?" Taken aback, Chun found herself bereft of confidence. Only fear remained. She promptly knelt, pleading, "Your Majesty, forgive me, I have never set foot in a brothel." Qi Yuan smiled faintly. "Then you must be a natural talent. The Gu family truly knows how to raise daughters." Comprehending the insinuation, Chun knelt down and bowed her head. "Your Majesty, I beg for your pardon. I truly do not understand your words. What fault could my beloved have, save for desiring to compete for favor? Yet, I must advise you, such antics are hardly befitting, having been an observer until now." Concubine Shun sensed the shift upon hearing the word compete. Indeed, in the next moment, Qi Yuan turned his gaze toward her. "You, Shun, after 3 years, have only aged." With pursed lips, Shun replied, "Does His Majesty find my age unappealing?" "It is not your age I disdain, but your folly," Qi Yuan retorted as he rose to depart, leaving behind 2 decrees. Chun, having attempted to emulate the seductive arts of the brothel, shall be demoted to the Yufu Hall for 3 months of reflection. Shun, plagued by unrelenting illness, may convalesce in Ruo Fu Palace for 1 month, exempt from morning salutations. As Shun knelt behind, receiving the edict with gratitude, Chun collapsed onto the ground in despair. After Qi Yuan's departure, Shun stood upright, casting a condescending glance at the stunned Chun. "Indeed, I have been foolish enough to compete with you." Ignoring her, Shun departed slowly, recognizing her own impatience during this period. Perfectly, she would use this month to find tranquility, for time was still on her side. The following day, the news spread among everyone, and it was easy to conjecture the details. The Empress Dowager wore a stern expression in the Xi'an Palace. After maintaining her facade of benevolence for so long, she could no longer sustain it. Each one of them was beyond redemption. Empress Shun was becoming increasingly impatient, and Wu Yuanyi was simply a dullard. The Empress Dowager turned her gaze towards Song Jin'an, unable to contain herself any longer. "Yao Zhaorong, I have heard that Gu Gairan saved your life. She is indeed your savior." Song Jin'an rose to respond to the Empress Dowager, stating, "Indeed, Gu Gairan has shielded me from harm, and I am immensely grateful." The Empress Dowager cleared her throat, ensuring her words would resonate clearly among the assembly. "So, in return for this kindness, you taught her the art of seduction?" Song Jin'an was taken aback. lifting her gaze. Your Majesty, such claims are unfounded. The Empress Dowager let out a cold laugh. Then, pray tell, where did she acquire such skills? At this moment, Ming Fei interjected. Your Majesty, the Emperor holds the utmost disdain for such vile and wicked practices and does not believe in them. If Yao Zhaorong truly possessed such abilities, she would be the first to be dealt with by His Majesty. The Empress Dowager cast a sidelong glance at her, then turned back to Yao Zhaorong. It is merely because of her elevated status that the Emperor remains oblivious. I have spent my life in this imperial harem, and I understand its complexities far better than His Majesty. This palace is a realm of darkness, most susceptible to evil forces. Ing Jiaoyi, expressing concern, suggested, if my sister is innocent, calling upon Gu Guiran for questioning should clarify matters. Yin Roy interjected, however, Gu Guiran is currently under orders for reflection and cannot leave the palace. The Empress Dowager replied sternly, I merely wish to ask her a few questions. Yao Zhaorong, what say you? Song Jin'an smirked internally, thinking, you wish to ensnare me. Do you believe I will acquiesce? She bit her lip, feigning sorrow as she spoke. It is only right for your Majesty to take charge. My beauty is undeniable, and given the Emperor's affections, your misunderstanding is understandable. As everyone awaited Gu Guiran's arrival, Song Jin'an, usually silent, suddenly opened her mouth. Merely because I am fair of face, and, as your Majesty believes in supernatural phenomena, why not consider me a celestial being sent from above? The Empress Dowager pursed her lips, unwilling to engage. Yet, Song Jin'an continued, His Majesty is diligent and industrious. How could heaven permit a true dragon to be accompanied by malevolent spirits? His Majesty is protected by the 9 dragons. Enough! Cease your prattling, commanded the Empress Dowager. Yet, Song Jin'an had no intention of silencing herself. Her goal was to infuriate the Empress Dowager. Before you see me burned, I shall ensure I provoke you to the point of fury. Chapter 72. What can you do if I protect her? Upon Gu Guiran's arrival, she found herself facing a council poised to judge her. Strangely, she still harbored thoughts of how the harem had transformed since the Empress Dowager's return. It was indeed as her mother had described, unlike the lifeless existence it once was. The Empress Dowager regarded the kneeling Gu Guiran, inquiring, tell me, did Yao Zhaorong teach you this scheme? Gu Guiran shook her head, weeping, no, elder sister, it has nothing to do with Yao. The Empress Dowager's tone softened, speak truthfully, and I shall advocate for you. You are young and easily led astray. I will plead with His Majesty to restore your position. Gu Guiran hesitated, casting a glance at Song Jin'an before lowering her head. Your Majesty, it truly has nothing to do with elder sister. At that moment, Gu Guiran's personal maid suddenly knelt, exclaiming, Your Majesty, my mistress is young and pure-hearted. Momentarily deceived by others, she committed this grave error. I implore you, Empress Dowager, to be lenient. Chung Xiang, what nonsense are you speaking? Gu Guiran exclaimed in disbelief, turning back. With tears streaming down her face, Chung Xiang addressed the noble Gu Guiran, saying, My lady, your kindness and trust in others, coupled with your deep affection for the Emperor, have led you to this predicament. I hold no blame against you. In my heart, you remain the pure and virtuous soul willing to sacrifice your life for the sake of others. Song Jin'an cast her gaze downward, observing the duo's theatrical performance, as if they were but a moment away from applause. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. If I were truly capable of such theatrics, why would I instruct your lady to vie for my affection? Chung Xiang retorted loudly, because my lady is but a mortal and thus cannot match your profound capabilities. Song Jin'an regarded her with a sinister smile. Are you so certain that I am a monster? Your family may soon face dire consequences. Leaning slightly forward, she whispered, Do you know what it feels like to have someone drain your blood while you are powerless to stop it, to feel your lifeblood being consumed? Do you comprehend the agony of a beast devouring you from your feet as you writhe in pain? Chung Xiang, a mere girl of not yet 20, was instantly terrified by this unprecedented tale of horror, breaking into tears. The majority of those present were equally alarmed. The Empress Dowager steadied her nerves. Song Jin'an, you are being outrageous. Have you threatened Guguerin in the same manner, which is why she dares not identify you? In an unusual display, Song Jin'an did not kneel, but stood, directing her gaze at the seated Empress Dowager. If I were indeed a demon with celestial powers, do you think you could still sit here? I have prayed at Jiayuan Temple for many years, blessed by the Buddha's protection, the Empress Dowager retorted. Song Jin'an scoffed lightly, tilting her head slightly. Is it true that your innocent visage has cleansed the Dowager's soul? Ing Jiaoyi scoffed. The Empress Dowager is a blessed person, having given birth to a dragon son. How could she be affected by evil spirits? Song Jin'an remained unfazed, shrugging. Who can say? Vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts delight in infiltrating the dreams of the living to claim their lives. Ing Jiaoyi stammered, Who said that? Song Jin'an smiled sweetly at her, softly replying, in the realm of the three worlds, all are subject to Buddhist law. The haunting of ghosts is but a consequence. She then turned her gaze to the visibly perturbed Empress Dowager. Surely, your Majesty is aware? The Empress Dowager sneered. You dare speak of the Buddha's words? Song Jin'an maintained a mysterious smile, while Xu Fei, well-versed in Buddhist scriptures, wore an odd expression. At that moment, Song Jin'an mused to herself, Qi Yuan, you wretched creature, I cannot stall for much longer. As if sensing her thoughts, she exhaled in relief. You have finally arrived. Had you delayed any longer, I would not have known what to say. The crowd bowed in respect as Qi Yuan entered. Let us proceed, he commanded. He then offered his respects to the Empress Dowager. With a dismissive grunt, the Empress Dowager replied, I cannot accept such honors. Qi Yuan, unperturbed, turned to the subtly approaching Song Jin'an. How is it that I am unaware of such a saying within the Buddhist texts? Song Jin'an replied. I never claimed it was a Buddhist saying. It was merely my fanciful invention. Feigning sudden enlightenment, Qi Yuan then looked at the Empress Dowager. Did I mishear? Mother, are you aware? The Empress Dowager realized she had been outwitted by Song Jin'an, and genuine anger surged within her. She pressed her hand to her chest and pointed at Song Jin'an. Take her away. However, with the emperor present, none dared to act. Qi Yuan moved to the main seat, which the Empress Dowager had vacated. Mother, Chun Pin sought out a courtesan from a pleasure house last month to train in the art of seduction. It has nothing to do with Yao Zhaorong. The Empress Dowager scoffed. How am I to know you are not shielding her? I shield her. What can you do about it? The Empress Dowager gazes at Qi Yuan, who endangers the realm. What do you think? Qi Yuan remains unfazed, his tone neither warm nor cold. Does Mother not understand? All those who posed a threat to my empire have perished. The Empress Dowager's face turns pale, yet Qi Yuan, as if oblivious, continues calmly, but there remains one. Do you know who it is? The Empress Dowager's lips tremble, unable to articulate a response. Qi Yuan instructs Yun Ruoyan, take them away. Once the crowd departs, tears stream down the Empress Dowager's face. Are you still blaming Mother? Qi Yuan remains silent. Mother, my intention in bringing you back was to allow you to enjoy your twilight years, not to create chaos in the harem. If this continues, returning to Jiayuan Temple would be the best outcome. The Empress Dowager is filled with sorrow. I act for your benefit. Look at the Empress's management of the harem. 6 years without issue. How can I justify this to our ancestors if you cast me aside? Qi Yuan, infuriated, retorts, then do not descend. I shall consider it once I have a son. The Empress Dowager appears incredulous at his response, staring at him in shock. Qi Yuan adds, moreover, there lies my first child below. Do you dare go down? The Empress Dowager, already aware of her faults, has sought penance at Jiayuan Temple for many years. Is this not enough, after all the good I've done? Qi Yuan remains silent, and Song Jin'an, with a cunning smile, reveals her insincerity. How could you not know the words the Buddha spoke after 6 years at Jiayuan Temple? He gazes at the weeping Empress Dowager. Do you know what I love most? The Empress Dowager wipes her tears, hesitating for a moment. Red bean soup. Qi Yuan closes his eyes, pondering what he is anticipating. I once adored the savory tofu pudding you made. Qi Yuan pauses, as if recalling something amusing, then smiles down and adds, however, now, I truly love red bean soup. In fact, it is the only dish I cherish. The Empress Dowager stares at Qi Yuan, who gently pats her hand. I did not frighten you. The act of accusing women of being demons and burning them belongs to the past. Should it occur in my harem, I would not let it go unpunished, regardless of who it concerns. After Qi Yuan departs, the Empress Dowager sits in silence for a long time. Qi Yuan, you cherish power, yet so do I. What can be done? I wield authority, and my actions may not be inferior to yours. Once Qi Yuan exits, he encounters Song Jin'an, who has been waiting by the door. Upon seeing him, she rushes over. We have awaited you for a long time. Qi Yuan affectionately ruffles her hair. Indeed, I watched the festivities outside for a while. Song Jin'an internally scoffs, knowing full well. She playfully shakes his hand, her hair fluttering in the breeze. Her eyes sparkling as if they could speak. I've spoken all morning. My lips are parched. Qi Yuan understands her intent. Ah, red bean soup. Song Jin'an beams with satisfaction. To be honest, Your Majesty, the chef in your imperial kitchen creates a flavor that no one else can replicate. No matter how Ling Mama follows the recipe, she cannot achieve that taste. Qi Yuan does not respond, while Wei Kongyan, behind them, wears an expression of knowing. If I were to provide you with a true recipe, Your Majesty, you would not receive her affection. He vividly recalls the look in Qi Yuan's eyes when he was asked to fetch the recipe. Should Song Jin'an learn that she spent an entire night role-playing with Qi Yuan only to receive a false recipe in return, she would undoubtedly be furious. Chapter 73. Song Jin'an cast a meaningful glance at her, perhaps feigning sincerity, little one. Upon their return to the Chengxian Palace, they unexpectedly encountered the Minister of Justice, Yan Zhengming, who was there to pay his respects. Qi Yuan then entered the imperial study. After finishing her red bean soup, Song Jin'an decided to leave, finding the wait exceedingly dull, as their conversation could extend indefinitely. However, on her way, she crossed paths with an individual. After exchanging courtesies, just as she intended to depart, Qi Xingqian's soft voice reached her ears. Regarding the search for the white jade, I am powerless, Your Highness. If you are in a hurry, you might consider other methods. Song Jin'an was taken aback. How could it be so elusive? She pursed her lips, replying, I am not anxious. I have but one method, my lord. Qi Xingqian, with lingering curiosity, inquired, I had previously informed you that His Majesty is also searching clandestinely. Why not seek his assistance directly, or that of Yun Yin and Xiao Shuren? Song Jin'an fell silent, reflecting on her ignorance upon returning. Qi Xingqian observed her retreating figure, concluding that she simply preferred not to disclose her thoughts. As Song Jin'an walked, her heart shouted in frustration. She truly did not know. At present, only Qi Xingqian and Qi Yuan were aware of her quest for the white jade. Qi Yuan had surreptitiously learned of it through her draft paper. In truth, she need not fear. Even if they were aware, what could they do? Who could fathom the secret of an ordinary piece of white jade? As long as she infused it with a different significance, all would be well. With a sigh, she gazed at the hazy sky. Sister, a call brought Song Jin'an back to her senses. Turning around, she saw Wenpin. Are you out for a stroll? Wenpin nodded. Sister, I just exited the Chengxian Palace. Song Jin'an acknowledged this and began to take her leave. Wenpin hesitated. Sister, I must apologize. I did not speak on your behalf this morning, primarily due to the Wen family. Song Jin'an smiled. I understand. You bear no obligation to assist me. It is only natural to prioritize your own safety. There is no need for an apology. Wenpin was taken aback, uncertain if her words were genuine or laced with sarcasm. Observing Wenpin's perplexed expression, Song Jin'an discerned her overthinking. Thus, she reiterated her sentiments clearly. I truly harbor no resentment. Do not overthink it. You are not of such significance to me that I would expect you to prioritize me over yourself. Wenpin smiled. You are very important to me, sister. Song Jin'an regarded her with a knowing look, perceiving the hypocrisy in her words. Just moments ago, she had apologized for not aiding her. I had extended a hand, yet she declined, and now she emphasizes sisterly affection. Is this not a contradiction? Wenpin initially found no fault in her statement, but under Song Jin'an's gaze, she faltered. However, having broached the subject, she persevered. Thus, sister, I come to apologize. Please do not hold it against me, for I am merely a coward. Song Jin'an chuckled, patting her shoulder. It is of no consequence. I do not mind, I understand. Wenpin smiled. That is a relief. Fortunately, His Majesty arrived in time. He truly cherishes you. Song Jin'an feigned shyness, yet her heart remained entirely unmoved. Is it not natural for him to protect himself? After all the tribulations she currently endures are due to him, compared to feeling grateful to Qi Yuan. Song Jin'an believes her temperament is remarkably accommodating and understanding. Even when her own mother initiated a witch hunt against her, she did not transfer her anger onto her son. Just look at that. If this were the modern era, had her mother-in-law treated her this way, she would have long since sought a divorce. However, in this age, leaving is not an option. It is she who would be cast aside. Song Jin'an gazed at the woman before her, Wen Pin, her hand still resting on her shoulder. Oh, she realized that she was quite tall. The gesture of patting Wen Pin's shoulder reminded her of an elder brother comforting a younger sibling. Wen Pin seemed taken aback by Song Jin'an's unexpectedly friendly demeanor, gazing at her in astonishment as Song Jin'an awkwardly withdrew her hand. I bear you no ill will. You may continue your stroll. I shall take my leave. Of course, Wen Pin would not allow Song Jin'an to depart. She was not genuinely there to apologize. Her true intentions remained unfulfilled. Yet, Song Jin'an's unconventional approach left her unsure of how to proceed. Song Jin'an, puzzled, inquired, Do you have something else to discuss? Wen Pin smiled shyly, for indeed, she had another request for her sister. My younger sister has a cousin who has reached marriageable age and wishes to wed in the capital. She has heard of young Master Song's talents and virtues. My sister is also quite lovely and possesses a talent for poetry and dance. Might I inquire if your brother is available for marriage? Song Jin'an was utterly unprepared for this revelation. I cannot say. He may have someone in his heart, or perhaps not. Wen Pin stepped forward if he does not. Could you possibly beseech His Majesty for a marriage arrangement on behalf of my sister? Song Jin'an responded with curiosity. Why not ask my brother if he is willing? Wen Pin paused. A royal decree for marriage is indeed a blessing. Young Master Song should be pleased. Should be? Song Jin'an retorted. How can he accept someone he has never met, unaware of her character and beauty? My sister is quite admirable, Wen Pin interjected. Song Jin'an interrupted her. What I mean to convey is that my brother should choose for himself the companion for his life. No one has the right to decide who his future wife should be. He must select someone he truly cherishes. Wen Pin was taken aback by her words. Traditionally, marriages are arranged by matchmakers and dictated by parental authority. Who truly marries for love? She pondered. In the future, one can always take a favored concubine or secondary wife. Song Jin'an felt a pang of sadness, reflecting on how such sentiments perpetuate the subjugation of women, with those of higher status often exploiting those beneath them. Growing frustrated, she replied sternly, What I mean is that my brother's marriage should depend on his own affections. Wen Pin smiled, My sister is gentle. He will surely appreciate her. How can you still not understand? Regardless of how suitable she may be, the wishes of the parties involved must be considered. Whether it be a political alliance or genuine affection, one must inquire if they are even willing. It is absurd for a sister to decide her brother's marriage without even asking. With finality, Song Jin'an declared, I shall convey this to my brother. Should they both be amenable upon meeting, I will then petition His Majesty. If either party finds it unsuitable, then it shall be dismissed. As she watched Song Jin'an walk away, Wen Pin began to doubt herself for the first time, questioning whether she had made a misstep in her strategy. Wen Jiatayi held the esteemed title of the first rank, Right Minister of the Zhong family, and has now departed this world, posthumously honored as the Grand Tutor. Her father is none other than the left Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Works. From every angle, the Wen family appears superior to the Song family, making it difficult for the Songs to refuse such a marriage proposal. Wen Pin harbors ulterior motives. The Song family is undoubtedly destined for ascendance. Observing the Emperor's steadfast support for Yao Zhaorong, it is evident he will not permit the maternal family of Song Jin'an to weaken. Moreover, the potential for mutual benefit makes collaboration advantageous. Song Jin'an is unlikely to fall from grace anytime soon. Even if she were to meet her end at the hands of the Empress Dowager's faction, she would leave an indelible mark in the Emperor's heart. Thus, when Ru could seize the opportunity to align herself with her, reaping some benefits. However, she did not anticipate that Song Jin'an would be unwilling, or perhaps she simply looked down upon the Wen family. Chapter 74. Song Jin'an felt as though she were a deflated balloon, listless upon the ground. That evening, Qi Yuan held Song Jin'an close, his hand resting gently upon her lower abdomen. "Does it still hurt?" "Much better," she replied, and Qi Yuan felt relieved. "Serves you right. Who told you to carelessly consume those medicines?" Song Jin'an pouted, letting out a small ouch. "Your Majesty, you're so fierce. It hurts again." Could Qi Yuan not decipher the antics of this young woman? Each time she complained about his nagging, she would feign distress, and when he became angry, she would resort to charming antics. He shifted the conversation. "What did you discuss with Wenpin today?" With her face buried in his embrace, her voice was muffled. "Don't you already know? Then are you willing?" "What does my willingness matter? In the end, it is not I nor my parents who will share a bed with that woman, but my elder brother." Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow. Her words were coarse, yet contained truth. He directly articulated the unspoken intentions of Wenpin, a union between the Song and Wen families would yield mutual benefits. Song Jin'an responded with a soft hum. "If my brother lacks the capability, such benefits are of no use. If he possesses the ability, there would be no need for such arrangements." "Oh, if he were capable, the emperor would certainly not overlook him." Qi Yuan chuckled. "Your brother will surely achieve something." He had perused Song Jin'an's writings, which displayed a meticulous balance of eloquence and conviction, alongside an upright character. Song Jin'an was suited to be a loyal minister, rather than a power-hungry official. Song Jin'an gazed at Qi Yuan. "Therefore, my brother's marriage should be his own decision." At this moment, their faces were close. Qi Yuan's eyes searched Song Jin'an's, as if to inquire into her heart. "Today you mentioned that for a marriage to flourish, mutual affection is essential. Then why did you enter the palace?" Song Jin'an did not evade the question. "I never claimed that mutual affection was a prerequisite, even in its absence. If it is suitable, it can still work. Suitability is determined by my brother. Some individuals go through life devoid of love. If it is suitable, they can accompany one another for a lifetime." Qi Yuan was not concerned with Song Jin'an's marital affairs. He wanted to know why Song Jin'an willingly entered the palace. Yet, she remained ambiguous, refusing to provide an answer. With a sigh, Qi Yuan conceded, "If you choose not to speak, then so be it." In truth, her purpose in entering the palace and what she had done upon leaving were no longer of paramount importance. What mattered was that she was by his side. He pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. "It is getting late. Sleep now." Obediently, Song Jin'an closed her eyes. After a while, she opened them again. "Your Majesty." Qi Yuan frowned. "Are you not yet asleep?" Song Jin'an disregarded his question, continuing, "I am not tired. I wish to ask with his eyes closed." Qi Yuan lazily replied, "If you aren't tea-tired, then perhaps you should engage in something else." Song Jin'an closed her eyes and fell silent. "I'm still on my period. Don't you have a five-finger girl of your own? Why must you always think of using mine?" Qi Yuan gazed at the sleeping Song Jin'an, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Fool!" When she awoke the next morning, Qi Yuan had long departed for court. It was now the latter part of November, with December approaching and the spring festival imminent. Song Jin'an, having returned, nestled in her room warmed by the heated floor, gazing at the overcast sky outside. She turned to Ling Mama, who was roasting chestnuts for her, and asked if it would snow soon. Ling Mama nodded, indicating that it appeared likely. "I hope it won't be too heavy. A timely snow heralds a bountiful year," she mused. Yet, excessive snow would be of no benefit to the common folk. In the world of the Hua dynasty, the climate remained untouched by the Industrial Revolution and excessive chemical pollution, thus avoiding extreme weather. Consequently, apart from the rare geological disasters caused by tectonic movements, meteorological calamities such as floods and snow disasters were quite uncommon. As Song Jin'an had anticipated, on the 17th of November, snow began to fall. Qi Yuan had been preoccupied with preventive measures against the snow disaster and had not visited the inner palace for days. Due to the cold, the empress had excused Song Jin'an from her morning greetings, and even the empress dowager, despite her displeasure, had refrained from insisting otherwise. With some leisure time on her hands, Song Jin'an retreated to her study to read. She had nearly exhausted the collection of books on the heavens in the library, yet found no useful clues. As she lifted her gaze from the stacks of books, she noticed a corner of the study. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, she crawled over. This bookshelf had been moved from her small study prior to her elevation. She opened the smallest drawer at the bottom, only to find it empty. Disheartened, Song Jin'an felt deflated, akin to a balloon that had lost its air, slumping on the floor. In the midst of her despondency, Chonggung's voice emerged from outside. "Your Highness, someone has come to escort you to the Chengqian Palace." Rejuvenated, Song Jin'an sat up abruptly, exclaiming, "It's snowing outside." She flung open the door, startling Chonggung, whose hair appeared disheveled. Without time to cover her mouth, he quickly inquired, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Song Jin'an tousled her unruly hair and replied dismissively, "I just woke up." "What did you say?" "To the Chengqian Palace now?" Chonggung, who had initially shown concern, now wore a serious expression. "Yes. Gonggong Xinyan is waiting outside." Song Jin'an struggled to maintain her composure, inwardly cursing. Externally, she instructed Chonggung to summon Jinling for her attire. Standing at the entrance of Tianya Palace, she was enveloped in her cloak. She observed the imperial sedan chair and the attendants. "Are they planning to carry me?" Xinyan cheerfully replied, "Your Highness, the sedan chair has been fitted with an external cover. You need not worry about the cold. Palace attendants will continuously clear the path to prevent slipping." Song Jin'an pursed her lips, eyeing the small eunuchs. "I shall walk." "Your Highness, it's cold," they implored. "I have been idle for days. A bit of movement will do me good." "Let us go," she asserted. By the time Song Jin'an arrived at Chengqian Palace, it was already noon. She noted the road leading to the main hall was impeccably clean, though a thick layer of snow remained on either side. Glancing at her gloves, she removed them and handed them to Xinyan, who, though confused, instinctively accepted them. In the next moment, I beheld the ancestor walking into the snow-covered ground. Xinyan hurriedly intercepted the empress, inquiring, "Where are you going?" Song Jin'an, without turning her head, replied, "To build a snowman." Xinyan sighed, observing Yao Zherong, who was engrossed in rolling up snowballs, and instructed the eunuch behind him to report to the emperor promptly. By the time Qi Yuan emerged, Song Jin'an had already formed 2 snowballs, one large and one small. The figure cloaked in white wandered amidst the vast expanse of white snow, stopping and walking in solitude. From a distance, Xinyan spotted Qi Yuan and quickly reminded Song Jin'an, "Empress, His Majesty is coming." Song Jin'an looked up at Qi Yuan in the distance and stood up, waving her hand enthusiastically. "Look at the roundness of my snowballs." For the first time, Qi Yuan felt a sense of embarrassment. He wished she would cease her exuberant display. Yet he was immensely charmed by her spirited vivacity. Rushing towards her, he spoke in a low voice, "Come here." Song Jin'an pouted, finding him an antiquated soul devoid of appreciation for elegance and romance. She lifted the wider snowball, placing it atop the larger one, thus completing the rudimentary shape of a snowman. After brushing off the snow from her hands, she approached Qi Yuan, smiling as she exclaimed, "Am I not impressive?" After a flurry of activity, her cheeks flushed slightly as she gazed up at Qi Yuan. He looked at her and found it impossible to appear stern. After all, she was merely a playful young girl. Song Jin'an turned to Xinyan, asking, "Did you bring what I asked for?" Xinyan handed over a bundle of items. She then smiled at Qi Yuan, requesting, "Your Majesty, could you please wait a moment longer?" With that, she turned and hurried back to the snowman. A carrot served as its nose, black coal formed its eyes, and a strip of black cloth created a smiling mouth. Finally, Song Jin'an removed her hat and placed it upon the snowman's head. Thus, a large snowman adorned the path leading to the Chengqian Palace. When the court officials came to pay their respects in the study, they were captivated by this amusing snowman. In the austere chill of winter, it introduced a lively touch. Curiosity arose among them. Which child had entered the palace to earn such favor from the emperor, allowing them to build a snowman here? It was delightful, dispelling a measure of the cold's harshness. Yunyan was momentarily stunned upon seeing the snowman, albeit he dared not linger. Qiu Xian, however, was not as cautious as Yunyan. He stood there admiring the snowman, a broad smile igniting memories of Inan. This snowman was crafted by Inan, and as he gazed, he felt a sudden kick to his backside. Qi Xingqian admonished him, urging him to suppress his infatuated expression to avoid attracting trouble. Chapter 75. Qi Yuan could not help but yearn for a response. He was merely waiting, granting Song Jin'an time. Within the Chengqian Palace, Song Jin'an bore countless kiss marks upon her back, reclining on the bed as Qi Yuan tenderly massaged her waist. Feeling the soft, delicate touch of his cool hands gliding upward, she was on the verge of slumber when she sensed herself being turned over again. Drowsily, she murmured, "How much longer will this go on?" Qi Yuan placed one last kiss upon her lips. Moments later, as Song Jin'an drifted between consciousness and dreams, she let out a cold laugh. "Your Majesty, this is the third time." Aware that he had perhaps overindulged that night, Qi Yuan gently coaxed her. "Shall I take you out of the palace to celebrate the Lantern Festival?" Song Jin'an found herself devoid of passion, longing for it all to cease. Her eyes were rimmed with red, her nose slightly flushed, and her hair lay in disarray upon the pillow. Qi Yuan gently caressed her face, and despite the turmoil, she felt a flicker of joy, did she not? Yet, words eluded Song Jin'an, for she knew her position was precarious. She conceded to the fact that she was indeed quite content. However, the prolonged exertion left her weary, her body aching. She was not particularly indulgent, merely seeking a few moments of happiness, yet the endeavors seemed endless. As dawn broke, the day had already begun, and Song Jin'an stubbornly remained in bed. Upon returning from court, Qi Yuan discovered her still nestled beneath the covers, tightly cocooned, her head buried within, revealing only the crown of her dark hair. Approaching her, he tugged gently, but to no avail. "Song Jin'an, rise," he called. She offered no response. With a slight smile, Qi Yuan mused, "Did you sleep too much during the day, thinking you could forego sleep tonight?" At his words, the covers were promptly thrown aside, revealing her tousled hair and an expression of annoyance. Bending down, Qi Yuan lifted her into his arms, asking, "Are you truly that fatigued?" She merely hummed in agreement. He tenderly smoothed her hair and softly remarked, "The snow has ceased outside, and the Empress has arranged a snow viewing banquet this afternoon. Would you care to attend?" Her voice, muffled and discontent, queried, "Is everyone else going?" "Most are," he replied. Song Jin'an nodded. "Then I shall go as well." Qi Yuan playfully pinched her ear, suggesting, "You need not attend if you do not wish to." Shaking her head, she countered, "It would not be proper to abstain." Qi Yuan furrowed his brow. "Are you concerned about their judgment, fearing they will accuse you of being arrogant due to favoritism?" Song Jin'an remained silent, prompting him to assert, "I shall shield you from any ill words." "Your Majesty, there is no need. You have matters of state to attend to. Are you not weary?" Qi Yuan hesitated, wanting to express that protecting a mere concubine was a trivial task, but he refrained. Instead, he declared, "It is my duty to safeguard you, and do you truly feel pity for me?" she asked, to which he nodded. Yet within, she shook her head, thinking, "I am the one who feels pity for myself. I cannot afford to create more enemies, Qi Yuan. I desire simply to live in peace." Qi Yuan seemed to grasp her apprehensions. "Anin, there is no need for caution. Regardless of how discreet you are, they will always perceive you as an adversary." Surprised, she lifted her gaze. "You know, foolish girl, did I not tell you? I was raised in the harem. Women are human too. The struggles of the previous dynasty were more brutal and intricate than those in the harem. If I could navigate the complexities of the former court with ease, how much more so the harem? Human nature knows no gender. Where there is desire, there will be conflict." Song Jin'an posed a question that had lingered since her modern life. Then why have the imperial harems throughout history been so chaotic? Qi Yuan chuckled. Let them busy themselves with squabbling over trivial affections, so their gaze is diverted from other pursuits. Song Jin'an nodded in understanding, her heart whispering, "Indeed." Yet, something stirred within her as she gazed at Qi Yuan. "Why do you share this with me?" she inquired. Qi Yuan's gaze bore into hers. "You hold a unique place in my heart." At that moment, dread gripped her. She hesitated to probe further. Qi Yuan was earnest, and she should have recognized it long ago. His sincerity overwhelmed her, and in that instant, she felt as though the emotions she had so meticulously evaded were now threatening to engulf her. Even if her performance was exquisitely convincing, when confronted with genuine feelings, she found herself unable to continue. Moreover, her lack of acting prowess rendered her a mere novice. How could someone as cunning as Qi Yuan, whose schemes ran deeper than the Mariana Trench, fail to see through her facade? Song Jin'an embraced him, attempting to shield her expression from his gaze, fearing that Qi Yuan might discern the vulnerability lurking in her eyes. Little did she know, Qi Yuan was already aware. He recognized her hesitance to surrender her heart, understanding the duality of her false yet innocent nature. Regardless of whether he employed coercion or temptation, she remained unchanged. In the early days of his infatuation, he might have hoped that his favored consort would remain untainted by greed or power, steadfast in her essence. Yet now, in the presence of Song Jin'an, he yearned for her to covet a taste of opulence, to grow accustomed to his kindness to the point of dependency. Qi Yuan sighed, pondering what to do with her. He could not help but yearn for a response, though he was patient, granting Song Jin'an the time she needed. However, should she continue to remain stagnant, he would not remain idle. After Song Jin'an departed, Qi Yuan reverted to his demeanor as the cold-hearted emperor. He at do lan kai. Inquiring about the shadow guards he had previously instructed her to train, Lan Kai replied that they awaited him just outside. Shortly thereafter, a palace maid entered. From now on, you shall be known as Yunran, tasked with ensuring the safety of Yao Zhaorong. You are dispatched from the inner court and are not my concern. Do you understand? Yunran acknowledged. This servant obeys. Qi Yuan took a sip of tea and casually asked if Jiao Yu had returned. Lan Kai shook her head, conveying that he had sent word stating he was at Fenglan. Qi Yuan paused. Fenglan? Yes. He mentioned he could not find a way out within the court. Qi Yuan scoffed. It was evident he was using the pretext to indulge in debauchery. When Song Jin'an arrived at the lakeside pavilion, only the ailing imperial concubine Shun and the reflective concubine Gu were present. Yin Ruoyan called for her to take a seat. Lan Xiuyuan chuckled. I thought you wouldn't come. Song Jin'an, somewhat embarrassed, offered a shy smile, having arrived later than expected. Sister Xian, it's not that I was late. I simply made a deliberate entrance, she retorted. The graceful consort Xian, overhearing Xian's sarcastic tone, merely smirked. Song Jin'an frowned, sensing the familiar tensions brewing. Sister Xian, you have misunderstood. I did not intend to be late. Shouldn't one start early if they know they will take their time? Consort Xian interjected languidly. She came from Chengqian Palace, with the emperor not allowing Yao's sister to leave. She had no choice. A surge of indignation welled within Consort Xian. Indeed, Consort Xian. The empress's warning voice pierced the air as she furrowed her brow at Xian, questioning how someone could oscillate between calmness and agitation so easily. Yin Ruoyan sometimes found herself reluctant to intervene, yet the bonds forged since childhood, especially when directed at Song Jin'an, compelled her to act. The empress sighed, observing the unmistakable defiance in Consort Xian, and stated, Today, we have gathered to appreciate the snow. The gentle consort Shu timely stepped in to mediate, suggesting, since we are all present to admire the snow, why not recite a poem about it? The empress smiled warmly. That sounds lovely. I shall begin. Initially indifferent, Song Jin'an nearly leapt from her seat upon hearing the empress utter a particular line. When the evening comes, snow is near. Can one partake of a drink? This was from Bai Juyi's asking Lu 19. How could she know that? Song Jin'an gazed at the empress in astonishment. No wonder she does not vie for favor or yearn for offspring. It turns out her heart lies not with the emperor, but with the queen's position. My heavens! Could she also be a time traveler, or is she merely assuming the role of a grand lady? In Chapter 76, a person who struggles to find a boyfriend in the 21st century arrives here and effortlessly attracts 3 suitors. Song Jin'an was astounded, realizing that if she could traverse through time with the help of white jade, so too could others. To test the waters, when it was her turn, Song Jin'an recited, Last night, a foot of snow fell outside the city. At dawn, I drive my charcoal cart over the frozen ruts. She scarcely noticed the other concubines' astonished expressions at her eloquence, her focus solely on the queen. The queen, of course, perceived Song Jin'an's gaze and smiled indulgently, as if waiting for her praise. The queen remarked that it seems her studies had not been in vain, and that the verse was indeed splendid. Song Jin'an snapped back to reality, shyly smiling in gratitude for the queen's commendation, yet puzzled. How could she not have heard of such a popular poem? It was by Bai Juyi, after all. Everyone knows Bai Juyi's questioning Lu 19. So how could this poem escape her? At that moment, Song Jin'an was not inclined to listen to any more poetry. She lowered her head slightly to mask her expression. Perhaps there was another possibility. Just as she had misjudged the wind chime, this poem might have been shared with her by another time traveler. Lost in thought, it came to her turn again, and she awkwardly smiled, admitting she could not recall. The queen, laughing, came to her rescue, saying, "I just praised you." Song Jin'an, feeling bashful, added, "I was just contemplating the queen's earlier line. As evening falls, the sky threatens snow. May I offer you a drink?" Truly delightful. The queen chuckled. I also believe it to be lovely, but it was not my own thought. It was a saying from an old acquaintance. Indeed, another time traveler exists in this realm. Song Jin'an was uncertain how to inquire without arousing suspicion, but her curiosity burned bright. The thrill of encountering a fellow compatriot in a foreign land made her want to whirl around in joy. She thought to herself, she was not the only unfortunate soul, and now she had company. This excursion to admire the snow at the lakeside pavilion was fortuitous. After a while, the group chatted before dispersing. Unable to resist, Song Jin'an stepped forward but hesitated, feeling it was too abrupt. She halted and turned towards the Tianya Palace, deciding to take things slowly. Xianfei watched Song Jin'an depart. Draped in exquisite white fox fur bestowed from a certain tribe in the grasslands, the emperor had unreservedly gifted her this fine material, and Xianfei pondered whether her youthful admirers could truly compare. Yet, she found herself increasingly unable to control her rising anger and growing agitation. She turned sharply and left, fearing she would soon entertain thoughts of eliminating those she despised. By the time Song Jin'an returned to Tianya Palace, it was already afternoon. After a day of tumult, she should have been ravenous, yet she felt no desire to eat. She pondered whether the queen's acquaintance hailed from the modern era or the ancient past, and whether they were male or female. As night fell and she lay in bed, her mind continued to dwell on this matter. Tossing and turning, she resolved to uncover the truth the next day. Remarkably, the following morning, Song Jin'an rose early. Madame Zheng was astonished, as the usually slothful individual had taken the initiative to awaken at such an hour. Song Jin'an set out early this time, and upon her arrival at Fengxian Palace, she fortuitously encountered Yun Yin emerging from within. Surprised to see her, Yun Yin seemed astonished that she had arrived so early. Glancing at Chang'eng behind her, Song Jin'an signaled him to leave. "Your Highness," Yun Yin greeted. "There is no need for such formalities, Lord Yun," replied Song Jin'an with a smile. Without further ado, she delved into the matter at hand. "You mentioned there was a way to leave the palace. What is that method?" Yun Yan's expression darkened as he asked. "Do you wish to leave the palace?" Song Jin'an bit her lip. "Not at the moment, but I must know your method." Observing the familiar demeanor of Song Jin'an returning, Yun Yin replied, "It is not convenient for me to divulge the specifics right now, but I assure you, neither the Yun family nor the Song family will incur any repercussions." Song Jin'an regarded him, concluding that the only feasible method was to fake her death. Yun Yin remained silent, which Song Jin'an interpreted as tacit agreement. "It is impossible for a major fire to occur in Tianya Palace that would leave me utterly destroyed," she stated. "I am no longer invisible." "Thank you for your kindness," she added. Yun Yin interrupted her, his usually calm voice tinged with urgency. "No, you must trust me." As she looked into his eyes, her hairpins swayed gently in the breeze, and their gazes locked. Despite his composed stature, Yun Yin felt an undercurrent of tension. "I must reiterate, Lord Yun, I appreciate your goodwill." "Jin'an," he reminded her, "you once mentioned that you could leave the palace on your own, yet now, some matters are beyond your control. Only I can assist you." Song Jin'an lowered her head, conceding, "True, but you too cannot control everything. In the event of an unforeseen incident, none can bear the Emperor's wrath." "I have assured you it will not happen," he replied. Song Jin'an glanced at the time, urging, "Let us resolve this swiftly, Lord Yun." "Call me Yin Yin," he insisted. Finding it perplexing that they were still entangled in such formalities at this juncture, she acquiesced. "Very well, Yun Yin. Are you aware that the Empress has an acquaintance from her past?" Yun Yin furrowed his brows. "What do you inquire about him for?" "I cannot say for now," she replied evasively. With a resigned sigh, Yun Yin answered, "Yes, but he has departed." "Departed? Has he returned?" "He is deceased." Song Jin'an gasped. "Deceased?" Yin nodded. Do not mention this to your sister, as it would sadden her. Still processing the shocking news, Song Jin'an was taken aback by the revelation of his death. Observing her familiar state of distraction, Yin thought to himself, "You have not changed at all." Concerned that she might falter, he added, "That person once eloped with your sister, but was killed on my father's orders." In truth, Yin knew that the individual was merely missing, lost in the depths of the wilderness, which was tantamount to being dead. Song Jin'an's mouth fell agape in astonishment. "Oh my goodness!" Yin stifled a chuckle. Reaching out to close her mouth as he usually would, he hesitated, mindful of her current status, and merely clenched his hand. Song Jin'an then queried, "Do you truly believe I would divulge this to the emperor?" Internally scoffing, Yin thought it impossible to keep such matters hidden from his majesty. Yet outwardly he reassured her, "I trust you." After a brief pause, he added, "I am serious. As long as you wish to leave the palace and seek me out, I will always be here." Watching him walk away, Song Jin'an reflected on her own capabilities, realizing that in the 21st century, where she had failed to secure even a single boyfriend, she had now entangled herself with 3 suitors upon her arrival here. Turning her thoughts inward, she realized she had come full circle. How could that person die? How could this happen? Song Jin'an felt somewhat dazed, suddenly finding the prospect of returning home daunting. When Chang'eng returned, he was taken aback to see the master with reddened eyes. Granny Gui, tasked with ushering people away, was equally startled. She immediately whispered, "Oh dear, Your Highness, you must not cry. If the Emperor learns of this, both you and Lord Yuan will face dire consequences." She promptly took her towards the queen's chambers. Upon seeing Song Jin'an with her head bowed, the queen furrowed her brow, lamenting the troubles brought by these two. It seemed endless at her palace door. A few words exchanged could be concealed for a while, but should they be discovered, both would surely suffer. Thus, she had instructed Granny Gui to dismiss Yin, only to find that Granny Gui had brought Song Jin'an inside instead. Yin Ruoyan rose, inquiring, "What is the matter? Did that scoundrel Yin say something unpleasant?" She was aware that her brother had a sharp tongue and had hoped he would temper his words with Song Jin'an, but to her dismay, he had not changed. Naturally, Song Jin'an could not confess that she was weeping for your beloved, lamenting her own foolishness. Instead, she simply shook her head, claiming it was merely the dust making her eyes water. Yin Ruoyan sighed, not exposing this clumsy falsehood. "Jin'an, you are Yao Zhaorong, do you understand? You and Yin are destined to be a source of regret." Song Jin'an realized she had misunderstood and hastily shook her head. "Your Highness, you are mistaken. I have no relations with Lord Yuan." Yin gently patted her hand, wearing an understanding smile that seemed to convey, "No need to explain. I comprehend and will not divulge." Song Jin'an wished to argue, but was interrupted. "They are coming soon, and I have instructed someone to wash your face and redo your makeup. Otherwise, it would not be good for you to be seen like this." With her eyes resembling those of a red rabbit, Song Jin'an felt exasperated. Why did the queen still not believe her? "No, you misunderstand." But Yin Ruoyan departed without another word. As Song Jin'an emerged, she was met by Ng Jiaoyi, who scrutinized her. "Why are you late again, Yao Zhaorong? Is the queen's good temper leading you to take liberties?" Song Jin'an appeared listless. Yin Ruoyan, observing her lackluster demeanor, felt a headache coming on and spoke on her behalf. "Enough. Yao Zhaorong has just sent someone to inform us she will be late." After saying this, she stood up. "Now that everyone is present, let us proceed to the Qian Palace." With that, she walked out, and everyone followed. Song Jin'an raised her eyes to find the striking figure of Shen Guifei clad in a deep crimson satin gown ahead. She has emerged. From the side, it appeared her complexion had improved significantly, radiating a luminous glow. Even someone as oblivious as Song Jin'an could notice, let alone the others. In this harem, who does not cherish their appearance? Among those eager to inquire, Xian Fei was particularly restless. In the current court, her age was not insignificant, especially now that they all walked together. Though everyone was overshadowed by Yao Zhaorong, could she not strive to be the second if she could not be the first? The revival of Shen Guifei suggested that she too could rejuvenate. Upon entering the Qian Palace, The Empress Dowager observed the transformation of Shun Guifei after a month's absence and nodded in satisfaction. It was normal to feel anxious after just entering the palace. Had she not also acted impulsively? Moving forward, she would take it slow. Time was on her side. As long as she remained alive, there would still be opportunities. The Empress Dowager glanced once more at Ing Zhao Yi and decided to let it go. Pondering further was futile. She observed Song Jin'an, who remained silent beside her, and thought, next year the selection shall take place. Let us see how long you can maintain that smile. Turning to the Empress by her side, she remarked, Rowan, it has been 6 years since the Emperor ascended the throne, yet the harem remains barren. You ought to offer him some words of comfort. The Empress merely responded non-committally, for she had no intention of offering any advice to Qi Yuan. He was not lacking in intellect, after all, and had his own plans. Why should she complicate matters for herself? Regardless of who ascended the throne in the future, she would always hold the title of the Empress Dowager, and any child born would respectfully call her mother Empress. As for the Yuan family, Yun Yin had once told her that if the family were to rely on the maternal lineage of the Empress Dowager for their glory, it would be better for them to fall into decline. She agreed, yet her father did not share the same sentiment. The Empress Dowager cast her gaze upon Yao Zhaorong. Yao Zhaorong, the Emperor has favored you for quite some time. Why is there no sign of life in your womb? Song Jin'an pressed her lips together and replied, Your Majesty, forgive me. My womb is uncooperative. The Empress Dowager pondered. In that case, you should encourage the Emperor to visit the other palaces more often. Song Jin'an respectfully acquiesced, though inwardly she thought, if I truly said that, it would be my end. The Empress Dowager did not believe that Song Jin'an would obediently comply. How could the concubines genuinely push the Emperor away? Even when she was Empress, she maintained a facade of fairness, yet secretly hoped the Emperor would frequent her quarters. The Empress Dowager, however, wore a contented expression, stating, That is well. The Emperor favors you and will surely heed your counsel. Song Jin'an chuckled lightly, remarking, His Majesty has his own considerations. The Empress Dowager sighed with worry. That child has been indulged too much, yet as an emperor, he must set an example for the nation. He holds many misconceptions about me, but I act for his benefit and the good of the court. Shun Guifei interjected, Your Majesty's heartfelt intentions will surely be understood by His Majesty. Nevertheless, she harbored a different thought. The Empress Dowager and the Emperor could never reconcile. How could one who sought to control the Emperor coexist peacefully with a puppet? Furthermore, the current Emperor's capabilities far surpassed those of his predecessor. It was utterly arrogant for the Empress Dowager, who could not outmaneuver the late Emperor, to wish to dethrone the current one. The Empress Dowager sighed, Very well. It is getting cold. You should all return early. This palace feels desolate. Let us host a grand celebration for my birthday this year, Empress, and allow the noble ladies of the capital to witness it in preparation for next year's election. Song Jin'an understood. The Empress Dowager had spoken at length, but the crux of her message lay in that final statement. Next year's election was approaching. The Empress hesitated for a moment before saying, Mother, His Majesty has informed me that there will be no new entrants into the harem next year. We shall gather suitable noble ladies for marriage after the imperial examinations. The Empress Dowager took a deep breath, unable to contain her frustration. What sort of decorum is this? Does he no longer desire children? You cannot bear children, yet wish to prevent those who can from entering? This caused her to recall what Shun Guifei had said, ever since Yao Zhaorong's favor. The other palaces had ceased to bear fruit. The Empress Dowager scoffed. How could I forget that the Emperor is uncooperative? Even you cannot conceive. She then turned her gaze to Song Jin'an and Yao Zhaorong. Do you know that the Emperor only called for you in your palace? Song Jin'an was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. The other concubines also looked towards her, seemingly filled with unspoken resentment. Alas, Song Jin'an wished to express her ignorance. How could this be? Has Qi Yuan lost his mind? He truly brings her trouble, a fortune she cannot afford. Ming Fei observed the stunned Song Jin'an, realizing that Yao Zhaorong was equally unaware, and she dared not inquire about the Emperor's matters. The Empress Dowager cast a glance at Ming Fei, saying, Ming Fei, you spoke for her last time. Do you truly hold such affection for her? Ming Fei smiled lightly, employing subtle persuasion. Harmony among the sisters of the harem is what the emperor desires to see. Xian Fei seized the opportunity to speak, Sister Ming Fei. While you regard her as a sister, she does not reciprocate that sentiment. She monopolizes the emperor. Song Jin'an, smoothing her skirt, replied, Sister Xian Fei. The emperor is not an object to be contested for. Rather, he is the master of the harem. Where he wishes to go is not within our control. After she spoke, she continued to gaze at Xian Fei. With all due respect, do you perhaps underestimate the emperor's intelligence? He is the most astute person in this world. If I harbored ill intentions, would he not perceive them? Xian Fei snorted. Who knows what means you have employed? Song Jin'an chuckled, suppressing her inner tension, adopting the demeanor of a favored concubine. Lounging lazily against her chair, she remarked, Sister Xian Fei, do you imply that I practice vile arts? Alas, I am but a celestial being. You are truly shameless. Who claims such? Song Jin'an narrowed her eyes slightly, her crimson lips curling. Oh dear Emperor, why not inquire for yourself? Xian Fei glared at her, while the Empress Dowager observed the poised Yao Zhurong, adorned with a golden hairpiece inlaid with rubies, perfectly decorated with floral embellishments, her beauty accentuated by a mole at the corner of her eye. Even her attire, a splendid brocade interwoven with golden threads, evoked thoughts of the exquisite Yagüe Fei. Yao Zhurong was even more beautiful than Yagüe Fei, her gentle demeanor commanding undeniable attention without uttering a word. Yunwen shared the same sentiment, recognizing that this grace was indeed cultivated by the emperor, exuding an air of superiority that left no room for doubt. Her performance was utterly convincing, a stark contrast to the dejection she exhibited earlier in her inner chambers. Yao Zhurong, however, was indifferent to the gazes of admiration or envy. She was consumed by one thought, how exhilarating it was to provoke without regard for consequences. Straightening herself, Song Jin'an resumed her decorum. It seemed moments ago that the regal, indulgent concubine had vanished. Lan Xiuyuan and Xu Fei, genuine spectators of this drama, were left utterly astonished by her ability to oscillate between composure and chaos. Chapter 78. The first sense of disconnection from the harem as the greetings concluded. On her way back to Tianyao Palace, Song Jin'an was intercepted by Xian Fei. Yao Zhurong, are you truly so audacious? Xian Fei sneered. Do you believe you have no vulnerabilities? Confused, Song Jin'an furrowed her brows at her. Do you think you can conceal your affairs with my brother, Shuren, from the emperor? Song Jin'an's eyes widened. Indeed, Xian Fei had lost her senses. How could she betray even her own brother? Glancing at the empress, and then Xian Fei, who shared the same misunderstanding regarding her relationship with her brother, one protective while the other disregarded her brother's well-being. Xian Fei, observing Song Jin'an's astonishment, assumed she was flustered. What if the emperor finds out what? Song Jin'an interjected coldly. Before entering the palace, I had naught but innocence, and you disregard both my reputation and your brother's? Song Jin'an then coldly laughed, suggesting that you might as well inform His Majesty. Do you presume that he is unaware? This revelation left consort Xian astonished. To alleviate her disbelief, Song Jin'an recounted how His Majesty had inquired whether the rumors of General Qiu's intent to wed me were indeed true. Consort Xian fell silent, seemingly pondering the veracity of this statement. You could certainly relay this to His Majesty, but truly, Consort Xian, you are a commendable sister and a fine daughter of the Qiu family. Consort Xian's expression hardened. Do you think your emperor will punish the Qiu family for you? Inwardly, Song Jin'an cursed her foolishness, lamenting her lack of intellect. The emperor would never jeopardize his people's loyalty over a favored consort, yet he would ensure that your family never rises again. Do you believe a mere consort is untouchable? A woman, after all, pales in significance when weighed against the empire. The true power to be feared is imperial authority, royal dignity, and the emperor's supremacy, especially for one like Qi Yuan, who values centralization and is unrestrained by societal norms. Otherwise, why would he centralize power if not to be free from constraints? Consort Xian, taken aback, reacted with indignation. You are audacious. Song Jin'an, with a chilling smile, advanced a few steps, facing her directly. You are this palace now, Yet should his majesty become enraged, tomorrow you may find yourself condemned. You have been in the palace longer than I, yet you fail to comprehend the impermissibility of challenging imperial power. The Huachao dynasty has but one sovereign. This was Song Jin'an's first earnest counsel to consort Qian, a reminder for herself as well. Authority reigns supreme, and there exists no equality under it. Beneath imperial power, all officials bow in submission. Consort Qian was momentarily stunned. Do you grasp the weight of your words? Song Jin'an no longer averted her gaze, shedding her former soft demeanor. Her countenance now frost-like and expressionless. Without looking at her, she coldly replied, I am quite lucid, and I urge you to attain clarity as well. With that, Song Jin'an departed, leaving consort Qian in a daze. Just now, Song Jin'an bore an uncanny resemblance to the emperor, both cold and regal. Watching her retreat, consort Qian felt, for the first time, how profoundly out of place she was in the palace. Indeed, could it be this very quality that draws the emperor as favor? Not far away, consort Qian was still engaged in discourse with consort Xin. Just moments ago, my sister noticed how consort Xin's complexion had grown increasingly radiant. One might assume you were still in your youthful prime. This compliment filled consort Xin with elation as she gently brushed her temples, her words growing ever sweeter. Consort Qian smiled and remarked, You may not know, but my skin has been quite sensitive of late. I wish to inquire about your beauty regimen. Consort Xin, aware that no one visits without a purpose, responded, There is no secret. I merely indulge in some bird's nest soup. As you know, I cannot savor such delicacies outside the palace, which has caused me to age considerably. However, since returning to the palace and partaking in nourishing meals while also practicing meditation and devotion, my condition has naturally improved. After a lengthy discourse, no substantial advice was offered. Her implication was that her beauty was innate. Who would believe such a claim? Consort Qian mentally chastised her for her shamelessness while maintaining a facade of amiability, saying, I see. After the departure of noble consort Qian, noble consort Shun turned to the elderly matron behind her, saying, Noble consort Qian will not easily relent. Ensure that the prescription is hidden well, and dispose of the remnants promptly to avoid giving her any leverage. The matron reassured her, Your Highness, I have always handled this matter with utmost care and have never been negligent. Noble consort Shun acknowledged her with a nod and beckoned her closer. As anticipated by noble consort Shun, noble consort Qian instructed the palace maid behind her, Send someone to inquire about what noble consort Shun has consumed and utilized over the past month. Yes, the maid replied. On her way back to the palace, Song Jin'an encountered the chief eunuch of the inner court, who was waiting for her at Tianyao Palace. Upon seeing her, he immediately smiled and bowed. Greetings, Your Highness. I am Wang Qing, the chief eunuch of the inner court. Song Jin'an responded, Please rise. What brings you here, eunuch? He explained, with the new year approaching, each palace is to add 1 or 2 servants. I notice you have only 2 personal maids, while you ought to have 4. Therefore, I am here to present you with 2 new maids, Yunran and Yunji. Song Jin'an frowned and declined. Did we not agree last time? I do not require any more maids. Please leave them be. At this moment, Qi Yuan interjected from behind. Having 2 more will lighten the burden on your current maids, allowing them to serve you more attentively. Song Jin'an actually felt somewhat averse to having too many personal maids. Their presence made her feel constrained. She was concerned about Jinling and Fengling's well-being, preferring to manage on her own rather than trouble them. She wished to refuse once again, but Qi Yuan seemed to have eyes in the back of his head and spoke before she could. They are all servants, and you are the master. What is there to fear? Moreover, I have noticed that Jinling and Fengling are not young anymore. Have you considered their future? Song Jin'an was taken aback, and Qi Yuan turned to gently pinch her nose. You have not thought of that? Very well. If you cherish their service, let them accompany you for a lifetime. Song Jin'an shook her head. No, I had forgotten. They must leave the palace to live their own lives. Qi Yuan responded. Are you reluctant to part with them? Song Jin'an pouted. It is natural to feel that way when you have grown up together, but I desire to see them lead their own lives. Qi Yuan embraced Song Jin'an, stating, You still have me. I will always be by your side. No one else can accompany you for life. Only I can. In Qi Yuan's embrace, Song Jin'an could not see his expression. The emperor donned a dark robe adorned with dragon patterns, his gaze somber. Likewise, Qi Yuan could not discern Song Jin'an's feelings. Her previous intention had been to provide them with ample resources to leave the palace after her departure. And it seemed this was indeed a feasible plan. She needed to ensure that everyone in Tianya Palace was well taken care of before she left, so they would not be subjected to mistreatment. Beneath the portico of Tianya Palace, the two embraced, embodying both the utmost intimacy and the most profound calculations, one plotting to remain together for a lifetime, while the other schemed for departure. Chapter 79. A refined and cultured young lady and a gallant young man truly make a perfect match. As the 6th year of Chongshan approached the 10 days before the Spring Festival, the Empress Dowager's birthday was upon them. At her request, this year's celebration would be grand, even though there would be no selection of maidens the following year, and despite the harsh winter making travel inconvenient. The Empress Dowager insisted on having noble ladies from prominent families enter the palace. After all, one never knows who might catch the emperor's eye. On the day of the birthday banquet, the atmosphere was filled with song and dance. With her hands tucked into the warm stove, Song Jin'an could only gaze at the dancing courtesans, feeling a chill on their behalf. Once the performance concluded, it was time to present tributes to the Empress Dowager. Among them, the most striking was the jade bodhisattva crafted by the daughter of the Hu family. The pure white jade, devoid of any impurities, left even the pious Shushi speechless. The Empress Dowager received it with delight. Hu Shuqian, witnessing the Empress Dowager's approval, smiled broadly, content that her gift was well received. However, Qi Yuan appeared somewhat disinterested until he laid eyes on Yan Lanyue's birthday tribute, an exquisite scroll. The respectful young lady approached the Empress Dowager, revealing a depiction of the Xiaoming Temple, which she had ordered constructed in the 4th year of Chongshan. Now flourishing, the temple spared local villagers from traveling several kilometers to offer their prayers. The Empress Dowager, touched by the sincerity of the gesture, genuinely smiled, realizing that the modest investment of a few hundred taels had yielded such a commendable reputation for her. She beckoned, "Come here, child, let me have a look." As Yan Lanyue stepped forward, Qi Yuan observed the girl, the youngest daughter of Yin Zhengming, and noted her commendable upbringing. The Empress Dowager chuckled. "Your gift has truly warmed my heart. Nothing is more virtuous than the fruits of benevolence." The young lady, adorned in a pale blue gown with a blue velvet flower and a white jade hairpin, maintained a subtle elegance that was impossible to overlook. The Empress Dowager gently patted Yan Lanyue's hand and glanced at Qi Yuan, suggesting, "I suppose His Majesty would appreciate this as well. Speak, what reward do you desire?" Yan Lanyue smiled. "This is merely a birthday gift for you, Your Majesty. Your happiness is enough for me. No reward is necessary." The Empress Dowager kindly insisted. "That will not do. Perhaps you could come to the palace to accompany me." Before she could finish, Qi Yuan interjected, "Mother, Miss Yin is still unwed and has no familial ties with you. It would be inappropriate for her to enter the palace." The Empress Dowager countered, "I like her, and so does the Emperor." Qi Yuan's tone turned icy. "I appreciate the gift, and while Miss Yin is indeed admirable in both appearance and demeanor, I must insist." Straightening, Qi Yuan addressed the assembly. "How about this? It seems that Qi Xian has reached the appropriate age for marriage, and these two are of similar age. On this auspicious day, I shall take it upon myself to grant them a union." Yin Lanyue stared in shock at Qi Yuan, lowering her head in regret. She should not have rushed to make an impression today. Her father had indicated that there would be no selection for the coming year, prompting her to seize this opportunity to leave a favorable impression and secure her place in the palace. Just a hair's breadth from disaster. Qi Xian sensed something amiss when Qi Yuan spoke his name, wanting to refuse but was warned by his father. The stern voice of Qiu Jianghe resonated in his ears. "Xian, think of your sister and the Qiu family." Qi Xian froze, waiting as Qi Yuan methodically drew him into a quagmire of obligation. He felt the weight of familial expectations bearing down on him, leaving him powerless to resist. When Qi Yuan concluded, Qiu Jianghe urged Qi Xian to rise and express gratitude. Yin Zhengming also stood to thank the emperor, truly relieved. In the past, having a talented daughter enter the palace was beneficial for the Yin family, but times had changed. Currently, with the Yao Zhaorong in the palace, competing with her was one thing, but contending with the emperor backing her was another matter entirely. Entering the palace now would only serve to waste precious time. Look, even before it began, he was already thrust into the limelight by the emperor. In the autumn, Qiu knelt silently on the ground. Qi Yuan smiled gently, yet there was no trace of mirth in his eyes. Qiu remained motionless, addressing his majesty. I am but a humble minister, unworthy. Qi Xingqian and Yun Yan's expression shifted, while Song Jin'an observed the frozen Yin Lanyue as she gazed at Qiu below. She thought to herself, in the shadow of imperial power, all are but mere ants. Consort Xian, somewhat anxious, laughed and urged, Xian, do not forget to express your gratitude. Miss Yin is so poised and gracious. You are fortunate indeed. Disregarding Qiu Jianghe's objections, Qiu yearned to make an effort. He was unwilling to yield so easily. Even if he could not marry Yin, he should not take a bride he did not cherish. He feared failing as a worthy husband and disappointing the lady, especially since his heart belonged elsewhere. Just as he prepared to speak again, Qi Xingqian interjected, Qiu, have you lost your wits? Should you express your gratitude? Qiu remained silent. His usually steady hands, capable of wielding a 30-pound spear, trembled slightly. Had he not encountered her, perhaps he would have resigned himself to fate. But he had met her, and that changed everything. Yin Ruoyan pressed her lips together. Qiu and Yin had grown up under her watch, akin to younger brothers. And this lad could not falter here. If he were to fall, let it be on the battlefield. Establishing a family before pursuing a career is quite commendable. Wouldn't you say, Yao Zhaorong? Yao Zhaorong, addressed by Yin Ruoyan, turned her gaze to the empress. She smiled warmly, her eyes slightly squinting as she looked at the kneeling members of the Qiu and Yin families. Indeed, I believe Miss Yin and General Qiu, with her refined elegance and his youthful vigor, are truly a perfect match. Qiu froze, suddenly at a loss for words. All his courage was extinguished by her seemingly casual remark. Both Yin and Qi Xingqian sighed in relief. No one understood better than they that a single word from Song Jin'an held more weight than 100 from others. With his head bowed to the ground, Qiu proclaimed, I, your humble servant,